stage across A and B, and now we find ourselves in day
Yo
2
guys, what's
of an
up?
opportunity
Yeah,
to strike
welcome
out
back to
and get
another
yourself that spot
brand new
in
watch
the
party of
grand
PGC.
final straight away. Already so
Yeah,
far
hello,
so
dosto.
good for
Kaise
Evan
ho?
Pochon, for the
Hello, Sergio.
Expendables,
Hello,
for
Ryan.
Twisted Minds.
Welcome,
But can
welcome.
they keep on with
Welcome,
that
guys.
pace as we get it going for day number 2 of Group A? My name is Kalaris. Joining me to
Yaro.
my right-hand side is a
आज के
Vanguard to get things going.
Boom
How are you
bam के
feeling
लिए.
for day number 2 of Group A?
Ryan team बना लिया, Sergio team बना लिया.
First time for me to be working with the Group A guys. Obviously, my first day was yesterday, but already having seen, day 1, day 2, Group A is so much more open. Like, there's so many things happen. We didn't see anyone run away with it. It's still close. Our mid-pack is extremely tight.
Yeah.
One good game from winner, then they can take one of those top 5 spots. Then again, after 3 games, we're going to be halfway through. We're going to be able to see a lot of things in terms of, okay, what can we expect in terms of the cutoff for the top 5. Yesterday, I said I think safe area is going to be 135, 140 in terms of like feel safe.
Yeah.
But I think the realistic cutoff could be somewhere in the 125 to 135 area.
There's definitely some surprises up there already that we can talk about a little later on. But before we do that, a big thank you to all of our sponsors here joining us for PGC 2025.
Yeah, and of course, it's BenQ Sauer here, our official monitor partner here for PGC 25.
Yeah, thank you to them. And we have TT Racing joining us as well. You can level up your game as it's designed ergonomically and perfectly for all of these guys to be locked in and have razor-sharp focus and make sure they're the very best on the Battlegrounds. So thank you very much to TT Racing.
And of course, thank you as well to AWS, our official partner here as well.
And finally, we've got OP.GG. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG and check out all the numbers that are going to be happening from the players right here, right now. There's also historic stuff going on there with PGSs, just so that you can bone up on who you might want to pick for those fantasy picks later on that we'll talk about in a moment.
Yeah, and obviously the bingo is going on, James.
Yeah.
And you can scan the QR code as you see it right down here as I try to find where the exact spot is. And you can predict a lot of stuff. There's obviously tons of stuff going on, both with G-Coins. There's with the bingo, you can choose who can win, who's going to be able to win the top 5, and all these things going on. To check that out on the QR code.
And we also have the MVP. Who is it going to be of PGC 2025? Because not only do they become basically MVP of the biggest tournament of the year, but also they have
Porsche
themselves a chance at winning a Porsche Cayenne.
Kayan मिलेगा Kayan MVP को
cash value equivalent.
MVP
Which is
Kayan मिलने वाला
huge.
है बन गया हाँ मैं बना लिया
MVP is going to be able to
बना
take
लिया
this home.
मैं
Yeah,
Brilliant.
and I love,
मस्त
our
वाला
first thought was
क्या हो गया नेट हेलो व्हाट हैपेंड टू माय नेट अबे ये सब ना हो बे ये क्या हो गया हाँ ये लो इंटरनेट भाई पूरा वेरी अबे भाई इंटरनेट आ गया
Of course, because we can look at our top 4 teams and how they were able to participate so far. I think for a lot of people out there, there's maybe 2 teams here that you're thinking, yeah, probably kind of a likelihood for them to be in that top 5.
Yeah.
2 others, Evan Pochon looked spectacular in their first foray to Group A.
Yeah, is it the magic of the cheese himself?
Oh, the cheesy
Could
man.
be. I'll say this though, impressive with the top 3 teams. They kind of separate themselves quite a lot down to Sharper Esports. There's quite a gap there, 15 or so points. You can see there's 13 or more kills coming in the way. But one of the impressive
इन दोनों में कंफ्यूज हूँ स्वैप कर दूँ क्या दोनों का आपस में
was 50%, both for Expendables, which is kind of expected for one of these teams, but for Sharper,
ये मेरा टीम ठीक
looked a
है
little bit deeper into some of the games.
Sure.
And I will say this though, the circles
ये 4
kind of did come to their favor. So they will be obviously hoping for that to
लोग भी
continue.
अपने हिसाब से बना लेना
You said I would like to believe it's the tie
दोनों मेरा भी
box here
same
for
है
Bangkok. I'm going to go with
अरे
that.
एक्चुअली मैं यहाँ पे उसको एग्जांपल लेना चाह रहा हूँ पैसा नहीं हो रहा है देखो
Well,
ना
let's focus on Evan Pochon here because I think one thing's for sure is that we had a lot of
जैसे ये
expectations around
परफेक्टिस है ना 32 का है कहाँ गया एग्जांपल 34 का है साला मेरे को इसको लेना है
and they just looked super aggressive. I would say even from going up against T1, where I thought T1 should have had this in the bag against them,
Tanvu to
because
always
Evan
on top.
Pochon was very kind of cornered into a position. they were still able to kind of capitalize on the mistakes of T1 very well.
Yeah, Type not being there, fighting on that same ridge with them, that was the downfall
Yeah.
of T1 for sure here. But FN Potion have been
ठीक है,
very
छोड़ो.
impressive
जो बना
yesterday.
लिए, अब
or
देखा
the day
जाएगा.
before yesterday it is.
इसको-
With FN Potion obviously being able to get so many kills.
अरे
Definitely, as we take a look a little bit further into this as well, and it seems like it is a full team kind of cohort working in tandem with one another. Of course,
ये देखो फिर नेट गया क्या? क्या हो रहा मेरे नेट को?
it is Zenith and Rex that are kind of the
मैं ये
flashier
बताना चाह रहा
plays
था-
at the top of everything, but
PUBG
if they
esports वालों ने ये
continue
डाला
this
है
on,
न्यूज़
a
में.
top 5 is guaranteed for them. It's a
Sub-Zero
question
कह
of
रहे हैं,
whether or
Sub-Zero
not they
PGC
can in
का
a stacked group
डाला
like
है.
this.
Yeah, I mean,
ठीक है.
sure,
कह रहे हैं,
they're looking good, but
ये
50
event होगा
points is not
December
really
4th,
running away with
मतलब
it. They
December
still had a
4th
few
को.
bad
ठीक
games.
है.
They still had games where
Triangle
it's like,
Sub-Zero,
okay,
TPP
they could have
duo
gotten
होगा.
a few more here and there. They could have maximized.
अबे भाई.
They will need to have a similar day to day one today, and then they can have like a more relaxed or mediocre day. Or if they want to make
64
things
pro
spicy, have a
players
bad
खेलेंगे,
day today, and then
but
go
वो
ham
तो
on their
खेलेंगे.
last.
हमारे लिए क्या फायदा रहेगा? हमारे लिए फायदा ये रहेगा. Open
I
event.
do have to ask
ठीक
you
है, viewer
directly
reward
then,
है.
do you think, based
ठीक
on
है.
previous
Viewer reward
records
क्या
from
है?
that team,
A
that
silver
they
coin
can
G
keep
box
it on
will be
with Zenith
revealed
taking
3
the
times
number
during
one
the
spot
broadcast.
from damage?
Yeah,
Each code
he's
can be
obviously-
redeemed one per
He had
account.
a
Basically,
fantastic performance. And
first 5000 users को
again, I looked at their games.
Silver
Their
G-Coin crate
macro
मिलेगा,
is really
वो
good.
3 बार कर सकते हैं
I really
claim.
like how they're approaching their
ठीक
game
है.
2 game, well, circle 2, circle 3
Screen में आएगा,
approach,
कब आएगा
especially with
पता
the
नहीं,
hardship
करेंगे और
you can
क्या.
see here.
ठीक है.
They're
तो ये
super smart.
fourth
They're
को
like
होगा,
long
तो fourth को
rotation
मैं तो
based
watch
on,
party नहीं करूँगा, but
they're
हाँ,
looking, okay, we have a
अपन-
southern circle, we have a
तुम लोग देख लेना
northern
अपने
playing
हिसाब से.
path. We have another southern shift. Let's try to get on that kind of lesser populated side here. As we saw, kill leaders, you've seen us both. Number 1 kills. If you have 15 kills, it's obviously massive. Also top on the 15 kills and the damage here. There's also a few more players that's tied for the 10 kills. But the biggest standout for you, though, we have to talk a little bit about that. Levante's got to be one of the
थोड़ा
biggest.
जल्दी मैच चालू
Why
होना
is it
था.
the biggest
हाँ, चालू नहीं हो रहा भाई.
Because you had it on your
10 मिनट अभी
fantasy
से तो
team.
15 मिनट पहले चालू होता है.
And you kind of expected it. You kind of saw it coming a little bit.
A little bit, right? Okay, we have a slight advantage when it comes to
guess.
that as we take a look at Nemiga alongside Sharper as well. But Levante, a 10,000 pick on Fantasy, and we know that this guy is strong. So definitely impressive to see them come out and do so well. Alongside Sharper as well, who I think vastly surpassed my expectations for day number 1 of the group stage, whether or not they can continue that on, based on what you previously said, as well as maybe that tie buff to a lesser extent.
sure.
We'll see, right?
कैसे स्प्रे करते हैं यार ये
I'm
लोग.
excited to see Sharper here. I
इनको
hope
दिख
they can
कैसे रहा है?
step
मेरे
up
को तो
and
दिख भी
continue
नहीं
this
रहा है
double
घास
here,
के
but
थ्रू.
They are
यही
this
difference,
fourth
very low
spot
और ultra में
where
यही
they
अंतर है.
basically, in my book, is a big part of this middle pack. One great game for them puts them deep into the top 3.
Yeah.
1 or 2 bad games put them potentially in 10th place, right? It is so close with all those teams that are in the high 20s points and 30s points here.
No, for sure. Unless you're FM Ponchon, unless you're Expendables, unless you're Twisted Minds,
Yes.
there's still a huge number of spots that you can jump up with just a few points. And of course, an Amiga coming in, previously the win or die roster from EMEA, if you're not familiar with their current name that they're playing under at the moment. It's great that they have a proper org on side for them, I would say as well, because for the longest time, this team upset a lot of the status quo in EMEA. They weren't taking the number 1 and 2 spots every single time, but they were always in the conversation for a great team across all of EMEA.
Yes, and once we saw Group A unfold on our first day, I was like, damn, these guys are just doing exactly what they are. Like, and talking to them, like, just feel so comfortable being here, right? And that's the good thing. Once you're in LAN, you can focus on your game. You're out of the comfort. You're here, you're on equal rights with everyone. And if you are on a worse PC at home, if you're kind of used to bad ping, you're here in LAN, it feels amazing to play. And you could see that for Amiga yesterday. And if that is able to continue, they're going to need to have bigger days than they've had so far to kind of be into that 125 to 135 area that I predict that is going to be the 5th to 6th place cup.
Yeah, and we'll see if anybody's going to be picking them in the Pick'em Challenge.
Yes.
I think they'll be a little bit lower down the ranks because there's some big names that obviously you can pick along for and get yourself some esports points as well. And then when you get those esports points, you can convert them into lovely prizes in-game. Ooh.
Yes, so make sure you pick those. Or you could wait until you see what teams are in the final. So hold on to horses a little bit.
Yes.
That's my strategy.
Yeah.
We're going to be starting with Miramar today, though, here, James. Miramar is, for me, you know, it's always a great start to games here because we are starting a little bit more slower. People can get into things.
I feel like day 2 of a group stage, though, it is really a kind of crunch time, right? You've got DN Freaks, not exactly in the most comfortable of positions.
Yep.
You've got some other big names down there as well. What's your expectations for today?
For me here, like, if we don't see a DN Freaks coming in and coming in strong, we need to see a 50+ point. We need to see them in the 80 to 90+ area. If we don't see that, I will be scratching them off my favorites in the finals.
It's tough, especially with the last couple of lands. It has been difficult for them, but there's a great opportunity today to try and make that rise happen. It is time for day number 2 for Group A. Let's get it going here for PGC.
Start हो रहा है.
Mình đạt được cái cúp thế giới lần thứ 2.
For our PGC champions, the
Hoặc là những thành tích của mình nó sẽ bắt buộc phải tốt hơn, chứ không là những người hâm mộ người ta kỳ vọng quá lớn mà mình thất bại thì nó sẽ khá là buồn.
네, 이제 한번 세계대회 꼭 나가보고 싶다라는 마음으로 팀이 결성됐거든요. 그래서 이왕 온 거 좀 재밌고 즐겁게 하자는 마음으로 왔기 때문에 좀 즐길 것 같습니다.
我觉得我自己心态方面就是还是相对以前稍微好了一点，差了。然后团队的话，偏向就是相对于以前心态肯定还是会有所好转。我们队伍对
हाँ कोई बात नहीं, अभी भी टाइम है. क्या पता तुम्हारा प्लेयर हिट कर जाए, समझ रहे हो? अभी भी टाइम है, डोंट वरी. एक दिन मिस हुआ है, ज्यादा नहीं. बहुत सारे मैचेस है, 9 मैचेस है टोटल. 9 नहीं ज्यादा मैचेस है. देखो अपर ब्रैकेट मतलब ग्रुप स्टेज ए, ग्रुप स्टेज बी, उधर 3-6 हो गया. 6 दिन का मैच. फिर जो बॉटम स्टेज है, जो बॉटम 8 वाला का जो मैच होगा वो 3 दिन होगा. ठीक है, उधर हो गया 9. ठीक है, फिर फाइनल 6-12.
I'm not going to be taking care of my parents. If I'm not going to live with them and be around them, then I need to make them proud and I need to work out.
Я б хотів би, щоб нас запам'ятали як найсильнішу команду у файтах.
แข่งในประเทศไทยรู้สึกมีกำลังใจครับรู้สึกดีครับที่พวกเขาได้เห็นความสามารถของเราจริงๆครับแล้วก็เห็นด้วยครับที่พวกเราเป็นทีมม้ามืดผมอยากได้วินเนอร์ชิคเก้นดินเนอร์ให้มากที่สุดครับเพราะว่าอยากจะเห็นทุกคนลุกขึ้นมาดีใจพร้อมกันกับพวกเราครับสังกัดใหม่ที่ได้ย้ายเข้ามาเป็นในไบเทสเพราะว่าเราเชียร์มาตั้งแต่เด็กๆไม่มีแรงกดดันแล้วกันครับสนิทกันมากแล้วก็รู้จักเป็นพี่น้องกันก็อยากให้ผู้ชมได้เชียร์ทีม
I've been watching you for a while now. It's hard to find an Indian streamer playing PUBG PC. Keep up the good work. Yo, Adil, thank you. Adil. अरे यार मेरा दोस्त का नाम भी आदिल है. ठीक है, मैं उसको आदि बुलाता हूँ कभी-कभी. Thank you for joining. Good tournament. Yes.
I would say it sounds like we passed the game. Nothing left to win. For sure, we want to win this PGC hard. Make us want to win this event even more.
और क्या हालचाल, कैसे हो? मेरे ब्रो कैसे हो? काफी टाइम के बाद. थोड़ा लाउड होगा क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी है तो ऑब्वियसली मेरा माइक से ज़्यादा लाउड इनका वॉइस होना चाहिए. मैच चालू होगा थोड़ी देर में गाइस, तो स्टे ट्यून. स्ट्रीम को लाइक करना ना भूलना गाइस, ठीक है? एज यूजुअल गेम प्ले होगा टूर्नामेंट के बाद. I'm here and was curious about your real name. I think मेरा real name Instagram में है. अरे तो क्या ही करोगे यार, ऐसे भी मेरे को आयरन नहीं बुलाओ ना, क्या काफ़ी है. मैच 27 मैचेस 6-6-6-18. देखते हैं क्या होता है. ठीक है ना, एक दिन मिस हुआ ना रायन, चिल है. प्रोडक्शन अबे एरेंगल का ब्रिज था क्या वो?
It's time for day number 2 of Group B for PGC. A. Match'em, paper thin, taking you through
Group B?
everything.
Group A, na?
Group A, brother. Right. Oh, I got so excited.
I know. It's okay.
Too many groups.
Group A, भाई.
Just starting off the get-go. Well, we're talking about all these letters.
Hey, monitor साफ हुए पीछे देखो, थोड़ा साफ दिख रहा है.
2 other ones, an FN.
Yeah, I really want to talk about FN a little bit because I think that's the biggest surprise coming into
अबे शकल क्यों छिपाने लग जाती है बे?
the opening day, where a team that, you know, when Rex has been there, they've played pretty well. But I think part of their strategy, so this has been a pretty chaotic lobby compared to Group B, which was a very structured lobby, a very EMEA-controlled lobby.
Welcome to the stream. About that, and I 1000% agree.
Yeah, exactly. Group A is a little more chaotic. I mean, you've got teams like the Expendables in there who throw a wrench into everything because they play so different. But FN also playing very different, where they're happy to play a very late edge game, where they're happy to sit in some blue and watch to see what teams around them are doing. If they find an opportunity for third parties, they'll go for it. If not, they look for opportunities to make wide late wraps that have worked out really well for them, where they've been able to find some big open space for themselves.
Well, there's a lot of chaos in this one. Like, even Al Qadsia with these like 1-1 splits that they're kind of do. We've been seeing all of the hot drops that have been happening with T1 and how they're getting involved in all of that. This is a really intriguing lobby whenever we look at the comparison to the other one, because the other one's much more, I guess, static is a way to say. It's very formulaic, and it's good in that regards because the players have an idea on how they want to approach everything. And this one, there's like 5 different metas that are all competing against each other at the same time while also competing for drop spots. And then you throw in, I guess, squads like the Expendables that are just a bit more chaotic. We've seen squads like Gen G kind of suffer due to that.
Yeah, I think Gen G is not playing the game that I saw them play.
They're playing the game that Pio was playing yesterday in the glider.
No. It's a bit of a crash and burn for Gen G. You're absolutely right. I mean, so Gen G kind of playing a bit more edge, a bit more spread out when they were having success, kind of getting those second places and things like that. But when I was watching them, in particular during the VOD review here, they were like gunning for center circle sometimes where there was no hard cover, there wasn't a lot of openings. They're cutting in front of like 2 or 3 teams, so they're going to get sandwiched between a bunch of different teams and forced into bad decisions. So I think whatever they decided was going to be the meta coming into this for this lobby was wrong. They had a bad read on it coming into that first day. I expect them to change. Lakelow does a great job coaching that team. I expect them to kind of figure things out here today.
Kind of a squad that took me off guard given the performance and how well they were doing was Sharper. Sharper and really Earth, the way he was popping off, the squad itself was maneuvering through a lot of these firefights and really reading the counter moves that were available to them very, very efficiently, stepping into that. Of course, we have Namiga. The desk was also talking about how they were kind of a squad that was shaking up the meta. Well, they're in the right lobby to do so. We've got game number 1, and it is Miramar, starting off with the plane path down next to Valdemar, leading all the way up to Tierra Bronca.
Yeah, okay, so kind of an interesting plane path. It doesn't give you some access to some of the stuff in the north, but I wanted to touch on Sharper as well real quick. I'm glad you brought them up because, yeah, they got a little circle up yesterday. Okay, but
they also got a lot of team hate yesterday.
Yeah, but I will say the thing I was impressed with them was they played with confidence. Like, they weren't playing scared. They weren't just hunkering down, trying to turtle it out until the late game. They were really taking opportunistic fights. They were looking for their moments when they could capitalize and get points, and they did pretty well at it. So that's something I want to see more of from them, is just maintain that confidence.
One thing we did already kind of talk about FN Pochon, but Breakers has been kind of a standout in the way that he's just kind of stepped in very quickly, kind of adjusting to how LAN functions and how these internationals all come together. And of course, we've got our hot drop right off the start. It is Chuma Sarah battle time already, and it's a drop between both. Fighting this off the get-go. T1 has Ian down, but looks like they managed to find some shots.
Yeah, picking up those shotguns and some of those close-range weapons, really, really nice. Cold tries to go for the flank angle, but he's the last one left, whereas Ian, the only one dropped here for T1. They got the guns quick this time. A much better go of it in the warehouse compared to yesterday. A little bit of damage done there, but not significant. As Type is trying to find that extra angle as the flushes start to come through.
I mean, Cold is such a strong player, but he's so disadvantaged right now. You can see where he's even having to just go for some loot. Does Spot, goes for some Uzi shots, but doesn't have a lot of ammo, and any little bit that he uses is going to be just a massive problem, and JDG is eliminated. T1 picking up the points.
So look, if you want to criticize T1 for committing to their hot drops, they're good at them, A. B, they're still in 5th place in this lobby. So the thing is like, they can keep going for it. These other teams that are contesting them, JDG, 4AM, look where they're at. 14th, 15th place.
Respect to the fan that after a hot drop and JDG instantly going down, you still hold up the sign. That's a true fan right there.
You know what? It's crazy how many different teams I've seen represented here in Thailand. The fans here are just incredible. I can't say enough about how much I love Thailand for the fans.
They like their region, but they also just love the game in
Circle
general.
shift yes. South.
Sure, they'll have like their hometown
East.
team that they like, but almost all of them have like at least 2 or 3 from other regions that they like and they love to cheer for. And what's really interesting is whenever we get here, there's a wall right as soon as you come up the escalator. हाँ,
होता है कभी-कभी होता है.
Like cheer on.
दो टीम एक जगह उतर जाती है गलती से, कभी-कभी होता है.
I guess marked off area where you can put post-it notes and
मर गए तो
can write things that they want to say to players.
Usually क्या करते हैं टीम थोड़ा दूर भागती है फिर.
There's not a team that's just entirely ignored there. It's everybody getting something from somebody, and it's all like cheers and respect and love. It's great to see.
Exactly. It's why I'm always just thrilled to come here for any esports event, especially for PUBG, because everything is just so fun. They make the fans make it so fun. They're all coming up and talking to you before. They're so excited to be here. Get to see some live PUBG. With the literal best players in the world.
We had people come up and giving us fist bumps, like what, 30 seconds before?
Yeah,
we went
live?
I mean,
it's great.
Love it. All right, circle time. We've got GK that's an Impala that's going to be pretty centered up on it. Orchid's just going to be to the northwest of them, making their rotate. To the west of that, and the fields around Impala is going to be the Expendables. Southwest, Jin G's got to read on the circle and going to be getting there pretty early. And outside of that, everybody else outside the circle.
I'm pretty curious about Geekay in this circle. So they're a very edge-heavy team normally. They're really happy to be kind of one of those teams that forms a line on an edge and they're sort of leapfrogging each other into the circle, trying to cover each other, trying to look for fights, that kind of thing. Didn't go the best on day one, but I think there's still legs to their style, to their ideas, especially in this lobby. I think they just need to tighten up the screws on some of the decision-making. When are we going to go for those third parties? When are we going to make our big moves? Those could use a little bit of work. But other than that, obviously the results aren't there yet. They're still in 13th, but this lobby's so tight that you just need that one good game, and all of a sudden you're up in the top 5.
I mean, you're looking at 56, 55, 54.
अच्छा टीम है, मेरा भी तानवू है. मेरे में एग्जांपल का पैसा बजट नहीं हो रहा था, तो I have taken perfect kiss को लिया हूँ, जो भी है, perfect kiss,
38, 39,
जो भी,
then a 3-way tie at 33, and then just a 2-point line. This is just jam-packed. Yeah, Jin G is not doing the best down in 16th.
FN का एक बंदा है, क्या नाम है उसका?
One good game can put them back in the arena area around 6th.
Yep, that's just it.
It's crazy.
It's that top 5, right? That's all you're gunning for here. That's all you need to go directly to the grand finals and just avoid the bottom 3 if you don't want to, get sent home. But top 5 is what you're gunning for, and basically everybody's, except for Gen G and JDG, well, because they're out of this one, but 4 AM, you're one good game away from that top 5 almost. So that's all you really need to focus on right now. It's just kind of having a good day. There's the lobby's wide open.
And while JDG hasn't been necessarily having respect, they're tied with 4 Angry Men right now, and they're having to deal with hot drops galore, so they're at least finding some points. Very curious to see if they stay committed in the longer the day goes.
Yeah, I am curious about that too.
I
mean, for T1 now, you're starting to get to the point where you can play with house money a little bit, especially because they're so good on Tego and Rondo, where they don't have hot drops to contest with, that they still have the confidence.
Basically, top 3 team में से मेरा एक player
It's wild to think that 4 out of the 6 maps, 2/3 of our games, they're hot dropping.
हो सकता है भाई, मेरे को लग रहा है आज top fragger होगा आरामी. आज लिया नहीं ना उसको.
They win my heart for a lot of reasons, but they also make me nervous. That's one of the reasons it's kind of fun when we look at this lobby. No disrespect to the other lobby. This one just gets a little bit more wild, and
this is more our style.
I like it. I like it wild.
We both do. The crazier the circle is, the better time you and I are generally having. So yeah, this is definitely now Diffix had a really good day for Geekay. I will say that.
Yeah,
really played well.
In general, a great player.
Yes,
always a good fantasy pickup as a heads up to anybody.
Yeah, he's just so solid, man. I mean, he was on Navi. It didn't go the way they wanted, but still a very talented player. Star-Lord up in the air, and the rest of FN actually driving in from the northeast, like on the very eastern road. He's just doing scouting here. A little bit precarious to be doing this over a congested city, but we'll see if he can get down.
Look, he's just up in the sky. His name is Star-Lord. This is where he lives. This is what he is born to do, is try to dodge these out.
It's like watching a World War II,
I know, look at all of the tracers. There are, what, 2, 3 different teams that are taking shots at him?
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and make it a 4th. He's almost there. You can do it.
I mean, the funny thing is he's found some opening. I mean, the little kind of mini Impala up there is free, so I think he's done it.
And touchdown. There we go. Star-Lord, respect. Big scouting play, and the rest of the squad should regroup back behind him. We're talking about FN in a lot of regards just because of how phenomenal he played on day one, but Zenith himself also had an explosive series. And do you think that that's a trend setting coming out from that? Because Rex is the guy that we've been talking about a lot whenever we talk about FN. But Zenith was just popping off.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of it is they were able to put Zenith into spots where his natural talent shines, and his natural talent has always been a rifler. He's not as good with the DMRs. He's very talented up close and personal with rifles, and that's where we were seeing him pop off, right? He put him in those situations, and he's got a good chance to beat his opponents, and that was what he was doing. You know, it just reminds me of the old La Vega days when he was able to just lock down compounds by himself. Guy was absolutely crazy. So that's kind of a, you know, Rex is going to be good no matter what. It's just if you can get Zenith popping as well. Star-Lord and Breakers both had some moments. You know, Breakers is turning into a good glue guy for this team. Good support guy, often running around with Zenith. So it's looking really nice for FN.
Another squad that's winning my heart is Namiga. They've just kind of put themselves right in between FN Pochon as well as for Angry Men. They have a Sandstorm on top of them, but presently in that pack of a 3-way tie with IRONHIDE, Al-Qadsia, and them. See how they weather this first game as they have managed to put themselves in a pretty decent spot. We haven't had a chance to really talk about the fact that this has got a lot of water in it. So squads are leaning a little coastliney, but are expecting this to kind of shift away. A lot of our squads leaning north, hoping that this goes away from Los Leones, goes away from the fields, and moves into that kind of
fantasy league में participate करते हो कि नहीं?
There's a little bit more space to play around.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, the fields are less fun than others. Oh, Breakers.
That's dirty.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any hope there for old Gedrix. He is pretty in trouble. But this is kind of FN's, you know, like MO right now. Is they're, look how, if you can see the map, they're really spread out on it, and they're able to set up these crossfires and, you know, catch teams and players off guard.
Down next to Los Leones on the outskirts, we've got Al-Qadsia that's got T1 very close to them. Looks like both squads just trying to see if anybody's going to be around that Puerto Paraiso area and putting themselves in potential firing line. Sharper could be coming up back behind this, but there's a lot of options that Sharper could take.
Join कर लो अपने ही लोग हैं मतलब जो
already are a little bit more east, I'm sorry, as a pathing
पे रहते हैं active.
So timing's going to work out to
basically subscribers and viewers अपने.
Look, he's a young player. We don't know how much driving experience he has.
Is he old enough to drive? Is he in a flood scenario where we're not sure if he's old enough? Like,
that was, you guys didn't hear it. In the arena, that was the most
वो कौन था रे जो number 1 में player मैसेज लीव कर दिया
something.
फिर random बंदा आ गया उधर
north, so the math works out in where a lot of these squads were wanting it to go.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's not a big deal. We all hit rocks all the time in this game. It's
just in the game?
Genji team right
I mean, normally I'm, you know, trying to eat rocks because I'm dumb, but rocks.
Hey, rock candy's pretty good.
Rock candy is good. You're not wrong. Twisted here, just, you know,
सही time पे निकल
as always.
Bye. Fielding
so
set
good at is never overcommitting to anything. Speaking of overcommitting,
let's go.
Shots, and that's just gonna be roaming right next to him. Irina, I don't think was entirely expecting this, but Matosi finally goes down. Orca goes down. Once Irina made landfall and got their feet underneath of him, they managed to start spinning this back around. Nurin's taking a lot of damage, but has managed to survive. Flame just to the south of this. Looks like he's trying to set an angle, but the way the smokes are set, no good vision.
Yeah, this is
counter कर
a
दिया
tough spot to be in if somebody crashes you, because there's going to be other teams who can see this and get involved. So, in fact, we can see the Freaks, also the Expendables, because Duck Juice was the one who actually got the knock on the Orca. So Genji there just again, kind of taking spots. They were so early into this first circle, Matt, and I don't like where they ended up. You know, that half pipe is so precarious.
Well, everybody else was leaning north, and they were the squad that went fields. And I almost feel that's like they were thinking, okay, maybe the math will go our way, and we'll get a good spot over here, and the circle come over to the west. And they put themselves in a bad spot for a later stage. But even if the circle had gone to them, their defense just wasn't ready for Irina.
Yep, you're exactly right. This is exactly what I was worried about when I went and watched the VODs.
Where's he looking?
Irina, probably?
Irina.
I have to assume.
Okay. How good's the math? Just throw one out there to see.
Yeah, Clories, how good was the... oh, they're getting shot at, though, so they got to be a little careful. Don't want to stick around too long. Not bad, actually. That's
okay.
I mean,
where,
they might be. That's not too bad. But anyway, yeah, so for Gen G, just real quick, you know, they're kind of doing that playstyle that I'm not as big of a fan of for them. I think it's just not quite cut out for some of those center circle holds.
Heather?
Hackator कहाँ से आ गया बे?
Did he fall?
I mean, maybe a tree branch fell on him or something?
Was he parachuting in and hit the tree? I mean...
sorry, perfect is मेरा.
Did he fall out of the car? Did he hit the button?
So I do want to say that while we did see, we watched the Arena Gen G thing, it's the most Expendables thing ever to just kind of see a fight going on over there and being like, who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky.
मेरा तानू captain नहीं है, sorry
guys. They just
guys.
want to be involved in everything that's going on.
Well, yeah, and it's what makes them good. Is that they're always looking for opportunities, right? Like every moment of every game, they're not content to just sit around and lock something down unless they absolutely have to, like they do right now because they're in the middle of the field.
Okay, Gen G. What are you going to do? You've got Alcazia to the south of you. E-Arena still messing with you. T1's just made to make it inside the circle. Here's the Expendables kind of chilling. They're middle of the field, so they're pretty okay for the time being. New circle's going to pop in just a few. Up to the north, we've got a pretty wide split of teams that could bump into each other, so it all depends on where this circle goes, and it does end up going fields. Gen G is kind of kicking themselves, wishing that they managed to hold on to it, but keep an eye up into the northeast and potentially down into the southeast. That's going to be a couple of squads all roaming on top of each other.
Yeah, T1's in a really difficult position. Them and Alcazia, they might just have to take a fight. The problem is a lot of teams are going to have some view into wherever they end up, and Alcazia's trailing them.
They had to stop behind those hay bales just to switch out tires and everything else like that. Alcazia's wrapping right next to him.
उसका गाड़ी का स्पीड ज्यादा है.
To a compound, but it's not even in the safe zone yet. This is just a stop off to regroup. They're taking shots at Alcazia, and Alcazia is now roaming next to 17. If anything, now T1 has the opportunity to roam back behind Alcazia. But
nice tag.
Where's Alcazia even go? I mean, there is the compound that Twisted is playing at, and a bit of a like that. I think that's where we're going to see them go because there's not too much else over here.
Yeah, there's a couple dips around this compound that you can somewhat reasonably set up in. It's always a little bit dicey, but definitely the least bad of options there for Alcazia. And T1 now, I think you were maybe kind of hoping that Alcazia would dust up with somebody and you could make a move off of that. Instead, looks like they might be relatively safe. Ooh, a nice headshot there. But it should be A-okay for Perfectix, going to be able to get back into the safety of the rest of his team, I assume. And FN really fanned out around Furia, actually looking to try to pick them apart.
Furious being gate kept out by kind of FN, kind of 4 Angry Men. Sharper has also approached in from the north. They're very close to 4 Angry Men. It's the remnants of the truck stop teams. They have to make pathings. Kraken walking the wrong neighborhood. And Breakers yet again finding the shots.
He got lucky there. His peak showed just enough of his head into Kraken. Opted to go for the shot. You're right, that's not. But that alerted Breakers to his presence and gave him the opportunity for the quick peek there. That was a nice little play, reaction play from Breakers, but Kraken had heard him. He was waiting. He was looking. He had heard the footsteps. Just a little bit of unfortunate timing. Pulled the trigger just a bit too soon.
Opposite end of this circle, we also have T1 and Sharper. Looks like they're playing the edge of Cantera both, so they could be comfortable together, or they could end up going for a fight. We'll have to see how much Sharper wants to go for it. FN still keeping an eye on Furia for the time being, though. This is kind of the catalyst point where we can see Rex playing to the south of where Furia is going to be. It's going to be Zenith and Breakers tailing in back behind them.
Be a little revenge here attempted for Gen G with the mortars on the E-Arena, but E-Arena's got the happy feet. Keeping themselves away from it. Oh, that's ambitious, Rex.
Yeah, but he's got the information now to feed over to Star-Lord. Star-Lord has an angle. They can contain this. The rest of the squad's going to be coming in. But there's nice one. Back behind FN Pochon. They've got to be careful. If they get too caught up in this, they can suddenly find themselves getting caught apart from behind. But they finish it just too fast, man.
Dude, Rex is so good right now. That was so well played. He realized he couldn't take that 2-on-1 easily. Threw a close grenade, anticipating the push because the opponents were going to try to get away from that car. They were dead to rights if a grenade hits anywhere near it. He underhands it in front of him, gets that first knock, waits for the teammates to get there. That was beautiful.
Okay, this is Cantera. We've got T1 and Sharper caught up on top of each other. Nades rolling down very close to Sharper. They're committing into the res. You're on no life, but He's going to go for it and does manage to get his team member back up. Furia does get eliminated off screen while this is going on. T1 in control for the time being. Sharper just wants out. That's all they want to do. They want to get out of this point and they want to rotate away, but T1 is hungry. They started firefighting early and they are not done yet.
Dude, type is so nasty. And there's Heather with a nice headshot dealing with the difficult Escaluzia on the far end. He was the real danger man, and T1 is dissecting Sharper.
There's just nowhere to go. Jedi is so far away. He can't even get involved in this. Just to the south, Geeke is also trying to regroup on another dip very close to Al-Qadzia and Twisted's compound.
Man, oh man, what a push there. T1 needed some point, some way, somehow. Al-Qadzia in trouble here. Spyro gets lit up, though.
That's a hard approach to take. There's just not too many angles that are going to be too available. And this is just trying to defend the other section of Geeke to see if they can rally a bit. But Twisted's not even too caught up in this. They're more concerned with what's going on with T1 back behind him. That means that this is its own contained fight for the time being. Opposite side of it, we've got Gen.G as well as E-Arena caught up. E-Arena knew that they had the numbers advantage. They're just coming after Gen.G, not giving them any space.
Yeah, a good grenade there. Flame was trying to find a way to dodge it, but getting shot in the back by the Freaks made it pretty difficult. And now FN space on the edge starting to collapse. They already got a kill, or a knock, I should say, onto 4 AM earlier, who's going to be a team that they could try to contest with, or actually they're going to go towards Orchid's compound. That's a 2-2 split. That is a breachable compound.
Ambitious, they've got a roll, and while this is going on, 4 Angry Men is coming up right back behind them, so T1's going to find an opportunity, but they have to move quick. Because where they get into position, you can already see a couple of utility pieces coming out, 4 Angry Men collapsing. Just back behind this, where we're looking at with Pochon, T1, they've got a slower and steady approach. There we go. That's the one I wanted to see.
Yeah, so this has got to be quick for FN and T1. Both of these teams need to get on their horses and start driving forward because the blue is not going to be too kind to them in phase 4. So Reigning and going to be the point men here. Jedi, what can you do? And all going to dream. A lot of util to work with, though. He has a couple blue zones. Could stall out if he wanted. And some mollies.
But it's so hard. He's just managed to get a foothold over here. He knows that he's got a squad in front of him. Any shots that he takes is just going to alert anybody from Namiga that wants to see if they want to get involved in this as well. The contain angles are so difficult. He's just trying to stall it out, and it's just not gonna happen. T1 is just too bloodthirsty right now. New circle pops, and it leans northeast.
Okay. Not bad at all here for FN if they can hang on, but 4 AM starting to continue to inch. Now, T1 is starting to shoot into their backs, but there you go. Shen actually going to get into Star-Lord. The Expendables are going to be chilling. They have a pretty nice compound for themselves. D'Amiga, those are crashable. Those trailers are not the safest of structures.
This has now turned into an awkward position for Namiga because they have T1 behind them. They're not inside the circle. It's open field that's going to be in front of them. The Expendables are down south. There's not a lot of good real options to work with. Twisted still containing up back behind him. Wants to deal with Geeke before they make their wrap. Al-Qadzia is also still in the dip right next to him. So Twisted is oddly contained in the position that they were playing from that was so powerful a moment ago.
Yeah, Twisted needs those other two teams to fight. Meanwhile, FN starting to collapse there. Yeah, that pressure from 4 AM. Really nicely thought out time there by 4 AM, waiting for FN to make the move before they tried to third party that. Never really get a beachhead established.
This has just turned into a waiting game. Down to the south, we've got 17 that's just going to roll right into E-Arena. Easy pickup on shot. Spins back around, hoping the shield was going to be enough, but it is not. Multiple members for 17 down. Blue Ghost way on the outside of this. Jacob's already got the read on him, though. Last member up in Jacob. Can he keep himself alive? Nate connects, gets some damage, but doesn't take him down just quite yet.
Oh, the follow-up so close. How is he hanging on right now? Just by a thread, but that one's going to do it. Yeah.
It's, all right, Little Ghost, new problem. That's going to be the Freaks. They've heard this firefight. Little Ghost by himself. Spots it out. Nothing that they can do. Now Human, the rest of the squad, has themselves a foothold to play from. Back into Twisted. Now Al-Qadzia, as there's just nowhere either one of these squads can go right now. And Al-Qadzia just says, we don't want to deal with Twisted here. We're just going to go ahead and go. We're going to try to find something.
Yeah, I mean, your hope here is you can use these hills to cut off the Expendables angles and then take a better fight against Twisted. But, okay, it's starting off well for Cowboy.
Oh, but here comes Twisted. They just run right down into his face. Tries to say, nah, we've got to make our own plays in it, but it comes at a cost of time. Blue Zone back behind him. Al-Qadzia spins back around. They're right on the edge of the zone. Can they hold back Twisted?
Roth going to let loose with a molly there to try to keep him barricaded at the Blues' edge. And it is a very nice one. That's really well placed. And Twisted has to start chewing into blue to try to find these knocks to try to get their way forward. Alcazia, though, has some of these cars set up for a nice barricade. And then Twisted starting to collapse a little bit. Couple players left. They're going to go for a bit of a reposition, but I don't know if there's much they can do.
Yeah, they're just kind of trapped in that valley right now. And with the way that the cars are set, I don't even know how they can back themselves out of it too fast. Remember, this is an open circle for the most part.
For some reason.
So Twisted, even if they make it past Alcazia,
because they have the circle.
Deal with a new set of problems.
नहीं अभी टाइम है ना सर कितना टाइम है वोट करने के लिए 1.5 मिनट है ना सर्कल शिफ्ट देखते हैं
just shooting at everything that moves around them. Looks like Alcazia is just going to go ahead and roam out of this.
Yeah, looking really nice for the Expendables. T1 trying to continue this warpath they've been on. They're just wrapping all the way around the edge of the circle. They're up to 10 kills in this game. Time might be running out for them. Orchid has a great 2-2 split right now. I love that Orchid fanned out to keep the Freaks pinned down on that southern side. Raining going to be collected by Lurix.
Okay, but they're very far behind on the pacing for this circle. The Freaks are running in. They're trying to cut out Alcazia.
अपना leaderboard है वहाँ पे refresh करके देख लेंगे ना after the match.
Orchid can't make a move really until they deal with what's going on. The Expendables are just kind of eyeing everything tight. I mean, even if T1 goes down at this stage, 10 points and making it into the placement, all right, 10 kills and making it into the placements is just massive. If anything, this is really screwing up Orchid's timing on trying to find someone in the circle. It's going to be even Tanvu that gets the kill on the time. They don't even get it.
Yeah, no, that's a really phenomenal game from T1, no matter how you cut it. Alcazia in trouble. The grenade starting to connect. Rello connects and he's done. Roth, little bit of health left. Can you get another grenade far enough? Human's got 4 in the bag, so might as well let loose with a few more here. The IGL for the Freaks. Should be considering that. Tire's starting to get popped. Let's see, maybe the Expendables, I'm not sure, or maybe Namiga.
Namiga's got to make her rotate into the circle. Alcazia's got vision. The Expendables have vision. The Freaks want to go after Alcazia's Roth, but Roth is just trying to see how much he can contain and maybe see if he can steal another point. With everybody being kind of focused on Namiga, though, this has opened up Orchid with a couple more passing options.
मेरा कैप्टन था पिछली बार, but आज मैंने Twisted Minds का perfect को कैप्टन बनाया था.
Yeah, there's just enough hill cover for them to work with for now. So they've been able to get in, set up a firing line, try to deal with the last player of Namiga. They know Hello My Bad's out there, and they're trying to see if they can get the point. And actually, Tanvu sees Lurix just enough, so I don't think they're going to be able to take this one. I would assume Hello My Bad just dies to the blue.
How does Tanvu see every single person in this circle all at the same time the moment they step out of cover? It doesn't matter where they go. It's just like any squad that moves, I guess somebody else marks and Tanvu just goes, mine, my damage here, my damage over there. Okay, so here we go. Top 4 is going to be 3 squads with 4 still up, and the Freaks and the Expendables. Expendables have compound. Orchid's just trying to fight their way in, and Roth all by his lonesome, pretty close to the edge of the zone on top of it.
Yeah, poor Roth is really in a dire position. He does have a little bit of time, but I think eventually somebody's going to try to deal with him, or the circle might just force him out of that spot, really. I was kind of thinking maybe the Freaks would try to expend another grenade or two, but they want to keep those extras for this late game. We're going to go into that. Clory's with the bolt. Please, please. You can lead it just a little bit. Oh, not bad. Not a bad idea.
Somebody will eventually pop their head up enough. He wants it so bad. We want it so bad. There we go. Clory's spots out that one. And if anything, that's just going to really screw up anything Orchid.
देखो esports में K9 चला रहा है suppressor के साथ, ठीक है, इसलिए
timing is just all off for Orchid.
Suppressor को
now as the Freaks, I think a lot of this is going to come down is if you can keep Orchid from swinging down your direction, they're going to reinforce, try to go for more of a 2-2 split for now. You know, let the Expendables fight up on this northern side. Don't take any knocks. Don't let those bolts connect. If Duck Juice or Clory's hits, you know, that's a real problem because that'll open up a push for Orchid on those vehicles. I don't know if there's much DNF can do about this. That's a huge knock. It's the go time for Orchid.
Yeah, they've just got to roam down here as fast as possible. This opens up more for the Orchid roams down, finds a piece of cover to hide behind, and has vision onto the Freaks. The Freaks still have the ravine into the road that they can play. They're playing that lower section for the time being, seeing if they can try to hold back the Expendables, but they're starting to find themselves pinched with the cover points that we have. There's no real safe angle except for down in that road.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. This is really tricky. You needed to get there a little bit faster because the Freaks were able to get the res through, get the heals up. Mortars are targeted in Orchid's direction, too. So smokes are down. They're really trying to fan out, trying to cover as much space as they can.
I love this from Orchid. It's risky. They're all separated out, finding different points of cover. They can't res each other if one of them goes down, but that means that they have more firing lines and more control over the circle. The Freaks have had to surrender a lot of the control that they just recently had. The Expendables now starting to lean into that road, use it for cover to try to get away from Orchid. That's now denied that from the Freaks, and the Freaks are having to step on the side of the hill. Rob does finally go down. A knock before he goes, but if anything, that's not going to slow down the Expendables too much. The couple of pieces of training are just being so contested.
Yeah, and now the Expendables, who've been able to sit on their util for forever, start to lose Tanvu!
Yeah, Tanvu, I love it. Can he get some more damage out of it? Are we going to see the Expendables push off that? They want to get closer. Orchid is just playing the high ground and loving this.
Oh, man. The Expendables switch to the bolts, and they are putting them to good use. That's scary for Salute.
Look at all of those nades. Everything's being thrown at Salute. There is no point of safety over here. The Expendables want it all.
This is unbelievable stuff from the Expendables. They have just found a great timing to barrel down on top of the Freaks. Delwyn here going to get a stun to his face. That's going to buy a little bit of extra time, but you know, that's mostly to get this first aid off for DL. Everything else, though, for the Freaks going very awry.
It's just
इनका डबल ट्रिपल नेड एक साथ जाता है वही है
maybe Orchid gets involved, but Orchid's just content. Play the top side of the hill and wait. There are no reinforcements coming for you, Freaks. You're just going to have to shoot your way out of it. DL playing one side. Cumin already gets spotted. Tanvu again, man. DL already so low on life. Every peek around the side getting punished, but he at least gets a knock on one before he goes down.
God, they are just unbelievable. There's nothing the Expendables can't do. There's literally nothing. We have seen it all now.
Their name is the Expendables, so they're fine for sacrificing a player here or there to get knocked. But this has been interesting since Tanvu played so far away from this. He's still back next to their compound, so there are 3 different angles of approach for the Expendables to play from.
Dude, yeah. This is 77 in their wheelhouse, to say the least. This is how they love to play. Fan out. I don't know when they got good with bolts. I mean,
why not?
But why not?
Sure. I mean, Tanvu at 6 kills already, dude. This is scary. Orchid, you've got territory control-ish. You just have to be so careful on every single one of these angles. And look, there's no cover to play, so they're already dropped down. This has turned full stealth, full sneaky, and this is exactly the way the Expendables would want it to be.
Yeah, Delwyn gonna put his life on the line here to try to get closer in towards Orchid, trying to use some of the distraction that the other players are creating for him to maybe find that cheeky knock. They are going to get one. It's Tanvu again.
Dude, just doing it to everybody. Give this man a multi every single game, please.
I don't know if there's any way they can get to Magore.
Well, again, that's the way they were set up. They were trying to make sure that they had different angles to try to contain the Expendables. So every single time they lose one of these outlier solos, there is no chance for a res. And the closer and closer the Expendables get, it's just a chokehold on them. There's nothing they can do. Boost it goes down. Delwyn finally pops up. Delwyn goes down. But this is his southern approach. There's still multiple members for the Expendables now with cover control areas that they can play from and go for peaks from.
They're just unbelievable, dude. They are so good when they're dialed in. Things starting to go a little bit awry, though. Oh, never mind. Duck Juice comes there and finishes it all.
The Expendables are unstoppable.
Oh, my God. The way they play with such confidence, like the way they can just explode when they need to is unparalleled.
Well, it looks like there's just a method to the madness. It's these smart, hyper-precise movements like you were talking about. The other 3 members taking shots so Delwyn can creep forward and then he can get a sneaky angle onto one. That one knock opens up everything. The other members can run in. It is just so beautifully played.
Right, they're busy looking at Duck Juice or somebody else, and Delwyn's creeping up and he gets boosted. He gets the best player on that team, and it just starts to crumble for Orchid there. A really good game overall for Orchid. Love the way they held down that compound, the way they fanned out to keep the Freaks at bay. Good stuff from them.
Freaks made it into the T1 though, also on a terror of their own. Start ready to go and fight. That was just a crazy start to the day.
Perfect is Delwyn, Zenith, Blue. अच्छा, मेरा है perfect is है मेरा, फिर तानवू है, फिर Zenith है, फिर Defex है. आई होप गाइस मजा आया होगा पहला मैच में, काफी बढ़िया था भाई। मेरे को ये चीज अच्छा लगा कि लोग बोलते हैं देखो स्पोर्ट्स में सब DMR चलाता है, देखो भाई एक्सपेंडेबल टीम 2-2 कार 98 लेके पेल रही थी भाई, मजा आ गया।
The reigning, the defending world champions pulling no punches here, starting off day number 2 with a victory, and Tanvu might
पहला गेम
be
था
the
गाइस, अभी तो
greatest
और ऐसे
player
5
in the
गेम बाकी है,
world
मजा आने
at
वाला है
present.
तो लग रहा मेरे को।
What a performance coming out
डे
from
1 को
them.
किसी को पता
It's
नहीं था
a
किसका
win.
कैसा
Match
खेल
number
रहे हैं
7.
अभी। अपडेट
And it might be
काफी
one of the
इंटरेस्टिंग रहा
greatest games
पहला
of
गेम।
bolt action I've ever seen in my life. This guy usually farms with the DMR, but now
ऑर्किड
he
के पास
picks up
कितना
on
बढ़िया
bolt
सर्कल था, लेकिन
action,
पता
just
नहीं
puts
खेलने के लिए
everyone
रिज
on
नहीं था
their
उन पे।
knees. Freaks down, like down, knock
ऑर्किड भी काफी अच्छा
down.
क्लाइम किया
And then there's knee there. Tries to flush with the bolt action, hits the knee for 43 damage, enough to delay the whole push for Freaks.
पैसा का दिक्कत था तो
What a
वही
game. I saw that sudden shift and I was like,
जो मिला
that's
मिला ले लिए, देखते हैं।
should have been, but enough smoke.
कोई भी देख रहा है फैंटेसी लीग तो बताना जब रिफ्रेश हो जाएगा, थोड़ा देखेंगे सबका स्कोर देखेंगे, ठीक है?
And I like Expendables.
मैं दिखाऊंगा, इसलिए लॉगिन कर रखा
I like
सिस्टम
the
से।
chance of a back-to-back. I'm not going to lie. It's early days yet here, but it's a great performance by them. Shut up, you.
देखो तानू DMR चला रहा था, फिर K9 उठा लिया।
And the circle like this, with that kind of compound, with the actual kind of utility
ये वाला
that they have
headshot
available
भाई।
to them, it was a showcase of what
आज
this team
DL
can
मारा
do
है।
from a location like this. Team Orchid, do you feel like they were a little too passive on trying to deal with what was going on the West, or what are your thoughts?
So when you have the circle, you're supposed to aggressively defend it. This way where they're too much in the stomach, it's not TP, like you have no information coming in, you let Delvin crouch and prone way too close to you. And that opening that they're able to get, you know, the other guys kind of run a little bit, get some space. That opening that he gets, that Delvin gets, and I love it, especially as an IGL for Delvin,
ये कौन है? ये
putting himself into this kind
राइट में जो
of
चश्मा हिला
danger
रहा
zone spot. Opens up the whole game for them. Obviously, a knock as well with the bolt action from the distance, not being able to get more guards massive. But that was just so smart play here for Delvin.
Yeah, from some of the pundits, there was some question marks around Expendables throughout the year a little bit, but the question I have on my mind is, are they peaking at the right time at 2025? It's 22 points going the way of the Expendables, as they will be pushing themselves into first place in the group to get things rocking and a-rolling. Second place from this game, in terms of point overall, T1 after the hot drop, that excites me because they have more hot drops on the way.
T1 के kills देखो भाई, 10 kill भाई.
That's the scary thing, right? We're playing 18 games, sure, but how long are you supposed to be committing to these hot drops?
Placement points सिर्फ 2 मिला, मतलब
if you get bottom 3, your group, you are literally, your room is cancelled, you're put on a plane and you're going home.
Gone.
You're gone, right? So you're supposed to try to, for your best here, especially you're also supposed to try to survive the groups here. But T1 looking good. I like Type. He able to get 4 kills from that. Surviving the hot drop, they're all 4. Getting into kind of the later stages of the game, getting double digits at this point is going to have an impact. That's actually going to put them in 4th. And look, as I talked about, our mid-pack, James, is just so close. Even GK on 14th, we're talking only 15 points up to 5th place. Like, it is reasonable within one game to get 10 spots improvement here.
ये देख रहे हो इनका
Obviously, we've talked a lot about those
सबका
top
पॉइंट देखो
3 teams
पर
here.
आसपास
We
ही
just
है
mentioned about T1.
थोड़ा अच्छा गेम खेलो ऊपर चले जाओ
I think that's great here for the Americas as well. We didn't in Group A get much chance to talk about Al Jazeera as well as the Americas, but they're sitting in a decent position. As you say though, the only problem is that mid pack is so close to one another, right?
And if we see, and like it's likely, I honestly really doubt we're not going to be able to see both Expendables. Twisted Minds, especially if Potion is kind of under rafters. We've seen them have fantastic days before, but then the other days kind of slacked a little bit for them. They need to have 2 good days and 1 decent day to be able to keep a top 5 spot. I think realistically we're going to be looking at 1 or 2 spots that's up for grabs, looking at performance so far. And you know, we're only 7 games deep. When we're done with our 9th game, we're going to have a lot of kind of interesting stats. We're going to be halfway through. We're going to have, you know, a halfway point where we look at, say, you know, okay, these teams are so far ahead right now that they only need kind of
चलो देखते हैं leaderboard.
And knowing Expendables, knowing Twist that they're going to continue at such a pace that no one else is going to be able to catch them.
I sort of already came into day 2 of this group stage thinking to myself, maybe eventually, where the top 5 spots, maybe there's only 2. Because as you say, I don't think those 3 at the top will slow down. If you look at FMPochon in this game, they got a few points here and there. Not too many on the board, but...
And that's the crucial thing. Even in your bad games, if you can maximize, if you can salvage, if you can get a few kills here and there, if not even placement, just 3, 4, 5 kills in your games you're not winning or not getting good placement points from, that's where the important thing is, especially over a set of 18 games.
All right, well, let's get going then. Thank you very much, Avenger. We have game number 2 on the way. It's excellent to see the Expendables already rising to the occasion. Day number 2 here for Group A. Let's move on to Miramar once again and the casters.
अरिंद्राज शायद 9 साढ़े 9 बजे के बाद.
Game 1 was a banger. Let's see if we can follow up with game number 2. Plane path way more southern this time.
Oh boy, yeah, this plane path is not kind to some of these teams.
Yeah.
So it's going to be alt drops. This could be one of those scenarios where there's another unintentional hot drop besides the one that I'm pretty sure is going to happen in Chumasera again. But beyond that, maybe you're going to get a couple teams near resort. I have seen on some of the maps that could be the alt drop for a couple different squads. Potentially, we'll see.
Total point
squads.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this could be another scenario where I think things are going to get spicy, but then they just don't. Other than this, of course.
Yeah,
करना था previous में भी करना था, but अब से करेंगे. देखो, as a community हम लोग करेंगे. छोटा सा group बना के chill मार के करेंगे. भले ही watch party ना हो, करेंगे. Fantasy रहता है तो देखने में मजा आता है. इसका player कैसे खेल रहा है सब ध्यान रखते हैं.
T1's got a little bit further of a track to go in, and looks like they're all just jogging for drop locations. T1 full wolf pack next to each other. Hope the loot's good, otherwise it could be a problem.
But yeah, they're in a precarious position. This is a nice change up from JDG in terms of getting a little bit of high ground, able to give yourselves the ability to fan out. Already saw a bolt in one of their hands there. That's a great gun in this scenario. You can back it up with like an AK, some of that stuff. We're going northeast with the circle. Not going to be the craziest of circles off that horrible play path. But for now, JDG content to just try to loot up. But look at Raining.
Do it.
The VSS and the Panzer.
Dude,
I love this.
I'm just
Ravi Vishnu दिख रहा है रवि भाई का.
Built chat so hard with that weapon combination.
रवि का 48 points.
Alcadzia apparently has a goal, and that goal is 7-7. Rello takes down D, but they do get 7-7 in the end. They should be able to also get D back up.
This is definitely a map read. This is a kind of something that Alcadzia definitely saw in the VODs.
Did they just blood sacrifice D so that way they could take down 7-7? It felt that way.
Yeah, why not? You know, that's kind of what you got to do with the rookies. You got to haze them a little.
Yeah, hey, stand right back behind the Panzer.
I need you to stick your head in front of this Panzerfaust.
It makes the Panzerfaust work better. I promise.
Just look at it. Yeah.
Just like put your hands right back behind it, funnels in and makes it go faster.
If you hold on to it, it'll be like you just carry it with you. You'll go rocketing.
You get some of the points for the kill. I promise.
Oh well, all's well that ends well. But that right there definitely screams to me that they've been watching the way 17 drops. That they always send one player out somewhere in one of those compounds around Picado, and that you can pick on 17 a little bit. But the good news for 17 is you're probably going to be able to get the blue chip if Alcadzia doesn't destroy it.
Cold wanting to cool down this hot drop a bit more. This is a much more technical drop, as we've seen them get a gun, retreat, get to the high ground, so that way he can feed the information over. And look, he's already spotted out the T1 line. He's going to be able to use that, get that information over to his teammates, and they could really see if they can at least rally some of this Chumasera situation, or at least just get looted and get out. I almost feel like JDG would take a moral victory in that. Not even fighting T1, just getting something and being able to go on their merry way.
Or if you can at least hamper T1 enough that they're not going to go and then, rack up 10 kills and get placement points to boot, put themselves into 4th place overall, currently in position to go into the grand finals directly. Like, this could not be going worse for JDG right now in terms of where we sit right now. Now, who knows, in this game, maybe JDG ends up winning this fight, and it's a little bit more of a feels-good man.
At least it's not as going as bad as Gen G.
You're not
Which
wrong.
Is interesting considering who is it the T1's hot dropping again? What are the squads? We've got JDG on one side of it and
4 a.m.
and the other one. Where the
they're not doing so good.
Yeah, that's.
I
feel pretty good about it. They're also going to feel pretty good about that angle. Oh, T1. Wow, JDG had information and they thought they could make something happen, and T1 reads it and kills them.
And they still have a Panzer floating around here in case there was a follow-up. Good luck. I mean, they tried to catch him off guard, but you know, you have that AK right there, and it gets that first knock. Then you got the backup, and forget it.
No, guys, don't crawl towards Cold to give away his position. Don't do it. Don't do it.
And now look at T1. They're on the hunt. Ooh,
nice.
hold though. Okay, got the knock with the AUG. Raining didn't have the Panzer at ready.
Oh, peek it again. He wants you to peek it again.
Miss.
I don't know if that got much damage or if any at all.
A little.
A little bit. Cold's good. He's still got December the 12th as well. Looks like they're trying to go a bit more pinched. Heather might have a read on that, already trying to wait for it to see if anybody crosses. And
ooh, the timing, though.
Direction, yeah. This is all going to be about PUBG timing if Heather spots it or if he looks away at the wrong time. Cold gets spotted. I think Heather spots December 12th. There you go.
Yeah, this fight should be just about done at this point. I mean, Cold's going to have to pull out a miracle. I don't see any teams trying to third-party this. Okay, that's a decent start, but no overcommit from T1.
Cold's just playing for himself at this stage. Get a point, get something. Find some way to make this not as bad as it feels. And Cold, it just feels bad. You can see it's full stress. He has no idea where anybody's coming from. So outnumbered. Everything feels open. Smokes are starting to dissipate. He doesn't even get to take a shot back, really.
This is starting to get brutal.
Yeah, this hurts.
I mean, that's another clean wipe for T1 with plenty of time to do something more in this game. I don't know what's going on with Gen G.
Just don't go near the Expendables, Gen G. Leave them alone.
They're just not reading situations well at all. This one, strange to me. Just rolling up right next to the Expendables. I mean, I understand the Expendables aren't impossible to predict, but they're just really not doing a good enough job with their scouting, with their kind of read of the maps. Everything seems to be going wrong.
Yeah, and like, not trying to pick on Genji, I can't quite figure out what the goals that they're after sometimes. And there might be something that they're trying to figure out something for themselves, but it feels like they just keep putting themselves right into a meat grinder spot, and it's just so hard to fight your way out of those spots.
The only thing I can think, and I talked about this earlier, is that they had a read coming into this tournament on what the meta would be and how they could play around that. Look at the car goes flying too. Ripperino. But for Gen G, I mean, I have to assume it's just a bad meta read, and they're just not kind of figuring it out.
It also kind of sucks because we were seeing a bit of a resurgence for Gen G. Right? We're looking at some of the different events throughout the year. Whatever was working suddenly just stopped.
Yeah. Well, again, I think it's a very different early game methodology that's hurting them, where they're not being diligent enough. I think they're taking gambles on some, you know, kind of reads in the middle of the circle and things like that. But let's hear from Bean, see what he has to say about it.
대회 초반이라 게임 분위기를 잘 못 읽었던 것 같고 첫날 치러보면서 좀 얻어간 게 많은 것 같아서 남은 날은 좀 잘 마무리할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 뭐 사실 전략의 변화는 크게 없을 것 같고 그냥 오늘 했던 거 잘 피드백하면 데이 2에서는 좋은 경기력 가지고 올 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yeah.
You guys just saw, you didn't see me and Paper just kind of look at each other and be like, so what's your take on that?
Yeah, no, I hope he's trolling. What? You took the ammo, but you didn't take the gun? Get the gun! Oh, it's on the ground.
Yeah, okay.
There it is. Okay, Lou. You had me.
I
was gonna have to become a Lou hater if you didn't take it. You gotta take the AWM.
Do you think did somebody else maybe just see it and left it over there for
That could be. That's probably what happened. Yeah. They're like, well, I'm taking the armor. You can have the gun.
Can somebody give one to Delwyn after the way he was hitting those shots in the last game?
All of the Expendables. Everybody on the Expendables was just banging.
Yeah, but then there was Tanvu with a bazillion and a half kills in a game.
Well, he is the best player on the planet right now, in my opinion.
That's all you can really say. And get also one of the nicest guys.
Oh, the whole team. Incredibly nice dudes.
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
Story mode
It's just
खेलेगा
like
ठाकुर
they
बुक
bring
को
this energy around them. Like, you see them whenever they're playing and the cameras, they're all like cemented in and serious.
हाँ भाई
But
ये
if you
वाला
get a chance just to bump into them, they're just always like laughing, joking around. There's always a joke to be made and always a smile to put on somebody's face. You know, they're just super nice guys.
Yep, exactly. I mean, Tanvu, he's shown us that he can do anything. Just literally anything. I don't know what more that the Expendables has in their back pocket. It seems like they're always finding new ways to surprise.
How about take it from the group stage into the grand final?
Yeah, please.
This strategy works really, really well, but once the lobby gets a bit harder, these wider splits that they do, the things that work here become exploitable, and they do become a bit more expendable at that stage.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think it'll be tougher for sure, especially with the way that Group B is looking and so the EMEA-heavy stack at the top of that group.
I think you hit on an interesting point. It's really the Expendables game right now is, can they make the lobby play like them, because then they can win, or can somebody else slow it down?
What in the world is that shift on phase 2?
Okay. Sharper, great position. Looks like they're going to go right up along the coast. Genji's just going, man. Just try to find something. GK on the other side. Dipback's not going to even let him get onto the stairs.
It's just going bad to worse. Everywhere Genji goes, there's players there waiting. They're happy to collect these points. Diffix was going crazy. Bean finally shows up, puts an end to his reign of terror. But guess what? The rest of GK's arriving.
Okay, Bean, see how the strategy works out. You're outnumbered, but you might be able to turn it. Does get the knock on a 1. He's taking a little bit of damage. Goes for the shotties. There we go. Genji finding something.
Okay, never mind. They're trapped there with Bean. Not the other way around. I thought T1 might think about third-partying that. Instead, they're busy dealing with 17, Lil Ghost. Maybe they didn't see T1's parachutes. I don't know. But they went for that. Maybe thought they could catch him on a timing or something. Instead, they're going to start paying the price. They're losing players left and right. Human, though, getting lit up by Furia. And they're hunting him down, it looks like.
17 was in some trouble until Furia took those shots at the Freaks. That was a very dangerous approach that they were going for, and at least managed to stop off kind of. But 17 hearing those shots has gone a bit more west. That's going to put them pretty close to where a couple other members for the Freaks are at. They've got to be careful. With the way that this terrain is set up, teams are just going, okay, we've got to go for something along this coastline that's going to be playable. It's worth the fight now rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is such an unbelievably awful circle shift that you're left with bad options as the outside teams. Do you try to make a wide wrap to see if you can maybe get to a side of the circle that nobody was at? Do you just go for points? I think going for points is absolutely a fair call in a situation like this. Like if Twisted Minds just wanted to, start getting aggressive, just go for third parties, like that is 100%, I think, what they should be doing.
Summon your inner T1. It's just points time, baby. Who cares about placement points? We just got to get those kill points, and most of the teams in some form of safety. I mean, PWD's pretty safe.
Not as safe as it gets.
I mean, I don't even know, like, how would you even get damage onto him at this point?
I don't know.
Everything is safe.
Yeah, you can see he's just,
Oh, Namiga don't. There's like one angle with the rocks that he can look down. You can see it in front of him.
Yep.
Gedrox, please don't walk through that one spot. That would be such a feels bad.
It would. He'd just be dead. He'd have no idea. That would be unfortunate. Delwyn doing a little bit of damage here as Alcazia is finding a nice angle. They did a good job scouting this out.
Yeah.
I saw them wrapping around through the fields, and they're going to open up a little bit extra space for themselves, get into a little bit of safety for now. It could be a little tricky to get out of there, but actually they open up a wide rotation to the coast if they absolutely need to. So I don't mind this at all for Alcazia. I'll be curious to see what their ideas are off the back of this, but actually I think they can pivot pretty well if they need to.
Yeah, they've got the road, the coastline. Even if they have to, they can wrap along the fields. So they've got tons of options with the amount of water that we still have. And this is phase number 2, and this feels like such a tiny, tiny circle.
Alcazia का एक बंदा सर्कल के बाहर है, इसलिए blue दिखा रहा है.
No, chat. It's not happening. Don't worry. But this is odd because down to the south, it's a lot more contested. FN Pochan's got some control, but I mean Sharper, the circles just followed him, man. They're happy. They get their coastlines. What do you want? This is time to fight.
This is going to end by the road.
What do you think? 20 people left after the circle, maybe?
Yeah, about that.
There's just nowhere to go.
I mean, like literally teams are going to have to just force themselves onto the coast, whatever little dips they can find. Everybody else, I mean, again, Twisted, if just start fighting. I mean, I think that's absolutely the right play here. Look for those opportunities.
17 wants nothing to do about what's going to happen in the West. They're hopping in vehicles, just hoping that they can run by it all. T1 might spot out some. Oh, no. E-Arena, the timing on this is terrible for their rotate.
I don't know if Shen realizes if he's put the pieces together. He's watching another car drive by, opts to go to try to combine fire with the rest of the team onto that one. They might have popped the tire. They did.
Yeah.
Oh, bhai, headshot lag chuka hai.
Is that hay bale going to be enough?
No.
The car hasn't stopped. There's another hay bale. Oh, okay. He's fine for now with an Astros on it.
I got a little golf clap out of the crowd, too. I like that. It's like, hey, you didn't die. Good job.
And T1 close to each other, but Tulin's down. Ian's going to get that one easy, but he's down in the valley. Easy shots for Perfectix.
Yeah, I mean, 1 for 1 for each team.
Captain Mara.
Just giving each other points. Twisted and T1, you're sitting pretty on the leaderboard, so not the end of the world for either squad. Obviously, T1 already raking in tons of kills, 6 in this one. Twisted would love to get a little bit further into this if they can. They're getting danger close to Freaks territory. Salute in Heaven going to be the ones closest to this, but they don't have angles into it yet.
Oh, Orchid. Due South, they actually do have a path.
Example down ho gaya.
Salute does spot out example. That's
spoke too soon.
That's going to be kind of how this goes. How cooked is the nade?
Nade nahi, thoda galat gaya nade.
It's going to be a little bit of a recessed hill. It's going to have to bounce and roll down through. So
it's too far.
Twisted does retreat. The Expendables are roaming back behind this. Duck Juice is actually out of his vehicle and has spotted this. He's taking shots into the backside of the res. How are the Expendables in every firefight?
Because they are so good at reading the maps, reading the kill feed, understanding what's happening where, when, and why, and what they can do about it. I mean, they're just so smart. It's crazy.
That's so frustrating because I think Perfectix just went to go res.
सर्कल ही नहीं है, मतलब प्ले एरिया ही नहीं है खेलने के लिए, तो बंदे मरेंगे ही ना भाई.
Nemiga playing close.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily blame him. That's where you got to go. Expendables rolling forward. Delwyn going to be the point man at the top. He does go down. Corey's going to be back behind. Tanvu just kind of taking shots at anything that shoots at them. DL seeing if maybe he can get a knock onto the Expendables, but a lot of damage coming out. Of course, it's Tanvu that hits him for 57.
Yeah, nice. Nice spray from Heaven on that first car. Yeah, this is going to end somewhere near Furious compound. It feels like almost for sure for the Freaks now. They can just keep these edges clean. They're going to give themselves another good opportunity to get deep into a game. Miramar has been a map that has absolutely plagued the Freaks this year at all the PGSs. They have really struggled. But here today, seems like kind of a safer, more steady approach. Has been netting a profit. 7-7U are they're just screwed.
Nothing you can do. Just send it. Get something out of it. Tries to roam up, and it's Furia on defense. Can't spot. Oh, almost overlooked that Gizera. I mean, that's a big gun. Easy to spot. Like, you know, somebody can kind of hide out in that little location for it. Spotting out the Expendables and trying to rotate forward. Looks like they want to jump on the other side of Furious compound.
Yeah, he runs out of bullets, though, so can't really punish them the way you would like. Duck Juice spun out. He gets him tagged a bit. Orchid returns the favor there. Boostic clips a little bit of damage into Gumin, but nothing really too dangerous. Meanwhile, oh, we've seen this before, Matt.
Yeah.
We have seen this before.
I want to give a shout to the players. I thought in this last circle we would be down to like 20 people. That's what I said going in the circle. We're still at like 46. These guys are finding ways to survive, and it doesn't feel good, but somehow we are just getting this circle clustered with people.
Well, you've still got about 15 players outside of the circle. Just look at Batu, though, man. If he survives and gets like placement points again.
Here comes again. Type.
Oh, God heaven, man. Oh. And he got the knock and kill on a Delwyn too, dude. He is.
अबे ये लोग चार लोग एकदम पिकनिक में आएंगे, चार लोग तो घूम रहे हैं एकदम.
Just Orchid 4-man stack. Hey, there's a dip over here. Nobody's in this area though, so. With the kind of the firefighting that we've seen coming out from the Freaks and the Expendables being more aggressive in their rotate, they managed to steal something away. South is a lot more congested, so Alcazia is just going to use this bit of a hill along the road to try to get away from Sharper, but that puts them next to Nemiga. They manage to round past that. They're running right into the center of the circle, but Tulans is already in the center. He could find himself with some company real fast.
Okay, they're actually going to take a little bit of the dips, but yeah, Batulin's in trouble. Oh, Escaluzia still kicking.
Oh,
takes down Rello. He's got a pan.
I know. He's got a pan. You got to hold on to it.
If he gets a kill with this,
I dare it.
It's just
I just want to know, are they going to even go for it? Cowboy, let's try to smoke it off. They want to get their friends back together. Batulins, can you just ruin somebody with this? This is going to be hilarious.
The funny thing is he actually could have like run into that other shack and like bonked Cowboy while he was throwing smokes, but obviously that's
there's too many of them now, Batsu. What do you do? Look at the focus on this man's face. He hears
Is
it.
Furia going to keep him out of this thing, though?
He hears it. He hears it. Ah, take it to the face. Punchy punch. No! Batu, you're the hero in my heart, though.
भाई से मारा है भाई
Radha's pissed. Radha's like, what is that?
You know Roth had a neuron heart attack. It just nailed him in the face.
Oh my.
All right, we got the Freak Salute got knocked. He's out way out in Narnia compared to the rest of his team. And Gen G's still in this game, actually, despite those early woes they had because Bean went friggin' nuclear earlier. But
I feel bad for Lou. Lou doesn't even get to have fun throwing pans at people's faces. He's just stuck out in the blue right now.
See, this is what frustrates me about the Freaks on this map is they send players out into areas that are dangerous, and then they lose, a player when they don't really need to. They had no reason that they needed to give up. They have so much circle control, and then they send Salute down there, and he gets picked off. It's just things like that kind of make you scratch your head a bit.
Come on. Oh, nice.
Breakers, of course. Spotting out Lou. That's going to be a nice knock. This has gotten a bit more clustered than I was expecting. 4 Angry Men going to be roaming right next to E-Arena, and they're trying to step into the circle. 4 Angry Men just sends it, prays, hopes they can get something. DL's hoping that he can get something off of this nade as well. Peeks around the other side, reads it perfectly.
Yeah, nice pre-fire there from DL. Knowing his opponent was going to be wrapping the other side, just held the trigger down. Knew he had a little bit of help and a little bit of cover. FN, this is what they love to do. Fight on the edge, kind of wait out the blue as much as possible. Start taking good fights. Star-Lord breaks it open.
Breakers take some damage. Opans wants this. Right along the blue zone wall, pops up. Wrong timing. Opans punishes it.
Yeah, he just was already so weak there. Had to go for it. Couldn't connect anything. Got players out in the open there. Opans catches a little bit into Zenith, but could not get the knock as Lou still doing stuff for Twisted. I mean, man, they can just hold on a little bit longer. Could get into placements.
It's such a hard battle, but maybe he can do it. Nice. Evan Pochan, not one to relent any points around them. Zenith does go down. That's actually going to be Cowboy. From behind is getting a lot more dangerous. E-Arena now getting harassed by Namiga. This Namiga is coming in from the south. Looks like they're going to just kind of compress right onto E-Arena. Alcadzia is actually leaving the Batu shacks. They're running after FN and E-Arena, both realizing that there are some points. This is just a focal point. It is going to be Lyrics that does finish it off, but he has too many people in company right next to him. And now Alcadzia is going to run right into Namiga in an outnumbered fight.
Yeah, they didn't realize that Namiga was going to be pushing on the other side of this hill. Cowboy at least gets one, takes a ton of damage. Now D has to step up to the plate, see what he can do.
So many nades prepped. He's got a lot of information, but there's just too many targets. Tries to line in. D down to 1 HP. Blue zone back behind him. He can't really stop. More utilities just being thrown on top of him. Namiga doing a good job of trying to rally after getting pounced on.
This is just a little unfortunate for Alcadzia. Wanted those points so bad, but so did Namiga. Oh, you catch him going for the res!
So much damage, but Namiga now starting to have to limp their way into the circle. Cowboy wants to see if he can finish the job. There's more points over there for him. 5 right now. Tries to go from some peaks down. A couple of jukes between. Cowboy still continuing to line in more, and Namiga down to just 1.
What was that, Cowboy? A little bit of a head juke there, but not going to be good enough. Leash had the health advantage, had a stun that had to be turned as well. So nice work there by Namiga. They're going to collect a lot of points here on this edge and actually have the ability to get into this next circle potentially. It's going to take a couple smokes, but they can get into that shack that Alcadzia had left. It's wide open.
Furia's got themselves a compound in the circle. The Expendables have a compound in the circle. To the west, it's going to be Orchid. To the southwest, it's going to be the Freaks. And then the due south is going to be Sharper, while Namiga is trying to get their meds back up in order before they have to cross in from the east over a road, open territory with a hillside on the other side of it. That's going to be hard.
It's not fun, but it could be doable here, actually. There's a little bit of a dip here you can use as a staging area real quick to, again, get out some of the smokes, get some of the util, get the heals up, and be ready. Looking down at the Freaks at the bottom, yeah, they were trying to gatekeep Sharper a little bit here on this edge. You can see it's a wide open field underneath, but Sharper has enough room that they can maneuver around it a bit. Now it gets a little bit dicey for the Freaks because they're getting closer to some of these other teams. However, they have a little bit of space, but you've got Orchid above.
Yeah, Orchid with those rocks, and now they're going to have Sharper's Thunders behind them. This is just nowhere you can really go. Shin's not even opting to like look this direction, as so just kind of hiding out right now. If anything, he could pop off depending on how Sharper wants to come after this. Freaks, nades so close. It's going to be enough to finish off Human, and Orchid with the high ground. Sharper back behind Freaks. They just feel trapped, and they are.
Yep. Now, this is the consequence of having to go and deal with Gen G underneath them. They ceded this space to Orchid essentially because they had to do that. So it's the knock-on effect of some of those kind of overextensions that they had earlier. It's not the end of the world for the Freaks. They're still doing okay in this game. I mean, 5 kills, you're getting placement points. If you could survive a little bit longer here as DL, that'd be great, but I don't think Orchid has any intention of letting him do that.
Yeah, they've already got 2 members close range, shifted down the hill. They know that they've got control on this avenue. There's like a dip that they can kind of run down into. DL is just a matter of time. It's going to be Sharper that actually takes it away. Sharper is now going to be more free to play over in the east. Namiga is now made it to the road as well, and they don't want to cross it. Shin wants nobody from the Sharper to come after them and is thanking Furia for taking the shots at Sharper.
Yeah, Furia just can chill. They don't need to do too much here. They've been able to take these compounds early, been sitting in the center of this circle for quite some time after it hard shifted over to the water. And just going to need to lock down, keep Namiga out. But the problem is you got the expendables above you. And you know they've got something in store for you. You know, a C4, who knows? Oh, here we go, though. Namiga starting to get cut down.
It's just a crossfire situation. Orchid got some vision on them as well as Sharper. Sharper now has an opportunity to try to get into the circle. Let's not forget about Shin. Danger close to him. They don't know. Orchid's got that one member. Magori very far into the south. Also something to keep an eye on. To the north, the Expendables do have to path into the circle. How are they going to go? Fury is just beaded in right now, down onto Sharper and Namiga both. But Orchid, looking at Namiga, has kind of cut off the Expendables' path. So the Expendables don't have a path to get in this the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, well, they're just going to try to finish off Namiga. Ooh, Tanvu actually takes the worst end of that for sure. Got headshot.
2 used to bolties.
Yeah, dude, put him back and get him back. Probably would have won that battle if he had a bolty. Just saying.
Duck Juice frustration taking out tires. Seeing what they can get. Namiga has to go, and oh god, look at how low their health is. And they just have to send it down into Sharper. Sharper was getting in vehicles at the same time. Easy layups. Sharper just makes it look clean. Bouncing between this rock. Spots off in the distance. Just nothing Namiga can do.
Yeah, tough spot to be in for sure. And now Furia getting involved onto Sharper. They revealed their presence, and Furia has 5 kills already. Man, Earth is just going crazy this week.
Earth's just going nuts. These guys uphill, no fear, just taking down threat upon threat. We do have an interesting situation for us. I was going to say, Shin has got a bit to a danger spot. He is going to go down. Magori is going to spot him. This opens up the entirety of the circle. There's only really Furia inside of it. The Expendables now have to make a push into the zone, and they've spotted out the fact that maybe one of the Orchid players is playing too far away, and they want to push after it.
Oh, they know that the Orchid is on the back foot. They can catch up to them. I love the way the Expendables is just bouncing edge to edge here, just clearing space for themselves. They've given themselves entry into the next zone. Now Orchid turning their attention forward, doing some damage to the Expendables. That'll stall them up here momentarily, and that's going to open things up here. Furia still Gizera locking down Sharper very, very nicely. As solid as Earth has been, no longer terra firma for him.
Drops down to his belly, has to crawl forward. He's nowhere near the safe zone yet. Magori wants to pin him down, and he's done a good job on that. Furia, Orchid, as well as the Expendables, all getting into a bit of a dust-up, fighting over a smidgen of territory, thinking maybe they can hold out the Expendables. It's Furia and Orchid both taking pot shots in on them, and that stopped the Expendables in their tracks.
This Expendables fight just bought the other 2 teams that aren't Furia the opportunity to get their reses in. But still, Furia happy to deal with probably the most dangerous team they had left in the Expendables.
That's how you do it, right? You just get 2 teams to go against the Expendables, and then you can finally gatekeep them out.
That's all it takes.
गंदा मरा
Well,
था
I mean,
पीठ में गोली खाया एकदम भक्त
Or one and a half. One and a half.
गंदा POV दिखा
So you just need 6 players. It's okay.
That's all you need. Jeez.
Sharper. They got the res. Can they sneak in though, Paper? This is gonna be so hard.
I don't think so, but you know, you never know. Yeah, that's probably going to be another knock. It should be.
Oh.
Wow.
Hey, at least got to the shield. Like small miracles, right?
Yeah, you know, the thing is he's probably resable if nobody throws a nade, which only Orchid has nades.
Well,
oh, the blue, though.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, you can kind of deny a point on this. Well, I think that may be what they were thinking, but Fury is just not going to let that one happen. Okay, that sets us up into a 4v3. Furia having to contain Sharper does mean that they lost a lot of the circle. Orchid's got control over it, but Orchid only has 3 members.
Yeah, and maybe going to try to be a little bit more proactive now that they have the opportunity to be so. Lyrix tries to get up onto the high ground, but Furia has a couple guns angled in that direction. And I'm kind of curious what Orchid wants to do here. Is it going to be, yeah, they're going to double up maybe on this northern push.
Both at 7 kills. Orchid, 53 points in 4th. 8th place Furia, just at 45. 8-point difference. This is a big game. Orchid can get some space away from Furia, or Furia can jump up and start chasing after Orchid in those upper positions. Orchid's holding the high ground. Looks like they're playing this a lot slower, hoping the fact that maybe Furia might try to wrap along the zone wall itself, in which case Orchid can catch him out. Boostik's going to be playing low. Boostik is a powerhouse. He's playing isolated.
Yeah, you're going to need a big step up from somebody here on Orchid. Get that double kill. Even up the numbers, potentially. Grenades are out.
Hey, here comes the push. Gizera's been stacking up kills. Counter moves going around, but no. Furia finds it at the start. Looks back down the hillside. It's ours now. That's going to send Orchid down in lower sections, but that still gives them circle control. Doritos not going to be a lot of cover for the time being. Magori, Boostik, both bounce it back, but Pose's got one of his own.
All right, now you got to maybe slow it down, and Boostik can't let that happen, so he's got to get a little bit aggressive. Finds another headshot, almost gets a knock.
Got to be careful trying to push up this hillside. He's going to have so many vulnerabilities. Does get spotted. Kraken just lays it down, but it goes back and forth. Big game for Furia.
Oh my gosh, that was so close. Orchid gave it everything they had in the end, but that extra man advantage for Furia just enough as they're able to fan out. And yeah, Orchid 2 games in a row where they're so close, but the good news for them is their standings are going way up.
Yeah, dude, these guys have been popping off. Furia now in the hunt. This has just become a chase in this lobby. It is so chaotic, and the points just don't feel like they're getting separated enough. The Expendables are feasting up at the top, but it's just getting so dicey for everybody else.
It's madness right now here in Group A.
क्या यार अभी आई थिंक ब्रेक होगा थोड़ा सा लाइक 3-4 मिनट का ये कब हुआ भाई मेरे को तो दिया ही नहीं दे सकता हूँ क्या अभी
Down to the wire, but it's a furious hold for Furia against the Boostik boy over on the other side here. Orchid is trounced at the very end, and Furia reigns supreme for the Americas Avenger.
Yes, that shift on the northern side, the amount of control they had on that compound. But I love the way they played it. They were out aggressively, they were taking space, they were defending their area. They were making sure that western side, or eastern side eventually was theirs. Taking out Sharper to Shaba, another deep run here, I like that. TE, still 4 points, the placement's 5 for Sharper, so that's still decent. They should have lost one player trying to get over to the ridge. This should have been all 4 alive. I love the attempt from Batulins. What do you think though? A headshot with a thrown pan on a level 2 helmet, shouldn't that have insta-knocked him? It didn't.
No.
Only 82 damage.
Oh, so you're debating whether or not it
should.
Right, yeah.
A thrown pan, I feel like that would knock you out.
Oh, Batulins knows that you've got to get off of there and get a punch in as well.
So but throwing it and then immediately jumping down to try to punch him.
Roth was very quick on the trigger for that one. Good for him. And then surprised.
It was like, what?
What's going on over here? But yeah, Fury, I have to agree with you. I like the control that they exemplified. And it's not even just the East and the West that they controlled.
Yes.
Being able to deny a cheeky Expendables move in from the North as well, I think was absolutely pivotal to a game plan, because there's too many potential threats if you're not dealing with them at exactly the right time, and Fury was able to do that handedly.
Their timing on all their engagement was perfect. It was not, they didn't get third-party too many times. They engaged, you know, one by one, as you're talking about here, especially with the Miga, with the Alcazia, like the timing on the T, like, it was perfect. If any of them had been, had a better timing, they would have had a third-party timing on it. But they were so fast in finishing their fights. They were so quick in kind of their timing to every entry on other teams, right? So they could just ramp it up perfectly, stay, you know, as a full format for the entirety of the match. Like, it was just perfect for them.
Tough circle though, right? Let's be real. You know, even before, I you still have about 45 to 50% of water still in a circle like that. We didn't mind some of the moves that some of the teams were making, like Miga, for example, along the shoreline to get a few kills here and there. They're doing all right currently middle of the table.
I also love the ascent, you know, all the way up through the road, up to get 3 guys alive into the kind of center shack. They got some points, they got some kills, they got some placement. Like, it's this exact kind of moment where, like, okay, let's try to maximize here. Let's not engage in a fight where we're eventually going to lose. It's going to put us in there. I don't know. What did they spell there?
I don't know.
Mega.
Like menu. Maybe they're hungry or something.
I think so.
I'm not sure. They got themselves 20 points. They were voracious for the points as they do take that #1 spot. Team Orchid, once again, some decent points for them. 13 go their way. And Sharper's still constantly in the conversation.
Yeah, they're getting the points. I'll say this, though. 2 kills only for a third place. It's not enough. They should have been in a spot where they could have gotten a little bit more, especially with the
caster लोग बोल रहे हैं ना वो ज़्यादा लग रहा होगा, but जब शांत जाता है तो शांत हो जाता है.
You know, they kept people alive there, but only 2 teams here to get double-digit games. A lot of the other teams are getting, you know, their worth. They're getting their 7 to 4 points. They're maximizing, salvaging.
And as we said, when it came to the total leaderboard for this group, that middle pack is close to one another, to the point where now 4th and 5th, a complete shift, a complete change. Team Orchid and Furia have been able to take that 4th and 5th spot right now, knocking off T1 and Alcazia.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. From 13th and up to 4th, 21 points only. Like, the mid-pack is just one big feast of teams trying to chase down, right? And all the teams, if you're in your 40s right now, like even from 11th up to 5th, we're talking 10 points only, James.
लेकिन वही तो बोलते हैं गेम साउंड आने कहाँ देते हैं.
Can I do what I want to do? Yes. Can I do it?
गेम का साउंड तो भूल ही जाओ.
What is going on in China?
They're currently, all teams are currently in the bottom 5, down with Gen G and GK.
I feel like it shouldn't be this way. If anything, 17 Gaming is normally the hope of China. They're looking a little bit lost in the pack alongside 4 Angry Men.
Especially now that we've played 2 more Miramars, they have Picado and Pachinki. Just based on those 2 locations, their experience, their tenure, their mechanical skill, they should be heavy up in the mid-pack or even contending for the top.
I think in part, a little bit of the reckoning is coming from T1.
में तो कुछ points नहीं आए मेरे को.
They keep winning them. They're winning it out on Miramar, winning it out on Erangel against 4AM.
इस मैच तो कुछ points नहीं आए.
I need to see these hot drops change personally. But anyway, that's by the by. We can talk about that later on. It is time for a break. When we return, we have the wildcard maps here for PGC Group A Day 2.
सर्जो को कहाँ update हुआ? नहीं हुआ.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor.
कहाँ थे guys? Update हुआ क्या सर्जो? अच्छा तुम लोग को अगर टीम बनाना बना सकते हो, बाकी स्टैट्स यहाँ देख सकते हो कौन खेल रहा है, अच्छा खेल रहा है कौन. $347 था योर्स. अच्छा हो गया ना आपका 4. हाँ अबे लेकिन दिखाना चाहिए ना आज नहीं, यहाँ दिखेगा ना ग्रुप A Day 2, यहाँ दिखेगा. भाई ये देखो साले लोग क्या पॉइंट ला रहे हैं भाई, ये कुछ पॉइंट होता है, ये कुछ पॉइंट होता है। तुम लोग भी देख सकते हो, ठीक है गाइस, अपने टीम का परफॉर्मेंस भाई कैसे जाएंगे। सिरजो का कितना पहुंचा हैशटैग? सिरजो ओवरऑल हैशटैग कितना हो तुम अभी? छोड़ो, हम लोग चलते हैं वापस। इसको लेते हैं, वही मारना बंद कर। हम लोग का किस्मत ही है पांडु है।
This was never our purpose. You need to know the truth. These satellites, we built them to master the climate. They told us this was to stabilize the environment. I thought we were helping people, but it was a lie. It was a device for their entertainment.
Every game goes to the
Their grand plan was to push the battle to the breaking point, to make the battlegrounds a brutal, unadulterated slaughter for their entertainment.
मैं डे 1 का परफॉर्मेंस देख के लिया हूँ, मैं तुम्हें मालूम है आज जो भी को भी लिया हूँ। Based on their day 1 परफॉर्मेंस कैसे खेले।
I don't know how long we'll have, but the weather will turn feral, beyond control. Erangel won't be the same again.
ये काफी पॉइंट मिलते हैं एक गेम में। नहीं, किल के 1 पॉइंट है और रैंक का हैशटैग 10 का है, सॉरी हैशटैग 87 का है 1 पॉइंट, फिर 6 का है 2 पॉइंट, 5 का है 3 पॉइंट, 4 का 4 पॉइंट, ऐसा ऐसे ही है, सेम एज पबजी मोबाइल है, एक ही है इनका स्कोर बोर्ड। ये ओवरऑल है, ये ओवरऑल पॉइंट दिखा रहा है जो आप देख रहे हो ना जाता है। आज तो तानवू ने थोड़ा इज्जत बचा लिया भाई पहला गेम में। वन वर्ल्ड 2 चैंपियंस, PMGC PGC 11-12, अच्छा 24 तारीख से चालू है ना PMGC। हाँ एरेंगल में क्या आने वाला है नहीं मालूम क्या रवि भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो। सब जीरो एरेंगल, सब जीरो आने वाला 3 तारीख को, मजा आने वाला है। पॉइंट्स एक गेम में। हाँ 10 किल चिकन डिनर 20 पॉइंट। नो फुल कवर्ड नहीं है रेंगल, हाँ फुल कवर्ड नहीं है बट
Are you not entertained? Because man, we have had some crazy games to start with. I mean, pans. Only having a pan as a weapon happened inside the last game. Firefights, coastlines, crazy circles, loving it.
I mean, this has just been a great start to the day. Miramar delivers once again, and you get all kinds of fun stuff. You get bolts from the expendables. You get, just the absolute madness of that circle. Furia coming through with a really nice win there in a position that, is strong. Is center circle for most of that game, but they reached out and got a bunch of kills. They started to get proactive when they needed to, doing all the right things. When you're gifted those games, that's where you got to make your points.
Yeah, and it was just a really, weird in Circle 2 because we didn't have a chance to dive into it because of how some of the action was.
For some reason, Defex ने मेरा जिनी से ज़्यादा point कमाया है।
raise that was pretty steep that led into that slow.
Perfect सबसे last में भाई। आज काम नहीं कर रहा Twisted Minds का player लोग।
But it also meant that there just wasn't a lot of clean angles to play from. And so it was like a little king of the mountain kind of firefight where everybody was just kind of trying to keep control over that and then keep control over the whole circle.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in if you're not up on that high ground as that game progresses, because there actually is quite a bit of angles that teams can take into you, so it becomes really hard to sled up there, as you saw with Sharper, you saw with the Freaks.
Yeah.
And again, little mistakes will cost you in a game like that, and that's something that Furia did not really make until the very end, when maybe they gave Orchid a little bit of hope, but overall they were still able to lock it down with that extra man advantage. I've seen literally almost every team represented in these signs. It's so awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 4 AM fans. I mean, obviously there's Sharper fans.
17 fans.
Just everybody's represented, dude. I mean, I've seen fans for FaZe, Na'Vi. It's crazy.
I saw a FaZe flag. Somebody had a full FaZe, like not I'm just going to draw something, but had one they had purchased and was holding it up and waving it, whatnot. Oh, Batu. Thank you again, Batu. I know, Batu wasn't happy about being in that situation, but I don't know how he keeps fighting him. These I have no loot and I just have to kind of chill situations, but thank you.
He's just he just is such a smart player. That's all. That's the only way you can get yourself into those spots.
And entertaining.
He is entertaining as hell. I mean, just what a moment there. The funniest part of it was Roth's reaction.
Him just
throwing up his hands like, you've got to be kidding.
We bumped into him at the break, and Roth was like, what was even happening there? I also big shout out to Roth.
वही देखता हूँ क्या gears use करते, earphones तो दिखता नहीं है, केवल से figure out कर सकते तो कर सकते हो.
Another great entertainer and player at the same time.
Oh, he is one of those players who wears his emotions on his sleeve,
Loudly, and I love
loudly,
it. I respect
and proudly.
I relate.
I do too. I mean, and the best part about Roth is you go, you catch him outside the hotel or whatever, and he will chat with you for days. And he is just so interesting and so well thought out, and just why he's been such a great player is he takes this stuff so seriously, and he will talk to you about it anytime you want.
A couple of Sharper signs out there, and respect. I mean, Exclusive just
कीवर्ड तो पता नहीं चलेगा.
Sharper has been on a rise, and I respect it. They're playing again disadvantaged position in that last game, and still just trying to cling to life, find ways, trying to find some advantages for themselves, and just consistent on this leaderboard.
Yeah, again, it's confidence for them. They picked it up on day 1, and they're continuing it here on day 2 of this group. They're really just not afraid to do what they need to do to get in, into the late stages of the game, to take a fight when they absolutely have to. So that's really so impressive for that Thai squad, who just barely squeaked into this event, and they're making the most of it. The Freaks need to right themselves. I mean, they should be fine. Again, Miramar's always been a struggle for them. I think you could take today as a win for the Freaks in terms of improvement on that map, because you got deeper into the games.
Well made. Look at them.
Yeah, those are
stream को like
signs,
करते रहना, ठीक है,
and they're salute DL FN fans. So not sure if they're from Korea or not, but regardless, those are very, very well made fan signs.
The extreme close up.
Extreme.
Wait,
he's the coach for Liquid. Sorry.
He's. Oh my God. I was about to make another joke and you just broke my brain. Victory is yours. I surrender.
You. Yes. I will take this one victory and.
Middle map time, though, right?
Yeah.
Genji, please do
something.
Do a thing. JDG, this is something. Find something here. These are the maps where you need to find something, because once we move into this next game and we finish it, that's the halfway point for the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what's bonkers is if a team, let's say like T1, does really nicely here on these next two maps, and then they still are getting hot dropped the rest of the time, they're going to be in contention for a top 5 spot while being hot dropped on 2/3 of the maps.
Just feeding the opportunities for a Porsche MVP.
Go
ahead. Let's just keep these hot drops going. I love it. Let's get more kills.
Yeah, Type is licking his lips. Yeah.
कौन से टीम की बात कर रहे हो, Lord Billu?
He would like a Porsche.
He would. Who wouldn't?
It's interesting because all the teams have already kind of talked about this, by the way. Okay, if we get it, because there is the option to trade it for cash value. Most of the teams have actually said, we're actually not going to take it. We're just going to split it because we feel the MVP is a team award anyway.
Yeah.
And we'll just kind of split the value amongst ourselves. And that kind of goes into the way a lot of these teams are looking at how everything has been set up.
Yeah, no, it is like, it's so funny because this has been generally what happens in PUBG esports is that the MVP just takes that money and then evenly divides it amongst the rest of the team. I've heard that since day one.
Well, it is so hard to get everything set up, and sometimes it's kind of hard to get everything set up over here, so we're going to do a quick kind of break to get everything set up with this technical situation. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Fueled by the same passion as esports
BRB लगा दिया और 5 मिनट और लेट कर दिया.
develops tailored products,
क्या technical issue हो गया भाई?
gamers to bring their best out.
Technical issue guys.
Today we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded diag.
म्यूट कर दो रे, ऐड क्या देखोगे? इस वाले ऐड में कॉपीराइट क्लेम आता है. हाँ, अबे डे 3 का वेट करो. अभी से क्या है, जंजी वालों ने लैंड केबल निकाल दी अपने लोग. बहाना ढूंढ रहे हैं क्या? पता नहीं. आज हमारे फैंटेसी टीम वाले मार क्यों नहीं रहे भाई? अबे मेरा भी खराब चल रहा, वही ना. चल रहा खराब, अब क्या कर सकते हैं? चल रहा चलने दो. म्यूट कर देते हैं.
These satellites, we built them to master the climate. They told us this was to stabilize the environment.
ये अपडेट आने वाला 3 तारीख को गाइस, रैंगल का ये वाला 3 तारीख को नेक्स्ट वेडनेसडे को मजा आएगा. रैंगल सब जीरो. मतलब वेडनेसडे को मैं दोपहर से स्ट्रीम करूँगा, पूरा सुबह दोपहर से रात तक.
Unadulterated slaughter for their entertainment. Satellites are going to start shattering over Erangel. I don't know how long we'll have, but the weather will turn feral, beyond control. Erangel won't be the same again.
इस बार मैं वीपी को वोट
करूंगा. Stop it before it's too late. If anyone is listening,
Save Erangel.
Save Erangel.
ये बटन रहेगा, सैटेलाइट गिरेगा. आज का क्या टीम है तुम्हारा? मेरा टीम अभी देख सकते हो. बट ब्रो जो लीडर बोर्ड है ना, वहाँ पे जाके देख सकते हो. मेरा टीम वैसे दिखा देता हूँ. ये है मेरा टीम. देखो ये लीडर बोर्ड है, यहाँ पे ऐसे किसी का भी टीम जाके देख सकते हो. सिरजो का यहाँ, ये रहा सिरजो का टीम. मेरा टीम में दिखाता हूँ. ये है मेरा टीम. कानवो, परफेक्टिस, जीनेट, ये तो सप्लीमेंट है. ये ज्यादा मार रहा है इन लोग से.
Just I would like to see a little bit fleshed out PUBG universe would be fun.
But
we're getting the games ready for you guys here very shortly. Just had a minor technical issue. We got to take care of.
Similar team है व्याज सबका.
Be booting up as soon as we can. So thank you for holding on with us as we get
रवि भाई भी टाइप को लिया है. अरे ये लोग कॉपी पेस्ट किया है क्या?
Don't hot drop T1. That's all I'm going to say. Looking at it on our screen, just give up. Just stop.
रवि भाई भी टाइप डिफेक्ट्स पूरा सेम टीम है. रवि भाई और गट्सी ब्रो का पूरा सेम. बुलेट क्वीन ने किसको लिया है? तन्वो बताओ. बातू है
T1 or 17? Because everybody kind of dropped for 17 for the longest time.
Yeah, and then they all just gave up.
Everybody kind of learned better. It's like, oh, this just isn't even worth. T1's positions, it feels like every single event they're fighting somebody for.
Yeah.
Time and time again. And they will not give up either. And they've gotten down.
Who is this guy?
Really scary.
Yeah, and I mean, that's part of having Sonic on your team, right? He's such a good coach in so many different aspects of the game. And one of the big ones is that he knows how to deal with these hot drops so well. And he's done it throughout his entire history as a coach that just... good luck. I mean, he knows how to, kind of get people in position. He knows how to get you to drop out of the plane at the proper point to get the best drops. Like, all those things are super important that often aren't thought about as thoroughly as maybe you would expect. But it's all these little things that matter in those hot drops.
Yeah, imagine PUBG isn't one choice. I see a lot of people on social media talk about it's like, oh, well, they should have just done this, or I don't like the IGL for X Squad because
और किसी को जोड़ना है guys बता सकते हो chat आप लोगों को fantasy team बनानी है
that are happening and
बनाओ join करो
positions trying to there's a carryover from drop for which buildings you go to. There's a path that several of them you get into, and then how you regroup into vehicles. And then you start thinking about, okay, how are we attacking the circle? What's our rotation path? Where are the other teams inside of this lobby going to be at? It just gets to be a stack upon stack upon stack of things that you've got to track. And to be able to contain all of those right off of a plane into a hot drop is sometimes so difficult.
Exactly. There's so many little things like where the doors are located, what windows you can get in. All these things actually super important for hot drops.
What has the best loot density whenever you're going? Somebody contesting me for it.
Is it on the high ground? There's all these things that matter.
Tons of things matter, but I think it looks like most of our guys are starting to pop up. We saw a bit of relaxation. Whenever chairs are reclined, that means that people are working on things. When the chairs pop up and everybody throws the headsets on, it's about go time.
Heck and yeah. We are going to Tego for our third map of the day. It is the middle maps now, and see if Tego has any odd surprises in store for us. We saw a little bit of weirdness.
All right, guys, it's time to wake up. We had a little bit of a breather, but the action don't stop. It's Tego time.
Heck and yeah. Yeah, a little bit of weirdness the last time we played this map with the drops and kind of questions about who Buksanza really belonged to. Things like that, but I assume that's gotten worked out. Gaming nice look at the PUBG United with the Porsche, all of it coming together here in Thailand.
45 degree पे
2025. What a way to finish the
135 degree पे
so much exciting stuff going on.
Get yourself a Porsche car and ride in a Porsche plane right now. That's the only thing I can think of. It's got to be it because that plane is sexy.
I don't think Porsche makes planes. Rolls-Royce does.
I know, but I'm just tying things in. It's a video game world. Paper.
That's true. We can dream.
Where rockets make snow.
Yeah, there you go. We can dream that
Porsche makes planes.
Yeah, we can dream.
That is the lore I have created.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, PUBG needs lore, so yeah.
Wait, मेरा net गया guys. Sorry. I think मेरा net गया है. Sorry for the.
Okay, मेरा गलती नहीं है. Still spicy. And of course, it's Gen.G caught in the meat grinder right next to Alcadzia.
यहाँ hot drop हो रहा है Gen.G और Alcadzia का.
This is so important for Gen.G. Exactly, Matt. This is
a
must-win hot drop, and Alcadzia knows it, and that's why they can flex their muscles here. They're probably.
अबे lag हो रहा है, मैं थोड़ा refresh मारता हूँ guys. मेरा net का GG है speed. ओहो, refresh हो जा.
A little annoyed from yesterday how it went down, and they want to just slam the door.
Fight ना miss हो जाए बस मेरे को और इधर knock भी हो गया.
Cowboy, when you got D.
अबे यार knock miss हो गया.
You are just thriving, and you got the big brains of Rello and Roth there to guide them, and just put those two young guns to good use, and they shine time and time again.
Bean, I think उसका ना Gen.G का. अबे यार net.
He's in an awkward spot. He's got a lot of vision over the Central Plaza area, but he's got two members that are sneaking up back behind him. That's going to make this a lot more complicated given his isolated position. One of the members for Gen.G looks like they're trying to wrap all the way around, and it's going to be Orca. I think that we saw Orca with a bit longer of range. Did he have the Dragunov in his hands or something like that?
I didn't catch it.
So, well, Roth, he has a way to deal with some early game firefighting. And no, that's getting pretty close to Layosh. Namiga looks like they might want to pounce on the back of this.
It's an M24 here, a bolt for Orca. And that's going to be Tosi caught out there. Little bit of room to maneuver here. Oh my God.
Oh bhai, third party.
Poor Orca.
Yeah, Gen G, this is two different squads saying we do not want to have anything to do with you. Leash walking forward. Orca's caught up looking directly in front of him. Bullets go out, but does it get the knock? Can the follow-up shots connect? And they do! While this is going on, D for Alcadzia also got spotted out by Levante. He went down and was flushed.
This is becoming disaster. And I even see Furia angling towards this fight now as well. So this is becoming an absolute mess at Buxan side.
भाई फिर लटक गया भाई एयरटेल में स्पीड नहीं आ रहा क्या हो रहा है भाई
Cowboy actually is going to claim that point at the very least here for Alcadzia. He's getting tagged on the way back, but Leash just not quite able to connect there. 4x tapping with the M4, and there's a knock for Gedrox. Shows up with an M249 and immediately dispatches Tozy.
Gedrox ने ऐसे मारा था अबे यार नेट
This is big points for Namiga if they can get back on this one. This is Alcadzia is now caught between several teams that want to try to usurp them or at least get more distance away from them, because you can see that this is still very contested in this middle range. Remember, a lot of these squads are aiming for the top 5, so securing those points along those lines.
Now he definitely sees them, but they see him too.
Rello looking back up the hill, has spotted out Zakraken. Lots of damage, forces him away from the angle, and Alcadzia is just trying to extricate. They want to get away from this, realizing that too many people have gotten
Genji ने 3 बंदे लूज कर दिए भाई भाई नेट यार
still does have one member up and alive in Buxansa.
I mean, Flame just has to try to survive.
दोबारा लैग होगा तो राउटर स्टार्ट मार दूंगा गाइस मैं थोड़ी देर
He would love it if everybody just said, okay, I guess we're done. They just wipe their hands clean of this and move on.
Really far away. Could happen.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's about your best hope is Flame right now.
JDG trying to make something happen for themselves, but the only thing that's going to happen is Orchid's going to kind of retreat. This is not anything you have to make the biggest commitment to. Boostic's taking a lot of damage, though. This is still pretty open. Taps in. He's almost down. One more bullet could be enough, but it is not going to connect.
Got to give a big shout out to Orchid here today. Rocketing up the leaderboard up to 4th and kind of learning, from their experience. Obviously, they used to be Slam G, now they're Orchid, but back at PGS 9 and 10, saw some really good improvements from, the first PGS that we had with them to the second in Malaysia, and they're continuing to just get better and better and better.
Quick update, Alcadzia did get away from everything that was going on in Buxansa, but let's make it even spicier. Red Zone lands on top of Buxansa. So, Fury is going to be eyeing ahead.
फाइट ही मिस करवा रहा है भाई एयरटेल सालों क्या कर रहा है नेटवर्क को लेके
For Angry Men, though, they want a piece of what's going to be happening over here, and that's going to be one member already down at 5 minutes for Furia.
And just add a 5th team. Why not? Even Geeke is kind of over here too.
switch कर दिया guys.
This whole area has just become a cluster, and now there's a red zone. Even it's just chaos. It's mayhem.
If Flame gets taken out by a red zone explosion, it would be poetic at this stage. But he survives it. Handles.
You're mean.
I am.
You're a mean old man, Matrim.
It would be funny. I like it.
I know.
I enjoy the chaos that PUBG brings.
I know. I do too. That's why we're friends.
Look, I've got Kawazina on my fantasy squad, and he just died in under 5 minutes. Let me have some type of defense, okay? Okay?
Rip. I don't think I have anybody from Genji or Alcadzia on my team today, which is turning out to be okay-ish. I mean, my team's not doing great, but the Freaks are one of the few teams that drops up on that northern island routinely, so they have the widest 2-2 split you're ever going to see. We do have an interview here with Ian from T1. Let's see what they have to say.
And now we are here with Ian from T1 because today he just made like a hot drop against JDG, everyone, and that's were intense. And he won both time and both like twice. So here I would like to let us go through there. So what the edge or what gave you the edge to win twice?
오늘 JDG와의 초반 교전이 굉장히 치열했는데요. 두 번 모두 승리를 가져가셨습니다. 교전을 어떻게 푸셨는지 그리고 좀 이길 수 있었던 결정적인 요인은 무엇이었는지 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
일단은 게임 시작 전에 팀원들과 어떻게 할지 소통하였고 이제 인게임에서 서로 커뮤니케이션 좀 잘 돼가지고 이제 승리할 수 있게 된 것 같습니다.
Before the game started, our team had a discussion beforehand, and our in-game calls were really clean. So, yeah, it was the key to it.
Wow, that was cool. So,
Zone shift
hearing about
again,
T1.
northwest ko.
T1!
they have been shooting them up.
They have. 52 points right now, just a breath away from fourth.
किसी का player मरा कि सब जिंदा है?
While dealing with all these hot drops.
क्या लिख रहा था Lord Willow?
No, it's madness. And again, if they can really have a good Tego and a good Rondo, then there's a world where they get top 5, go straight to the grand finals while hot dropping quite often. So that would be unbelievably impressive. And, you know, after last year at PGC, right, you know, you think about how they were leading after the first couple of days, couldn't hold it together because the hot drop stuff actually came and bit him in the butt. But anyway.
Hot drop stuff, background Buksansai has now calmed down-ish.
हम लोग का सबका almost the same leaderboard में है ना, सबका similar team है भाई.
That leads into Yongshan, where Fury is
रवि भाई और गट्सी का तो एकदम identical team है.
Force 4 Angry Men because they've gotten that position.
Renegade used 14.
Opting into a similar path, going to be pretty close to Furia behind all of this. Flame still just kind of chilling in Buksansai itself. Al-Qadzi has found themselves some vehicles, so everything's calmed down in separation-ish, but the potential for another fight between 3 of those squads brewing.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because everybody was so keen on trying to third-party stuff. Flame's still alive. Flame alone in Buksanza.
Let's bring it back.
But you know what's funny is Namiga still has a couple cars driving by him, so he has to be a little bit patient before he tries to go for those revives.
Almost.
They've decided they want to go after Evan Pochan's position. FN a bit separated out over here, so see if a regroup committal comes into play. Rex going to be around, playing it a bit slow. Oh, narrowly misses. Good shot, hits the headshot on the one, but does go down the second. Escalus does get him, and quick flush to follow.
Yeah, Rex had an opportunity, knew there was going to be another player, kept the trigger held down, just couldn't buy quite enough time for the rest of his team to get in there. But Starlord knows about where some of these knocks are. Oh my God, this Panzer.
Does he have the line in just yet? Sends it, does it connect away once. Now he's very isolated. Jedi takes down Zenith.
Oh, that is unfortunate. That Panzer splashed on the door, and now he is in a world of trouble. Grenades are ringing out all around him. Tons of smokes here to try to create a concave around him.
Star-Lord isolated on one side, Breakers on the other. Lots of smoke's already down. Spindle's having to deal with JDG on one side of them, the Freaks on the other. Hill's not safe, so send it back over to the crates, find some safety there at least, but looks like maybe another squad was eyeing that. They're going to have to shoo them away in the distance. Sharper's got Evan Pochan just kind of on the run right now.
Everybody's shifting down, expecting that this circle is going to go towards Godok. So that's why you see a lot of teams filtering into that area. And not often that the circles end up shifting towards Hey Musa, so they just want to get into a better spot as these circles go along. As Breakers out here in the open. It's going to be tough. I mean, for FN, you're probably just going to have to pull back, hope that Sharper decides to make a move and you can get the revives, but the thing is Sharper is still in the circle, so they might wait it out or just might chase him down.
They are in vehicles just chasing after FN Pochan. And Pochan is, they're in second right now. Sharper's on the hunt for it. Breakers does get the knock, but Earth just immediately follows it back up. And now down to just 1.
Star-Lord down to 12. Tries to go for the flush. Just not enough health. They were too good there. Our Sharper, I love the aggressiveness. Again, this confidence from Sharper is what is keeping them in this top half towards a position where they could potentially get top 5 because they have the confidence to make plays like this. A lot of teams would have just said, we got our 2 kills, let's play for the next circle, and they're like, let's make sure we finish what we started.
This is just a symptom of how close all these points are. Taking down any squad, picking up a squad fight, if you're in that middle pack position right now. Sharper trying to decide how much more they really want out of this. Freaks also caught up in a fight with 17
in
a hay-bale situation that's just turned a bit awkward with eArena having some supervision. A lot of teams, I think, playing around this, expecting this to be the new center circle very shortly.
Absolutely, and this is tough for the Free. Oh my God. Human tucked into the hay bales there. That's able to block that grenade damage. They're going to lose some vehicles here for it. Jacob even saw their heads for a brief moment, but the tires are going to be popped. Lil Ghost still using that smoke for cover. Jacob can't do much about it. Heaven responds with a little bit.
I think that I saw on the map while this is going on that Gen G might have gotten their reses up, so keep an eye on. I don't know where they're going to land or find any loot inside the circle. Freaks, are you going to go for a regroup? Are you just isolated? A lot of smokes out. They've got to wrap this one very carefully. Is it going to be enough? Bullets just cascading into the back of the vehicle, connecting. They're so close to safety, but so many people taking pot shots. I think that they managed to get it.
God, it's one of those moments where I absolutely love the pony because the profile of it is so thin. It's hard to hit. Players inside of it. And it's not the strongest of vehicles, of course. It blows up. Oh, my God. Hold on. Xiaowu.
Oh! Pops it in the face. Xiaowu peeks back around, but Spaceman gets the knock at range. Little Ghost just can't find the angle to assist enough.
That was close to disaster for JDG. 3 players took splash damage from that Panzer. They weren't able to get any knocks off the Panzer alone, and 17 crumbling, tried to take that fight against the Freaks. And they were so spread out that JDG kind of realized they had an opportunity to punish.
It's like brewing as it is going to be the Expendables making a push into the circle right next to Geek K, but it's going to be Nemiga that's already taking shots at Geek K. Alcadzia is actually going to the island over to the west while this is going on. That's interesting. The Expendables, I think, pulled off of Geek K and instead are forcing their way into Nemiga's line.
Yeah, and the circle did actually shift a little bit more west than maybe teams thought, so that opens up this opportunity here for Alcadzia because nobody's really going to want to go out onto that far west end of the peninsula. It's just not really an area of the map that's interesting. It's kind of dangerous because there's pretty wide open hills. They're not super impactful. That mortar was close to being impactful. Oh, there it is!
Oh, Human! The follow-up, those things were just stacked on top of each other, and Spaceman just gets knocked off of it. 17, you want to do anything? Nope, 17's already taken too much damage. This is a funnel over into the northeast. Twisted, Nemiga, after being pushed by the Expendables up into this corridor, it's pretty open field, so JDG and 17 have to keep their head on a swivel.
T1 actually going to be in a really uncomfortable position potentially. Furious just rolling through Goduk right on their east, and I don't know if they realize it as they're trying to square up for a fight against Twisted. They don't kind of want to take the open space they have in the circle. Granted, it's not all the best. This part of the map can be a little bit tricky to navigate at times, but EN did open up with a knock there. It's not the end of the world as Geek has, like you were talking about, the Expendables near them doing a little bit of damage, but that is a knock on the Clories. Smokes are down. Duck Juice trying to buy a little bit extra time here. Throws up the foldable shield. Win the world, Tanvu!
DK was trying to boldly push to chase down the knock that they just got. Tanvu sends it over the top, denies it. He's got the Panzerfaust at the ready, picks it up, pops it over the top, but Quizzy's got one of his own to get the knock on the Tanvu.
That's all to try to set up the angle here for Delwyn and others, but it's other teams getting involved. Orchid finds a knock. Diffix able to take Delwyn down. What an absolute mess. I just love the Expendables. Just no fear to go for these big plays. Here comes T1 trying to get the surround. Perfectix out in the open. This should be a free knock. Brady can't get the spray to go.
Locks it. It's a problem because they're getting shot from behind. Furia has crept out of the buildings behind them, chasing down, realizing that they could pounce on this firefight. T1 in some trouble. Sharper is over into the west. They hear this firefight. They've already sent Earth over here as well. It's a 4-team firefight right on the edge of the zone, and nobody is coming out clean yet.
Just not enough information there for T1 when they wanted to take that fight. Clory should be dead, but how am I bad? The initial spray wasn't very good. How in the world, Clories?
How does he peek that back in the fourth and get away with that? That is an insane play. Yeah, he goes down, but he should have been down way before then.
Oh, that's just crazy stuff. Clory's there, had the presence of mind to just wait it out, get that crosshair where it needed to be.
Hi, Gen G. Welcome to the party again.
Hey, guys.
Have fun. There's so much loot.
I just go, do you have a secret room key? You could go land on that island and open it. I don't know. Lyrics there, looking to put a bolt to somebody's face. Player list में है मैंने देखा था. Blue still trying to figure out a way to get something in this one. Geek struggling as well. Starts to barrel down towards them. Goodbye, Duck Juice.
big update. Twisted managed to mostly reset fine after the firefight that was happening on the edge of T1 and everybody else. So now they're starting to push up a hillside. Namiga down to the south of that.
Yes,
has
GK
to move
Sports
away from
eliminated.
Orchid. That's going to put them way closer to the Freaks, who are going to be gatekeeping. This crossroad that they're about to have to cross is open, man. There is not anything to really work around with cover. It's going to get punished. Sharpers up to the north. They're trying to make sure that they hold out the remnants of everybody from Furia to FN.
Yeah, they're so spread out. Where Sharper, they've got the ability to cover so much of any team that want to come from their northwest or northeast into this circle, and they were able to get a little bit of value out of it. And Orca, well, you're on the island. I wish you well, my friend.
Can you imagine a world where Alcadzia was still on that island whenever Orca landed there thinking it was safe?
That would have been pretty funny.
Alcadzia has got 3 members that are creeping in very close to the safe zone. It'll be the first time they've seen it in a long time. Salutes! It's about Namiga making their cross, long crossroads. Couple of shots, but at least enough to get into the circle, and this is all Namiga wanted. It's not comfortable, but man, it's at least something.
That's nade range, though, for the Freaks, potentially. If they kind of get a read on where they stopped up, they should be realizing it. The problem for the Freaks was when they reached out to try to put some damage into Namiga, this team right here, Orchid, was putting damage into them. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Orca are just surrendering.
Just get in the water, man. That's your home. Why you got to be on island?
Godspeed, good sir. Well, he's got a first aid. I thought he'd at least go for the swim, but
he got a backpack and a first aid.
Eliminated.
Compound.
He made some noise, and
recall हुआ था.
Parents had to go and watch it. There it is.
Nade तो आएगा ही.
Right into that nade. JDG trying to find some points, man. They want it, and they want it in a big way. Sitting at 25 right now, but Namiga just doing a good job of holding it. The problem is, the longer this angle is held, Twisted might start eyeing this sightline.
Yeah, Namiga, though, the good news for them is they're basically cut off from most of the teams behind them as long as they don't crest the hill. So this is safe for now, but they're going to have to fight their way out most likely in the next couple of circle shifts, unless they get a couple northeast hard shifts their direction. But holding on, if they can get rid of JDG up here, it at least offers them a little bit more breathing room.
Well, I don't think that Namiga knows how many people are up there as we do go more fields with the new circle. Orchid's going to have to make a move to the south. Arena down to the southwest could regroup where Jacob's going to be at. Barilla, it's going to be Sharper, Alcadzia, Furia, last member up over there. Let's not forget Starlord for FN Pochan still alive. Twisted's going to be just to the east of that.
I feel like this opens up an opportunity for the Freaks to maybe do some damage to teams that are forced into the fields, because their compound's still going to be cut into the circle. Where is this going?
Alcadzia?
Alcadzia, it has to be.
Yeah. Alcadzia, you're not going to be too comfy in that spot. Just send one. You know, sometimes it's about
like
sending a message.
250 away-ish. Aw.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Where mortar go?
Where mortar go? I'm used to watching the arc come in. I feel bad.
Yeah. I don't think it was even close. That was a wanting mortar shot.
It needed to be a little bit further than that.
Yeah, for sure. Amiga, I mean, the cool thing is you can chill now. The circle did shift in your direction, so maybe if there is that, oh my God, Starlord is still alive.
Yep.
I had forgotten about this.
Oh, Twisted! No!
No.
It's going to be Batulans on the other side of it. Peeking between the two. There's multiple members for Twisted that kind of were trying to play for a circle afterwards, but Batulan's just going to take him down. That's going to feel good after the pan in the last one. Sharper's Thunder down, but Sharper has to be careful with this. That might open up something that Twisted wants. They had multiple members. The reason why Batulans was by himself was Twisted was looking at Sharper's positioning.
Yeah, Sharper was able to wipe Alcadzia, though, so they've got 7 kills, and they're up into 5th place right now, and that's got the home crowd fans very excited. This has been a tremendous continuation of what started good for them on day 1. In Group A, day 2, even better.
Everyone's in still alive for Furia, so they are tied up at that 53 point. He's just trying to creep his way in. Lyrics might be able to see him, but it looks like Sharper is going to get a bit closer to Twisted. This has become a survival game between the two. Sure, if Sharper can find some kills, but it's going to be very hard. 4 Angry Men holding one angle of it, and it's just kind of down into a ravine where there's going to be multiple crossfire positions. Lou going to take down.
There's
some 4 AM fans in there, too. There's a little bit of a cheer when Exclusia goes down.
Always 4 Angry Men fans, no matter where we go.
No matter where we go.
They travel, dude.
They do, and that's why they continue to be a force in PUBG esports, as Perfectix actually going to steal that away from 4 AM, though, so a little bit of dejection from their fans as Twisted continues to just inch their way forward. Perfectix watching that backside, keeping eyes on Sharper, making sure they're not going to get any wild ideas to maybe try to crash their back lines or something, but Twisted should be safe-ish. They've got a few vehicles to utilize here. You can see Earth wants to pop those tires to make it a little more difficult to get that porter forward.
Lyrics was taking shots at
गलती से 1200 हो गया, मैं कर देता हूँ.
some more avenues of safety for Sharper.
गलती से 1200 दब गया.
But that also means that Cousin can take it back behind. Earth connects on the Lou. And can Sharper manage to make it into this circle? It would be amazing if they did.
That was a beautiful grenade. Right on the money. Lou had no idea until it was too late. That's a follow-up that's just perfect. Pinpoint, and he's going to get another.
Dude, Sharper just unrelenting. Can they find a way to get into this circle? All odds stacked against him. They feel like maybe they can go hopping in the vehicle. They're going to send it around. 4 angry men. But now, while this is going on, it's Cousin. He popped up, took shots at Lyrics. E-Arena not holding this angle anymore. Sharper's managed to creep in and find some type of path to maybe get in the zone.
And they're looking for this knock, I think. That would be so great if they could find it, but it's going to be a little bit too late. They're just going to have to hunker down for now. Orchid has to try to get in somewhere, so a ton of smokes have to be used. Again, maybe the Freaks are going to have an angle into that when the smokes go down. It's going to be very, very tricky, and it's an attempted sneak play up this hill underneath 4AM's noses. So far, E-Arena hasn't spotted them either, so it hasn't given away anything for Sharper.
Sapuli. So close, yet so far. The fight between JG and Namiga still throwing things at each other. Suze takes a lot of that to the face. He has to run away. That leaves just Spaceman by himself to hold that angle. And remember, this is just barely inside the circle, so they're fighting for just the capabilities to try to cross the road.
Yeah. It's kind of a little disjointed, though, with that utility. Not able to follow up on some nice initial damage. They didn't have the confidence to push up and over and in the back.
Oh, somehow survives it. Narrowly gets behind the tree, but Jacob does spot him out in the end. 4 angry men, hear that firefight. Now Jedi has to retreat from that angle. That's going to put him closer to Twisted. But 4 angry men now caught up in a fight with what's going to be going on with E-Arena. It's going to be Twisted on the outside that hears that. They're going to be chasing Jacob. Spots it, spins it back around, but there is nowhere for 4 angry men to go. They are out.
But Jedi, he might have eluded Twisted Mind's sightlines. He's out away from them. He could backstab them. Oh boy, that's so scary. Orchid is going to go down to the Freaks in 17. Just a really rough spot for them. Meanwhile, Namiga has gotten that circle love, and so they've been able to hang on to the corner of those fields for some time. Jedi out in the blue.
Probably has some might give him enough time to survive, but I think might have spotted. Example is going to go ahead and get the kill onto him to finish out, but heroic attempt. The most cover inside the circle is the crates that are just littered across the middle of it. There is nothing else. Everybody's fighting on the edge.
Freaks need to hunker down and make sure that E-Arena or Twisted can't get on top of them. Good news for them is E-Arena is thinking about a fight with Twisted over on the other side. Namiga harassing 17. Perfectix taking half damage on that grenade. Has to go for the first aid. He will have to chew through. But oh, what a grenade from Opons again.
Twisted eyes on that first place position. The Expendables down early. Lots of points that they have to try to catch up on, but it's going to be E-Arena wanting to climb up their own. Tied up right now, down in that 10th place position. Can E-Arena take down Twisted and stall them out? Nade's going to go just a bit too far. And E-Arena clings to life as Example and Lou just cannot find the angle. But Tulin's starting to at least find some shots to herd Opons in closer and closer to Lou.
But those were such good initial grenades that it has stalled E-Arena up. And Twisted Minds can really try to think about how they want to take this fight, or even if they want to. Lou up close and personal. Just going to cook the heck out of it.
Oh, does it drop close enough? Gets some damage, but doesn't get the knocks. He just runs right into the thick of them, dancing around right in their face, cooking the nade. He wants it. He's going to drop it right on top of him. It's going to be at range. Example being the distraction, feeding the information to know exactly where this nade's got to go.
Oh, it's perfect. Lou, the patience there pays off, but Lyrics is going to strike. He goes out into the blue, gets the flush, traded out by Example.
Just down to Example and Batulings. Example at 4 kills. Twisted at 8 in total.
Nice one.
Shots continuing to ring out from Twisted Minds on this hillside, pushing up, trying to use the tree for cover, seeing if they can get these flushes. Spots out, but it is going to be Example going down to Nurins, the last member up for E-Arena.
Yeah, The Freaks actually got involved in that fight a little bit too. We're doing some damage to Irina. Namiga, they're coming in. They want a piece of this.
Back behind the solo in Batulans. He's in some trouble, but we've seen him in this position, isolated by himself several times. Batulans wants to take down Irina, but cannot find the angle. Smokes down, lots of sprays coming out from Namiga, and Batulans in trouble.
Yeah, the Freaks are going to claim some more lives of Irina. It's going to be Duran's actually going down to the blue. Didn't have anything further he could really do in this one. So now the Freaks are on guard duty. Want to prevent Namiga and the last player from Twisted from getting in there. And Batulans gets lit up as soon as he sticks his head up. And yeah, the SKS will finish the job.
Batulans is like one of the most annoying players to kill whenever he's by himself.
High ground है इन पे cover नहीं है.
Control, crates galore in front of them. They've got some control positions that they can play from. I wouldn't even necessarily call them buildings, just some covered hay bales to work around. Meanwhile, Namiga's got the high ground.
Heaven has to be ultra careful here. Don't give anything up for free. You guys have a huge util advantage.
Namiga का game खराब हो जाएगा.
Frags, a lot of flashes, 9 of them. So now Heaven, with a bunch in the bag, can look to soften up Namiga and then let the rest of the team finish the job when they have to make their move. But there is one player, it's Gedrox, who's kind of sneaked around the edge there.
And he is really, really close, specifically to Heaven. Heaven playing this so patiently is going to go for the toss. Steps away and spins it back around. He got the knock on the Hello My Bad. Beautiful throw.
That is so well done there. Now he can throw some stuns. He knows other players had angles on him, so just let loose. Give him the barrage, but look out, here comes Gedrox from behind.
Just spraying them down. Gedrox retreats, uses some type of shrubbery for cover. Guman, DL trying to hold different angles and at distance. It's going to be Salute providing covering fire, but Gedrox, he has to hold this angle. He has to play it safe. Heaven's actually trying to crawl a bit further forward to see if he can spot out where Gedrox is going to be playing from.
Yeah, now they know he's right behind that shield. Going to use a stun there with a Groza behind it. Very weak as Gedrox. Couldn't get a first aid through. Might not have any left.
I mean, Gedrox needs support from the other members for Namiga. They have some angles that they can provide some support from, and it looks like they have shoot Guman away. So Guman's going to go ahead, move further down to the southwest to see if he can move up the lip of the hill. Spots out a new angle. Good read. Very clean from Guman.
All right, Guman has a bunch of frag grenades. DL has a ton. Just let him fly. It's actually all in DL's hands. Excuse me. He's got all 5. Just let him fly. As soon as you get the opportunity there. Oh, a nice knock on to Levante for DL.
DL आज मार.
Just playing angles slow and steady. Feeding information, opening up a new angle for somebody else to play. Freaks are just making Namiga dance to the tune that they want. Freaks had it quiet day 1, but day 2, really good so far.
Yeah, now you can double up, have a Groza right on the front line to lock Namiga in, and this should be very difficult for them as the circle wears down. A little bit of damage done to DL. They've been keeping him in check, but they haven't been able to go for a mate.
My bad's just gonna get, I get more aggressive with it. Just gotta run down the face. Those shields from Namiga, though, causing a lot of trouble. See the Freaks keep going for these jack-in-the-box plays, but can't find it. Salute's actually moved aggressive onto the side for it. Levante does find out to Guman, but it's quick exchanges. Freaks coming out on the better side of it.
Yeah, Heaven there, a nice position, able to react. Hello, my bad. Goes back into the smoke to try and survive a little bit longer. He's out in the open, and he's down, he's out. It's gonna be the Freaks who take Tago.
Big game for the Freaks, finding kills, finding a victory, climbing up that leaderboard, finally finding some
look
success.
a white table दिया.
Well, it's a team that everybody thought should be one that's coming out of this group in that top 5. Or not everybody, but a lot of people.
It's day 1 Freaks.
इनको
I don't
black
ever
table दिया,
expect them to
देखो.
get points. It's not, they slow build up. I guess they're like a souffle. They eventually pop off at the later stage.
सुना रहा है.
I mean, it's true. When was the last time you saw a Salute on a fantasy team pop off on day 1?
Never. And I've made the mistake of...
I know.
I did it.
I'm calling your pain.
You're calling me out?
We've all seen you do it, Paper. This is an intervention.
I'm a believer.
I know you're a believer, but believe on day 2.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's fine. You can still be a fan and believe on day 2. Because then you're in a better position, just like the Freaks are after that great.
मैं जाता हूँ कुछ खाने को लेके आता हूँ गाइस. तुम स्कोरबोर्ड एंजॉय करो. आट यार. चलो. तानवो इज्जत बचा के रखा है और कुछ नहीं. थोड़ा बहुत. लेकिन इस गेम में सब मर गए भाई. इस गेम में सब मर ही गए.
A brilliant performance, PGC 2024 for DN Freaks. They came just shy of claiming that World Championship, and the question remained for us for day number 2 of our group stage. They needed to step up, and they have done with a victory here on Taego to get them rolling towards the top of the scoreboards.
Yeah, we were talking about it. They had to finish this stage strong. Otherwise, we're going to be scratching above that favorite going into the finals. And yeah, this one was a strong effort for them, but there was a lot of chaos in this one. I got to say, all the way through, you saw 10 were driving up, trying to drive by GK. Like, there's a lot of shenanigans. It's a rough circle as well. This kind of western side, southwest, and the North Island is difficult to play, but I like the kind of moves, especially from Namiga, especially from Orchid as well. Like, some of the positioning was great. Twisted Minds got locked out. Multiple teams that realized, okay, they're on the edge here. We put pressure on them.
Yeah.
We are potentially able to take some points away from them, but Example turned on. We got 5 kills. Getrox tried to get an opening here in Heaven, but this ridge and the advantage that Freaks had in this position here was just undeniable.
Yes.
A 9-kill win for them is huge.
For sure. As much as Getrox's off angle was cool, it did speak to me as, like, not only was the DM Freaks position more valuable, more strong, but at the same time from Namiga, I felt like they were, okay, we're going up against DM Freaks. We don't quite know how we want to approach this, right? For a team that is, it's basically their first big LAN ever.
You want my approach?
Sure.
The, you know, hindsight approach.
Yeah, yeah.
You smoke all the way down to the Hables. You have Getrox on the off angle, run 3 guys on the smoke line down to the Havel.
Big aggression.
And then when they start opening on that, Getrox opens off an off angle. That's the only play you have.
And then you're in their face.
Then you're in their face.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe you could try that. Maybe you could. But that's by the by here. Regardless, DM Freaks is a huge win for them.
Yes.
I will say Nigra on the other side, getting to these late games consistently. I mean, they're challenging for top 5 right now, and I don't think a lot of people have that on their bingo cards.
For sure not. But, you know, we've seen them throughout the year. They had some great performances. Again, sure, they didn't put themselves in here by PGC points. It was on the grace of someone else getting our top 8 PGS invite here, so it's good to see. Discussing a little bit here and there, we could have done better. I agree. That could have been a win, and they realized that too. But it's going to be 19 points going the way of DNF here, but 14, 14, 11, and 10 here. 5 teams total to get double-digit here. Not a lot of points for the rest of the teams. 3 teams managed to get 0. 5 managed to get 1 or less.
It's kind of what happens with the openness of Taego, right? And some of the things that are going on as we're watching a little bit of the madness ensue. But for DM Freaks, very important points. It's moving them slowly away from that danger zone because they were kind of down there for the most part. It was a very close mid-pack, and DM Freaks was not safe by any means. This will shore up some of their defenses, but it's not all done just yet.
No, it's been slowing some of the other teams down as well, but the other teams come again. Oh, look at that. The 4th place, but it's only because FN Potion has had a mediocre day, well, even less than mediocre day here.
Yeah.
But we are our halfway point here, James. Let's look at it, right? Our 5th place is 58 points. We can double that. That's going to be 116. That's a very low cutoff in my book. But look how close everyone else is on the right side. Sharpa, Orchid, Furia, 1 point behind on
so close.
Here. It's extremely tight here. And even for our 3rd place, still possible to be caught too.
I mean, the rotation, if any of the teams from that mid-pack are finishing in 1st or 2nd in the previous game, they're suddenly in 4th and 5th. Every single time. We've had that happen 3 games in a row.
It's kind of crazy. And if it wasn't for Expendables doing shenanigans in this game and kind of, you know...
The 10-7 was crazy.
Yeah, a little bit, right? And they're going out early on, so it's a little bit rough for the teams. If we're not seeing more sponges, it could be open for more than just 2 teams.
Yeah.
It could be a 3 or even potentially 4 teams that's open up to take these top 5 grabs here. So far, it's looking great for Expendables.
For me, in my mind, Taego always presents the more interesting and difficult challenge for a lot of these teams on the international stages. But now we turn our attention to Rondo, where all of these teams are going to have to battle things out for even more points. That marks now the halfway point here of the group stage. As all of these guys going up against one another, it's time to head on over to the commentators. We're ready to Rondo here. Game number 4 of the day for Group A.
No breaks on the train of hype that we've been getting with games so far, and game number 4 bound to deliver as well. It has been a plethora of beautiful plays, and I cannot wait to see what this beautiful map provides.
I cannot either. Just such fun games we're having here today.
Yeah, dude.
This has been just so wild. I mean, I love how intense these lobbies are, and it's not quite as crazy as yesterday in some ways, but in other ways it is, because it's just like chaos with the circles, chaos with like teams making good plays and smart plays and cool plays and fun plays. This is what it's all about.
This group stage is so interesting because you get to watch like the two different variations of PUBG esports on opposing days, right? We don't know technically how Group B will play again tomorrow, but it's the slow, methodical chess yesterday. And then today it's more of the I'm going to get in your face and I'm going to show dominant style of PUBG. And it's really, really cool. I know that it didn't technically like intentionally shake out this way. It just happened by happenstance, but please
continue.
Roll it.
Yes.
I want more.
Yes. I will keep rolling these dice all day. Just I don't care if I'm losing money. I'll keep rolling the dice. That's fine with me. As
4 Angry Men.
Do we have anything? Do we have any hot drops? I swear to God, I'm just like now conditioned to just expect hot drops.
We have the lukewarm drop of 4 Angry Men and Twisted. That's about it.
Yeah. Now I'm a little sad. I'm kind of so used to the hot drops that I'm like, what do I do without them? What does my life become?
What do we do Circle 1? They no fight.
It's so sad.
So sad.
Big sad.
Okay, but that's fine. Freaks, after a good game, Stadium Center for this circle. They're on top of it. That feels good.
Yeah, this should be pretty nice for the Freaks, potentially. You never know, of course. I mean, it can always be a little bit tricky when you're given center circle. Sometimes you lock down your prio compounds, and then the circle just double hard shifts away from you, and you're left scratching your head.
I need everybody energy. We want Stadium, don't we? We want a Stadium.
Like right in the Stadium.
Right in Stadium. Give it to us. By our powers combined and our energy together, we can summon Stadium. Or Zhao 10. I'd be fine with Zhao 10. Just, come on. We can do it.
Like in a city, in those locations would be just super duper.
Meanwhile, every single player is like, go away from Stadium. Go away from Stadium.
I mean,
there's more of us, though. There's more of us viewers than there are players, so we can outnumber them.
That's true. That's true. I'll fight them. The funny thing is like, circles very well can end in Zhao 10 and in Stadium, so that's very possible, and we cross our fingers as casters that happens. Meanwhile, as the Freaks like to do early, they'll send one player out. A lot of times it's Salute, sometimes it's Gumin. It kind of depends on the situation. To just go out, do a little bit of early scouting reconnaissance, and just kind of take control. A lot of times they like to rely on Salute just because of his individual prowess, where they feel like, given a 1v1 or a 1v2, he's got the best bet to win. Even though Gumin, a very good player, Salute is world caliber. And let's hear from, never mind, we canceled it.
We didn't. Now we want it back, though.
จากที่บ้านเราปีนี้ก็รู้สึกมั่นใจมากขึ้นครับเพราะว่ามีแฟนคลับคอยๆเชียร์จากด้านนอกครับก็วันนี้วันแรกก็ยังไม่ค่อยพอใจในผลงานสักเท่าไหร่ครับเพราะว่าเราได้แต้มไม่ค่อยดีมากครับเพราะว่ามันสามารถได้แต้มเยอะกว่านี้อีกก็ถ้าจะปรับก็เราก็ต้องพยายามหาแต้มให้ได้เยอะกว่านี้
That was our best toss to an interview ever.
I love it. Look,
we're on the ball.
Look, I'm busy summoning Stadium, dude. I can't be distracted by interviews and other such shenanigans.
Whatever. Moving on with life. Genji making a rotation out from Danqing, southeast area of the circle. FN is going to take their time, send Rex out a little bit ahead to scout the edge of the circle. Al-Qadzia making their moves. Furia's got a glider up. They're going to be doing a little bit of scouting from there, taking their time. Sharper landed in Jadena City, or near it, and they're driving through it. The Expendables still looting, taking their time to get in. Arena still outside, and Orchid over by Long Tin.
So we need to start talking about what's happening after 11th place right now, because we're starting to get a break point situation looking down where it's 38 points, 36, 30, and there's the diminishing down there. That break line at 17. 17's in a good position in the circle. You want to get away from those bottom positions. The desk was talking about it. Martin specifically was like, yes, you lose your hotel, you get put on a plane, it's time to go. You don't make last chance qualifiers. You are done and out. We're now starting to see a breakaway at 11th. You cannot let that get away from you.
No, you're spot on, Matt. Spot on. It is starting to get really scary for JDG and Genji and Geek when you're looking at that big of a gap up to 11th place. You know, you're almost now just competing against 4 a.m. and 17, it feels like, to try to not be that bottom 3. And the rest of everybody else is looking at 5th place saying, you know, from T1 up, you're 6 points away from 5th place right now.
Yeah. I mean, all the way to 11th still has a chance for 5th. And everybody at the bottom is just like, please, may I have some more points? Just anything to get away from these bottom 3. Furia, though, roaming around right at 8th, getting information. They're going to be pretty close to Stadium as well. Squads that are not yet inside the circle are going to be Orchid down to the southwest. They have an easy path into it, nothing to worry about. The Expendables, I have to assume, have some type of emergency pickup because they haven't moved in quite a while. Sharper, who's down around Jadina City, they're rotating in kind of in that southeastern area. Geek K is doing a big wrap all the way around to the north.
And look at the Expendables. They were gatekeeping the Jadena Bridge, and Sharper actually took the south bridge.
No.
We know. We play in the same region as you. We know your trickery. We know your shenanigans.
We know what you like to do, and we're not going to let you have fun with us just quite yet. Orchid looking for some fun of their own. Nothing really ahead of them. Jiao 10 is going to be where we have Al Qadzia at, and that's going to be the closest squad, but wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a commitment coming out from Orchid. Feels like they'd rather play the high ground just a bit further away from it.
I'd love to see Al Qadzia just chill on the eastern edge of Jiao Tin, because if it ends up going that way, that's where the circles often kind of end up. So
I love how Al Qadzia, even whenever they opt into taking a city early, still run 4 men apart.
Yeah.
They are committed in the strategy. They think it works really well for them. And
hey, I mean, look, they're doing fine.
Yeah. You don't have to play the meta. You play what's good for you. Same thing applies to you guys whenever you're like everybody's chasing like the M4 meta guns and MP5 and all that other stuff. Sometimes, just a pump action shotgun. If that's what you're good with, get your wins with that.
Yeah, have fun. That's all that matters. You have fun.
If you like running over people with motorcycles, live your life, man.
Yeah, live your best life. That's the beautiful thing about PUBG.
There's 1,000 different ways to play it.
Exactly. All right, Sharper has made it ahead of the Expendables, who are now on the move. They have left their bridge camp and are trailing, but not super far behind. Duck is going to use this opportunity to gas up his Blanc and then continue forward.
Blanc,
I don't know if I've ever seen a player actually utilize the gas station in esports, at least that our observers have caught.
We had it happen, I think, on day 1 for just a second. We've seen it a few times.
Oh, did we see it? And I just
but it was just for like
out.
A second. You know what I mean? The players have said it's one of the most awkward things to do on the face of the earth because you just kind of sit there for a second and you're like,
it takes forever.
What do I do? And the whole time you're just terrified that somebody's got like a bolt
me.
action and just going to pop you in the face.
It's scary to use those for sure, but I think the Expendables have taken enough time that they're comfortable enough. Furia has themselves a BRDM, one of those things that
and a glider.
BRDM है, Furia के पास glider
just
है.
got everything they could ever
level
want.
3 gears भी आगे है.
The air, you got the ground. I mean, they're bringing the combined arms this game.
Sharper is going to be eyeing some combined arms of their own. They're getting pretty close to Gen G, running along the line where Evan Pochon's playing down to the southeast. Orchid's just kind of realized, hey, there's nobody to the west. There's nobody kind of the northwest. We can just continue on our merry way over here, get close to Jiao Tin and Stadium. A lot of our teams have opted away from the north and the northwest specifically. Looks like probably 60% of the circle just leading down into the southeast from center and Stadium is where we're seeing most of our teams playing.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that the circle goes north of Stadium. I've seen it like once. It was madness.
It was a fun game.
It was fun.
It's like you almost forget that there's a deserty style area to the north part of this map.
Yeah, I've seen it end like right near the river. I think you were with me. I'm pretty sure.
The two of us together.
Yeah.
I remember being with you, Paper.
Is that in
I
Shanghai?
remember being with me.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
I
thought we were special.
You can just blame it on me being old.
Okay, acceptable.
Furia पे 2 glider हो गए.
The Freaks are just kind of roaming around the stadium, trying to get a little bit south of it. They leave one player on the stadium proper to watch their backs, and everything else trying to keep it in front of them. They're already pinging out JDG. Know that they're going to be in there. Is Heaven going to go for it? Yeah, he is. And, oh, boy, he lit him up, but can't find the knock just yet.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's enough safety to be had.
Blow up the gas station, dog.
Do it. Do it. Go with the big, big play. Just destroy the whole gas station, make everybody's life sad. With the way the circles pop, Stadium Dreams are done. We didn't summon it hard enough. Instead, we go west of Test Track. Expendables is going to be outside the circle, but several teams up to the
Twisted Mind
northwest,
must zone के अंदर है, towards center है.
Furia, and Orchid all going to be finding their way into the circle.
Yeah, a little bit tricky. DNF trying to pre-fire that compound to see if they get a reaction. JDG was thinking the same thing, but they actually pull off. Seeing that DNF had got there a little bit sooner. No. They're going to contest this. JDG, despite their position on the leaderboard, no fear here. Just saw two cars, saw two players. And they think, well, maybe we can actually take this fight. I mean, the Freaks are going to bring in the reinforcements. That's a great grenade from Heaven.
Just taking too long. They made the committed in to just jump in at this point, but then gave enough time for the Freaks to rally themselves back together. You can see reinforcements are already going to be there. JDG now in some trouble.
Nice.
Please do get the knock on.
Okay, a response. Those blue zones going to back off the Freaks just a little bit. They want to get the flush onto Guman. They get a scrape of damage. More grenades being used here, trying to get it in the window. Some connecting. Heaven thinking about another. Looks it a bit. Here's those shots on the outside, checking to see if there's anybody getting close. JDG is so bunched up in there. If you could just get a good grenade in there.
We often see if the circle doesn't go just
Spaceman
west of Test Track, it goes in this area. So a lot of teams are starting to jockey around the outside of this, and that's made to where there hasn't been a third party involved just yet. They're all kind of scrapping with each other at range and holding each other back. Salute waiting for anybody to walk around the corner, and it's just an exchange. Salute knocking himself to take down December 12th.
Oh, Spaceman had gotten the angle around the outside of this building. Oh, but Guman able to win that fight. That's brutal.
Back up. Be careful, information fed, but Guman reads it so well again on the hunt. This man is just demolishing JDG. He's going to be just absolutely ecstatic about that one.
That is crazy good reaction and coordination from DNF, but look who it is. Namiga has a player here. Hello, my bad, with a FAMAS by himself. Goes for it, but he's got the safety of the BRDM.
You never know. Might have gotten something. Instead, just run away. And the Breakers finds himself right next to the Expendables. This is down to the southeast. 4 Angry Men also go. The Expendables getting pinched from two different sides by FN Pochon.
This has got to be frustrating for FN. Not expecting a team to be coming in as late as the Expendables were. They took their time going for a camp. Rex, he could be outdueled by Clories here. Yes, he is.
We go Rex.
Clories with some nice repeaks.
Those were just so beautifully timed. A lot of times people can end up going into a pattern. He specifically kept breaking it apart so that way it throw off the pacing for the other side peeking it. Just so well done. And then just go ahead, line in some damage on the long so that way you can defend in enough time to let your guys set up.
Come on, Zenith.
They're sneaking underneath here now. Zenith trying to catch the Expendables off guard, and he does. That's one. Duck Juice wants the point for sure. Gets it for FN. And he's got to look out. Tanvu, they should have spotted each other, but look who it is. Shen showing up from behind.
4 Angry Men needs these points. Spots out Tanvu, and Shen does take down Tanvu. The Expendables in tatters as now it is just Clories looking right at FN Pochon.
Yeah, mutually assured destruction, but teams out in the edge just want to try and collect whatever points they can here. Nice spray down from Clories onto Starlord, who's been driving around for a while.
आपस में लड़ जा रहे हैं भाई.
Still 4 a.m.
Namaskaram. Hello, Reds.
Looming on top of this
Welcome
fight.
to the
You
stream.
can see Delwyn at range is trying to roll into this and trying to figure out how involved he wanted to be. He was eyeing maybe just going for the circle. Instead, he might just be coming back to either pick up Clories or provide a new angle of support. He runs back out of the safe zone. It feels like they're just trying to get an idea on what's going on or be enough of a distraction so that way Clories can, hop in his own vehicle. Now they both send it away, want nothing to do with 4 Angry Men, and Zenith is now left to contend with them.
Zenith is just on an island, man. He's trying to get away from 4 a.m. He knows that they probably realize he's there. Arena going for a dip pretty close to T1 territory. Genji within sniffing distance of T1 there. Ping's immediately out. Pretty well aware, RE Arena. I think they're a little too far for frags, though.
We've got a fight potentially brewing between Orchid and Furia down the southwest. Furia doesn't have too many options. There's a pretty flat area in front of them. Orchid did get into a point to maybe gatekeep them out. They're not settled in. Downside to it is that Gizera's just roaming around in the BRDM. Ray has this answer for it, though. Does he lead it properly? And he does. Gizera down. Quick flush to follow.
That's nice there. Oh! Now he's taking a bunch of damage. He's going to get knocked. It's Posa from Furia from afar, and they're getting a little help from the glider with that info.
You got the info, 14th. But I lost a BRDM for a 1-for-1 exchange. Doesn't feel the best, but these Kawazin did get inside the safe zone, so that'll provide some form of safety for them to workaround.
दो player गए अपने.
Zenith's out, so FN Pochon's slide continues. Day 1 good for FN Pochon. Day 2 has not.
Yeah, it hasn't been quite as good. They've been getting caught out on these edge positions that they were left unfettered in the previous day. So getting a little bit tricky for them. Going to have to kind of talk a little bit more about how to keep your heads on a swivel, especially with the expendables in the lobby, because you never know what in the world they're going to be doing. That glider has exploded, and that's not the best place for Kraken to land there. He is out in the open, and I was going to say, I can't believe that he's going to get much further.
Posa just goes in. The last one's up for Fury, having to deal with Orchid. I think Orchid just went back and rezzed their last member that they didn't have up. 4 Angry Men down to the southeast. To the north, we still have Geek to get in the zone, as well as Namiga. Namiga is taking shots at PWDD.
क्या गंदा quality में stream हो रहा है
He's trying to
अभी.
get into the zone, so it's just really fighting over a bit of an awkward situation. We end up kind of in between the two spots we often see the circle end at.
No, you're absolutely right. But the circle should go west here. Should. In some form or another. Good grenades from Lurex. Going to be taking down more members of Furia. Posa trying to do what he can. There you go. A readjust, at least gets damage.
Yeah, that one just feels bad. Now Posa's position is revealed. He's isolated.
Oh my God.
He needs to get a knock of some type. DK up to the north, rolling right into Twisted while they're making their wrap to regroup. Example going to be the last one for them to kind of follow up. Namiga now the odd team out. Freaks also not inside the zone. Alcazia's got to rotate in. We got T1 that's going to be down around where we're seeing Gen G that's going to be trying to regroup, while this is all going to be gatekeeping out what's going on with Posa, trying to hold out what's going on with Orchid. And Posa does at least take down Boostic, slowing down the pace for Orchid.
Yeah, now T1 starting to fan out. I wonder if they're going to try to do some damage. The problem is 4 AM and the Expendables also kind of eyeing that direction as well. Everybody wants these points. Magore back in. The Freaks sitting up on the northwest side with 17 and Alcazia somewhat close. And Namiga over on their east. So kind of a tricky pathing here. This is a very weird circle because I think that mountain towards the middle is maybe in the land ratio zone.
Well, it's also weird because down in the southeast, we've got 4 Angry Men being very cautious on how they handle these last 2 expendable players. They did get the knock on Adelwin. It's a full wraparound where they're pretty sure just 2 members of the Expendables are at. They now know for certain, so they get a bit more aggressive. Finish out the Expendables. So opportunities for Twisted as well as the Freaks. Twisted already inside the safe zone. The Freaks trying to get there right now.
Yeah, the Freaks are going to have to play a little bit on the fly this time.
bottom 3 में
They're
था
going to use this hill to set up on the edge.
YouTube में थोड़ा
Gotta watch
better
their
है.
backs, man. There's a couple teams coming their way, so they're going to have to
अगले
hit
match
some
में
nifty
करते हैं.
shots, at least able to push or shepherd Namiga forward. The team I'm more worried about for them would be 17, and 17 needs to get some points.
I was going to say, or maybe we'll have to kind of see what's happening down in the south with Orchid and 4 Angry Men. This is not the best place to stop, but sometimes you just got to make the best of a bad situation. The Arena's doing the exact same, trying to juke out any mortars that are flying at them. This is going to be Alcazia that was taking the shots to see if maybe they can weaken up some of the defensive line before they make the push into the safe zone.
Yeah, you got to be extra careful. Rello going to let loose with a few more. These are in E-Arena's direction, but they are well away from that. Oh, Levante gets a knock onto Salute there. So the Freaks are going to be stalled up, and they're just getting peppered right now. That hill not providing enough cover. You have the BRDM showing up to the party here to give Namiga some extra cover potentially.
I love using the BRDM this way to kind of like provide cover and break sight lines every once in a while.
BRD पहले esports scene में नहीं था, अब लेकिन अच्छा लग रहा है esports में आ गया.
Allows you to see any repositions that are coming out.
Panzer भी है
wants to get in the circle. E-End is stretched a bit further away from the other members from T1 to see how close he can get to the road. But Freaks got to be careful. Explosions all around them. That's going to be 17 making their push. Human picks it back.
All right, these got to be good grenades here, and that is a really good one. Eats a ton of damage in. Cowboy takes down EN. To Freaks trying to hold on. Salute gets off with a big one from Xiaobei.
17, hello, we missed you on the chase after the Freaks right now. Vehicles just roaming around, popping off everywhere, and 17 using this little bit of a recess in the hill to massive advantage. They're trying to run their way through. 7-7 down. They don't want to overpeak it. Instead, they retreat, try to make sure that they keep numbers advantage. But DL has different idea. He just wants to run down in and of himself, right down to their face, and it is going to be denied.
That is huge for 17. They were in such an awkward position on the leaderboard, close to that bottom 3. And that could be a big difference maker as this goes along to at least get them into the LCQ, maybe even better. As T1 starting to do some damage to Alcazia.
Alcancia stopped in a bad spot. They've got Irina on the other side. 2 members of T1 just on the hunt after them. Nowhere near the safe zone. Opposite side of that, 17 actually has some vision in. Utility galore just laying on top of the nades. Molotovs, nowhere to go. They're trying to be a bit tricksy with it, seeing maybe they could use the vehicles, but there's just too many people. This is honestly almost baiting T1 into a firefight with Irina, though, if they're not careful.
Yeah, Irina wants a piece of this. That's just the end of it. Type going to collect a bunch of kills. 3 for him so far in this game. EN takes a bunch of damage, and now T1 has another fight on their hands. No time to rest.
Eyes on the safe zone, but it's got to go through Irina to get it. T1 sitting at 4 kills right now. Eyes on some more, but let's not forget that 17 as well as Namiga can have some bits of vision in this, depending on how the peaks come out. Ian on the other side does spot out Jacob, and that's going to make this next fight way easier.
Yeah, that's a huge boon there. Type has been sat down. He has to get in the smoke and heal. There's a grenade rolling right next to Nurens, though. He takes a bunch of damage. Type lets loose with another one. They're catching little bits of damage here and there, but you're having to use some of that emergency cover here already as Type, and you're outside of the next zone.
Just got to brave the smokes. No option. Blue zone back behind you. 4 angry men just roam right along the same pathing. They're going to be right back behind Irina to provide some type of distraction. T1 going to try to use that while Jin G is eyeing what's going on with 4 angry men. Opon tries to go for a flank position back behind all of this. Irina trying to rally in the defense the best that they can, but it has just gotten so chaotic with 4 angry men making the jump in Namiga's position. 17 trying to make the push at the exact same time. A big firefight happening for them over there. Now T1 has more maneuverability where they can make a shift into Irina's fight.
This is absolute madness, but some good grenades on both sides as T1 is finally eliminated by Irina. A lot of damage done. Genji getting involved in a bunch of these fights as well. It is chaos on the leaderboard. Everybody is dying left and right. Orchid players going down. Namiga players going down. It is just insanity.
The West absolutely exploded. Irina survives the onslaught down to the Southwest. 4 angry men somehow managed to make landfall right next to Namiga because Namiga can't push due to 17's position. It has gotten to be an awkward standoff with now 4 angry men having to hold back Irina just due to how sightlines are set.
Yeah, this is
scary
stuff.
Cover car use हो रहा है, खाली गिरे जा रहा है.
They're going to have to potentially fight through. What is this circle? This is craziness.
Perfectix is loving it right now. That's high ground vision for Twisted in a later stage. Geek on the other side of it. Sharper still alive down there, avoiding all the action that's happening in the West. But now, yet again, Irina, Jinji, 4 angry men, Namiga, and 17 have to fight and have to get into the safe zone.
This is going to end right next to that tall rock.
वैसे बाहर टीम लड़ रही है काफी ज्यादा तो शायद हो सकता है.
Rare circle we're seeing right here, folks. This very rarely happens.
के लिए ज्यादा easy हो गया फाइट. अभी हट कह नहीं सकते.
Another victim. He's got 3 kills already. He is finally coming to life for 4 AM when they need him. The superstar really has to start showing up.
But nobody can really move right now. Jinji opts away from any of the firefighting. That's the smart move. Just get into the safe zone. Irina has to just send it. They have to go after 4 angry men, and they've got to roll right in. Big explosion coming up. Lyrics demolishes his own squad. Hopes and dreams dashed instantly, and 4 angry men love it.
What just happened? How did he do that? He just shot his teammate right in the back. Shen again with some angles to peek on and do a little bit of damage. Wants to follow up with a grenade to see if he can finish what the FAMAS started. Does catch some damage, but doesn't find any knocks. Meanwhile, 17 is losing players as they try to get through. Xiaobei with a P90 still, but so much work to do ahead of him.
Tied up, 4 angry men, 17 between 2. They're going to go down. 4 angry men surviving, but they still have Namiga on one side of this hill. And they still got Opon's alive. Jinji's moving in slow. Big firefight now starting to brew. Sharper caught in between Jin G and Twisted Minds both.
Dude, Bean is going crazy with the FAMAS. He has gotten 3 knocks with it.
Perfectix
couple kills to boot. That is Perfectix and Twisted Minds doing some work on the backside. They're probably going to win this game while everybody's fighting out on these sides, trying to claim what they can. Shen pushes forward. Shen gets another.
4 angry men stacking up the kills, and they are not done yet. They still have Opons in front of them. Flame back behind that as well. They have to be careful on how they approach the zone. If they wrap to the north, 4 angry men could find something that's pretty safe to work from. Genji on the other side have a pretty good position to play in. There's some more for 4 angry men. Actually, no, Flame picked that one up.
Oh, wow. I mean, Genji is getting desperately needed points. They've only got 2 kills, but they've at least gotten into a top 4.
They should be able to get in the zone, right?
Heck yeah, dude. I'd worry about Twisted Minds having a Panzer here, though. They're very good about making sure they keep an extra 1 or 2.
And they haven't been having to fight as much. Sparking.
Didn't matter.
So big. So example, Perfectix, yeah, they just got so much vision. As the sparking vehicle just continues to explode around them. Where do you even go? Just crossfire from everywhere.
Yeah, no. That BRDM was already in very bad shape, and it just took some bullets to actually get it to blow up. So not much further that 4AM can go now. I think Shen is no longer for this lobby. Oh, that grenade. I thought for a second was going to like bounce off the hood of that BRDM.
4AM के 10 kill, लेकिन 4AM का आखिरी बंदा
short
जिंदा है.
as well. Lou just looking for the spray into the smoke, but I think for Twisted Minds here, it's just gatekeep Shen, make sure that Gen.G can't do anything else. Get in a great position or anything like that. Just kind of keep him at arm's length. Don't give up a knock.
So
yeah,
now we're looking at this. Twisted, big come up in this game, finding 8 kills. 4 Angry Men as well, touching into 12th place. Gen.G, late stage game for them, but it is 2 squads that have been at the bottom of the leaderboard now contesting against the indomitable Twisted Minds. They have to be careful on this approach. Peeking around these angles, Orca, Bean, trying to line up against Perfectix, an example, is going to be so hard.
Do it, Shen. Get the crate. You've already got 1 crate gun. Why not 2?
2 is better. Why not both?
You refresh your armor. It's all good. You're totally going to be able to get there, I swear. There's not 4 players of Twisted looking at you or anything.
Right now, Shen just wishing that somebody on Gen.G would do something, but Batulin's going to snag it away. Tons of kills just spattered across the side of Twisted right now, equally killing everybody, but it is Twisted one side to the north and Gen.G to the south.
That was a stellar game from 4AM. Just knew when they had to capitalize on their opportunities and did so extremely well. A big part of that, Shen with a FAMAS. And that is, a breath of fresh air for 4AM, who were flirting with one of those bottom 3 spots and now giving themselves a little bit of breathing room. So badly here. Twisted Minds happy to just kind of keep on cruise control, go to the grand finals as expected. Can Gen.G give themselves an extra life?
So quiet. It's so hard to get information with the giant hill in the middle of this. It's directly in the middle of it. So really, you just have to go for these very awkward peaks around the side. Orca is playing more into the east for Gen.G to see if maybe they can creep around, find something. Perfectix for Twisted is going to be eyeing that side. It's 2 different strategies on how to approach a hillside. We've got Gen.G with 2 members pretty close, but kind of separate away from the peak itself, and then kind of dancing around the outskirts. While we have example in Perfectix for Twisted, very close to each other, holding down firing lines almost back-to-back to make sure that there's nothing that can pass in front of them.
Oh, so close there. That knock, if it had happened, would have been disastrous for Gen.G. Orca was out in no man's land by himself. Would have been a little bit tricky for Gen.G to get that res. Instead, able to scoot underneath that hill, find a little bit of cover, find a little bit of safety. Now Gen.G looking to reinforce that angle just a little bit. As we take a look at the util cinch. And some stuns here, couple frags, couple mollies. Kind of a smorgasbord for Gen.G for both teams to work with. Really the big difference is the frags. 8 for Twisted Minds, 3 for Gen.G. That makes a huge difference potentially. Bean.
Oh, so close yet so far. Orca is playing at range, so he can provide cover for Bean. Twisted has opted to getting a lot closer. Batulin's playing a bit further away. Do hear this. Perfectix takes a lot of nade damage, but doesn't go down. We're going to see a follow-up toss. That's going to land pretty close to example. Get some damage. Not again enough to really set anything just quite yet. Both sides jockeying around. Bean wants to go for a peek. Spots out a little bit more, but it's just about trying to gather information. Realize how you want to handle these angles, as the Rock is just pretty much the villain of this firefight.
The center of Circle 9, if we get there, is going to be like right near Perfectix and Bean. This is such an awkward final circle. This could go on for a while. I mean, a little bit of damage done. Lou almost knocked. That's what you're looking here for as either team.
I mean, you just can't get good damage unless you go for just an absolutely crazy peek around. And then you put yourself in such a vulnerable spot. You can see Orca just keeps trying to find some vulnerability, but Twisted is using the rock facing itself. Teamed up against it and trying to use Batulins at range to deny out anything with Lou. You can see him. There's a little bit of a recess in that hill where he can peek up, so that way he can line up, have some defensive positioning to where it's really just his head on one side of it. And, hey, respect. Tries to make something happen there.
They want to be king of the mountain.
Awkward spot. Try something awkward.
Well, now are they just going to... Okay, for a second there, I was like, no way you wrap around the other side. They have to play just for that center position. So just stay underneath. I mean, somebody's just got to be on Perfectix duty. Just make sure you can't use that high ground position on top of that rock to rain down damage on top of Gen.G.
There's two big pressure points for both squads when we're looking at it. It's, of course, Perfectix and being close. But at range, Orca and Batulans kind of dancing between each other as well. And if anybody finds a vulnerability or relents for just a moment, this has been a slow boil of a fight. And that means that the pressure is continuing to mount. The longer and longer this goes on, you keep hearing all these footsteps around you. It just keeps putting up and stacking up the stress.
Yeah, Gen.G wants to try to punish Batulans. He's closest to the edge of the circle. They would love to take him down and make it a 4v3. He's in kind of the most uncomfortable spot for Twisted, but they know that. That's why all these smokes come through. And again, all these frags. Gen.G used 2 for nothing. Twisted still has 7.
This is so good. Throwing down the smoke line with Twisted, remember that they have Perfectix in that higher ground position. He can kind of look down into the thick of it. It's almost like a bait saying, okay, if we're going to be dancing center position, we're going to be using smokes, we're going to be using utility, and we're going to be using the one advantage we have in the high ground. But Tulans drops it on top of Bean. Toasty goes down. Example finds it. Just the 2 right back to back. Perfect. Nade's going to be landing close to Twisted. They've got to be careful. Still holding around. Still juking between the 2. Perfectix up on top. Hearing everything.
He's just got to be careful. Has to go for that first aid. Got lit up a little bit. More stuns up and over. They're not really doing much here for Gen.G except trying to buy time to get Tosi rezzed. I don't know if they're going to be given the opportunity.
Oh, peeks around Example, spots out Flame. Down to just 1. Holds the angles, and that's going to be Twisted playing slow, steady, and perfect.
What else would you expect from Twisted Minds? Navigating so much of that game so well, and that end game, not a very unfair situation that Gen.G was in. Twisted makes it look easy.
Yeah, it was just different play styles of approach. Yes, Twisted did go ahead and get the position on top of the rock a bit earlier, but that's all the pacing and control inside the game. Remember, that rock cropping was there for a long time. Gen.G was playing the southern side for defense. Twisted was playing for the north. They went to the rock cropping earlier. They got control of it earlier, realizing something could happen over here. And that knowledge, that pre-planning, pays off big.
Yeah, and again, having those extra grenades and being very patient with them, whereas Gen.G wasn't. They spent grenades for nothing early.
Well, they had to do all that firefighting along the side. Yeah, Twisted, they got a ton of kills as well, but it was a little bit cleaner in their firefights, and they make sure to secure their utility
plus
well.
10 plus kills. Let's fucking go. अभी तो इमीडिएट लीडर बोर्ड अपडेट तो होगा नहीं, बट देखते हैं.
An absolute decimation of Gen.G in the final moments of that game, smashed against the rocks. It's Twisted Minds, the greatest team on the planet right now, as they look to try and challenge for the number 1 spot here in Group A. I'm excited, the chat's excited, Martin's excited, Twisted Minds is excited.
Yeah, now I have to stop because you're out of breath, James. What a great comeback intro here, though. Fantastic circle. This was difficult with having that high pillar in the center play. But yeah, early on, Perfectix got center.
तानू ने एक गेम में फोड़ दिया, उसके बाद सारे गेम में थोड़ा थोड़ा किया था.
Exactly where it's going to end, and they took advantage of having that northern compound for a very, very long time. I gotta say, sometimes you have passive wins with compounds in play. Here, it was proactive, it was aggressive, and it was absolute decimation, especially on the west side here. Arena with some crazy things. We saw Foreign Gumen getting tons of damage done as well. Especially here from not northern side, but eventually it became this pillar of rock here that became the focal point of everything here. But 2 nades, 2 knocks.
That's all it needed. That's all they needed.
Exactly how you execute a late game like
that. Yeah, exactly. Just absolute down to narrow point around this when they're actually coming around the corner. Wow. The utility was perfect here from Twisted Minds, solidifying themselves a great win off the back. I mean, the circle did go their way. I'm not going to mince words about that. Being able to dispatch of Gen.G that has been having having a rough time of it so far in this group, and they are in the danger zone. The fact that they couldn't get more points off of this as well still kind of keeps them in the danger zone here, Martin.
It does. I mean, we're more than halfway through here. If you don't make the most of it in the last 2 games here, you're going to be coming into the day after tomorrow when you're playing your last 6 games. You're going to be nervous. You're going to be mentally struck by, guys, if we're not performing, we're going home. It's not like you're going last chance. We're going home. The bottom 2 teams, they are out.
And I'll draw parallels. We saw what Nerves, when it was all on them, did to them in PGS 10. They bottomed out, which meant that they had to leave their fate in other people's hands, which is not where you want to be at all there.
And they're looking so good for quite a while there, right? We were like, okay, they're back. They're doing it. They're back. And then it crumbled under the pressure.
Absolute
under
cinema, yes.
the mental lack of mental fortitude, you could say.
Well, it's Twisted Minds back again. 23 points here for them as they take #1 from this game. A very important game for Angry Men, I will say as well. 15 points go their way, and they were also in the danger zone. So a little bit of a fight back, not only from Gen.G trying to get out of that spot, but also a multiple of these Chinese teams that were trying to move away from the danger spots too.
Yeah, the bottom teams are kind of shaping up to make a little bit of space in between themselves. Again, it's going to be very interesting once we see the last day of Group A here. Because once we get to that, there's going to be the fight for the top 5. And there's going to be the fight simultaneously to try to survive from the bottom, right? Because the top 5 trying to get as many points as possible. They're going to be aggressive, and meanwhile, you're in the bottom 3 trying to survive for as long as you can, trying to be as passive as possible here. And with this game, James, we're going to see a huge jump up because Expendables had 2 bad games back-to-back here. And with those 23 points, that puts them at 98. Not kind of unheard of, but still, the top 2 now is separating themselves down to
lobby A थोड़ा tough है compared to lobby B, मतलब group B.
Do you feel like Twisted Minds now is basically securing themselves in top 5 as long as something doesn't go insanely awry?
Obviously, we had 8 more games to go, right? I'm talking about this hypothetical cutoff between 120 points and 135 points. Is where we're thinking. I think 135 very safe, but with this, there's no way we don't see them do another 140. Like they're gonna blast probably, they're gonna blast probably 150, 160 plus. Now that they kind of feel that they're safe, right? With 2 more games to go, even we could see them breach the 110, 120 point quite easily. Like one win and a few kills, they're in there, right? And then they're going into their last day completely safe and sound. And that's where I really think it's interesting because there's 2 things, right? There's the who do you want directly in the final to compete with, but also, second of all, who do we potentially want to target to eliminate completely out of PGC?
रवि भाई का 4 गेम में 113 पॉइंट हो रखा है भाई 4 गेम में भाई मेरा day 1 का पूरा पॉइंट उतना था
3, 4, 5 teams that could be in that bottom 3 once you come with a few games left to play.
You make a good point. You do. All right, well, it's time for a break here. And when we return, we have Erangel 2 times here to round out day number 2 here for Group A for PGC.
अब कोड आएगा, हाँ, बताता हूँ. जब ये हो ही रहा है बताता हूँ गाइस देखो अभी मैच 5 चालू होने वाला है, ठीक है. मैच 5 में क्या होता है बताता हूँ. इस वेबसाइट को रीसेट करना है, PUBG स्पोर्ट्स में जाना है, ठीक है. न्यूज़ में जाना है. न्यूज़ में देखो ये आया होगा, कहाँ गया रे, ये देखो ब्रॉडकास्ट कोड आएगा, ठीक है. एंटर द ग्रुप स्टेज ए ब्रॉडकास्ट कोड, ठीक है. डे 2 आएगा यहाँ पे और ये कोड आएगा आपके कब आएगा, यहाँ लिखा होगा, कहाँ गया भाई. बेसिकली जब टॉप 4 बचेगा ना 5th मैच में तब आता है कोड, ठीक है. और उस कोड को यहाँ एंटर करना है, तो लॉगिन करके रखना. अरे भाई ये हर चीज़ में लॉगिन करने बोल देता है यार. चलो गाइस देखते हैं माय टीम रिफ्रेश. भाई आज काम नहीं कर रहे यार, कोई भी उतना खास नहीं है बट ठीक है, कुछ तो पॉइंट्स दिलाया. कितना 402 1700 पर टॉप 500 में आना है भाई. कैसे हो कर रहे हो, टॉप 100 में आना है एक्चुअली. तो 500 में क्या ही करोगे. लीडर बोर्ड नहीं, ये वाला लीडर बोर्ड यहाँ पे है ना सब कोई. वो भाई सिर्जो के 417 पॉइंट. वाह 373. ये देखो इनका मेरे को भाई इतना पॉइंट तो मेरा डे 1 को था 6 मैच के बाद, क्या अभी से हो गया है? सायु ठीक है बॉटम में, कोई ना, चलो। और किसका जुड़ना तो जुड़ जाना गाइस, मेरे को बोल देना, मैं लिंक भेज दूंगा। Yeah, during the 5th match each day revealed at top 4 moments. ठीक है, तो इसका मैं लॉगिन कर लेता हूँ, थोड़ा सा कैप्चर कार्ड हटा रहा हूँ। लॉगिन हो जा, कंटिन्यू। अपने क्राफ्टन आईडी से लॉगिन कर लेना, हो जाएगा सब सॉर्टेड।
We'll take down this company, one boss at a time. Just so you know, they're insane. I got this.
तुम सालौट बोल रहे हो तो ये देखो ना, मेरा देखो ना, माई टीम देखो भाई। ये ले, ये देखो, ये देखो जेनिथ जो नंबर 1 खिलाड़ी था, ठीक है। जेनिथ देखो ग्रुप ए का। अरे भाई ये लोग तो अभी ऊपर चढ़ गए भाई, बट ठीक है। देखो जेनिथ नंबर 1 प्लेयर था, आज कहाँ है? कहीं भी नहीं है।
Pretty rock star move, Chai.
आज देखो, आज देखो, आज का देखो, आज तो हेवन मार रहा है। एग्जाम्पल ने अभी चिकन किया ना, उसके वजह से। अबे DL 24 पॉइंट निकाले भाई, उस दिन निकाल लेता इज्जत बच जाता मेरा। भाई जानबूझ के खेल रहा है ऐसे आज। भाई 21 पॉइंट निकाला है, 18 पॉइंट। राहुल 12 पॉइंट। काम नहीं कर रहा। अच्छा इसको हटा दिया मैं अपने लिस्ट से। शार्लोट का नहीं देखे थे। भी मार रहा है। 13,000 का प्लेयरेबल की है। पता नहीं रहता ना कौन चलेगा कौन नहीं चलेगा।
The middle maps didn't do the Expendables any favors, but did do Twisted a couple of favors. And that is scary, as now we're going into Erangel, where Twisted reigns supreme.
It feels inevitable now that Twisted will be making the grand finals directly here.
YouTube
they dominate Rondo in this group. They've won it both times so far, so they are just on a tear. And again, it just masterful handling of that end game.
But hey, 4 angry men, Gen G making it later stages, 17 finding some kills. Bottom portion of the leaderboard starting to find something there.
That's what they need. We need to see more of that here. Anything.
It was feeling bad.
And asked your prom day, they're up into that top 5. So like right now, the top 3, they're up into that top 5. So like right now, the top 3, exactly how I would have said they would have gone out in this group if I had to predict beforehand.
We have seen positions is we still have that top 5 just jockeying back and forth. We're starting to get some breakaways at the top, but it is still just so congested in that middle area.
Yeah, it's been tough for FN. Their game plan that worked so well yesterday is crumbling a bit here today because of some teams doing some weird stuff, coming in very late to the edges and things like that, where maybe they aren't fully expecting it. They're still fighting pretty well at times, but they're getting a little bit.
कैप्टन चिकन निकाला 10 पॉइंट वहां से और kills के तो हैं
diligent enough watching their backside.
Damage के भी है.
Yeah, this plane path, it sucks. Millie Island circle to start, maybe.
We did get a Millie Island on day 1, so.
No, why not? We had one. We've had one every day so far. We had one yesterday too. So.
मैं miss कर गया $35,000
we just get at least one per day.
$35,000 कहाँ था?
We've been getting a lot of hot drops. Are we going to continue to get that, or is it looks like Yasnaya is too far away? Might not be where anybody opts into. Instead, a safer drop on Aaron Gell, as the Millie Island teams are going to be
chicken का 10 पॉइंट मिलता
है.
Yeah, so 4 a.m. out north of Corey, so they're not going to be messing with T1 over by Yasnaya, and that is great news for T1, who did not really get a lot of points on those middle maps, where they really needed to do some damage to have some hope of going directly to Grand Finals. Well, we're going over to the east, okay. Not necessarily a Millie circle just yet, but with how the circles have gone today, Matt, I'm not counting it out.
Bridge game, why not? We got a Miracle Rock game that you were talking about based off heat maps and everything else like that. Also, big shout out to Paper Thin for researching and having that one on the ready.
Fantasy वाले पेज में
Bridge game potential could be fun. We also have Death Road that's
Fantasy वाले पेज में ना daily आपको 1 लाख का बजट मिलता है $1 लाख का मेरे को कॉल आ रहा है ना मैं आता हूँ
over there. Could be a bit crazy as now Twisted at 98 points with a breakaway 11 down to the Expendables and then a 20-point drop into everybody else in the hunt.
Yeah, Batu and Example both getting 4 kills apiece. Batu going to be the man of the match with that 478 damage. Nice to see the IGL, always a threat individually. He is just as good as anybody else on this team, it feels like, with that fragging power.
Why we only give him a pan sometimes?
Yeah, that's the only way we can nerf him.
Yeah, no, he's just too strong.
It's too damn good. God, I love these team. God, I love this team. I mean, they're just so fun to watch. I'm sure a lot of people at home are going, anybody but Twisted. They win so much, blah, blah, blah. Nah, screw that. I want to see somebody else win. Maybe a team that has a chance to win. We do have an interview here with DNF. Let's hear what Guman's got to say.
All right, and now we're right here with Guman from DN Freak. So, as we saw that, congrats to you on the first chicken in PGC 2025. And your form is getting better and better. That seems to be like that. And I would like to ask you, what changed that caused this result?
네, 일단 PGC 2025 첫 치킨 축하드립니다. 요즘 경기력이 점점 좋아지고 있는데 혹시 어떤 점이 달라진 걸까요?
큰 부분을 바꾼다기보다 저희가 계속 나왔던 실수들을 그냥 최대한 많이 고치려고 하고 있는 것 같아서 그런 부분에서 좀 점점 더 좋은 경기력이 나오는 것 같습니다.
Rather than making big changes, we just focus on reducing our common mistakes. So that's why our form is getting better.
All right, so we look forward for your next chicken dinner, DN Freaks.
Maybe Aaron Go. That's another chicken dinner for them. Never know. They're very good on this map. Miramar's the map where they struggle, so.
Being right next to Twisted makes that harder.
It's so funny, but they rarely bump into each other. Like, they've kind of figured each other out enough where they're just like, okay, you're doing this, we're doing that. We go our separate ways and we do our own things. As PWD is right.
I know they're
here.
They're
Zenith he's gonna have to get lucky with timing.
I don't think he would have any idea on this.
No. Why would anybody ever do this?
I know. Thank you, PWD. This is what I love. Don't do what is expected, and you can get so much out of it. Zenith watching at range, got to be so cautious. You can see he's just looking, spotting out. Okay, like way off in the distance where anybody could be at. Nobody is expecting PWD this close already at this stage.
Never. But this is, again, I believe, just good scouting on your opponent's tendencies, and FN likes to send a player up here. We saw it 2 days ago when they did exactly the same thing. Granted, that was a milli circle, but they went up here right away. So it's not too surprising. They might have even seen him go up here anyway, and PWG just said, I can make a play. But this solely comes down to if Zenith spots PWD.
Or if Zenith opts into looking for the bridge. We often see people jump down from this higher position, just like this, to go look at the bridge. This is exactly what PWD was waiting for. Easy pickup, patience, understanding exactly what the opponent's going to be doing. Big reward.
That's so well read by GK. And that's Zenith gone. So now is FN, you just got to let GK go ahead of you. You got to seed that position early and probably try to play for the res. I don't know if GK is going to give it up. They are hanging around. Star-Lord with just a scar there. That's not a gun I'd want to be taking, and he's oh god, he's dead. He's
Here
just
comes
dead.
the reinforcements though. They want to see if they can contest. Oh, the nade doesn't land inside the shack like they wanted it to. GK trying to see if they can rally back. Breakers had the Panzerfaust, but Quizzy instantly drops him. Star-Lord does get the knock on to Diffex, but Spyro spots out Rex.
I think one of those hit for PWD at Rage. Quizzy just barely winning that battle out. And that's going to be GK wiping FN before the first circle even closes. Really nicely thought out by them.
EK loving the loot now. Going to feel a lot better about it. They've got control if this goes down to the south. Great position. If not, they've also sent a stage leaning forward saying, hey, if we end up going to this area anytime ever again, it's ours, not yours.
Yeah, and think about where they're at in the standings. They're 14th. They're on that bubble position of being eliminated from PGC if they can't get it going, and that's 4 huge kills, and that gets them closer to 17, who's going to be watching that, being not so thrilled about it. They just can't help themselves but lose players early.
This is kind of a nature of the beast in the circle. You can see what Gen.G was going for. Good position that's going to be jockeyed for pretty regularly. It's just Orchid managed to spot out. Good line of sight. Boostic, of course, always very opportunistic.
Oh, for sure. And if you give Boostic any kind of opportunity, he will absolutely capitalize. He is just too good of a fragger. And look at this. They're going to try to drive in closer. They're getting up on those hills, going around the hills even. Gen.G needs to just group up as 4 for safety after this res.
I mean, there's no harm in surrendering the coastline itself. Give up that area around Shark Fin.
Yeah.
Shift away. Get yourself a bit more inland mass. That's not the worst. All considered, Amiga is going to go ahead and get their res. This is going to be north of Yasnaya. Should be perfectly fine for them to work for. JDG also getting a bit more of a comfortable start this time around. They're around shooting range right now. No big rush to get in the zone either. So everything pretty calm. We were talking about Twisted and Freaks. They both shifted into the circle. Twisted's going to be along Death Road with 2 of their members, another 2 closer to the road to the north of that, and then the Freaks just above them.
And not the end of the world. A little bit of a whoopsie, but not too big of a problem there for an Amiga. They're going to be able to get back up to full health, so away you go. Clear a little bit of extra bag space even maybe, and move on with your game.
It's a way to refer using meds and stuff like that. I like it. Hey guys, I got some more space for ammo.
Hey, I can maybe hold another frag grenade or something, you know.
Oh, Gen.G, Lyrics. Orchid, they want this. This is pretty bold coming up from Orchid. Sitting at 61 right now, just solid performance. Remember, they did see that FN Pochon had some situations start, so they can have an opportunity for themselves. Furia also getting involved on the other side of Gen.G, and I mean, Gen.G's holding it, but God, just good shots, Gaozin.
Oh man, the M16, very good. Still a very, very good gun. A lot of players prefer the Mark 12, but there's a few out there who are happy to have the M16 as well. And going for some shots on the retreating Orca players, or Orchid.
Sorry, Freaks बोल रहा हूँ. FN Pochian.
Not complicated in the slightest. I do like that coming out from Orchid, though. They realize that, hey, there's somebody else shooting at the other side of Gen.G.
I think
this might be a bit too hot. Let's kind of retreat away from it. Let them have it. The Expendables also going to go get Hillside. It's going to be close to 17. They might get some vision on anybody that could try to encroach. So Orchid not wanting to bite off too much more.
Look at how careful they're being here. They're really taking their time. Letting Clories do a little bit of scouting, and then they'll leapfrog a bit, send Delwyn forward to kind of do a similar thing. They're going to rotate right underneath 17. A pre-rotation here for the Expendables. But they don't have to go too far. It's shifted over in this direction.
roams through. They got this information off the hillside just that moment ago, so realizing the angle of approach should be pretty solid. Gen G's keeping their heads down right now. They've got to be careful. They're getting pretty close to Fury as well as 17, who is trying to reach out a bit further themselves. But the Expendables weathering it for the time being, not taking too much damage. Looks like they're going to opt into this position very close to Furia's duo setup over here.
Yeah, but they found the gap in Furia's formation, and they're going to be safe-ish. Just depends on what Furia wants to do. Some frags to kind of see if they can get a cheeky knock and then maybe do a little bit more off the back of that. Saw a Dragunov. I think I saw a bolt in somebody's hands, or maybe they swapped it for the Dragunov. But either way, this is kind of awkward for Furia. And the Expendables are just going to hunker in.
Well, specifically for Kaunzin, right? He's just kind of stuck here now. If anything, it relieves some of the pressure onto Gen G because he was the guy that was kind of taking pot shots on the backside of him. He's now got to get out of this position and regroup with the rest of his friends. So Gen G, that had an angle that was under duress a moment ago, now way more free.
Yeah, it is a little bit helpful for Gen G. You're absolutely right. And they do have Bean who had split out, so they're in a 1-3 right now. Closer to the shark fin down by the bridge. And 4 a.m., they're coming in late. They're one of the last teams here to get into this circle.
Hey, 4 Angry Men, we just saw a beautiful rotation from the Expendables to get into a good point. Issue is, you're coming in from the exact same spot. Everybody's already shifted in, and that's going to be a bit harder.
हमने लिया है तो कैसे kill करेगा भाई?
4 Angry Men can get pretty punished.
Especially मेरे उसमें है मेरा भाई इसलिए मैं gamble नहीं करता
just to the south, and Lou's getting dangerously close to it.
Yeah, I'd just like to see 4 a.m. just probably realize that they're
Def ने मारा है, Defex ने मारा है.
the trail position in terms of everybody that's coming into this.
मेरा gambling की किस्मत बहुत खराब है, इसीलिए मैं कभी सट्टा नहीं लगाता ना. PUBG में वो करता हूँ, gamble करता हूँ.
Look down into these
इधर भी सारा देख लो, Fantasy League में जो टीम को लेता हूँ, वो टीम भागना शुरू.
Looking in on Gen G. Ooh, here this is.
Lou knows.
He's got to be oh so careful though.
Well, he's pretty isolated too. Nobody else is really in reinforced position yet.
मेरा luck बहुत खराब है भाई.
Yeah, Orchid though, with their aggression,
stay away from
looking into the side of what's going on with Gen G, they found themselves with a lot of friends really close to them. And
किस्मत खराब है तो मेहनत करना पड़ता है. इसीलिए मेहनत करता हूँ और कोई reason नहीं है मेरे
jump
पास.
down in the water and maybe try to sneak away from it.
किस्मत साथ नहीं
There's
देती है.
not too much more for them to work with.
भाई मरने वाला है, ये मरेगा.
Emergency pickup just to be safe as well.
देख लिया. ओए
A bit cold, Arctics. Yeah, you're gonna have to retreat to the car.
भाई विकी भाई आपका लू कितना हग्गू है बे.
You just got the extra players here for 4 a.m. They cut the engines on these vehicles so Arctics wouldn't hear them showing up. Now he's in a world of trouble, although they had to pull the trigger a little bit soon, thought they had gotten spotted by him. The tongue was just going to drive at him, but he's just driving down the hill.
That's exactly what you need to do. He's already got multiple members on the other side of the coast. They can defend him if he needs to swim over. He just got to get over there. The car caused too much of a problem. He's fine. He's fine. He's down in the water now. Some level of safety.
All right. Kike lost a player, but the grenades in response don't do much. A little bit of damage to Roth. Arello going to push a little bit further forward. To cut off the advancing forces. A little bit of cover fire from D. And he's hitting some okay shots.
It's just enough to try to stall out. It's become kind of an awkward dance between the windows. Rello taking a lot of damage there. Can't be too cautious. Doesn't get the flushes, and now it's going to be Geek in a really weird spot. Isolated over here with two members. Game started so well, and now it's all starting to feel really bad.
Quizzy, what a sick knock there onto Roth. That was disgusting shooting. Wanted to go for the flush, denied and at least initially. Spyro shows up to try to help. Meanwhile, over with Twisted, Perfectix does claim Suze's life out in the open, so Twisted gets the res, they get a kill, and they continue on their merry way.
4 Angry Men has an idea, and that idea is going to be the exact same as the Expendables, even from stopgap location coming in with information. The Expendables, though, perfect in defense so far. Atongmu starting to realize this might not be the way we wanted to come in after it. No options, even the vehicle blocking the door denies it all, and that means that the Expendables pick up more.
Yeah, the rich just get richer. Expendables make it look easy. Defense with the grenades on point initially to just really ruin 4 a.m.'s crash. Spyro flanks out.
4M भी गई. आपका विकी ब्रो 4M का एक बंदा था ना.
Screen. However, Al-Qadsia hasn't lost anybody. They've got all 4 players still kicking, so this turned into a great defense. 3 गाड़ी वहाँ पे 3 गाड़ी यहाँ पे 6 गाड़ी देखो. Wiping FN
4 बंदे भी नहीं वहाँ. Compound में 3 बंदे उन पे.
In fact, teams still just so back and forth. Finding 3 kills, big for Alcadzia, puts him back closer to T1, who's been in all of those early games. The way the circle sets, Alcadzia is going to have to make a move. Namiga is going to have to regroup. JDG has got to find a way into the circle, and it's been pretty difficult to do so. Alcadzia looks like they're going to wrap down into the south. Gen.G still has been around sharp.
स्कोरबोर्ड में नजर रखो जब भी इधर येलो होता है तो उस टीम का किल दिखा जैसे अभी दिखा रहा है
Very curious to see how Alcadzia approaches.
Well, Alcadzia actually has a couple options. Farm is wide open. Well, it was. I say that. And I just see Earth from Sharper driving in there. JDG wants to go for the emergency pickup.
EP कैसे लेके जाते हैं बे? इतना confidence कहाँ से लाते हैं भाई?
North and छोटे circle में south of E Arena. It is available as well, so there is actually a little bit that Alcadzia could do with. They're a little late to the party for Farm as Sharper's rolling in.
So up on top of Death Road, our 2 squads are going to be the Freaks and Twisted. They're going to have a lot of supervision what's going on down to the south. So how much they really want to harass in on that. To the north of Death Road, it's just pretty much T1 and JDG doing that emergency pickup. And everything's pretty calm right now. Alcadzia is going to be making their approach. It's going to be pretty close to E Arena, but it's going to be, there's got a compound right on the edge of the zone. Should be able to stop off there, and yoink.
I have to assume that Spyro is going to be going for the revives with what he was doing there. Ran by the crates, and that's likely blue chip scoopage.
But where do you go, JDG?
Yeah, this is not fun for E Arena. They're in a shack. They're really split, but hey, center of the circle, I suppose.
This is weird because we end up with that farm open area just to the west. Death Road's still in play. JDG pops the parachutes, and they're starting to land, but look at how many people see the expendable spotting out. T1's going to be able to pick off one of them. The Freaks are going to be a spot landfall. That's going to make it more complicated. 17 was actually rotating over here as well. JDG Spaceman just barely touches the ground. If he had hit the ground any harder, he would have knocked himself.
Kind of curious if the Freaks just want to put pressure down onto JDG. Concern could be is, you know, you might open up an opportunity for a third party, a la 17 or Twisted, to come in there and kind of make your round a lot more difficult. So they're putting 3 players here. They're just trying to gatekeep a bit. Now they should hear some of those shots coming out from 17 on the other side.
South has its own problems brewing while we're watching this. Gen.G is going to be regrouping right next to Alcadzia. Orchid still has to make their wrap around. JDG in their landfall, Cold still alive, has drawn the attention of 17 Gaming, and there is going to be a potential skirmish between 17, Cold being the last one still alive, and the Freaks still lined up over there. T1 still has to get in the circle, and that's going to be 17 finishing that one out clean. Here comes Orchid on their roll through, got too close to Alcadzia, instantly punished, but there is at least something in retaliation back from Boosted.
Well, Alcadzia here could go for a grenade behind that rock, maybe. I don't know if they're close enough, actually. So they're going to have to just try to get it done with the guns. There's just enough cover here that Orchid can hide.
For one of them, and they're both lined in, back behind it, just trying to stay alive as the smoke plumes. Wants to get Meds a bit better off, but let's not forget Gen.G is also over here. Orchid has to be careful in getting out of this. It does not feel good. Alcadzia still wants to just get into the zone. Out inside the blue right now, the longer this goes on, Gen.G could opt into getting involved, but Gen.G at range has this hillside, and it looks like they don't want to commit too much into it. 17 now is going to commit into the fight against the Freaks, though.
Oh, but there's a crossfire here, and DL springs to action and gets 2 on top of 17. One of them stolen, the other at least collected by the Freaks.
That also allows a beachhead push coming up from T1, who are in pretty dangerous position. With the Freaks now distracted, they've managed to push up the side of the hill, making this a bit more dangerous. As this is set up, Orchid has managed to get very close to the safe zone. Gen.G is still going to be very close, but Alcadzia's just got to fight their way in between 2 different teams.
Well, this is looking really dire for Alcadzia. Now Gen.G gets back into the safety of a compound, which has a smidgen of it in the next circle, so they can just lock Alcadzia out. They're trying to cut through. Meanwhile, 17 just falling, crumbling, at least a couple kills, at least keeping themselves somewhat on pace ahead of that 14th place position.
Rella goes down, Flame manages to pick up the kill. Now on the blue zone, Orchid's still very close to Gen.G. Actually collapses in a bit closer on that side. That's going to open up some vision for the Expendables. Alcadzia kind of rolls right into that same corridor. That's a big problem. We continue to collapse in around that E-Arena positioning, and that means that Death Road could have a collapse between multiple squads. Namiga over into the east with Twisted holding down the gatekeeping position. T1 to the north. Freaks have a couple of members on the other side of it. The Expendables, though, now have to be a bit more active along this road, and sitting at 6 kills already. You know that's the way they like it.
Yeah, and they're going to try to use these mortars to open up that space because they have to get more active, like you're saying, Matt. And,
recall
I
होके भी कुछ
don't know
फायदा
if they're
नहीं
going
है.
to connect with much. It depends on where they were aimed or targeted. As the revives are in. I don't know what you're going to do with it, but
this is a very loot barren circle, as it looks like they were thinking about going over next to farm, but they still have Sharper. Earth is over there, and that's going to make it more weird for them to deal with. So odd, but now T1 making the foot push up, going to be right next to the Freaks line.
17 का एक ही बंदा
all
बचा.
right, T1. Big moment here for both of these teams. You know, T1 wants to get back into that top 5, and yeah, Geek, yeah. What are you going to do? They saw you coming. Saw you coming down through the air. Knew you didn't have any loot. Gen.G on the move. TE has already made their move.
Yeah.
Delwyn's up on the tower.
Example ने मारा
This is
किसी
a
को.
very late rotate coming up from Gen.G, and they're going to put themselves right next to the Expendables. Delwyn's already opened up fire on him. Haven't managed to get in the zone yet. Back behind this, Alchemy still has D alive. T1 does manage to find a good angle on their push onto Death Road itself. 7-7 is still alive over here for 17, so that could be something. Sharper just kind of rolls through, finishes off everything with Geek, so that finds themselves with control over the east.
Yeah, now Gen.G is trying to figure out a way to deal with the Expendables. Meanwhile, T1 wants to finish what they started onto DNF, but they actually scoop up their teammate. Salute almost gets the knock onto Type. Type will finish off one. Another grenade connects onto Human. A couple down here. Salute trying to hold the line, but there's so much pressure barreling in from T1.
T1 didn't get their early game fights, and they want one right now. This is a beautiful push coming up, and Twisted right now is distracted with what's going on with Namiga, so they can't third party in. The faster that T1 can execute this firefight, the better for themselves. DL now down on the hillside, could be in some trouble. 7-7's very close to him, and he's had to retreat away from this very aggressive T1, and he's very vulnerable on this hillside. He knows it. He just has to run down, but luckily there's a lot of extra skirmishing that's going on the map, so he has some angles to play from that are safe for now.
Yeah, Orca gonna roll in. Gen.G continues to have a pretty stellar showing here. DL at least getting a consolation prize and taking down 7-7 from 17. Some grenades starting to ring out here from Namiga, but Example lights one up. He's traded instantly.
Namiga has no options. They just have to push up the hillside. Heather actually gets some vision on Namiga as well. That is going to slow down the pacing on their push, and that's going to force Twisted to have to retaliate and kind of reconsider their positioning. They had one member in Perfect very far back. He's now focused on Namiga as the circle pops away from Death Road and moves us down into no man's land.
Heather's got a Mark 14. He's got that level 3 gear. Some great grenades from Twisted Minds that really lit up Namiga. They're not getting everything they would want out of it. They get some,
हाँ तुम्हारा
but
type
not
मार
all.
रहा है. आज type खेल रहा है.
Rez stuck inside of the shack. Good to go. Temporarily.
Come on,
Oh
come
my
on,
God,
come on, come on,
Batu
come on.
almost just triple tapped. Hello, my bad, out of that US.
But where does he go? Now he's running right down into Sharper. There's no options. Twisted wants to get control over Death Road before they run down this hill, because it is going to be absolutely bloody. Expect tons of people taking shots. Twisted knows this. They want to finish this as fast as possible, but Lou taking a lot of damage is going to go down. It's going to be Heather, T1 back behind, Perfectix trying to hold the line against them. Twisted now caught between two different angles that they have to defend from.
Dude, Heather's going crazy. He's got an M249 behind the Mark 14. He absolutely just lit Twisted up, and they're crumbling here. I don't know that Namiga can get too much further either. He's got the 3x. You can prone down, and that thing becomes a laser beam.
T1 just feasting up on top of Death Road right now, making it live up to its name. 7 kills. Still, all 4 members up, and they're just continuing to push over into the east. Twisted trying to defend it. Gedrock still alive for Namiga. Hell of my bad, also kind of starting to opt back into the north, realizing that Sharper is still holding out, not inside the safe zone. They're taking shots at him. He's in some trouble. Gedrox is going to go down. Namiga gets eliminated, and now T1 has more opportunities to push right after Twisted.
A huge game for Gen.G right now is Sharper getting lit the heck up by Delwyn. And others from TE Type continue to try to push forward, but gets spotted. Has to go instantly prone. In fact, he gets knocked by Gizera. That grenade, just didn't get there in time. Gizera able to steal that point. Now T1 trying to readjust, but it's going to be right into Furious Crosshairs. Gizera finding more.
Just can't get the angle. Twisted once off of this, but now Twisted has to go. This is such a big problem. Trying to push down Death Road into these very defended positions, It's going to be Furia with just a beautiful sightline onto it all. DL still alive for the Freaks right along the hillside as well. T1 has to just run down the hill. They're going to be running right next to DL. No real options to work with. Furia just taking shots into Sharper as well as what's going to be going on. Heather does spot out DL. That's going to be the Freaks eliminated, but T1 just trapped right in this little bit of a ridge.
And that shot T1 up into 4th place overall. Just 4 points behind the Freaks, who they just wiped out. Oh, Escaluzia, yeah, no way, Jose. Gizera, rooftop farming. And a couple players from T1 trying to lock it down. They're getting help. Gizeras is hitting everything he shoots at right now with this Mark 12.
It's just sightline into sightline. Everybody's having to run right down into his vision, and he is loving every moment. The Expendables are just due south of their position. Well, southeast of them, due south of the circle. Circle does pop. That means that the Expendables are going to have to move. Fury is going to have to finally move. T1 in there, a little bit of a divot inside the circle, and that's going to be about it, except for Irina way down to the southeast.
T1's just praying that Fury and the Expendables beat each other up here, and Irina, but Irina has to defend against Gen G. 2 players alive for them as they're trying to push their way forward. Batu ain't moving a muscle for a while as, Gen G just looks over the hill and Opans instantly sits Orca down. Looking for more. Gonna get the flush.
There's more cover with the cars outside and kind of that picture inside that shack right now, but it's best that Irina's got, and they've got to try to make it work. Expendables. What are you going to try to do to get rid of it? Of course. C4 solution. Perfect for this style of situation. Corey's going to run right down into their face. Do they have the defensive line set up? Even the hillside, he jumps out, rolls it down. Are they expecting it? They don't know. They finally spot it. Is the explosion going to take down? Does get 2. Just 1 up in Jacob.
Beautifully aimed, beautifully timed there by Clories. That's going to be some extra points going their way. Kawazine gets 1 with the bolt from afar, but Arena out. T1 still holding on. Batulin uses this moment. He finds a great grenade on the end.
Airdrop, guys, airdrop code.
He knows that this is about the only option that he has for safety. Now not going to be able to find too much more. Going to go down. T1 still clinging to life, but Furia realizes an opportunity for themselves that Batulins has provided.
All right. Let's see what they can do, but now I'm concerned about Posa sneaking up on top of Heather and EN right now. Meanwhile, TE going to claim a bunch of stuff over here. They just got to worry about some of the sight lines that maybe Furia has, but Furia players had to throw down smokes. We're getting tagged up, so they needed a moment to recoup, reset. T1, do they know that Posa's up here?
Look at these point drop downs right now. We've got Twisted at 107, the Expendables at 103. Then in 3rd place, it's T1 at 71 points. Furia could have a big game, maybe try to jump over T1, but T1, it needs everything that they can get to try to catch up to the Expendables. The Expendables have an opportunity with Twisted now down, and really having T1 and Furia on top of each other. They've got so much of the circle. Heather's going to go down. Gizera still on fire, just doing tons of damage as Ian now the last one up.
Okay, I just noticed this. The Expendables have 23 frag grenades right now. They just went in and looted nothing but frag grenades. I feel like this game is over. I feel like the Expendables are winning this game. You might as well just give up now.
Red zone the Expendables because they're just going to bring it. Duck Juice still doing more looting back behind all of this. T1 trying to get some time to regroup. Does manage to get the man back up. The Expendable spot out Furia on one side of it. Furia overextends, trying to go after T1 and Posa instantly punished.
Great stuff here. Now here comes the barrage. A little bit of damage on the backside to Gizera. Tanvu looking for more. That grenade just a bit too far. Clories lining up with another one if it's good. T1's out. No, the hillside protecting. It doesn't matter. They're getting more kills all over the place.
3. How many more we got? We got the 4th. 4! What more? Kawazine has to defend any bullets. Tanvu goes for a drop on it, and somehow Kawazine holding it together on this side. It's a 1v3. The Expendables managed to take it.
Just beautiful stuff from the Expendables again. Think back to that early game crash they had onto that compound right in the middle of Furia, and it comes down to those 2 at the end. But the Expendables gamble, find the open space, and get the win yet again.
अबे इनको जीतना था यार, ये लोग जीते तो ये लोग टॉप 5 में आ जाते।
T1 dude just wouldn't die. They were just cockroaches. No matter what you got thrown at them, somehow they managed to cling to life. And Furia had to push up the hill, and that created a vulnerability that the Expendables exploited perfectly.
T1 was taking some great fights up on that side against the Freaks, against Twisted Minds. That was a really well-handled game from them.
I mean, T1, these guys are also popping off in and of themselves, given the fact that they're doing so many early game fighting just to contest against the top of the leaderboard. Early out for Twisted's made the top of the leaderboard a bit more complicated, but we still have one more Aaron Gell to
तानवो का रिलोड हो गया वो किल नहीं है ज़्यादा 10 पॉइंट चिकन का है बस वही मान के चलो
I said with the previous match that the greatest team in the world is here to play, but the world champions have something to say about that, because the Expendables is back with another win. Tanvu's here with more kills. They are now taking over Twisted Minds at that #1 position. These two are at loggerheads with one another. Whoa.
Yeah, and what a great opening with that C4. Roll it down there, put some pressure on the arena. Oh, Pondsman. Oh, Pondsman. That I will say this, though. The way that the smoke line managed to save Cloris as well, that was huge, because that had an impact. Johnson actually had quite an opening. Time was slow, but that 2 versus 1 situation would be a little bit harder for them. But fantastic for T here. Another game. That's 3 out of just 11 games, man.
Yeah, as we said at the beginning of the day, right? They seem to be peaking at the right time. They just look spectacular in execution.
I will say this, though. So far, it's been very big and huge games, and, going out, going crazy things, for shenanigans.
That is very TE, though, right?
Very TE. And I've said this for quite a while. Imagine if they can fix those games where, they're bombing out or doing shenanigans and trying crazy things. But I feel like if they're trying to do the salvage things and trying to get, they're good at, their average is getting the 4, 5, 6 points. If they try to do that, we're not going to see the crazy 15, 20 kill games, wins. We're not going to see right? Because if they don't kind of run it, the snowball effect doesn't start if you play salvage games in the game. You're not able to.
Oh, the way they play at present, it's bordering between genius and insanity, right? And because you can do that, you go back to that Miramar game in PGS where they basically smash the kill count and then get themselves the win as well, right? They play like an absolute whirlwind, and we watch them here as they're able to set up a perfect C4 against their opponents and then dismantle the rest of the competition across this valleyed area, which just great stuff from them once again. And if you don't have guys like Tanvu on your fantasy roster, you're in the bin.
I'll say this, though. Delvin, Cloris, and Doctus had a fantastic game for this one, too. Tanvu wasn't the highest fragger at all.
True.
I don't think he's going to be the man of the match for this one here. So it's always awesome to see both Tanvu getting, great games, but when everyone else is contributing and the confidence we see in them, and we've been saying it, and especially what we saw at PNC earlier this year, what we've seen from Delvin's such an amazing player in the kind of complete package. He's able to frag, he's able to IGL, he's able to lead from the front doing sometimes crazy things, but also opening angles that they shouldn't be able to have. And yeah, that's what I love from this team. And always, talking to Doctor, he's always such a fun guy, such a happy-go-lucky guy, and that's why we love this team so much.
They're scary. That's going to give them 27 points for a single game alone. Wow. Brilliant stuff from them. T1 will follow this up with another 14 points. Important points for Furia as well. 13 will move them nicely up.
Yeah, and I had Type on my day 1 fantasy team, and I didn't have him because they kind of look a little bit rough. But today he's been doing too good, and the hot drops have been going their way.
They have.
Oh yeah. It's been a little bit rough. I'm sad I don't have Type, but good to see T1 do well. They are definitely putting themselves into this conversation once we're getting into the last day of Group A in 2 days. Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see, because obviously them being in 3rd now, there might be quite the deficit from 2nd to 3rd. We've been talking about it. Is it going to be two spots up for grabs, or is it going to be 3? It's looking like 3, but
it looks like it.
This separation is really huge at this point here from 2nd down to 3rd. We're talking 36 points actually, James. It's
That's monstrous.
That's 2 wins and 8 kills in each of those 2 wins lead right now.
Yeah.
That's quite insane.
Yeah, the Expendables and Twisted Minds in a class of their own right now here in Group A, as they're almost assuredly going to be taking 2 of those top 5 spots here. But with the other 3 spots now open, I mean, I started off the day thinking to myself, it'll probably only be 2, considering how well like FM Ponchon was playing things out. That's fallen off quite considerably though here, Martin.
The phone has been calling all day, you know, been ringing.
Ring.
Nobody's answering. No, it's dog. They've not been picking up the phone. FM Ponchon, we had huge expectations on Zenith. Well, after what we saw from their his day 1 performance, he had 15 kills. Huge expectations from Rex. He had 30 kills in their PGS 10 performance. Like, there were so many situations where, like, okay, they've been turning it on. They might be our new hope for one of the big Korea teams, especially after FN Freaks. They have not been able to kind of step it up compared to FN.
One thing's for sure, with 7 games remaining in this group, there's still so much to play for 14 of these teams. You need to be leaping up into that top 5. Let's head over to the commentators for one last time for today.
Still a ton to play for, as we've got people vying for makes it as far north as Lippo. Does mean that Yasnaya hot drops might be back on the table though, Paper.
I'm assuming so. I am watching, waiting. Did 4 a.m. get out of the plane is what I need to know, because if they did not go to that drop, although especially with the Expendables angling that direction, yeah, I think you're right, Matt. I think this is going to be another go for 4 a.m. versus T1.
Waiting with Antissa.
Patient?
Patient. 4 Angry Men jump. Do we have a T1 underneath of them? It looks like we do. Stacked up. Looks like they're going to go for a bit of a longer drop. Are we going to see a bit more of a contested drop, or are we going to see a bit more separated? We've seen 2 different variations on Yasnaya so far.
Well, it's a little bit more to the east, so maybe that changes the equation. T1 wants to cut down early. Looks like they're going for the rooftops of the apartments, trying to see if they can grab those guns, and there's a world where they shoot somebody out of the air once they pick them up.
Circle leans this direction, so that means that this can be a bit longer of a firefight. Really make sure you cement in a victory. We end up with an awkward start, but already off the get-go, like you were talking about, trying to go for some shots. I think that we saw some damage, but doesn't get the knock.
Yeah. How? I could see that there was a window there for T1 to maybe get lucky, and they got damn close. Long's down at 22 HP. So T1 going to flank a player out. I think that's Type over by the police station, or whatever you want to call that building that's over there. And then 3 players in the apps proper. So plenty of loot available for T1 here.
I like that. I mean, send Type over, feed him a ton of loot inside of the police station, whatever you want to call it. Let him get up to the top so that way he has high ground, get some vision in. 3 members close, let them lightly loot and prepare for a faster push.
And he can see a lot of the road from up there, so he's going to be able to tell if they're trying to come over to T1's side. He's going to be kind of that early alarm system for T1's players. As we take a look, Clories, hey. Delwyn, 6 kills too. I'm glad I picked up a player from the Expendables today. Now, on my fantasy team, it was Delwyn.
Oh, hey,
hello.
Sharper. Finding out Namiga's Aleosh right off the start. This is an interesting little development that we've got brewing over here. Gedrox holding the angle. If Thunders goes for the flush, he is going to get punished. But does Thunders read it? Just going to close the door, slow it down, and is he going to bait it? Goes for utility on it. Oh, the door closes between the 2. Peeks back and forth. Gedrox, good play to time that one out. Using the door, slamming it back behind him whenever he retreated was so smart.
Earth driving by this. Is he actually going to commit? No way he commits to this. This is craziness. He's got the other 2 rolling up with him. I mean, I again love the confidence from Sharper.
Sometimes it's about sending a message. This is also a pretty strong point in the circle, so this just might be playing for later stages. Jedi goes a little bit too close to that doorway. Gets somehow punished. 4 HP. He wants to go on the chase for it, but hello my bad, just pumping bullets in back behind him.
Oh, everybody getting tagged up somewhere or another, but Gedrox actually going down despite that crossfire that Namiga seemingly had. The Sharper's able to get in.
Sending a message sometime is important. Sharper in 6th place right now has Namiga back behind them. Just a couple of points between the two. Hello, my bad. Trying to get closer to Levante. Looks like he might have found the angle of approach to get there. Gonna catch some airtime. Use the buildings for cover. Levante's kind of hiding out inside that shrubbery right there. Not gonna get spotted.
Yeah, hard to see through that. So even though we can see it with the X-ray, the players cannot quite. I don't know what in the world happened with 17. Just probably
hit that tree.
Shot as they drive.
Don't you hit anything right now.
On literally 1 HP.
A lot of the knocks that we've been seeing, I was talking to some of the players about what was going on the first 2 days, is what's been happening is exactly this. People are getting down to like 1 HP and then they connect on like side of a tree or they catch a little bit of a rock while they're driving through. It's just enough to knock them and it pops them out of their vehicle.
That's a good shout. I mean, because we see it a little bit too often, yeah, where somebody...
the ramification of somebody laying on the ground and we don't know what's going on. It's just too much fire.
Well, you see it in the kill feed. You see the fell out of the vehicle, and you're like, eh? And now it all makes sense. That's a good track of information there.
2 used for 140 damage. He knows exactly
That's pretty good for Molotovs.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great hold for it. Uh-oh, Roth, you about to have some friends, and these friends are feisty. They've already been fighting, and they ain't scared. Roth going to try to take some shots and scare them away, but yeah, I don't know if that's going to work. They feel very confident in having what they want today.
Well, and Roth, he's all alone here, so he is not so confident, and I think it's fine. I think he's out. Are they going to just circle the wagons and set up and
get the higher ground point?
I think they...
Maybe? No?
They're trying to prevent the res.
Oh, yeah. They spot out the res, so maybe trying to see if they can be sneaky back after it.
Yeah, he's going to go up. This building right here is guaranteed control as long as you don't get knocked. Go up to 2nd or 3rd floor, and you can see it all. Sharper maybe realizing that this wasn't the one. The funny thing is you just go north or way up to the one that's in between Yaz and Kameshki, or go to Lippo, but Lippo's kind of still underneath Kadzia's control with D, so...
I think, didn't they get the res off? So I think they might have gotten all that they wanted. Just
I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure they didn't, because Roth has been there the whole time, so unless something really weird
happened. The vehicle for a second, remember, and ran out.
It takes like 10 seconds. I don't think they had enough time. I think they have to just go to the one that's up by Kameshki.
Oh, hey, Namiga. Losing a buggy. Now it's just time to go approach. So should be fine. They have to be careful, though. The Expendables are going to be rotating. T1 did spot this, and that's going to be the ones taking shots at them. Back behind the Expendables making their wraparound no lean in that area just to the northwest of Yasnaya is going to be JDG back behind them.
North.
Yeah, that C4 did a bunch of damage. Almost 3 there. 274, 26 shy of 300. And again, it's all about the timing with that. I mean,
भाई मेरा नेट आज एयरटेल सही नहीं चल रहा यार.
In that thick of a hunt position, but they're starting to creep down the leaderboard, down into 11th. Orchid just got themselves inside the circle. Going to be very close right now to another one of the towers, but should be good. Namiga's found themselves a tower that they're probably going to be using in just 1 second. Yep, makes a commit. Go ahead, come to 11th. Orchid just got themselves inside the circle. Going to be very close right now to another one of the towers, but should be good. Namiga's found themselves a tower that they're probably going to be using in just 1 second. Yep, makes a commit. Go ahead.
But इधर ज़्यादा clear है. YouTube पे ज़्यादा clear है.
It's a long while. But well worth it, especially when you can get both players back up. Not sure if Sharper.
This has got to be like the safest one to go for. Who goes to Kameshki?
Yeah,
really?
Literally nobody in esports. Like this is the only time anybody's going through Kameshki is if it's a northern circle that has a bunch of Stalber in it.
Every single time I see somebody at Kameshki, Taryn one time said the fact that they jokingly call it kamikaze whenever they were playing. And it does feel that way because if you go up there, you're just not going to be making it back out. It's better than it used to be. That was like early days of PUBG esports because, that was before all this, the new cover got added to the north, loot and everything else like that. But it just gets so little play It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, well, it's just such a weird spot. It's so low ground, and you know, with everything around it, if anybody catches you out there, you're in a world of trouble. But that being said, going there sometimes just catches people off guard because they don't expect it. You can just go uphill, but
well, Sharper might be eyeing a tower of their own yet again, and it's going to be where Levante is. I think I might need to be a bit too careful, but I think they're going to be fine across the other side of the road.
The stun there just didn't catch Gedrex enough to give Thunder the extra chance. Thought he had gone one way. They block the door there.
I thought he had it on this shot. Like, he just didn't connect enough of them. And if he had hit those shots through the door onto a car as it was crashing, that would. I mean, he hit a couple, I think 1 or 2, but that would have been absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, he didn't hit the head. That's the problem, right? He hit the shoulder or something, and that's where it just kind of crumbled.
On the other side of it, it was also a seat swap to get out of the driver's position into the other side. So it's really hard.
Very, very difficult.
Just a car driving through a doorway angle while they're in the air and somebody's seat swapping. God, why didn't you hit more shots?
Unbelievable. Yeah. They're only the best players in the world. All right, right on top of Yaz. So T1 was like getting ready to move, and they're like, never mind. Right back into Yaz. Even the Expendables here found one of the houses to the east of Yaz. They're going to go into, although Sharper kind of driving in that direction. Got to be careful. Looks like they're pulling short. Al-Qadzia actually has Heaven, or the Sky Garden, as I like to call it, completely available, but they're bypassing that. They're going through the forest north of Mansion.
Rex going down. F and Pochan going to have some trouble finding some points. Got to be careful. They're going to also have Fury very, very close to them on the outskirts, down next to prison. Wrapping around, see if they can find some form of safety over here. Not really finding too much. Instead, danger close situation that maybe if they wrap to the east, they can get away from. Orchid also looks like they could be wrapping along shelter, maybe that prison line as well. So if FN kind of hunkers down here, Furia could find themselves a bit more pinched.
Look, it's a Kraken. He might catch Breakers completely off guard. He does, but Breakers got some jukes.
Look at that. Holds it. Barely survives. Goes for the smoke down. Orchid did stop. They heard the firefight. Instead, they're going to go more north. They don't want to get involved in it. Finally, Breakers does go down.
I worry about FN now. This is one of their kind of moments where the decision-making is left kind of wondering if they had just pulled, like you said, Matt, just pulled off and gone east, you know, they could have survived longer in the game. I think their idea might have been, hey, let's take the fight and get Rex back in the game. We're right by a revive station in prison or something, but...
Zenith. Does get the better end of the trade, does get knocked back onto the Kraken, so something out of it. Posa, though, is going to spout out Breakers and get the flush. Now, how much of this do you really want? On both sides of it, it's gotten a bit weird.
Yeah, now for Furia, this is a lot less profitable than you were hoping. And I mean, you're in that 5th place spot. Every point is oh so precious. Zenith gonna make a wrap, gonna change direction. Star-Lord watching his back for him, so he knows that it's relatively open, but I don't know if they've realized that Furia is fully rotated on Zenith. He's in trouble unless he gets out of there.
Well, there's a lot to be had on this because of how compacted this leaderboard is. Taking out somebody early, and on top of just getting the points, gets somebody off of your back. Diffex is going to spout out Levante. Continue on his merry way. PWD is pretty far north of this and is going to have some high ground, but I don't think has the best vision on this. So Namiga is going to, from up on top of Stalber, where it looks like they were trying to do some type of regroup, not going to be able to get too much more. PWD might actually be able to intersect onto that.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're spot on. There was no hope there for Levante. PWD got in range. He made quick work of him. FN going for the wire wrap here now. I'm very curious what their plan is at this point. Are they actually going to play for zone? Are they just going to try to find some more kills on the Furia? Like, what's the game plan? As I think Furia just got their revive in.
And if you're curious what's going on, in Stalber, they're trying to get the loot situation and some vehicles, and hello my bad, and everybody was wanting to regroup up there, but they just can't quite get there. So instead, it's just gotten really, really weird, and now hello my bad is just going to hold down a point for the other members to regroup at, as we do see a Furia getting their res. So it's like nothing bad ever happened, except for those couple of bullets.
Yeah, Orchid sent 2 players down, realizing that the revive was going to be attempted, and tried to punish it, but really couldn't do too much. Got some damage in, sure, but nothing beyond that. Center circle send, and Orca loses a player. This is actually on the south side. I was talking about QAD who is going center. Gen G is just in trouble. They are right in the middle of 17.
Yeah, that rap just did not work out. Xiaowu, I love it. Honk the horn a bit. I mean, 17, you got to be careful because IRONHIDE also heard this, and they wanted to see if they could pick up some points, and they didn't get there just in time. About half second to a second more, and 17 could have found some trouble. Gen G, though, still on the outside of the circle. Not a lot of options to work with. I guess you could wrap more to the north, but then that puts you after JDG and Twisted. That's not going to feel too good either, is now Namiga just going to go ahead and run down, and it looks like it's going to be Yasnaya time for them. Catching some air. Githx wanted that, man. He is on the hunt, but that puts him so close to T1.
Yeah, he is donezo. Actually goes down to a tongue move. 4AM going to steal the point. Type looking for more, as he is great with that AUG. Duck juice? No, not going to get it.
Namiga was so low on life there. If T1 wasn't taking those shots, they would have been just toast. They had enough time to get next back up. But they'll win. The Expendables also want a party in this.
Yeah, they're just free farming out here. They got a bunch of different angles on the outside of this. This formation that the Expendables has is so great. Realizing that if Yasnaya stays in, a lot of teams are going to be forced into this edge, and they're going to be able to claim a ton of freebies. And Delwyn again with that mini. Spectacular.
Amiga just feels everywhere they go has 2 or 3 squads shooting at them. It's been unrelenting for a while now. Orchid has being a bit gate-kept now by Furia in their new position. FN Pochon still has their 2 members up, down around prison. I think that they might be trying to scope out some of the blue chips to see if they could get some reses back of their own. I can't think of any other reason to still be down there for so long.
I'm right there with you. That has to be the reason. But, you know, the funny thing is, this is one of the few moments where past phase 3 where I think a revive actually could work because so much of Yaz is still in the circle. You might actually get lucky. It's still going to be tough, but...
And they're down to the southeast. Even if they have 2 members that just kind of crash into Yasnaya and try to get looted, you have a safety anchor that's going to be over there. Karo's in.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Going to take shots at FN Pochon, picks up Star-Lord, and what is the cost is the real question right now, as it is just Zenith up for FN Pochon.
Did he have the chips? That's the question.
Rex, can he even get in? So many people already in Yasnaya. Look at all of those lines going right out of Yasnaya. A big section of the circle. Lurik's just trying to land, trying to find some loot. Does at least crash into the building, but peeking around that angle is going to be very, very scary. Now, how many people are just going to make a commitment in? We've got Al-Qadzia just roaming right into Yasnaya. Tongue move, spotting it out on one side. We're not done yet. JDG on the other side of it also making a push. Everybody's got eyes on Yasnaya, and those property values are soaring.
Yeah, they were just trying to find anything that wasn't claimed by 4AM already, but all they get is a little bit as they lose a bunch of players. The grenade right on top of Roth at the stairs. Shen's going to claim that, and Al-Qadzia might be getting cut from this game.
T1 just so cleanly played around this. Yeah, they know Yasnaya and they know how to fight around it. Rex making landfall as Zenith did go down in that big mess. E-Arena, they have an idea, and it's the exact same idea that Al-Qadzia had. Let's see how well that goes. As the firing line for 4 Angry Man popping off big, but not as big as it did just a moment ago. T1 gets a vision. Sharper on a completely different position on the outskirts of Yasnaya. Caught in a fight with the Expendables.
Oh, Tanvu with a huge grenade. Teammate be damned. He gets a big one. There's still 2 players up, only 1 though for Sharper. So the Expendables have the advantage, but Delwyn very far away, providing oversight with that mini still from his perch. Jedi wants to flush the points, wants to get Sharper in, but is it going to go through this time? Thinking about the first aid, Thunder's almost bleeding out. Going to be able to maybe get this res if it's allowed. Nope, it's not.
Rolls over, please res me. Instead goes down. The Expendables picking up more. That puts them with a little bit of a lead ahead of Twisted. Twisted also made the commitment into Yasnaya. So in Yasnaya, we've got Orchid, we've got Twisted, we've got Gen G kind of with Tosi, we've got 17, T1, we've got Quizzy and crew over there. Hell am I bad? From Namiga managed to make it over there. Of course, we've got Lou and his crew. JDG's over there. On the outskirts, of course, the Expendables. On the outside of the zone is going to be Furia that need to find some way to get in, and it's going to be between potentially the Expendables and the Freaks unless they wrap to the north and just let everybody from Yasnaya shoot at them.
Freaks just have too much zone control for them to go south.
Yeah.
So they have to try a different direction and out of the frying pan into the fry, or they're just going to send it at them. I mean, there's so many teams that are going to be shooting them. They're going to be soft when they get there. If they get there, DL with the SLR.
I mean, this is just the best of a bad situation. You can't really do too much more. Freaks have multiple members already outside in the field trying to control the territory, expecting somebody to maybe make a wrap around here, and it's just going to be punishing for Furia. All these nades landing on top of him, sprays right into the smoke. There's just nothing that can be found right now.
Hold on.
Starting to turn it a bit. Posa, the two of them together, finding something. Now starting to fight their way back out of it. Starting to get some firefights happening inside of Yasnaya itself. The circle leans into T1's positioning. That's going to be the focal point along those crossroads.
That's disaster for the Freaks. They should basically have Furia well handled there, but they don't get the second knock. And here come the mortar shots. Oh, they're short. They're short. They're not going to connect just yet. Rez is in for Furia. Now Salute trying to rein in. He's got the angle. He's got the distance. He's got one, but the foldable shield just in time for Gizera.
Furia just trying to limp their way in. Do they spot out enough of Heaven? They get some damage, but they don't get the knock. Nade goes out blind. Does connect. Big throw from Heaven. That's going to make this way easier.
They just need to Salute to keep kind of distracting Furia. Don't give them the opportunity to respond other than the throwables. As long as they miss Heaven, he's going to be okay. Should be able to maybe get the res. So this may be turning around for the Freaks.
JDG और ट्विस्ट का फाइट हो रहा है वो नहीं दिखा रहा है.
Man, it's just too many different angles that the Freaks had set up inside. Yasnaya itself, Twisted, finding some kills. They don't want to let the Expendables get too far ahead of them.
One
after
bullet.
Gizera, see if maybe we can go for a cheeky peek here or there. He knows where Salute is, but in the end, Furia is going to go down. So back into the thick of Yasnaya. Twisted has to make a push into the zone, and it's going to be JDG trying to gatekeep them out with maybe some assistance from E-Arena.
Oh. Buckle up. I hope you like city endings because we're getting close to one.
Yeah. I know you
and I do.
Especially this one because this is really interesting. T1's position that they took so early is so strong inside the circle. 4 angry men that opted into just kind of cutting just a bit further north of them are going to have a lot of options to really hold in. The issue is to the northwest, where we've got Orchid, where we've got E-Arena, JDG, Twisted. This could potentially just be a constant compression of teams just stacking on top of each other.
T1 hasn't moved.
Nah.
They just sat here the whole game.
When you pick the best spot, why you got to go?
That's true. Them and 4AM are just like, hey, look at us. We opted to hot drop, and look at this. Look at us now. Look at us now.
Best hot drop ever, man.
That's right.
I love you guys. JDG under more and more pressure from Twisted. Twisted's been very clinical in how they're approaching. Look at this outside wall, the way that they go for a peek. They feed that over. They take another couple of steps. They don't want to put themselves in too bad of a spot, but let's not forget that Tosi is still alive over here.
Yeah, there's some side angles, though, for Twisted that are going to be a little bit concerning, that are going to be tough. Grenade there slows the roll. Blue has to back off for a moment. There you go. Tosi strikes, gets Batu. Meanwhile, the Expendables doing some damage, but Batu trying to crawl into some level of safety. It doesn't bounce over. I thought for a moment it was going to catch over the wall, and too bad, so sad for Tosi.
That little bit of a gap, that break in the wall itself, if it had a bit more distance, it could have gone through. JDG got a bit more time before having to deal with Twisted, but Twisted did manage to make it in the new safe zone. As it pops away from Yasnaya, shifts down into T1 territory. That means that this is going to be very hard. Orchid has to cross the road right next to E-Arena. JDG still caught in containment for Twisted, but Twisted can kind of now shift down to the south. They don't have to fight JDG unless they want to and try to go for the circle, but that means that 17 could be holding them back.
Well, JDG's fighting on two fronts now. They've got Orchid rolling in from their backside. It's a 1-for-1 there. It's December to the 12th trying to figure out where the heck Orchid went. They went upstairs, my guy. E-Arena seeing some players. Had a moment there on the Shaolu where the head was sticking through. Magore takes down December to the 12th. And Orchid with a solid push while JDG was distracted with Twisted.
Twisted is just using the opportunity, stepping forward time and time again. JDG, there's no option, but there's the 17 firing line. Perfectix goes down. Xiaopei is the one that spots it, but he takes a lot of damage. He has to retreat.
Oh, the grenade here, if it can get up on the roof, might have been able to get the knock, but a counter grenade, it's so good. Almost gets example as well, but at least cleans up Perfectix. Point in the bag here for 17. They need all they can get. Arctic's great vision there, able to see some players from E-Arena, starts throwing the frags out, see if he can soften them up.
So many smokes down right now, it's so hard to see anything. Twisted doing a good job of using just the walls for some form of safety, but Magori does spot him out. Zhao Wu spots out Example. Twisted just can't find a way to really push their way through. Just Patulin's the last one up, watching everybody around him die. He's caught himself between too many different teams. No clean angles, at least gets a knock on Magori.
All right, let's see if we can do more. Oh, had a chance for a second. Boostic offered it up, but Boostic, yeah, just corner peeks and takes him down. Gets the headshot, gets the kill. Down Twisted goes in second place currently. Well, we'll finish there 100%. There's no way in hell anybody else is catching him right now, at least not today. Now it's just a firing line here, 4-17. Some of those players on the other teams, well, pretty much all of them that he's looking at are outside. E-Arena has already gotten in, so it's kind of a battle for points here as Orchid and JDG.
JDG just the longer they can try to survive, maybe 17 provide some assistance and defend out. I mean, Suze's just got to defend close range, tries to go for some jukes, but no, the window is going to be too vulnerable, and he goes down. Orchid, 5 kills, continuing to walk in, has a bit more of an option, but now they have to deal with E-Arena, who I believe now has the Church and a new control angle, as well as 17's high ground still.
Yeah, the Church is a little funky, though. There aren't a ton of great angles out of it necessarily. As Delwyn trying to make a breach, but it's hello, my bad. Maybe didn't check that shack, or I don't know how that happened. I mean, usually the Expendables are pretty good about figuring that stuff out, but got lit up though. As hello, my bad. Goodbye.
Nice combination from near on everybody in that vicinity. Remember that GK kind of got forced into this position earlier. Now they're going to have to deal with the Expendables right on top of them, waiting to see how this new circle means, and it just goes T1 yet again. It's going to be hard to find too much more after 5 kills up on top. Anything is under T1's territory of control.
This is beautiful util, though, from the Expendables. They're shepherding Geekay into the back of the mansion where they can start throwing some throwables on him. A great molly as well from Tanvu. So well thought out to just pin them in, and even switching over to a Saiga to make sure that when Geekay has to break free, they can just put the shotgun right in their faces. Orchid using the smokes to get right into that Church. Oh, what in the world? Quizzy gets Tanvu. He's got a shotgun of his own.
A really nice angle up on top, and he's trying to see if he can close it as much as possible. This is not inside the new safe zone, and remember, we still have Type up on the high ground that's watching it all. GK realizing they have the opportunity here, but they have to push on it fast. Duck Juice has to hold this angle. He can't commit in the res. He has the shot. He does line it up, picks up both up. Duck Juice, now all by his lonesome, though, has to assault the position that Type has been holding for so long.
Yeah, I don't suspect that's going to be easy. Type has been there for quite some time. There's a crate right outside of the building as well, of the police station. And now Heather, a moment for Lil Ghost, but the spray with the 3X not on target. And as he watches Orchid over there, seemingly able to get through E-Arena.
Here's our update. We still have Duck Juice that needs to get in the zone, of course. Type's going to be holding him out from the prison building itself, or jailhouse, whatever you want to call it. Across the street from that's going to be T1, Dew Center. E-Arena is going to be in the Church, just to the northwest of that. Across the road, still 4 Angry Men. To the west of where we see E-Arena's position is going to be Orchid. 17's still alive, but let's not forget the Freaks, who haven't been able to get into Yasnaya itself. They're playing that outer skirt position, you know, like the gatehouses out there. As Duck Juice finally goes down, Type picks it up. Freaks still on the outside of this might have some benefits.
Yeah, actually, this is a crappy shift for the Freaks. I thought that maybe it would leave the city a little bit more for them, but instead we're going to be centering more towards T1's position. So they've actually got bolts. That's a good opportunity, maybe.
Peak. It's hard against Type's position.
No, and well, Type also has level 3 gear now because of that crate that dropped there, so that makes it even worse for the bolt. But I was going to say, otherwise, you know, you can get a knock on somebody in the house, like Heather, End. If they don't have that level 3 gear, you can get that instant knock and then maybe make a push off the back of that. That's kind of maybe what you're hoping for. Just waiting for the chaos otherwise, if you're the Freaks. If you can't find that knock, you got to wait for all the other teams on the outskirts to distract T1 if possible. Make your move then.
So now Type has some decisions ahead of him. He is no longer inside the safe zone. Neither are the Freaks. He can hold down that point and continue to kind of punish them. But with Type now being focused on the Freaks, it looks like 4 Angry Men have kind of realized that. they're starting to try to see if they can creep across the road. And interestingly enough, we can see 17 eyeing type's position as well. All these high ground positions are starting to get pretty vulnerable to each other, but 4 Angry Men has to push right next to where Orchid is at. Just a PUBG moment. A second here or there. Could have gotten the headshot.
Yeah, no doubt. Smokes through. 4 a.m. Going to try to cross the road, but you got Orchid right on the other side of that fence. Makes things a little bit uncomfortable. EA in front of you. Molly right at the door. Keep Opons from trying to peek this as best you can, but this is, this is a problem for 4 a.m. maybe.
Does he have it timed well? Throws it out. Does connect. Shim's already down. 4 Angry Men. Not a lot of options. Can't even cross over and use the wall. Another nade's going to land on top of him. 17 tossing in some bullets as well. Lu Atongmu just trying to cling to life over here, and it looks like Orchid's realizing the fact that they can play the outer section of that wall now. They might have bitten off a bit too much as Xiao is going to spot out Boostic and get the knock onto him.
Yeah, the Freaks were trying to make their way through. Goodbye, 4 a.m. Orchid holds the line. Xiao Bei starting to get involved here. His blue zone grenade actually going to do a lot of lifting for them. Somehow, some way, the Freaks are still clinging to life, but they're getting crossfired by T1 and 17. They even hit that bolt headshot I was talking about, but they couldn't make a move because they already had suffered a knock.
Type's already come down from the building, so that means that the Freaks are just having to deal with a T1 17 position line, but there's nowhere to go. They're going to go down. So in the east, it's going to be T1 in control. To the north, it's going to be E-Arena. Still got Magori back behind him from Orchid, and 17 with high ground and a lot of vision, but nobody's got center dot just yet.
Stellar stuff from Orchid in this game. The way they have been fighting tooth and nail through the city. I mean, they have gone building to building to building. Finally, it's starting to crumble. But I just have to give so much credit to Orchid, the way they played this game. Not easy as T1 still frying.
10 kills, and they are not done yet. They've got so many good firing lines. E-Arena just feels kind of trapped in between them and 17 as the break points where we were seeing two teams up at the top fighting for those dominant positions. T1 says no, there's still a ton of points. We're not done yet. We have eyes set on first.
We still have 4 frag grenades to boot. I thought maybe there'd be a follow-up. In position, he goes for the stun, but there's a shotgun there. Little Ghost denies entry.
I love the idea from Opons, though, saying, okay, you can see that there is some contain there. This is the only opportunity. We've got to jump on 17, see if we can catch him unaware. Jacob taking so much damage, but T1 up on top. So much vision. 17 in a ton of trouble.
That T1 is just so warmed up. They've just been firing for so long. They can just keep the sprays controlled. I mean, they look so clean right now. They're hitting everything they see, and they're so dialed in. Oh, even the mollies are on point.
See how this nade bounces around the corner. It's just perfection. Geometry, they know it all. There's nothing to be had. Jacob, the last one up. He's going to go down. Massive game for T1 to end the day.
I think that puts them up into 3rd place.
Oh, definitely.
Can you believe it? A team
break point back behind him on top.
Yeah, dude, a team that hot drops. Again, it can't be overstated. They hot drop on 4 of the 6 maps, and they're in 3rd place. They're crushing.
That is an absolute ludicrous statement. We see so many squads so terrified of hot dropping. Instead, they're getting rewarded for it in this. The way that they dropped in gave them the perfect position for these circles. So not only are they bullying the other squads around in drop, they're fighting their way up the leaderboard, and they're just killing everything. You can't say, okay, yeah, they got some circle love. They held that against everyone.
They were so on point. I mean, just whenever we got to see them shooting from their perspective, it was damage, damage, damage. Everything seemed to be hitting.
Hype on type continues, isolated by himself, up on top of a building, just murdering everyone around them. No fear, no support needed.
And team, where's the chicken dinner? What the play? Team 1 ने चिकन डिनर लिया है.
T1 has been through the grinder and they've survived every single hot drop. They've survived field endings, they've survived urban endings, and they get themselves a massive win to round out day number 2. What a performance from T1 on the day. They are pushing themselves into that safety spot.
You say survived. I'll say thrived because Type with an MK on the top of the roof of Police Station absolutely demolished the rest of the lobby. As I'll say this though, the way that they approached it, having kind of one high ground anchor and Type, that paid off way more than it should have been. Great name from Town as well. I kind of expected a little bit more from Expendables coming in from that eastern side, but they didn't manage to grab them out of control from the library as I was hoping for. GK really shut them down with the 2 men there too much.
Man, I'm so impressed by watching Type play. I was excited to see him back on international soil again. Obviously, T1's had some ups and downs this year, but once they're back and showing the kind of dominance that they can put into play. I mean, I know a lot of people had Type on their fantasy teams. I'd taken him off because I was concerned about the hot drops.
Yeah, I was concerned about the hot drops. I was concerned after what I saw from them in their day 1. But yeah, he stepped up and, you know, getting everything going for them was obviously amazing here. Yeah, look at that angle. That's huge. But yeah, T1 getting in there, getting the kills, putting themselves quite deep into this top 5 position going into their last day.
Yeah, very impressive stuff, especially considering that there was a lot of threats that were laying in wait to try and deal with them. Team Orchid was coming in across the roads here to try and do a little bit of damage themselves. They survived to a long spot. Of course, Mogor getting himself 6 kills off the back of all of this going down as well. They've performed brilliantly today.
Yeah, Orchid really stepped it up, man. I've been impressed with them, especially considering how they're coming in, fighting at PGC. It's very difficult. They've been adapting to the lobby and to the teams that they've been playing against here in Group A quite well.
Definitely. I mean, when you look at Korea though as a whole, did you expect it to be T1, the one that's going to be the flagship? Especially with Evan Ponchon doing great in day 1. DM Freaks is now fighting back as well, so there's some rising going on for some of them.
I was hopeful for DM Freaks, right? I was talking about it. If they didn't have a great day today, I was like, I'm going to scratch them off my favorites list, right? But so far, it's been a little bit of a resurgence for them. They're definitely going to be in our talk about the top 5 once we get to the last day, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. So that's going to be really interesting to watch in terms of Group A. But yeah, it's not the Freaks,
scoreboard
the level that we know they're capable of, and also the favorite position fighting for that first spot.
Yeah, that's for sure, as of course we have in just a few moments time some words from some of the players here for today. But that means now our middle pack is still going to be close going into our next day of games here for Group A. There's a few at the top that have secured themselves pretty much, but it is going to be close towards the top. You can see Team Orchid here just a little bit unhappy-ish with how things went out there. They thought maybe they could have got a little bit more. All right, well, let's hear from the stage now as we have Sharper Esports ready to go over with Pan.
เอาละค่ะแล้วก็เรียบร้อยไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับวันที่2ของเรานะคะกับ Group Stage Group A นั่นเองแล้วก็ตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับชนะ
Scoreboard ดิखा दिया क्या जो ये आ गया
Sharper Esports นั่นเองนะคะโอ้โหแฟนๆเต็มไปหมดเลยแน่นอนวันนี้ต้องบอกว่าเขาเพอร์ฟอร์มออกมาได้ค่อนข้างดีเลยนะแต่ว่าที่สำคัญณตอนนี้นะคะแรงก็คือมันใกล้แล้วมันเกือบแล้วนะคะตั้งแต่อันดับที่5ก็เลยอยากจะบอกว่าอยากจะถามคำถามสักนิดนึงว่าอะไรที่เราคิดว่าเราจะต้องมีการพัฒนาหรือสิ่งที่เราควรจะทำเพื่อที่เราจะได้ไปสู่รอบ Finals นะคะหรือว่า Grand Finals ที่กำลังจะถึงนั่นเองนะคะ
Gamers Alive भाई उड़ते जा रहे हैं
ควรจะทำก็น่าจะต้องเรื่องสติครับแล้วก็เรื่องคิดว่าเราจะเล่นข้างหน้าต่อยังไงดีกับการตัดสินใจที่ต้องเด็ดขาด
โอเคนะคะก็คือเป็นในเรื่องของสติเป็นเรื่องของการวางแผนMan. Alright, so I just asked him like today they performed very well and they close to the top 5 but I just asked them like what do you think your team needs to do to secure the direct qualification. So the first thing is about the conscious and the second thing they need to improve and adjust like about the plan to make themselves direct to the qualification. Alright, so here the second one แน่นอนว่าณตอนนี้ในเรื่องของการเพอร์ฟอร์มอะไรหลายๆอย่างเราก็ต้องมีการปรับเนาะแล้วคิดว่าอะไรที่เป็นการปรับแล้วก็การพัฒนาที่สำคัญที่สุดก่อนที่เราจะเข้าวันสุดท้ายนะคะของการแบ่งกลุ่มหรือว่า Group Stage คิดว่าอะไรที่เราต้องปรับ
อาจจะ เรื่องสื่อสารครับอาจจะต้องสื่อสารกันมากกว่านี้
communication นะ Okay, so I just asked them about the biggest adjustment and the improvement that they want to make going into the final day of the group stage. Just only one thing is about the communication. All right, so here, thank you so much, Thunder. ขอบคุณค่ะ Thunder for Sharper Esports. And so next, another team that today performed really well, that is Furia. Posa, let's welcome him. Hi. Hello. With that big smile, love it so much. All right, so here, today you are standing at the top now for Furia. And I would like to ask about your preparation. Are you surprised with your performance today?
Porque vocês estão
नहीं लॉगआउट नहीं होता मेरा भाई भाई
vocês estão surpreendidos sobre os
नहीं मेरा नहीं होता लॉगआउट
जो ठाकुर जी व्हाट्सएप a gente se preparou bastante para esse momento. Então é continuar fazendo o que a gente está fazendo.
हो गया टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो गया बट शायद मैं भी कुछ खाने जाऊंगा खा के आऊंगा फिर खेलेंगे हमारा क्या सीन है ठाकुर
ว้าวนะคะท่านถามไปว่าแน่นอนว่าตอนนี้ฟิเรียนะคะก็เป็นทีมที่อยู่ในอันดับต้นๆเนาะก็เลยถามว่าเขาเตรียมตัวกันยังไงแล้วเขาเซอร์ไพรส์ไหมกับความสามารถหรือว่าสิ่งที่มันเกิดขึ้นในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้นะคะเขาบอกว่าเขาไม่ได้เซอร์ไพรส์มากเลยเพราะว่ามันเป็นสิ่งที่เขาตั้งใจแล้วก็เป็นสิ่งที่เขาพยายามมาจนถึงณวันนี้นั่นเองนะคะ Okay, so the second one more day to go. You want what do you want your team to do to secure the direct qualification?
Porque ainda tem mais dia o que vocês vão fazer para garantir a classificação direta.
Manter nossa estratégia, não tem o que mudar e melhorar algumas execuções e continuar fazendo o nosso jogo.
Okay.
We will keep our strategy and do as same and we will do better in our executions.
Alright ก็คำถามสุดท้ายถามไปนะคะว่าเรามีอีก1วันนะคะในเรื่องของกรุ๊ป A เนาะสำหรับกรุ๊ป stage นะคะก็คือเป็น final day ของกรุ๊ป stage แล้วนะคะก็อยากจะให้ทีมเนี่ยทำยังไงบ้างหรือว่ามีการวางแผนยังไงนะคะเพื่อที่จะเข้าสู่การเข้ารอบไปสู่แกรนด์ไฟนอลนะคะอย่างแรกเลยเขาบอกว่าก็คือในเรื่องของกลยุทธ์เนาะที่อาจจะต้องคุยกันมากขึ้นแต่ว่าก็คงจะทำเหมือนเดิมแหละในเรื่องของการซ้อมในสิ่งที่เขาทำอยู่แล้วในสิ่งที่เขาต้องมา execution นะคะในวันแข่งขันนั่นเองนะคะ Thank you so much that is so clear. All right, let's give a big round of applause for Posa. Thank you so much. Bye bye. Thank you. Yay. All right, so this is the second day of Group A, and I would like to over back to our analysts. Woohoo!
Thank you very much, Pan. Yes, hearing from Furia as well as Sharp after they've had a great day for everything said and done. But this is from the previous game as T1 will take that #1 spot. It's important points as well, though, for 17 Gaming, Martin. Let's be real, because they were in the danger zone.
They were looking a little bit rough, yes, for sure. Let's put it that way. You were stating at the start of the day, it was like, okay, it's, you know, JDG down there, they're in last right now. 17, a team that had huge priority in the 7th zone for 2/3 of their games.
Mr. Analyst IRONHIDE
Should be doing way better.
Mr. Analyst
there's some outside influences, we could put it that way, that maybe not putting them into the best of spots, but and again, 17.
I'm just
They're
a viewer.
team that we, you know, through the years.
Two-time PGS champions, constantly second places at globals. The list can go on for a team
literally,
like this.
You know, so long. We cannot talk about it for much longer here. Type 6 kills and 500 damage. That's huge.
Definitely. Fantastic stuff from Type. He is an absolute mammoth when it comes to performance. I love watching this guy play. And with him being on the solo position over on the east side as well, having the crate, being an overwatch across all of what was going on, it was awesome to see.
Man, if you have a guy on top of the police station with MK14,
yeah, it's crazy.
Raining hell on people. And then on top of that, it's Type's like, okay, don't peek this guy. He's going to wreck you. Yeah. He even sniffed out a sneaky Expendables player trying to sneak across, and it's like, oh, look at that. It's just slowly crawl, walk, healing.
Let's be real. We laughed at that cross.
Yes.
We were having a good time in the back. And it didn't really work out.
There you go.
Type will be man of the match for this one. Because again, this kid is basically a phenom. He is a prodigy. When he burst onto the scene and showed the kind of performances he was capable of, he turned heads. Let's be real.
He did. I mean, the big talk was like, okay, this guy is so fantastic here. How well is T1 going to be able to do once we see them at the biggest international tournaments? Now, T1, with this game here, they're going to put them quite deep into the top 5, especially. Sure, they're going to need to have another kind of great performance. But let's look at the match records here for match number 12.
That's right, of course, there's Mr. Batulins himself trying to keep Twisted Minds going towards the end, but nice, good old long kill for him overall.
Honestly, that is not Longs with the longest kill.
That is true. If we'd have switched that around, if we could get that changed, that'd be great. Other than that, yeah, cool stats. So let's move on to where we want to see everybody kind of sat. Oh, jeez Louise. The Expendables dominating every category throughout Group A so far. Our world champions, I'd be so amazed if we get a back-to-back. That would be magical.
That would be insane. I'd love to see that. Obviously, Twisted Minds just 5 kills behind T1 after that fantastic game in the last one. Also creeping up closer. I assume they'll be pretty close to the triple digits too. So that's going to be an interesting kind of look on once we get to the last day of Group A. Again, we're talking about this 130 cutoff, but I would say 135 is going to be pretty safe. And especially with the TE and Twisted Minds both being quite deep above that triple-digit threshold, as you see here, 24 points for T1 going their way. That's going to put them, I think, high 90s.
Big jump.
That's going to be mid-high 90s for them, so that's going to be huge.
Big jump. For sure, there has been a little bit of sponging towards the top when we eventually look at that overall leaderboard because of TE.
Overall leader में 17 gaming का क्या
हुआ?
हुआ?
A few other names that are going to be up there, but those two in particular. And then from there, it is still extremely close for just 6 games, Martin.
Yes, 6 more games to go. This is the overall leaderboard. Look at that. So obviously, let's not talk too much about Expendables. Twisted Minds, they're safe. T1 jumping straight into the middle of the 95 points here. But look from 4th and 5th and down here. We're talking only 20 points difference from 4th place down to 13th. We're talking one big game. So we're talking... That's actually so crazy, man. We're talking 11 teams that are going to be fighting on their last day for 2 spots. Unless we see something crazy from DK, Genji. I don't see that happening, but it's the other team's day on their last.
The name we clearly must be most concerned about is JDG. They are in an absolute dire position right now. Technically, they could get a win or 2 and then get themselves out of that danger zone. But with only 26 points after 12 games, that's a disaster.
Yeah, that's single-digit placement points. That's like for 12 games, that's just so unreal, right? But again, a huge jump up to try to get into that outside that danger zone. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Group B. We're going to be starting with Miramar again. That's going to be interesting again because right now we're like, okay, we're getting close to the finish with Group A. Tomorrow we're literally starting only play 1/3 of the games. There's going to be so many crazy things happening once again.
Thank you. Yes, that is factually correct, Martin. I appreciate that. But yes, it's as if we have these 2 tournaments running parallel.
सब एनालाइज कर सकते हैं यहाँ से आज कौन कैसा खेला वो भी देख सकते हो
especially exciting for us because EMEA is doing pretty well over there. I've not get to cover them yet. I know you have. I know you kind of had the opportunity to watch our brethren do fantastic.
इस हिसाब से कल का टीम डिसाइड कर लेना.
Oh yes, I'll have fun tomorrow. I'll see how much I can annoy Toffees.
Yes.
It's going to be...
I mean, let's not forget, Falcons won 2 games. They did pretty well.
जिस लड़के से मैंने प्यार किया वो मुझसे भी ज़्यादा पागल निकली.
I don't want to call it a curse. If you can get 3rd place consistently, you're doing everything right.
Yes. However, anytime I talk to them, they're like, anything but 3rd place, please.
Overall,
we always hear.
The alternative is that if that's grouped like it was for PGS 10, then I definitely know that I'd prefer 3rd place every time.
जब edit का option आएगा ना
तब आएगा वो चीज़. Championship here, becoming world champions at the end of PGC 2025. Of course, a huge thank you to our sponsors joining along for us for day 2 of Group A.
It's been Q Sowie or.
क्या करना अब? भाई मेरा इंटरनेट तो आज जीजी कर रखा है. हाँ, आज रात के 10:30 बजे के बाद खुल जाएगा. टीम बनाने का मैं बना लूँगा. आज तो नहीं बनाऊँगा, कल बनाऊँगा सवेरे उठ के. बाकी कितना हो रहा है? 8:45 8:48 हो रहा है. तो आज लेता हूँ छोटा सा ब्रेक. ठीक है. डिनर करके आता फिर खेलते पबजी. ओके एवरीवन. मिलते हैं डिनर ब्रेक. परसों है पैच नोट्स. अरे हाँ आएगा आएगा ठीक है पैच नोट्स आएगा ठीक है जब अपडेट आएगा तब देखेंगे. एवरीवन चलो मिलते हैं छोटे से डिनर ब्रेक के बाद. ज़्यादा नहीं 45-30 मिनट के अंदर आ जाऊँगा मैं ऑन BRB. Yo, hello everyone, what's up? Good evening, welcome back. Time for some PUBG gameplay. कीबोर्ड का प्रोफाइल चेंज कर लेते, टाइपिंग प्रोफाइल था, मतलब नॉर्मल यूज वाला कर लेते हैं। गेमिंग प्रोफाइल स्विच, सेंसिटिव स्विचेस पे। गेम चालू हो गया है और कुछ चलाना है क्या? ना, शुरू करते हैं गेम। अच्छा हाँ, याद आया, वॉल्यूम सेट करना है, वॉल्यूम ठीक करना, साउंड 40। कैप्चर कार्ड तो गयो। विक्रम कितने पॉइंट कमाए आज?
कुछ नहीं।
कुछ नहीं?
कुछ नहीं।
क्या बात कर, कुछ तो कमाओगे बे?
कहाँ भाई, मतलब तुम्हारे सामने तो है, तुम्हारे स्कोर कार्ड में दिख रहा हूँ मैं प्राइवेट वाले में।
बहुत दिक्कत है। नहीं मतलब कितना हैशटैग, कितना वो जंप हुआ वो पूछ रहा हूँ, वो ध्यान नहीं दिया।
2500 पे हूँ।
कितने पे हो?
2400 या 2500।
इतना नीचे कैसे चले गए बे भाई? बंदे लोग ऊपर आ गए, मतलब बाकी लोग।
टीम चली नहीं हमारी
भाई। भाई लगता है रैंडम टीम लेना पड़ेगा भाई।
हाँ लेना पड़ेगा लग रहा है।
थोड़ा सा वार्म अप कर रहा, मैं गोली वोली चला रहा, जरूरी है। नहीं है गोली। यार नीचे क्या लग रहा है? ठीक है, अजीब क्यों लग रहा है सिटिंग पोस्चर? ओ हाँ, इसलिए अजीब लग रहा है क्योंकि मेरा पाम रेस्ट नहीं रखा हुआ था भाई, तब भी सोचो क्यों अजीब लग रहा है। ठंडा भी है ना, एक तो उंगलियां सिकुड़ रखी है।
अरे इतना कहाँ ठंडा होगा अभी?
ठंडा तो हो रहा अभी, एक्चुअली हाथ धो के आ रहा हूँ ना पानी। आपका कैप्टन कौन सी टीम से था विक्रम?
मेरा वही तो था,
रेक्स।
रेक्स तो लिया ही नहीं था आज।
तो किसको लिए थे?
अरे मेरा डेल्विन था।
डेल्विन कैप्टन था?
नहीं डेल्विन कैप्टन नहीं था, प्लेयर बता रहा हूँ। और तानू के साथ कौन? अरे यार नाम ही भूल गया मैं।
डेल्विन तानू के टीम से। अरे मेरे को ये थोड़ा ना याद रहता है।
पता मैं अपना प्लेयर ही भूल गया।
एग्जाम्पल
एक तो लू था, एक तो लू था।
हाँ लू तो मालूम 4M का टाइप था क्या? नहीं टाइप तो उसके में था रवि भाई का।
नहीं टाइप नहीं था। अरे जो तुम्हारा कैप्टन था वही तो था।
कौन? कौन मेरा कैप्टन?
तुम्हारा कैप्टन कौन था?
मेरा कैप्टन था परफेक्टिस।
हैं?
परफेक्टिस।
हाँ परफेक्टिस था मेरा भी। यही तो कह रहा हूँ, नाम नहीं याद नहीं आ रहा दूसरा।
आज चला नहीं उतना कैप्टन। तानवो को कैप्टन बनाना चाहिए था भाई, एक गेम में तो फाड़ दिया, उसी में ही से हो जाता है काफी ज्यादा पॉइंट।
भाई साला शॉटगन लेके आ गया भाई आर्केड में बंदा, हद है यार।
आर्केड भी खेलते हो? बता देना जब हो जाओ खेलते।
जब तुम बाहर आओ तो मुझे बता देना, मैं तो आर्केड में
आ गया बाहर, लॉबी में हूँ, वेट कर रहा हूँ तब से मैं।
आ गया बस।
चलो गाइस, टाइम फॉर सम गेमिंग। कौन सी स्कूटी ले रहे ठीक है ब्रो?
जुपिटर।
आप लोग के पास था तो स्कूटी
एजिड हो रहा था ना वो, एजिड
निकाल दिया उसको?
अभी नहीं, मतलब वो निकाल दूंगा। वहाँ तो एक्सचेंज में तो ज़्यादा पैसे नहीं मिलते ना ज़्यादा, तो किसी को ऑफलाइन निकाल दूंगा।
ठाकुर ने स्ट्रीम बंद कर दिया क्या?
हाँ आया तो है, डिस्कॉर्ड में तो है।
अच्छा।
हेलो हेलो
ठाकुर, अरे
हेलो,
अरे
ये पबजी ब्लैक स्क्रीन क्यों दे रहा है मेरे को खाली?
एक्सिट लैग मांगता है क्या पबजी?
अरे ऑन ही नहीं हो रहा।
अरे भाई लोडिंग ब्लैक स्क्रीन होगा।
अरे
डीएनएस वगैरह,
वो
डीएनएस
क्लाउड
तुम लगा
फ्लेयर
के
का
रखे हो क्या?
इशू चल रहा है।
क्या क्या?
डीएनएस लगा रखे हो क्या तुमने?
1.1 खराब हो गया फिर से।
हाँ क्वाड 1 खराब है।
डीएनएस, हाँ डीएनएस लगा हुआ है।
हाँ तो उसके वजह से हो रहा होगा। क्वाड 1 हटा दो, मेरा भी
1.1
क्वाड
तो
1
कल
नहीं
से
पिंग हो
डाउन
रहा
है।
था। मेरा पिंग नहीं हो रहा था कल भाई, क्वाड 1 पूरा टाइम आउट दिखा रहा था बहुत देर तक, सोच रहे हो? इसलिए
DNS। हेलो
हटा दो।
यो
कौन सा सर्वर लगाया है वीसी में?
हाँ वीसी में सर्वर दूसरा हो सकता है क्योंकि वो कोई जन नहीं है, वो है मेरा सिंगापुर है। एक दिन एनएसजी और मैं बैठे थे तो दिक्कत हो रहा था। देख लो ठीक कर लो, अपने हिसाब से कर लो, ठीक कर लो। यो मैथ मीन मैक्स।
भाई ये कौन सा लगा है भाई, सीधा 82 से 23।
तुम भाई
बुलाइएगा।
आइएगा
अरे
ऑनलाइन।
विकी भाई कहाँ चले गए? कौन से
मतलब
रीजन चले गए? दिल्ली छोड़ दिया क्या?
क्यों?
नहीं आपका एक्सेंट थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट लगा।
बुलाइएगा।
ओ अरे भैया क्या करे भैया, अब हमारा हमारा संबंध जो है ऊपी वाले से हो गया ना।
ऊपी?
अब बढ़ाएंगे नहीं तो क्या करेंगे?
ऊपी वाला ऊपी बोल रहे हैं।
भाई कैसे कैसे नाम रख देते हैं लोग अपने। इस साला चाइना मुर्गी ने नाम चेंज करके भोले छोले भटूरे रख लिया।
मैं
रखने
जरा
दो, तभी मेरे लिस्ट में
रीस्टार्ट
नहीं
करके
होगा।
आता हूँ पीसी, क्योंकि ब्लैक स्क्रीन ही आ रही है।
ओके ओके। नाइस। ओए ये बत्तियां तेरा पियो बंद करेगा? बताओ। सारी बत्तियां ऑन कर देता है, फिर बाप उठे बंद करने के लिए बत्तियां। रुको आया।
बोल रहा हूँ भैया, बापू उठा, बापू उठा। कैश ओनली। देखते हैं।
मैंने बोला इतनी सारी लाइटें जला रखी हैं, बंद तेरा पियो करेगा? कह रहा है यार बंद बंद मेरा पियो करेगा। भाई
ये
बच्चे
तो
आजकल के।
पबजी खेल रहा होगा।
तो मैं तो ब्लूटूथ पे खेल रहा हूँ, बीच में उठ के आराम से जा सकता हूँ। तो भाई फिर अभी तो 11 दिन बचे हैं पिक कैम्प चैलेंज के।
हाँ,
भाई 11 दिन बचे हैं क्या? ये तो कब तक चलना है ये पीजीसी?
आज डेट क्या है? आज 30 तारीख है ना? हाँ,
अभी तो
12,
3
13,
दिन
14 है ना
3
फाइनल।
दिन हुए हैं ना।
12, 13, 14 है ना फाइनल। फाइनल फाइनल मैच अगर उस दिन है 4, 4:30 बजे से है, दोपहर के 12 बजे तक पिकअप चैलेंज भरना होता है।
अरे एक ही मिला ना, पिछली बार तो 5-5 मिले थे, इसलिए थोड़ा वो भी मिल गया था क्रेडिट ज्यादा। इस बार तो एक ही है। ठाकुर आ गए भाई, ठाकुर आ गए। गेम पहले चालू करी है उन्होंने। हैं भाई ऑफलाइन है।
हेलो
अरे ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन करो। लॉग्ड इन दिखाया बट
हेलो।
ऑप्शन नहीं आया।
हाँ ठाकुर।
हेलो।
अभी आ रही है आवाज? हाँ हाँ, अभी आ रही है, आ
हाँ
रही है।
तो रही
हाँ
है।
मैं तो आ रही थी आपकी।
सही हो गया, सही हो गया।
इनवाइटेड। भाई चेंज कर दिया भाई, मेरे को लगा वही खेल रहे हैं।
खेलेंगे अगले सीजन से, खेलेंगे थोड़ा रैंक ना, खेलते हैं।
भाई
आज
मेरे तो वो वाला बीपी वाला भी पूरा नहीं हुआ भाई। 12 चाहिए, 12 और खोलने थे मुझे, पर मेरे पास है ही नहीं बीपी।
देखिए
वैसे भी
भाई,
कुछ मिलना तो
जब
है
भी
नहीं।
सिस्टम चालू करते हो पबजी लगा के W दबा के छोड़ दिया करो, इज इक्वल टू दबा के सोलो।
भाई पानी में जाके डूब जाएगा।
अरे कोई बात नहीं, उस तरफ W
अरे
उस
यार
तरफ इक्वल टू दबाओ
उससे
जिस तरफ जमीन है, दूर सबसे सबसे दूर तक दौड़ेगा जिस तरफ, बस। और मॉनिटर का डिस्प्ले ऑफ कर दो उस टाइम पे, समझ रहे हो, ताकि हाउस अलर्ट ना हो जाए।
अरे सनॉक
अरे
लग
मैंने
नहीं
कल वाले को लॉक लॉक नहीं किया था, मैंने कल वाले को
रहा? लग गया।
लॉक कर दिया मैंने। 5 किल वाले को लॉक कर दिया, कल वाले को।
5 किल वाले को लॉक कर दिया।
हाँ रिप्ले।
भाई
कल बड़ा मज़ा आया था ठाकुर बो, कल तो बड़ा मज़ा आया भाई। हम लोग बंकर पे पहुंचे, वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी कोई लूट रहा था। मैंने बाहर से एक पर नॉक किया और सारे अंदर चले गए। मैं गया मॉली लेके, मैं मॉली फेंक रहा था। मैंने
मौली फेंका आपने, मौली फेंका, ठीक है। मैं पीछे था, जस्ट बाजू में था, मैं और विक्की भाई आगे हैं। मैं नेट खींचा हुआ हूँ, प्रॉपर कुक करके छोड़ूंगा अंदर ताकि, हाँ। एनएसजी बोलता अरे अरे वहां क्यों चले गए, मैंने नेट फेंका है। जब मेरे हाथ में रेड हो रखा है नेड का कुक, मेरे हाथ में नेड कुक हो रखा है पूरा, ऑलमोस्ट रेड हो रखा, मतलब ऑरेंज हो रखा है ये। अब एनर्जी विकी भाई का मॉली छूटा, एनर्जी का नेड बूम हुआ, मैं और विकी भाई उसमें डाउन हुए, मेरा नेट पड़ा हुआ था, एनर्जी और कौन था, रायन था, दौड़ के आगे उठाने के लिए, वो लोग भी बूम खत्म।
वो आयरन के
और नीचे वाले टीम, नीचे वाले टीम विकी भाई के मॉली से सब खत्म भाई, इंस्टेंट 2 सेकंड में खत्म।
मतलब 60 बंदे आपस में मर गए। से मर गए।
वो भी तो था एक बार जिसमें हमने गाड़ी से उड़ा दिए थे 4 बंदे। वहीं
कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
वहीं पे।
हाँ चलो बूट कैंप पे जा रहे हैं।
वो तो इमरजेंसी वाले थे ना? नहीं वो तो आप ऊपर से धीरे-धीरे आए थे। देखो ये आ गए देखो आ गए। आ गए भाई, चैट पे आ गए बोलने वाले। देखो
और सब मर गए। क्या ही सीन था वो। टाइम बताओ कब का स्ट्रीम? कल का स्ट्रीम रुको बताता अभी बताता।
4-5 मैच पहले का था वो।
मेरे को रुको ये उतरने दो। एकदम इंस्टेंट हुआ था भाई, इंस्टेंट बता रहा हूँ, मिल जाएगा मेरे को। कल मयूर भाई ने क्लिप किया था, मैंने देखा था।
ब्लू।
अरे तुम इधर थे नहीं, मैं इसलिए आया इधर भाई।
मार दिया रे उसने। डब्बों पे था। येलो पे था। पीछे क्लियर है, ये क्लियर है। मारा क्या तूने ठाकुर उसको?
हाँ अंदर जाओ, फर्स्ट एड पड़ी हुई घर के अंदर। गन भी है उधर ही।
गन तो है। अच्छा उधर वाले घर पे।
मैंने देखा आयरन और आप लोग उधर कूदे तो मैं इस पे चला गया। जैसे ही मैं इधर आया आयरन जंप करके इधर आ गया।
अरे गन मिली नहीं तो जहाँ गन मिली वहीं आ गया। दिखता है भाई।
आई थिंक येलो पुश करना चाहिए। क्या चाहिए?
कुछ नहीं मैं वो कर रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम का टाइम स्टैम्प निकाल रहा हूँ।
पुशिंग येलो।
6 मिनट
तो लगा मेरा
नहीं 6 घंटा 40 6 और 40 मिनट पे देखो 0-0 वो वाला मैच है। टाइम स्टैम्प पीछे बंदे आ रहे, पीछे बंदे आ गए। एक ऊपर चढ़ेगा मेरे ऊपर।
कॉपी देख रहा हूँ।
2 बंदे आए मेरे पे। आ गया। उठा रहे, एक नॉक है, 2 बंदे बाजू में उठा रहे हैं, वही उसी टीम के बंदे हैं। ऊपर चढ़ेगा ध्यान रखना। 6:40 6 और 40 मिनट।
एटलीस्ट 50 एचपी होगा।
लेफ्ट में लेटा हुआ है, मेरे घर के लेफ्ट में लेटा हुआ है एकदम विकी भाई के बॉडी के आसपास। दो बंदे वहीं पे। पैर में मार सकता हूँ तेरे।
वे
पैर में मार दिया।
उसके नीचे
टायर पे था,
हम्म।
टायर पे था इसीलिए। अरे यार बच गए सब। उफ। Let's go once again.
भाई 120
एनर्जी कहाँ रह गया भाई? एनर्जी आ रहा था, चलो आ जाएगा जल्दी।
बहुत लगी थी उसे भाई, मतलब 120 डैमेज था मेरा।
कोई आ रहा है आज खेलने के लिए साथ
एनर्जी
में?
आएगा बोला, देखते हैं।
लॉबी चेंज कर दिया आपने वापस?
हाँ, अरे गाड़ी हूँ करते रहे कौन।
No more flexing. कंटेनर हटा दिया क्या?
कंटेनर उधर है, गेमर्स लाइव दौड़ रहा।
मिल गई गाड़ी आपको?
हाँ, इनके पास जो वो है ना डुओ वाली है, इनके पास भी वो चीप वाली
गोल्डन व्हील्स।
हाँ भाई, गोल्डन व्हील्स है भाई मेरे पास। यहाँ नहीं टूटता।
खाएगा अकेला?
अरे भैया, आयरन का तो हेड गया।
हेड ही आके मारा सीधा, हेडशॉट गाड़ी से हो गया। गाइस स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना। हम लोग जा रहे हैं ब्रावो। ब्रावो ब्रावो किधर है?
Again center.
Always.
Yeah, that's the favorite part. Kind of. 90%.
90%.
कॉन्टेस्ट है।
ग्रेनेड से मरेगा, बच गया।
कूलडाउन में था। वीएसएस मार रहा है उधर।
मेरे को मार रही बंदा। गाइस टीवी वाला मेरे को मार रहा है।
भाई किल चोरी। भाई बहुत गंदा मार रहे हैं भाई। ओए भाई वीएसएस वाला ना खुद तो साला।
हाँ मैं बस हील करके आया।
मैं आता हूँ, चल मैं आऊँगा तो ये जगह छिन जाएगा।
पुश हो रहा है भाई। हाँ पुश हो रहा है, विकी भाई पे पुश हो गया।
ये फाटक खुला हुआ है बिल्कुल यहाँ पे।
नेट कहाँ से आया, कुछ आइडिया? बंदा कितना
डायरेक्शन 170 से थोड़ा लेफ्ट।
ब्लू के पीछे बंदा।
हाँ फुट आ रहा है उसका।
नॉक द वॉल पे। ब्लू के पीछे नॉक द
बंदा। दो बंदा क्लोज में। एक किसके पीछे गया? लूप में चढ़ेगा।
रिवाइव देना।
रिवाइव कर दिया।
नॉक हुआ। रिवाइव कर दो।
बंदा लेफ्ट येलो। दो बंदे।
ऊपर कॉर्नर में।
हाँ रुको, मेरे पास कुछ है नहीं। एक नीचे भी है।
बाहर से भी आ गया। ऊपर नॉक में शायद। तरह लगे।
ऊपर ये वाली गई ना टीम। बाहर से मारा था इनको।
मर गया होगा। बाहर से मार रहा था कोई। चलो बाहर वाला आया।
यहाँ पे वो पड़ा है। अरे 7 का एमो मैं लूंगा। 4 ही है वैसे।
चल बाहर से मार रहा है।
भाई हीलिंग है, हीलिंग।
Bandage, I can give bandage. अरे भाई अब नहीं दे सकता मैं, सॉरी। तीन बंदे, दो बंदे बाहर हैं। दो दिखे बाहर, के पास मार्क पे। मार्क नहीं हुआ, सॉरी।
पत्थर आ रहा है मेरे पे तो भाई।
जगह चेंज हो रही है। और अंदर वाली टीम भी बची हुई है वैसे। इसमें 6x पड़ा है। ये लो विक्टर, ये लगा लो।
बंदे आगे मेरे साइड से।
ओके वो देख
इधर येलो येलो।
ये लेफ्ट वाले इसके अंदर भी है।
हाँ उसके अंदर भी है। शायद उसी का आवाज सुना था मैं।
यहाँ पे है वॉल पे कॉर्नर।
नो क्या
कॉर्नर पे है बेबी, किल कर रहा होगा।
राइट गया। पीछे गया समवेयर हियर। इसकी येलो के पीछे। यहाँ पे।
यस इसके पीछे है। इसके पीछे।
लो है। लेफ्ट गया।
अरे भाई बाहर से पड़ गई।
वही बाहर वाले बंदे।
अरे नाइस।
तुम लोग कहाँ बाहर? आप रिंगो तो डब्बे के पीछे था।
बाहर वाले
विकी भाई आओ ना थोड़ा सा इधर।
किधर आऊं?
डब्बे की इस तरफ। अरे आपको जिधर से नॉक किया उधर ही जा रहे हो आप।
भाई इधर से नहीं किया, मेरे को पीछे वाली साइड से किया।
60 साइड से किया है।
60 यस।
आप 60 साइड से ओपन हो, एक्सपोज्ड हो।
थोड़ा और लेफ्ट से लगा था।
नहीं 60 से मारा। वही पीछे वाले हैं जो पीछे उंगली कर रहे थे, वही है।
दिया मैं।
आगे इसके यहाँ पे है।
दो होंगे, दो।
ऊपर जा, ऊपर जा, पीछे वाले घर में जा, ऊपर, आगे नहीं पीछे, हाँ उस तरफ।
वो राइट में गया, ब्लू जाते हुए देखा। चिप लेके भागा है क्या?
एक काम करते, चलो राइट से रोटेट मारते हैं।
इसके पीछे आया वापस। मूव है भाई वो।
हाँ तो आओ पकड़ते, राइट से पकड़ते हैं। रिकॉल तो तभी हो पाएगा ना जब पकड़ेंगे।
लास्ट टाइम स्पॉटेड दो शॉट कनेक्ट हुए।
गेट बंद हुआ।
मैंने किया। ये मारा था क्या आपको विक भाई?
एक और है।
आपको कौन मारा था?
हाँ ये नहीं, हाँ सोंडुक, हाँ सोंडुक।
ये रहा सामने सामने सामने।
यही था भाई, सोंडुक पोंग।
साले दल्ले लेके आए हैं सामान।
अरे बाहर से उतर आए हैं, बाहर से, जहाँ से नहीं है। अरे
विकी भाई का
पेटी कहाँ है?
बाहर बाहर
ही है इसके
ये डब्बे। क्या रखो विकी ब्रो आपके लिए बताओ? क्या रखूँ? एक्स्ट्रा चीज़ें तो रख लिया हूँ, डब्बे रख लेता हूँ। चलो फ्री मिला।
स्पोर्ट तो मेरी बॉडी में ही था।
नहीं मिला मेरे को।
और नहीं था आपके बॉडी पे? और शायद उसने उठा लिया होगा, लूट लिया होगा।
उठा लिया होगा
तो फिर इसके पास पड़ा होगा।
आओ तो निकलते हैं जोन।
हेलमेट उठा रहा था, फर्स्ट एड उठा रहा, निकल ही रहा।
गाड़ी होती है राइट में, चलो गाड़ी है वो, भागते हैं जोन।
ओ पोर्शा है क्या? पोर्शा
वहाँ पे बंदे होंगे शायद।
उतरो बे, पोर्शा बनेंगे, उतरो। कहाँ उतरे विकी भाई?
फ्यूल नहीं है, फ्यूल देखते हैं।
अरे हाँ रे, बूस्ट नहीं मारना। पता नहीं तेल कहाँ चला जाता स्टार्टिंग में।
भाई यहाँ पे ऑटो खड़ा हुआ बीच में।
राइट राइट
पे हमला हुआ था रास्ते में। लैग हो रहा गेम मेरा।
दो लेवल 2 फ्रेश क्रॉस करते हैं क्या?
देखते हैं अभी सर्कल जो बनेगा इसी पे डिपेंड करेगा, उधर या इधर।
ड्रॉप है बीच में, लिया किसी ने?
देखिए भाई
भाई नहीं था मेरे पास, मतलब मेरे को दिखा नहीं।
ये ऑटो के बगल में ही तो है।
वो पानी में शायद मेरी नज़र नहीं गई यार। ले लो आप, या लूटा हुआ होगा क्योंकि वो ऑटो खड़ा है ना।
यस लूटेड है।
मैंने ऑटो पे ध्यान दिया ना, तो ऑटो के अलावा इसलिए मैंने देखा नहीं इधर।
लॉस होता रहता व्हाट्सएप। हेलो रितर ब्रो, आई एम डूइंग गुड। सर्कल बन जा रहे, कितना टाइम लगा रहा है? बन के इधर ही आना होगा।
लाए कोई स्कोप मेरे लिए?
फ्री है, सामान है मेरे पास आपके लिए, इधर आओगे तो देता हूँ।
इस पूरे कंटेनर, इस पूरे जगह में कहीं पे कोई स्कोप नहीं था। डब्बा मैग पड़ा है यहाँ पे, हैं?
यहाँ पे आपके लिए सामान छोड़ दूँ?
दे रेड डॉट दे दो भाई। वहाँ कहाँ, इधर नहीं आओगे क्या?
सर्कल इधर है ना, बोला तो मैं इधर आना आप लोग को।
उधर ही आ रहे हैं, उधर ही आ रहे हैं।
डिनर पे क्या खाया? डिनर
2 मेडकिट 2 फर्स्ट एड है मेरे पास। किसी को एक मेडकिट चाहिए हो तो बता दो।
मेरे को दे दो, मेरे को 0
फर्स्ट एड है मेरे पास।
ड्रॉप कर दो पीछे, मैं उठा लूंगा। तो उठा ड्रॉप कर दी।
हम कर दी थी।
ओह
सॉरी, साथ साथ मार्क नहीं हुआ ना।
फायर हो रहा है।
कूद मत जाना भाई।
Probably boot camp.
राइट से राइट से।
अरे मैं लेफ्ट साइड देख रहा था।
ना क्लोज है, इसके पीछे ही है।
पुश 0। चल रहे तो चलो।
रुक के पास में ही है।
इधर 100% बंदा है येलो साइड तरफ, ठीक है 100%।
आराम से बंदा क्लोज है।
राइट से बच के बस।
नहीं अलग है ये। फुट मत दो मिकी भाई, आराम से धीमे
रोड ब्रिज के लेफ्ट में बंदे हैं, ध्यान रखना।
ये रहा बंदा यहाँ पे।
क्लोज वाला नहीं दिखा, क्लोज जो सुपर क्लोज था।
नहीं एक और है, दो हैं। विकी भाई ने एसकेस वाले को स्पॉट किया है। चढ़ रहा, ऑरेंज पे चढ़ रहा हो। पेड़ पे बंदे, 2 बंदे। एक ही नॉक हुआ है।
नेडिंग
यस पेड़ समवेयर क्लोज टू ट्री। वे आगे जा रहे हैं। आई डोंट हैव एनीथिंग गुड।
आगे मत जाओ
मैंने मॉली करी।
आगे जाना कोई नीड नहीं पीछे।
लेफ्ट से पानी के साइड से बंदा मार रहा है।
पानी के उधर से मार रहा है।
राइट से ये डिप्लॉयबल कवर कौन डाला बे? बंदा दिख रहा है ये ना।
यहाँ पे इसके पीछे
येलो पे बंदा है लेफ्ट वाला। डजंट हैव ए जोन।
येलो वाले को अंदर आना है।
ओ राइट ना चले जा बस। पेड़ वाले कहाँ पे ठाकुर दिखेगा तो बताना ठीक है। पेड़ वाला मैं नेड करूंगा। एक बचा नेड।
भाई कौन कर रहा है भाई पीछे से?
तो छोड़ो ना। ठाकुर कहाँ पे बता ऐसे बोल।
ब्लू किट के आगे और उसके आगे वाला पत्थर मतलब ब्लू के आगे उसके आगे वाला।
लो है वो। राइट बंदा आ गया। बाजू बंदा बिक भाई उठाना। सामने वाला क्लोजिंग कर रहा ब्लू वाला। आई हर्ड।
राइट वाला नॉक है।
नाइस।
आपके जस्ट आगे वाला रॉक।
लेफ्ट साइड गया मारना होगा इसको। पेड़ पे मर गया।
नाइस
ठाकुर को स्मोक करो।
डायरेक्ट तो क्रेटर में।
हाँ विक भाई
आ जा रहा हूँ।
ओके ओके बस मैं हील कर लेता हूँ। थैंक यू।
2 बंदे और बचे हैं ठीक है।
मार दिया था ना आपने पानी के।
बंदा आ गया था उसने देख लिया था। यहीं पे बिल्कुल सामने
इधर है उसका बंदा है।
लेट्स गो फॉर अनदर मैप।
अरे यार उसने देख लिया था।
मैं गलत ही नॉक हो गया यार।
राइट बूट कैंप में तो बंदे थे ना उनको इग्नोर नहीं करना था। पता नहीं वो लोग इसको क्यों नहीं मार रहे थे जो क्रेटर साइड से पुश किया था।
स्टिल ये लोग बचे हुए थे।
आओ एक और खेलते ना।
खेलते चलो।
नहीं क्या हो गया एनर्जी को कुछ जवाब पूछ लिया हूँ। नहीं आएगा तो फिर देख।
कब आ रहा है वो नया रंगल? 3rd को
3 तारीख को।
कौन से 4th था? डिनर पे अपना था क्या था भूल गया याद नहीं।
और 4 तारीख को इवेंट भी आ रहा है। इवेंट मैच
वो नहीं देखूंगा मैं।
क्या
बट
इवेंट क्या?
अरे वो सब जीरो का इवेंट मैच। साला निकलने नहीं दे रहा मेरे को। गाड़ी क्या खोलूंगा? बंदा लोग घेर के खड़ा है भाई। यो गाड़ी चोरी।
दो दिन हो गए भाई गाड़ी चोरी करके।
चलो आते भी जा सकते हैं अगर जाना चाहो तो। नेक्स्ट ईयर कौन सी कार आ सकता है, गेस करो।
BMW
नहीं भाई,
BMW तो
पगानी आएगा।
जर्मन कार
BMW
कहाँ लेके आ पाए? लेके आए क्या वो
इधर उतरते मैं तो बोल रहा था।
हाँ,
ब्लू बहुत ज्यादा हॉट हो जाता है।
I'll go with this.
भाई हाथ दिन में दिन हो जाएगा।
हाँ हो जाएगा। अरे तेरा ब्रो बोल रहा बूट कैंप जाओ। तो बूट कैंप क्या करोगे, रोज तो जाते हैं।
अभी तो गए।
अभी तो गए थे, बढ़ जाओ।
You missed it, right, bro?
हाँ, you missed it. यो हेलो 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 हेलो।
लूट होती है।
क्या बात कर बिग भाई, लूट होता है?
भाई इन गेम क्यों बोल रहे हो?
कौन बोल रहा है इन गेम?
आप इन गेम बोल रहे थे अभी।
क्यों भाई?
अभी दोबारा बोले।
क्यों भाई इन गेम क्यों बोल रहा है कोई? ये इन गेम में आवाज आ रहा है?
बंदा उतरा है।
ए विकी भाई पे।
विकी भाई उतरे ही उधर। I got only 30 bullets.
सेम, चलो। ए वो लो लो ठाकुर, सिरिंज लो।
है सिरिंज लगाया, सिरिंज ही लगाया, सिरिंज उठो।
मेरे यहाँ कोई नहीं है अभी, ठीक है?
सामने बंदा है। हाँ
बस आ रहा हूँ। हाँ रुको रुको, एक दो बैंडेज लगाने।
ऊपर 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 ऊपर
आ गया। मेरे घर के साइड में
हमारे पास बंदा है।
अंदर घुसा, अंदर घुस गया। पेंजर है इसके बाद, मुझे पेंजर मारेगा।
मेरे पास वाले बंदे पे शॉटगन है।
को इधर इधर है।
कुछ थ्रोएबल्स है? देख लिया। मरा ये। दिख नहीं रहा वीके भाई का यूआई से गायब हो रखा है। दो बंदे दिखे।
बाहर गया डोर से। अबे
एक राइट साइड नॉक है।
चलो राइट पुश करते हैं।
पेड़ की तरफ नॉक था।
दो घर के बीच से पिक करो।
गेट खोल के निकले टूटी हुई दीवार से।
यहीं कहीं है।
सामने बंदा, सामने बंदा।
अबे
रॉक पे मार्कर पे
फॉर सम रीजन मेरे को इधर से पिक करने का वो नहीं है, एंगल नहीं है।
बाहर आया
बंदा है क्लोज।
साथ वाले घर में।
लेफ्ट साइड वो ट्रक का कंटेनर के पीछे है। यहाँ पे ऑक पड़ी अगर चलाना हो तो। नॉक दिया क्या?
हाँ नॉक लेफ्ट नॉक है भाई।
हीलिंग चाहिए? हीलिंग
है हीलिंग है लगाया मैंने। यहाँ पे नॉक पड़ा हुआ।
यहीं बैठा मेरे तरफ बैठा था।
एक लेफ्ट से आ रहा है, पीछे इधर पीछे आ रहा है।
एक को फ्लश किया।
कहाँ बैठा कहाँ था?
इधर इस तरफ कहीं येलो की तरफ।
मैं बोला पीछे आप इधर देख रहे थे।
दो नॉक किए थे मैंने।
दोनों खत्म हो गए ना?
नहीं एक खत्म हुआ।
एक खत्म हुआ।
हाँ अरे एक आपने फिनिश किया, एक अपने आप खत्म हो गया। किल आया ना, मेरे को दिखा आपके उसमें किल।
अब एक बचा है सामने।
मर गया। इतना दूर में था, एक वर्टिकल साला स्वे मारता ना। इनको उठा देते रहे। सामान उठाया विकी का?
हाँ उठा ऊपर रिवाइव हुआ अभी ऊपर क्या कहते हैं
मंदिर।
रिवाइविंग ट्राई।
3x मिला, एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए?
हाँ स्कोप अभी 4x है मेरे पास। वोल्टी उठाऊंगा।
वोल्टी उस पे था ना, बैरल वाले पे, याद है तूने जिसको नॉक दिया था अंदर करके?
हाँ हाँ हमको 4 पीस पास में क्या।
अभी भी वहाँ फाइट हो रहा है? क्या है वो जगह? अल्फा।
चलो वहीं चल।
नहीं उधर क्या करोगे? ब्रिज क्रॉस कर लेते हैं, बाकी बाद में देखते हैं। ठीक है। कैसे क्रॉस कर रहे हो? नौका से?
विक्की भाई तो इधर ही आते होंगे। इधर ही आ जाएंगे विक्की भाई। आए
मैं तो बोला था क्रॉस कर लेते हैं।
भाई हैक लगा रहे हैं अपना AFK के।
अच्छा और लगाना ठाकुर। हाँ
ओ हटा रहे होंगे, लगा रखा था।
यहाँ पे ऑक पड़ा है मेरे पास भी। यहाँ पे एक बॉडी है। ये बैरल चलाओगे ऑक चलाओगे?
मैं कुछ भी चला लूंगा।
I took the AUG, by the way. What?
चलो क्रॉस कर जाते हैं।
Just क्रॉस करना है वाले आइलैंड पे। आजा पानी से क्रॉस कर लेते हैं।
यहाँ पे बैरल पड़ी है जैमर पैक के साथ, लेना हो तो ले लेना।
तो गिर गया नीचे ऊपर।
क्या चोट लगा क्या?
नहीं देख रहा था लेकिन
नेक्स्ट ईयर अच्छा ठीक है, वो तो पढ़ लिया था।
तो बोल्टी वोल्टी भी नहीं है ना।
आजा बिटवा ये वाले कंपाउंड में लूटा हुआ अनलूटेड है यार, आपको मिल जाएगा आपको।
बोल्टी नहीं था विकी भाई, बोल्टी नहीं था, मैं खुद डीएमआर चला रहा हूँ।
5 का चला रहा डीएमआर तो मुझे दे दो, स्विच कर लेते हैं।
छोड़ ना, क्यूबीओ है, बहुत कम चलाने को मिलता है।
स्मोक पड़ा है अंदर, हीलिंग है दूसरे से, और बोल्टी। M24 लोगे केनन स्विच करता हूं।
ना केनन उठा लिया मैं।
आजा बिटवा
M249 है यहाँ पे। ड्रॉप गिरा पानी में।
ब्रिज से आ रहे हैं बाबू।
मैं वही देखा कहाँ से आ रहे वो, ब्रिज से आ रहे थे।
अब यहाँ तो कोई था ही नहीं तो मैं आ गया।
ऊपर रिकॉल दिया था,
ऊपर रिकॉल दिया उसने ऊपर
देखा था ऊपर।
एक्सटेंडेड क्विक ड्रॉप पड़ा है। क्या चलाओगे विकी ब्रो, बोलो एक्सटेंडेड क्विक ड्रॉप चाहिए कि M249 चाहिए?
है मेरे पास एक्सटेंडेड क्विक ड्रॉप।
ठीक है
मैं बैरल और MP5 की है मेरे पास।
ओके ब्लू पिन पे शायद कुछ है, पंप है यहाँ पे। येलो पिन पे अगर चाहिए तो क्यूबीओ है इफ यू वाना।
ब्लू पे यार कौन पे? आत्मक जाना पड़ेगा क्या? फाइट रेट आत्मक में
हो रही क्या? चलो तो फिर कैसे तेरे को आवाज आ गया?
पता नहीं मेरे को नेट का आवाज आया फटने का।
बट रेड जोन तो यहाँ गिरा है।
अलग ही साउंड।
AWM चला डायरेक्शन 105 मेरे से। इधर कहीं और थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट, इधर कहीं फर्स्ट एड पड़ा है।
यहाँ पे फर्स्ट एड कैसे पड़ा हुआ?
यहाँ पे लूट रहता है।
क्रेटर
ये देखो ना, यहाँ पे क्रेटर नहीं, ये देखो ना, ये खंबा जैसा क्या है देखो।
नेट पटा आगे। नेट से खुद ही मर गया वो। ज्यादा नेट पट रहा है आओ में शायद। चल वाला
अरे सब तुम्हारे मुरा गए बे।
फर्स्ट एड पड़ी विकी भाई।
हम किसको मारेंगे? ये लूटा हुआ जगह।
जगह लूटेड इधर से जाए।
आओ जाना चाहिए कि इधर ही खेलना चाहिए, वही समझ नहीं आ रहा।
आगे लगा लूटेड इधर ही से मूव किया लोग।
बंदा देखा मेरे को 240 ट्री के पास, क्रेटर ट्री समझ रहे, वहीं पे मार रहा देखो। लेफ्ट जा रहा है वो, येलो से काफी लेफ्ट गया, साउथ वेस्ट 220। हाँ
इसी कंपनी को मारते हैं।
दिखा इधर ही रोड के हमारी तरफ ही है। डोंट क्रॉस इट। ये SLR उसी का ही साउंड है। किसी को मार रहा है वो एक्चुअली लेफ्ट में, मैं देख रहा हूँ।
बंदा दिखा ऑरेंज से राइट जा रहा था।
एक गीली गाय ओवर हियर, येलो रनिंग लेफ्ट, नॉक हो गया। उठा रहा उसको, येलो से ड्रॉ लेफ्ट में। किल चोरी, अरे भाई किल चोरी कर लिया उसने। ये रहा बंदा देख, नॉक पड़ा, इसका किल चुरा भाई, मेरा किल चुरा है वो। वहीं पे बंदा है, वहीं पे बंदा है, मार के लेफ्ट जा रहा है। उसका टीममेट हियर, को उठाने गया, उसका टीममेट को उठाने गया तुरंत। घर के पीछे ही है, दिखा मेरे को फिर। लेफ्ट मिस, पत्थर, बॉडी नहीं सॉरी, बॉडी बोल रहा हूँ। येलो पे है, उठा रहा। अबे
एक और घर के पीछे एक और।
तीन हो गए फिर तो।
रिवाइव हो गया बॉडी का। टीम आ गई।
अगर मैंने नॉक खत्म किया। ब्लू पत्थर पे क्या कोई?
हाँ ब्लू पे दिखा।
पहले स्मोक करो क्या?
नहीं आ जाऊंगा। न्यू ब्लू पत्थर के पीछे, जो यहाँ से भागा था ना, वही न्यू ब्लू पत्थर के पीछे।
नहीं दिख रहा, ब्लू का एंगल नहीं है, इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ।
खत्म वोटिंग खत्म।
क्योंकि मैंने ऑरेंज पे कहीं मार्क किया है।
मेरे पास बंदे आ गए।
एंड आपको इधर आ जाना चाहिए शायद, कि इधर जोन है। आई एम इन द जोन।
ठीक है।
वे कितने थे आप?
3 है, मतलब एक तो आपका ब्लू वाला इन्हीं का बंदा है।
हाँ दिखा।
AW मार रहा है ये, सॉफ्ट मार्कर दिखा, साउथ ईस्ट।
हाँ दिख गया।
मेरे पीछे से बंदा आ गया, ये क्लोज आ गया येलो से, ट्रैक्टर के पीछे। अब देख इसको, देख यही था जो वीके भाई को मारा था। हट आ गया। लास्ट वही इनके पीछे ही है वो बंदा, वो जो वहां चला गया था ठाकुर। इसको पता नहीं कि इसके पीछे है बंदा।
एक मैच बाद खाना खाने जाऊंगा।
हेड में मारना होता है, एग्जैक्ट हेड पे मारना होता है दोस्त। स्नीकी लाइव हेड पे एम फॉर द हेड।
नो एम असिस्ट।
एम असिस्ट नहीं है पबजी में, 0।
भाई 1 किलोमीटर दूर मारोगे तो थोड़ा ऊपर मारना होता है।
1 किलोमीटर 250 मीटर।
इसमें विंड का भी ऐड कर देना चाहिए।
ओ भाई खत्म खत्म।
वांटेड मूवी बना लो।
नहीं थोड़ा रियलिस्टिक मेरे ख्याल से पबजी जो दूसरा आएगा,
एंजेलिना जॉली वाली।
जो दूसरा पबजी आएगा उसमें होना चाहिए विंड का।
बहुत सारा बे। ओह
सब यहाँ पे लाके पलटाते हैं, पता नहीं क्यों।
पैकेट लॉस आ रहा है बे इसमें।
पैकेट लॉस आ रहा है?
हाँ नहीं छोड़ो, राउटर रिस्टार्ट मारना पड़ेगा। पबजी ब्लैक बजट के बीटा रिलीज होगा 2-3 तारीख को। क्या बात कर रहे हो? मेरे को नहीं मालूम, मेरे को मिला ही नहीं, मेरे को एक्सेस मिला ही नहीं
भाई। अरे तरह मेरे को जरा मैप दिखा दो एक बार।
छोड़ो ना, मैं तो इग्नोर ही करता हूँ।
जस्ट दिखा दो।
अरे मिलिट्री जाएंगे,
इग्नोर मत करो, दिखा दो।
चलो मिलिट्री चलो ना। मिलिट्री, ये हमारा मिलिट्री पिन लग चुका है। दिस इज मिलिट्री। अरे तरफ यही है
मिलिट्री, बहुत दूर है।
अरे यही है मिलिट्री, हम बोल रहे ना यही है मिलिट्री। मेरा थोड़ा सा एफ हो सकता है, ठीक है।
एक बारी कि वो बूट कैंप और मिलिट्री और ये इनके लिए इतना वो क्यों करते हैं प्रमोट?
अरे हम हमेशा हॉट ड्रॉप करते हैं, कोल्ड ड्रॉप करते हैं।
हम हमेशा मिलिट्री ही जा रहे हैं। चिल मारो, दिस इज मिलिट्री। अरे तरफ ब्रो, दिस इज द ओनली मिलिट्री दैट वी नो ऑफ। जंप लेट हो गया है। कोई है क्या?
कॉन्टेस्ट है। लैंडिंग अच्छा है, रूफ ले रहा हूं।
बहुत अच्छा है लैंडिंग हमारा। एक बंदा है बे ठाकुर, एक बंदा आगे है, मुड़ गया।
ओह कट गया वो भी।
मिड बैक के छत पे बंदा। अरे गन नहीं है। नाइस नाइस। ये कहाँ से मार रहा है? ये कहाँ से मार रहा है बे?
पता नहीं, शायद यहाँ पे विंडो से मार रहा है।
चले क्या मिडबैक? चले?
नहीं।
दो डाउन हुए ना मिडबैक पे?
हाँ दो डाउन है।
चलो ना,
रूट लेते हैं, हेलमेट उठा लेते हैं, आराम से चलते हैं ना।
अबे भाई वो उठा देगा उतना। अच्छा चलो ठीक है।
नहीं वेब नहीं होगा, छत पे है।
बे उसको भाई मैंने मारा उसको बिल्कुल टॉप फ्लोर राइट सेंटर।
मॉली कर रहा है। हट जाओ।
नहीं हट गया मैं सोफो के पीछे हूँ।
आ रहा भाई, भाई आ रहा, तो लूट करके आ रहा।
कोई नहीं भाई, कोई नहीं, टेक योर टाइम।
मार तो रहा है वहां से।
छत पे भी आ रहा है बार।
अगर तुम्हारा किल तो गए।
एक किल आ गया।
लेवल 2 का हेलमेट है।
आई थिंक क्रॉस करने का इसमें है।
अबे कहाँ से मार रहा पता ही नहीं है भाई।
दूर से किल आ गया, देखो उसका बिस्किट वाला वही छोड़ो हुआ वो आ रहा है।
किधर से पड़ी? ब्लू से पड़ी आपको?
इधर आ गया, येलो आ गया, आई एम डेड।
अंदर येलो के?
नहीं बाहर बाहर
बाहर आके अंदर चला गया अब तो भाई।
अब चला गया अंदर।
उन पे प्रेशर था आर्यन भाई क्योंकि वो नॉक पड़ा था ना।
चलो उठाने क्यों नहीं गया भाई?
कि वहाँ पे उसके पास था ही नहीं कोई।
वो लेवल 2 का हेलमेट अंदर वो ला, उससे सीधा सीधा कमरे में ठाकुर जहाँ देखे थे, जहाँ से 1 उठाया था। चलो अल्ट्रा से 2 को नहीं 12 को होगा क्लोज अल्फा। मैंने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया तो है। हाँ रजिस्ट्रेशन तो मैंने भी किया है, दिया नहीं है एक्सेस उन लोगों ने।
मार दिया?
मर गया।
यहाँ पे मार दिया।
ये क्रॉस कर गया था। हाँ डायरेक्ट गया
लेवल 3 एक क्या 6x का कैरी कर लिया। अब इधर तो आओ भी नहीं है।
ये भाई मैं जाऊंगा, मिलिट्री जाऊंगा इसके बाद। K9 ठीक भाई क्या चला रहे हैं? ओगर K9 ठीक भाई को दे दो 6x 4x 7 पे।
ये लो
ठीक भाई थंब ग्रिप लगा लो ना, क्यों लेके घूम रहे हो लेजर? फ्लैश हेडर भी नहीं उठाए, क्या आदमी हो बे? ध्यान कहाँ है?
पता नहीं।
आ जाओ सामने यूएस।
कल डे 2 होगा ग्रुप बी का, पता नहीं फिर क्या होगा। ठीक है कल के टीम में कौन कौन है आपके नज़र में?
नो आइडिया, देखूंगा अभी लिस्ट।
फिर भी कुछ गेम प्ले तो देखा ही था आपने पूरा। तो स्मोक हो रखा देखो। सामने देख लो, छोड़ दो पीछे।
दूसरे उठा लिया था ना?
हाँ तो शायद हाँ है ना विकी भाई।
हाँ मैं बोलने वाला था।
Yup.
आ नहीं रहा, पीछे करना पड़ेगा।
लगा हुए हाइट कम हो गई भाई गाड़ी की हाइट कम हो गई। अच्छा चलो ना कहीं तुम लोग अंदर चलो, जोन में अंदर जाओ। प्लेन पाथ देखो, पुराना प्लेन पाथ, उस हिसाब से चलो। ठाकुर क्या हो गया? ठाकुर का ब्लू स्क्रीन हो गया गाइस। Why you don't play रैंक गेम ब्रदर? खेलते हैं मस्ती के लिए, रैंक खेलेंगे फिर कहाँ से? कि मेरा ब्लू स्क्रीन हुआ बे? हेलो नहीं
आओ हॉस्पिटल आओ आप सीधा।
वो हॉस्पिटल?
आपकी गेम अटक गई।
अरे मेरा ही अटका है भाई। मैं सोच रहा हूँ ठाकुर का
25
अटका हुआ
सेकंड,
है।
24 सेकंड।
अब तो भाई गेम रिस्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा।
भाई AWS क्रैश हो गया क्या फिर से?
नहीं कुछ तो हुआ। अरे वो हुआ मेरा। अबे नेटवर्क में इशू चल रहा है आज एयरटेल का बहुत ज्यादा। देखा नहीं उस टाइम
तुम्हारा
पे लैग हो
टाइमर
रहा।
चल रहा है।
हाँ
8 7 5 4
अब तो लास्ट में देख लेना लास्ट
2
किस तरफ पिन कर रहा प्लेन।
1।
उधर ही उतरूंगा मैं। अब तो गेम
भाई
भी नहीं
तुम तो
चालू।
जोन के बाहर जा रहे हो भाई।
बस फिर
चलो वहीं से आए हैं, वहीं वापस चलेंगे। उसी जगह से आए हैं जहाँ पे रिवाइव किया है।
कोई ना मेरा भी गेम डिस्कनेक्टेड है। आप लोग खेलो।
अरे फेज 1 ही तो है अभी।
अरे गेम
बस वहाँ पे रिवाइव करने वाले कोई आएंगे तो वो आपको देख लेंगे, क्योंकि आप बिल्कुल वहीं गिरोगे। भाई तेल खत्म हो जाएगा।
मेरे स्क्रीन में ऐसे दिखाएगा ठाकुर ने पेड़ में ठोक दिया, ब्लू स्क्रीन हो गया। ऐसे बोला ठाकुर।
क्या क्या क्या?
हाँ
अरे वो अटक गई थी इनकी गेम। ठाकुर ने दीवार
पेड़ पे
ठोका
टकराए
और
थे।
वहीं अटक गई गेम।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई क्या ठाकुर देसी हो गया क्या? भाई उतार दिया मेरे को तो जमीन पर कहीं पे।
चेंज करो।
अरे आपने गाड़ी लगा दी, उससे बताओ। ये भी तो नए टंटे हैं साला। एक तो जादू टोना करो, ऊपर से साला ये लगाओ। ओ वो करो। वो ये नहीं कि एक ऑटोमेटिक कर देगी पैट से वो चेंज हो जाए अपने आप, जैसे बाकी कलर होते हैं।
जादू टूना
वैसे बढ़िया लग रहा है ना इसकी साउंड वगैरह ना।
कर दे टूना। हो गया मेरा पिंग ठीक हो गया इसमें।
ये और पीछे गए।
हाँ जो अरे हीलिंग चाहिए होगा ना। जो नजदीक वाला घर है वहीं क्या? कोई आया मेरे पास? मैं गया।
हाँ मैं भाई।
भाई ऐसे साउंड आ रहा ना गाड़ी का। वेस्ट नहीं मिला रे। देख रहा हूँ वही देख रहा हूँ।
चलो 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 मैं आपके पीछे हूँ। चलो
बस ये वाला बिल्डिंग देख लो।
अरे फ्यूल भी रखा है भाई। भाई 5 की एमओ भी पड़ी है और टॉमी रखी है।
नहीं कुछ नहीं चाहिए मेरे को। वेस्ट चाहिए बस, वही उठा रहा हूँ मैं। चलो
2 वेस्ट रखी है भाई।
अरे ये क्या था? अगला कोई जा रहा है।
5 तो है
मेरे पास तो सिर्फ बैंडेज ही है।
5 और
रो ना जोरो। वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। किधर चलना है? राइट से चलना है लेफ्ट से चलना है?
नहीं ऐसा तो वहाँ तक हम जा सकते हैं।
बूस्टर है तो दे देना मेरे को।
नहीं है
0
पेड़ है।
पूरा स्कूल तुम्हारे लिए छोड़ के चला।
अरे गाड़ी दे रहे ओए क्या कर रहे हो?
गाड़ी उठा रहे थे एक और, क्या हुआ?
नीचे बंदे हैं।
हेलो
अपनी वो गाड़ी उठाने के चक्कर में हमारी वो गिरवा दी।
लेफ्ट वाले घर में बंदे डबल ब्लू।
ब्लू ले रहा हूं मैं, ब्लू।
नहीं यहाँ येलो पे बंदे शायद।
और ब्लू लो पहले ब्लू।
अब ब्लू पे भी बंदे हैं। आगे चलते हैं।
ब्लू पे बंदे?
हाँ साउंड आया ना M24 का। क्या भाई तुम लोग कनेक्ट कर दिया भाई?
गाड़ी
साउंड तो आ रहा है।
गाड़ी
M24 आयरन भाई हियर।
ये रुके शॉट। अरे रुके नहीं, निकल गए। दो गाड़ी है, एक पैदल है वॉकिंग ऑरेंज से राइट। गाड़ी के पीछे जा रहा है वो
ऑरेंज से राइट। ओके काफी दूर है भाई।
यहाँ पे
काफी दूर है।
अरे ये बंदे
अच्छा पास में ही है बे।
बैठ गए, अब नहीं चला रहा।
एक बंदा ड्रॉप पे एक बंदा गया।
अरे पीछे
गाड़ी से मार दिया, गाड़ी से मार दिया आपको।
नहीं गाड़ी से नहीं पड़ी,
गाड़ी से पड़ी, देखा मैंने। उसी का फ्लैश है।
आपको हीलिंग है?
हां भाई ड्रॉप के पीछे बंदा है। हां हां पीछे बंदा है। घर पे रुका।
बहुत गंदा मार रहे हैं भाई, ये क्या चक्कर है?
ड्रॉप के पीछे अलग टीम थी। ड्रॉप जो गिरा है ना, फ्रेश ड्रॉप जो है।
चलो मेरे भाई गुड नाइट, टेक केयर। आज बड़ा जल्दी जा रहे हो यार।
भाई
वो उन्हीं का बंदा है शायद।
बंदे ऊपर में आयरन भाई। वो मारा है, वही मारा है, ब्लू वाला मारा है, लिंक्स। He has a links by the way. ड्रॉप वाला है वो।
पेड़ पे एक छोटा हुआ है।
पहुंच गया एक
हाँ पेड़ पे छोटा हुआ है।
उसके पास लिंक्स है, पेड़ वाले के पास। एक डिप में एक डिप में आयरन भाई ब्लू गाड़ी है। एक नॉक पड़ा ऊपर में, मारो उसको।
किल चोरी हो गया शायद।
नहीं हो गया बस। एक डिप में पहुंच गया गाड़ी लेके।
दो बंदे हैं अभी। डिप में आई गेस।
उन्होंने डिप्लॉय पर कवर डाला।
इधर जाना रिस्की रहेगा येलो पे क्योंकि हॉस्पिटल में बंदे हैं।
हाँ मेरा बच्चा
ये कहाँ है? सोलार वाला कहाँ? दूसरे वाले वेयरहाउस में जाओगे तो आपको हेलमेट लेवल 2 मिल जाएगा और वेस्ट मिल जाएगी कि भाई।
वेस्ट तो मेरी पूरी है, हेलमेट उड़ा सिर्फ लेवल 1 मिल गया मुझे वैसे।
ब्लू पे नॉक, वो ब्लू पे नॉक है एक, हाँ ब्लू वाला ही।
हाँ 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 ये रहा ओपन में।
ओह तुम लोग का वो था बे, बोल्टी था, मैं वेट कर सकता था। डीएमआर वालों को चुल रहती है ना, डीएमआर पकड़ने से मारो मारो हो जाता पूरा। यहाँ बंदा
पिंक स्मोक में है।
खाया मार खाया ब्लू वाला।
वापस गया ये नीचे।
कि भाई जोन नहीं है, जोन नहीं है।
जोन उन पे आ गया।
राइट में भी टीम आ गई ऊपर हिल पे। अरे आयरन में ओपन में 3 बंदे
नहीं दिख रहे मेरे को। कैसे दिख रहा तेरे को?
आएंगे हमारे साइड ही आएंगे ये।
नहीं वो लोग ऊपर से चला जाएंगे ना ठाकुर, उनको क्या है ऊपर जाना है। और ये वाले मर गए क्या? डिप वाले मर गए?
अरे ओपन में है।
अरे यार नहीं दिख रहा यार ठाकुर।
कैसे नहीं दिख रहा? ब्लू पे स्मोक हुआ। डिप वाले मर गए। डिप में ही जाना पड़ेगा शायद अपने को अभी। डिप जोन में नहीं है ना? है क्या? आओ विकी भाई, आओ जल्दी आओ, टाइम नहीं है। जोन स्टार्ट। डिप जोन में है क्या? है जोन में, आ जाओ।
बंदे इधर डिप पे बंदा है ना, कैसे बोल रहे हो? ड्राइव पे मारना पड़ेगा, चलो।
निकल गया मैं, बैठने की जगह ही नहीं मिला। चलो
बैठो भाई, थोड़ा टाइम लगा दोगे तो मर जाएंगे। 2 बार गाड़ी से आगे निकल गए।
नेड़े मेरे पास नेड़े। हाँ फट गया। स्मोक करना। मैं कवर में हूँ एक साइड से, बस ठीक है। साहिरा को क्या बोला? फ्रॉड से मारा आयरन भाई। अबे मैं तो आयरन जैसे ही मारूंगा ना भाई। क्या बात कर रहे हो? अबे तुम लोग को लूट की क्या जरूरत है?
इसके बाद जैमर बैग और पीसी वगैरह पड़ा है। जोन चला गया हमारे यहाँ से।
कोई बात नहीं, अभी टाइम है 50 सेकंड है विक भाई। ब्लू पे बंदा, येलो बंदा दिख रहा है। मर गया वो। वहां पे अभी एक और टीम है। किसको देख रहे हो तुम लोग? बोलो ऊपर जा रहे हो कि येलो को देखो? ठीक है जा रहा है ऊपर बंदे। इधर जाना चाहिए हम लोग को। येलो
यहाँ पे बंदा ओपन में ऑरेंज से लेफ्ट जा रहा है।
छोड़ दो उसको। आई थिंक वी शुड गो वेयर ही डाइड। ब्लू एंड में गाड़ी तो है ही आपके पास?
हाँ एक गाड़ी पक्का नहीं।
आ जाओ विकी भाई, आ जाओ।
ये गाड़ी लेके जा रहे हो क्या?
जस्ट मरा है।
ये तो मेरी गाड़ी है। और कौन सी गाड़ी है?
आओ बैठो बैठो।
आ गया बंदा। हट रहे। कवर में हूँ मैं बस। रिच पे आ गया था 230 पे।
यार बहुत टाइम लग गया चलना।
अगर तुम लोग की गाड़ी क्या हुई थी? पंचर हो गई थी क्या?
वो फट चुकी है गाड़ी।
अरे
अच्छा।
फेस सिक्स है, कुछ नहीं कर सकता। मैं ही बच जाऊँ वही बहुत है।
बचोगे तो नहीं अभी।
अरे नहीं मैं
सामने दिख रहा है बंदा। पेड़ पे बंदा दिख रहा है। लेफ्ट वाले गाड़ी के लेफ्ट में, पेड़ के लेफ्ट में दिख रहा था बंदा। स्मोक कर दिया उसने। पूरा दूसरा बंदा ऊपर दिखा। अरे क्रॉसर रखो भाई। वो तो नहीं, मत मारो राइट वाले को मारो। तो देख लिया।
पूरी ने परा भाई।
एनएसजी
जाओ आगे चले जाओ। फाइट वाला फाइट में है।
कैसी आवाज आ रही है भाई?
अरे उस फाइट में है, वो फाइट में है।
आर्केड खेल रहा था।
बूस्ट लगा लो। क्यों रखे हो सारा बूस्ट?
पड़े होंगे। जोन के बाहर है, जोन के बाहर है, वो आएंगे।
ठीक है भाई, पत्थर ले लो बढ़िया सा। और ज्यादा मत हिलो अभी मत हिलो। पीछे राइट में बंदा।
राइट वाला ट्री पे, राइट ट्री पे।
हाँ देख रहा है।
नाप के बैठा है वो। लेफ्ट में भी आएगा।
स्कोप करके पिक करो ना।
अरे उसे लगी।
नहीं लगी। नेक्स्ट शॉट लगा होगा। हेडशॉट नहीं लगा। नेक्स्ट शॉट भी नहीं लगा। चेस्ट में लगा। एवर शोल्डर में लगा होगा।
दिखा क्योंकि
हाँ ग्रीन दिखा होगा। शोल्डर वोल्डर में कहीं पे लगा। उसको गोली लगी नहीं है। एचपी नहीं गया उसका, बहुत थोड़ा सा गया। लाइक 30% एचपी गया। हम लोग लॉबी हो गए। ठाकुर क्या सीन तेरा? डिनर बनाओगे कि खा के आओगे खाली?
गए
गया। नहीं मेरे को वही कंफर्म करना था कि खाली डिनर खाएगा कि डिनर बना के खाएगा, वही पूछना था।
घर आ गए होंगे ना, शायद बन गया होगा।
इन गेम दिखा रहा है। भैया आप लोग को रेगुलर लॉगिन करना पड़ता है क्या? मेरा तो अभी भी लॉग्ड इन ही है, वो फैंटेसी वाला। खत्म नहीं हुआ है।
अरे वो बार बार लॉग आउट हो जाता है ये, मतलब
मेरा तो उस दिन से लॉग्ड इन ही है, मैं लॉग आउट करा ही नहीं है।
थोड़ी देर इनएक्टिविटी के बाद लॉग आउट हो जाता है।
ऐसा है क्या? तो मैं लकी हूँ। वैसे इनका ऐप भी है। एनर्जी कहाँ हो? साला स्टेडियम में गुडर गुडर कर रहा है।
चाहिए साइकिल चाहिए, साइकिल चाहिए, स्कूटी चाहिए। साइकिल ही तो पड़ी है सिर्फ। पता नहीं स्कूटी कहाँ है बेटा, कौन सी स्कूटी?
रैन तुम खेल रहे हो क्या टीवी में? मतलब उसमें लॉबी में बैठे हो शायद।
स्कूटी चाहिए बेटा। ये वाला कौन सा? रेड ब्लू, रेड वाला या ब्लैक वाला? तेरे को पता चल रहा है कौन सी कह रहा है यार? सिम्बो ब्लैक वाले के लिए तो ऊपर चढ़ना पड़ेगा। मैं गिर जाऊं तो देख लियो। ये गंदी हो रही है।
छोटे को बोलो आज रेड वाले से काम चला ले।
वो चढ़ा हुआ हूँ अपनी गेमिंग चेयर पे।
भाई गेमिंग चेयर सबसे छोड़ो, तो जो
ये
फिर
लो।
बोलता हूँ।
बड़ा बैलेंस करके चढ़ना पड़ता है भाई। हाँ उतर गया भाई। आवाज आ रहा है क्या?
आ रहा है। देखिए भाई गेमिंग चेयर में चढ़ना नहीं चाहिए, वो गोल गोल भी घूमता है ना, पूरा बैलेंस बिगाड़ देगा,
हाँ
गायब
तो
कर देगा।
नहीं, मेरी गेमिंग चेयर की लोकेशन ऐसी है जिसमें वो दो तरफ से रुकी रहती है, तो वो घूमेगी नहीं, बट हाँ हिल सकती है वो।
नीचे चक्का भी है, व्हील्स भी है, दौड़ जाएगी और ऊपर से।
हाँ वो हिलने का ही बोला, हिल सकती है। भाई पर क्या करे भाई, वो ये लगा हुआ है। वो उसका टॉय वाला लाइन लगाई थी, वो साइड में मेरी दीवार पे लगे हुए हैं सारे। जब उसे जोन सा मन करता है शुरू हो जाता है, ये चाहिए।
इंटीरियर में से ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं, इंटीरियर सेम ही है। Self anti bro, I have 2K monitor, should I play on 1080 or 2K is fine? 2K is fine, 2K पे खेलो ना, ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं है। GPU कौन सा है उस पर डिपेंड करता है। इफ़ योर GPU रन सेट
चीज़ बताता हूँ
100% फिर हाँ
एक्चुअली वे ये वाली गेम ये 1080 पे ज़्यादा अच्छी चलेगी 2K की बजाय।
अरे मॉनिटर 2K है तो क्यों 1080?
रैम यूसेज वाली है। मैं कह रहा हूँ गेम
कॉम्पिटिटिव खेलना तो 1080 ही बेटर है। एज अ चिल गेमर 2K पे खेलना चाहिए। मैं तो मॉनिटर 2K ले लिया तो 2K पे ही खेलूंगा मैं।
और मरने वाला खेलना है तो वो 2K के लिए।
अनुव्रत भाई मैं बढ़िया हूँ, आज खेल के मजा आ गया। क्या बात कर रहे हो, क्या खेले? कोई नहीं है क्या?
आगे जा रहा हूँ। There is nobody. डर गए होंगे एनर्जी से।
कोई नहीं आएगा?
वही डरा दिए तो कहाँ से आएंगे?
अच्छा और नहीं आए, कोई गन भी नहीं थी नीचे। अरे उनको
हाँ तो 2K खेलो ना दोस्त, क्या है तुमको इशू? PUBG 2K में खेलो।
स्नाइपर और पड़ी हो कहीं पे तो बताना।
उनको सेकेंडरी गन कौन सा है?
मेरे पास तो अभी वो था स्कारल था, अभी चेंज किया मैंने।
M24
मेरे को अभी म्यूटेंटे मिली है।
M24 मार्क किया ऊपर। सेकंड
कौन चाहिए कॉम्प?
तुम नहीं यूज कर रहे?
नहीं मिल गया। नहीं मैं DMR चलाता हूँ ना आजकल, SR नहीं चलाता।
मिडबैक के ग्राउंड फ्लोर में कॉम्प है और EP है।
मेरे से 8x ले लेना तो
बिल्कुल ले सकते हैं भाई, बिल्कुल।
भाई M24 वाला मैं हूँ, यही खड़ा हूँ।
हाँ दे दो उनको दे दो। कैनन पे 3x चला लेंगे हम। चलाना चाहिए भाई।
आदत ही नहीं हुआ इतना चलाने का। 6x ज़्यादा बेटर चलता है मेरे से क्योंकि DMR चलाता हूँ ना।
एक्चुअली DMR में तो 6x ही अच्छा है।
हाँ अगर मैं स्नाइपर बोल्ट यूज़ कर रहा हूँ तो हाँ 8x यूज़ कर सकता हूँ। क्या हो गया ना
लेवल 2 का बैग नहीं मिला यार मेरे को, क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं।
लेवल 2 का बैग तो यहीं पड़ा है, इस घर में दो पड़े थे।
और एक है यहाँ पर अगर चाहिए।
और बैरल का स्किन चेंज करेंगे भाई। नहीं यार छोड़ो, यही रहेगा, किल फिट चमकाएंगे ना भाई।
यहाँ पर गेट पे। हाँ गेट पे।
भाई रखा भी तुमने ऐसी जगह पे कि सामने वाला देख रहा हो मस्त।
इधर से पता चल जाएगा
क्या बेटा।
बॉडी मेरे पास ये लो।
चलता नहीं
4 डाला मैंने। दोबारा पिक नहीं ले रहा।
डरा के रखो तो कैसे पिक लेगा भाई। कितने लोग दिखे? गोली तो एक ही आया अभी तक।
कहाँ पर आया? ग्रीन पे आया।
नॉक है।
और एक है बहुत ज़्यादा राइट पे कहीं।
ठीक नहीं यार, वो रिवाइव करने आएगा।
दिखा पियानो के आसपास दिखा सर। दिखने लगा क्या दोबारा?
ना अब नॉक होने के बाद तो लेगा भी नहीं।
यहाँ से पिक दे रहा है।
ले रहा। अरे भाई उसको मेरी गोली भी चली है, उसको लगी नहीं।
एनर्जी होल्ड करना छोटा पिक के साथ।
मैं जा रहा हूँ।
हेड मारा मैंने साले को। एक चीज तो कंफर्म्ड है भाई, जब दो लोगों की गोली एक दूसरे को लगती है ना तो किसी एक की ही रजिस्टर होती है।
वो आपका आप अगर रिवाइव हो गए तो हो सकता है आपके पास गोली वापस आ जाएगा। अभी
गाड़ी आ रही है।
अरे हाँ एक कार हो गई। अब काउंट करो कितनी गोली है।
इसको मार रहा।
4 है, एक चल गई। गोली चली है, वही तो कह रहा हूँ।
गोली चलती है आधे रास्ते में गायब हो जाती है। लगता भी है ऊ करके साउंड होगा लेकिन फिर रजिस्टर नहीं होगा। अब कैसे करे बे? 3x है, कोई दिख नहीं रहा है बंदा भी। मेरे साइड से कोई नहीं दिख रहा है।
भाई हेलमेट ढूंढ लेता हूँ मैं पहले।
ये मार नहीं है ना यहाँ पर कहीं।
हाँ शायद इस बिल्डिंग में था, याद नहीं कहाँ पे था। ग्राउंड में हाँ।
अच्छा मैं जा देखता हूँ।
वन 1.5 लाख के ग्राफिक्स कार्ड यूज कर रहे हो तो हो। कौन यूज कर रहा है? 1.5 लाख का जीपीयू।
मिनी थी क्या? कौन सी डीएमआर थी?
उसने देख लिया मेरे को।
ये SLR कहाँ से मार रहा है?
इसलिए सिक्योरिटी।
ए इधर आ गया एक ऑरेंज बॉल पे। इधर को जंप कर रहा है, बाहर ही था भाई।
हमारे पास ईपी भी है यहाँ पर।
ये अभी भी जंप कर रहा है भाई, यहाँ पे पीछे।
पर हाँ
ब्लू
SLR वाला भाई। जोन आ गया।
गाइस जोन।
क्या कर सकते हैं जोन?
बूस्ट आइटम वगैरह कुछ नहीं है भाई।
ईपी है हमारे पास, ईपी से जा सकते हैं यहाँ से।
ईपी है ना? हाँ मिडबैक के उसमें ईपी है। लगाना है क्या?
अरे बूस्टर पड़ेंगे।
हाँ ये
दे सकता हूँ बूस्टर। चलो अभी जायरन इसने दे दी मुझे। जायरन ने जायरन राइन।
अरे स्कोप नहीं था इस बार। 4x
निकलता है, लेकर जाएगा पीछे लगाते हैं एकदम इधर।
गाड़ी जा रही है। ईपी लगा रहा हूँ।
लगा पीछे की तरफ लगाते। ठीक है सामने लगा। हाँ पीके भाई लगा रहे।
वो लोग आएंगे देख करके, कुछ तो करना ट्राई करेंगे।
सत्ते था।
कितना टाइम है? 30 सेकंड है ना?
ओए ओए यहाँ पे ऐसी चला दी मैंने।
आजा आजा।
अरे आगे
अरे उठाओ 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 उठाओ।
ये
बाहर
चला जाएगा। अरे मैं जैसे इधर देखा।
गाड़ी लेके आ जाओ पीछे जाके।
आप पूछो आपको था ना?
वहीं जा रहा हूँ, गाड़ी लेने जा रहा हूँ।
गाड़ी लेके आ जाओ। बूस्टर देख लो, उठा लो। अरे 2 ही बंदे थे ना वहीं पे स्कूल। हाँ
डायरेक्ट हुआ ना किल ये?
हाँ डायरेक्ट हुआ। पीके भाई को भी किल मिला, मैंने देखा।
हाँ तब तो वही है।
विके कहाँ मारा था उसको बताना। M24 वाला
ये यहाँ कहीं पे
बाहर राइट।
बाहर ही था। हाँ
4x है इसका, अब ले लो।
स्कोप चाहिए मेरे को।
यार मेरा एक्सटेंडेड मैग किधर गया था? कोई ले गया क्या?
क्या एक्सटेंडेड मैग?
नहीं चलो चलो।
मैंने तो नहीं उठाया। वहाँ वही होगा।
विके भाई इस साइड से पिक लिया था ना, इसको मारा था ना?
किसमें चाहिए? ये मेरे पास डीएमआर नहीं है। ले लो।
बाहर है, बाहर मतलब बाहर भाग रहा था गेट से बाहर। तुम अंदर देख रहे हो?
बाहर भी देख लिया मैं। यारा मिल गया।
बूस्टर चाहिए मुझे, एक या 2 बूस्टर चाहिए।
लो 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 मेरे बैग खाऊंगा।
इसको बताए खत्म हो गया।
मेरे पास भी, अरे मेरे पास मैं दे दूंगा। दो गाड़ी में रख दूंगा। 2-3
चलो जो है इसी से अब काम चलाना पड़ेगा।
गाड़ी में एक पेन किलर, एक ड्रिंक रखी है।
नहीं मेरे पास तो है, हो जाएगा।
मैंने रख दिया।
चला स्कोप फिर भी नहीं मिला।
कोई नहीं उठाएगा तो मैं वापस उठा लूँगा।
नेट डाला मैंने।
भाई 2 नॉक हुए ना मेरे इस बारी। हाँ 2 नॉक हुए, तभी तो 2 नॉक बहुत तेज चल जाते हैं।
ना ना
भाई हाँ नोटिस किया मैंने।
नॉक होने के बाद ज़्यादा तेज हो जाता है यार, ऐसी बात कर रहे हो।
वही तो। हाँ ज़्यादा नॉक हो जाता है। सब फोन के अंदर लगता रहता है। मतलब हल्का सा तेज है नॉर्मल से।
नहीं होता है, आपको लग रहा है।
खत्म कर दिया ये तो।
बैठे रहोगे देखोगे नहीं तो यही होगा ना।
बस बैठे हुए हैं साले।
हील कर रहे थे हम लोग
भाई तुमने ठोका था तो हील कर रहे थे।
मेरा तो हील भी हो गया था, मैं तो देख भी लिया, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता।
मैं भी देखा था, क्या करेंगे पता है दोनों
मतलब
साइड
23 का
दो
डैमेज मारा हूँ मैं, एक K9 का शॉट।
भाई किसी के 100 नहीं हुए, मैं 321 पे बैठा हूँ। ये कैसे किया मैंने?
नहीं देखो कैसे किया।
आपने M24 से मारा था ना दोनों।
अरे फिर आखिर वाले को किल भी तो किया ना इन दोनों। इसका जो शॉट मार भाई, तो इसका मैंने F10 भी नहीं किया यार। शूट्स तो निकल गया होगा 3 मिनट।
मेरे को बोल रहा रिवाइव करो।
जो हमारा वाला मैच हुआ था ना, खत्म हुए थे हम वो नेट और इससे सबसे, वो रिकॉर्ड हुआ मेरा और उस पर ऑडियो नहीं।
क्या
ऑडियो नहीं आई उस पर।
ऐसा क्यों? आप मल्टीपल ऑडियो डिवाइसेस यूज करते रहो ना, उसके वजह से होता है।
नहीं अच्छा, अरे किसी की भी ऑडियो नहीं आई, गेम तक की ऑडियो नहीं आई।
हाँ मालूम है, मल्टीपल डिवाइसेस यूज करोगे तो होता है, आपको उसमें भी चूज करना पड़ेगा, समझ रहे हो?
अरे तो मेरा
डिफॉल्ट
एफएक्स साउंड और ब्रॉडकास्ट चलता है ना डिवाइसेस, तो उसमें
हाँ
चेंज होते हैं।
हाँ तो नहीं तो वहाँ पे भी चेंज करना पड़ेगा, एनवीडिया के रिकॉर्डिंग वाले उसमें
वो चेंज कर दिखा है, बट ये है कि इसमें पिक नहीं हुआ इस वाले में। अभी जो करा मैंने वो हो गया, कोई चेंजेस तो ना करे मैंने। उसमें साउंड आ रही है।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि वो जो होता है वो इशू इसीलिए होता है कि आप कंटिन्यूस अगर डिवाइस चेंज करते रहोगे ना तो होता है, कभी कभी ग्लिच मार जाता है वो।
हाँ तो वो उसी मैच में ग्लिच मारा जब नहीं मारना था, मैं कह रहा हूँ।
कॉन्टेस्ट है भाई,
बहुत ज़्यादा कॉन्टेस्ट है।
गन उठाओ रे, गन उठाओ, पर गन नहीं है। इधर भाग रहा है, मारो।
मैंने ट्रांस
अरे कैसे हमारे साथ मैंने
मैं भाग लिया तुम लोग से, मैं नीचे हूँ इधर विकी भाई के पास।
मेरे पास गन नहीं है। अरे सर
बंदा तो इसके अंदर
यहाँ पे K9 पड़ा है with 6x.
कहाँ पे बैठा है ये बंदा? इसके अंदर हो सकता है। घूम के आ गया। आयरन तुम्हारी तरफ है। जनरेटर रूम।
विकी भाई क्या कर रहे हो? आओ ना भाई. ओपन से बंदा पुश किया मेरे पे. आप मार सकते थे. मेरे को लगा आप आ रहे हो.
है मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए।
एक्स्ट्रा तो गिरा दो, मैं लेता हूँ.
आने का मेरा काम हो जाएगा।
मैंने एक को टैग किया था. जा रहा हूँ आगे.
हाँ चलता हूँ, बुश कर रहा हूँ। एक वहाँ पर
लेफ्ट साइड दूर पे साउंड आ रहा है. उसका बॉडी है ना.
हाँ वो फोल्डिंग शीट लगा के बैठा है। फोल्डिंग शीट लगा के बैठा है वहाँ।
लेफ्ट में देखना।
नहीं है कोई लेफ्ट पर।
कहाँ पे? ब्लू पे?
इधर
होल्डिंग शीट?
ग्रीन का एंट्रेंस। एक राइट पे एकदम सीधा।
नॉक है.
बाहर है।
चलो. मेन एंट्रेंस. राइट साइड क्लोज. राइट साइड क्लोज. राइट साइड क्लोज विकी भाई. यहीं पे. राइट क्लोज.
शॉटगन है, शॉटगन है।
डबल मार दिया ना उसने. ये शायद एनर्जी था ना. आगे रे. कहीं तो देखा था बॉडी.
पीछे पीछे वहीं पर।
ये रहा.
हीलिंग है उस पे?
पेन किलर चाहिए?
बॉडीज पे देखो मिल रहा है.
हीलिंग तो नहीं है, पेन किलर है. चाहिए तो मैं देता हूँ.
ड्रिंक तो है मेरे पास।
ओ भाई. मिलिट्री पे अंदर बंदे थे क्या? मैंने देखा नहीं था उतरना. वॉइस देखे हो?
मिलिट्री के अंदर मैंने भी
देखा नहीं था अभी।
इधर ही ज़्यादा ये फोकस हो जाता मैं अभी.
आओ फिर. आओ लड़ते हैं. एनर्जी को उठाना ना, वही सोच रहा हूँ कहाँ से उठाएं. मेरे को तो कहीं भी गन शॉट कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया है.
ऑफिस चलते हैं, पहले ऑफिस में देखते हैं. ऐसे डायरेक्ट जा रहे विकी भाई.
अरे विकी भाई हैं, उनको खेले दो.
शूटर नहीं होगा.
M24 पड़ी है.
मार तो नहीं रहा
किसके पास है?
मेरे पे है. जा रहा हूँ भाई.
एक्सटेंडेड में
बंदा है.
है वहाँ कोने में कहीं पे.
बंदा है. भाई पिन दिया हूँ. अरे पिन नहीं लगा क्या? हाँ लगा तो है.
नीचे इसके बिल्कुल नीचे. अरे मेरे पिन तो लग ही नहीं रहा.
मेरे नीचे, मेरे नीचे. आएगा मेरी तरफ आएगा।
उसको पता है एक बंदा बाहर है, शायद ना आए। देना पीछे हट बेटा भाई, देना आगे बताओ। यहाँ इसमें है शायद, हाँ खिड़की पे दिखा मुझे उसका।
सीढ़ी पे था, सीढ़ी पे था, एक सीढ़ी पे था और एक नहीं मालूम। पिंक हेलमेट वाला सीढ़ी पे था।
ये ऑरेंज वाली खिड़की में नीचे बैठा लेटा था शायद वो।
कौन सा वाला, ऊपर वाला गया नीचे वाला गया?
नॉक किया ऊपर वाला।
राइट साइड देख लेना।
है बंदा रिवाइव कर रहा है यहीं पे।
मरे,
ये दोनों ही नॉक हुए हैं।
मर गए सब।
फिनिश हुआ।
आओ रिवाइव कर दो।
कितना टाइम है एनर्जी देखना, उड़ जाता हूँ। 40 सेकंड। चलो बैठे हुए थे, मेरे को साउंड आ गया इसीलिए मैं रुक गया, वरना तभी जाता एनर्जी को उठाना और मर जाता तभी मैं इमीडिएट।
ड्रॉप किया यहाँ पे मैंने।
उठा लो एक एनर्जी के लिए उठा लो। कोई उठा रहा तो बता देना कौन उठा।
उठा लेता हूँ मैं।
उठा लिया ना?
हाँ 6x उठा लिया मैंने।
बॉक्स नहीं मिला मुझे।
हीलिंग के नाम पे मेरे पास कुछ नहीं है, मतलब 17 बैंडेड
है तो सही।
पेन किलर सर और
भाई पेन किलर मेरे पास ऑलरेडी बहुत सारे हैं।
यहाँ कॉम्प कितना है? मैं दे दूंगा, मेरे पास 3 फर्स्ट एड है अभी के लिए।
मेरे पास 5 पेन किलर और 8 ड्रिंक्स हैं।
स्मोक्स नहीं मिला कहीं।
सेफ रहना, एनर्जी थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, गाड़ी नहीं है हम पे।
ठीक है।
इनके पास होगा। हम लोग आगे बढ़ते इधर ग्रीन पे एक और मिल जाएगा कार।
वही देख रहा हूँ, आयरन पहले पहुंचेगा हमारे पास या हम पहुंचेंगे उधर, या हम पहुंचेंगे ऊपर।
आयरन में पहले पहुंच जाएंगे, अगर दूर नहीं होगा।
पड़ गई, आपने तोड़ा।
यो स्कॉर्पियन, स्वागत है। क्या हुआ रे आज के मैचेस में स्कॉर्पियन? चल रहा है फोन, बहुत अच्छा है भाई, उसमें गेम का खेल सकते हो, उतना पावरफुल है। डेल्टा फोल्डर और सब चल जाएगा आराम से। और डिस्प्ले बस लाइन हो रखा, पढ़ने में दिक्कत होता है मेरे को। अरे भाई सीधी चलना गाड़ी। आ रहे हो ना आप लोग? मैं निकल गया था बिना बोले।
पापा की गाड़ी में बेटा ऑलरेडी 2 लोग बैठे हुए हैं अभी।
अच्छी जगह है पैसेंजर सीट पे।
उसे कैसे लाऊं इस गेम में?
इसे दिलाना पड़ेगा। कुछ नहीं चलो तुम्हारा वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं तो फालतू का उठा रहा हूँ। अरे भाई हो गया।
मिनी कोचिंग की चलेगा। मिनी कोचिंग की तो बनता है ग्रीन।
गए अरे
क्या हुआ बे?
चोट लगी थी। इसको वहाँ लेके गए थे वो जो बच्चों वाले थे टॉय वाले। तो वहाँ पे कार रेसिंग भी थी। तो हम दोनों खेल रहे थे। मैं अकेला ये और मम्मी इसकी। मैं पीछे टकराया ये साले की झटका लग गया। उसके बाद तो जो ये कान पकड़ के बैठा रहा बस। नहीं यार नहीं करना।
यार उसके अंदर
नहीं यार रुक के क्या करोगे?
ठीक नहीं कर रहा है कोई। ठीक नहीं कर रहा है ग्रीन से कोई।
बंदा है नीचे
ऊपर से ड्रॉप कर रहा है।
बंदा
देखा? नहीं जाएंगे।
वैसे पिन प्लीज।
ये रहा।
अरे वहाँ है।
ब्लू लेफ्ट जा रहा है।
अरे क्लोज है।
एक पीछे भी है यहाँ पे।
मारो ना दूर वाला देख लिया ड्रॉप लेने आया है जी। गाड़ी में बैठो या फिर मैं जा रहा हूँ। ड्राइव पे मारेंगे ड्रॉप लूटेगा वो एनर्जी उसको ड्राइव पे मारना है ठीक है। ड्राइव मारना है पीछे बैठना मेरे।
ड्रॉप पे तो मैं देख रहा हूँ मेरा
भाई एनर्जी तो गयो।
भाई 1 सेकंड से वो बच मतलब एक क्या बोलूं फ्रैक्शन से बचा वो।
कौन? ओ बंदा ड्रॉप वाला।
हाँ इसको मैंने हेडशॉट मारा बस वो बैठ गया।
मर गया।
निकलो ना पीछे से निकलो ना। अंदर गया
मैं गया अंदर आया तुम्हारे सामने।
एक ही
है सिंगल।
टोटल से नहीं था बे हीलिंग नहीं था।
गाड़ी आई ऊपर से जा रही है आ रही है। अरे
ये क्या था?
M24 मारा आपको पीछे से खेल से मारा आपको। नहीं आ सकते।
आ गया बोलो।
अंदर आओ गेमर जरा। डोर खुला पीछे। क्या कर रहे हो? क्या बात कर रहे हो? इतना क्लियर साउंड आया कि पीछे घुसा शीशा तोड़ा पहले फिर दरवाजा भी खोला।
तो मैंने लगा दिया ऑटो एम पे।
ड्राइव बाय यस।
गाड़ी पूरा ये कर रहा था।
स्टार्ट करो जरा इसे शूज पहना दो यार नंगे पैर खड़ा मतलब सॉक्स में नीचे खड़ा है।
ड्राइव बाय हो गया सही बोल रहे हो। एनिमेशन क्या रह रहा है भाई? कौन कर नहीं रहा है? डील डैमेज। अच्छा
कार पूरा वेट कर रहा था। प्रेस करने के लिए पूरा वही
हाँ तो
मेरा
विकी भाई को
नहीं है।
हेडशॉट पड़ा रिच से।
हाँ मुझे वो थोड़ा ही मेरा हेडफोन थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो गया इतना
एरिन को कुछ न्यू रेड मिला। हाँ डीएफआई ट्रॉफी वो आया ना इवेंट डीएफआई ट्रॉफी का। और फिर हेडफोन उल्टा पहना है, मेरे को भी आ गया साउंड पीछे से। हाँ
नहीं मेरा हेडफोन थोड़ा खराब है।
पूरा क्लियर साउंड आया था, पीछे आ गया था। एनर्जी कहाँ हो? नहीं हो क्या? एनर्जी गया गाड़ी पार्किंग करने। हेलो पता नहीं लोग आजकल लाइक क्यों नहीं करते हैं भाई। व्यूज आ जाता लाइक नहीं करते लोग, देख लेते चुपचाप से, चिपके चिपके देख लेते हैं बस।
आते साथ तो सबसे पहले लाइक ही करना चाहिए।
हेडफोन उठा। स्टोर मेरे को कॉन्ट्राबैंड कूपन खरीदने हैं। पबजी का न्यू ईयर में अच्छा सा स्किन आएगा। पबजी बोल रहा हूँ उसका आता है यार न्यू ईयर में।
न्यू ईयर में स्किन आ रहा है क्या?
चाइनीज न्यू ईयर में आता है।
हाँ 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 वो तो है। चाइनीज न्यू ईयर अभी नहीं है ना, वो तो फरवरी में होता है।
हाँ तो उसके लिए तब अभी जमा करना पड़ेगा ना कॉन्ट्राबैंड, तभी तो होगा।
हाँ मैंने भाई जमा कर रखा है, कोई और का स्किन आएगा तो लूँगा, सोचा देखता हूँ।
अरे दे बे, खोलने के लिए दे भाई, किसी और को दे दिया। हाँ ना, मैं कभी बोलता नहीं बट अभी बोलना पड़ता है लाइक करने के लिए। बोलना तो पड़ता है, भूल जाते हैं लोग। यूजुअली आते देखते हैं
होता है कभी
बस भूल जाते हैं। मेरे केस में तो यही होता है शायद, और क्या ही होगा।
ऑब्वियसली भूल जाते हैं लोग, इंटेंशन नहीं होता होगा ऐसा।
भाई कूद भाई, एफ दबा रहा हूँ, एफ नहीं कर रहा। लेट हो गया जब थोड़ा सा। और आप पार्किंग स्पॉट। हाँ
अच्छा से कूदोगे तो फिर सेम ही टाइम पे पहुंचते हो। मैं तो थोड़ा लेट से ही कूदता हूँ हमेशा। मैं भी पहले जल्दी कूदता था, पता नहीं क्यों।
कॉन्टेस्ट है।
हाँ कॉन्टेस्ट है। घूम रहे वो लोग, 6 जा रहे हैं।
अबे उठा क्यों नहीं रहा भाई? एक ही चीज उठा रहा है। कहाँ पे रोक दिया? कार्तिक सिंह है ये तो।
राइट साइड जी मार कर ग्राउंड पे।
बेस्ट होगा तो बताना इमीडिएट, फिर कुछ अच्छा मिल गया मेरे को। एक्स्ट्रा 4x है यहाँ पे। ग्राउंड ग्राउंड से ऊपर था।
ऊपर आया बंदा।
होल्ड रखना, मैं तुम्हारे लिए तोड़ता हूँ। होल्ड रखना, तुम्हारे लिए तोड़ता हूँ मैं। उनको फाइट हो रहा है उधर। राउंड दिखा, राउंड वहीं है।
पीछे गया,
ऊपर ऊपर सीढ़ी चढ़ रहा है। यहाँ पे नेट कर सकते हो तो मैं कर रहा हूँ एक नेट। हाँ
नहीं, वो नीचे भी एक बंदा है।
डबल ऑरेंज पे यहाँ पे भी है, नीचे पिंक कलर की ड्रेस।
यार लेकिन नेट घुसा नहीं। टीम खत्म हो गई। एक
दोनों तरफ से आया। लेफ्ट किया एक बंदा।
बॉल पे, हाँ बॉल पे।
चलना क्या? लेफ्ट गया था एक बंदा।
एक पीछे, हाँ एक पीछे राइट।
ऑरेंज पे रिवाइव के लिए गया है। ऑरेंज पे रिवाइव के लिए गया है।
रिवाइव हो रहा है।
दिखा बंदा ग्राउंड में ही है।
मैं नेड कर रहा हूँ। कहाँ पर है?
ये रहा या फिर आगे की तरफ है? अबे क्या नेड है भाई? देखो एनर्जी भी गया। भाई नेड तो अपने बंदे करते हैं यार।
अरे सॉरी।
हेलो स्वामी टेक।
भाई मेरा हीलिंग से फर्स्ट एड है।
हाँ है ना, ये लो।
बता दो ना कैसे बना है। ठीक है भेज दो भाई एनर्जी ड्रिंक।
क्या?
अरे वो एक बंदा बोल रहा है उसने स्टार्टअप चालू किया है एनर्जी ड्रिंक का। चिप उठाया एनर्जी का?
मैं उठाता।
उठा दिया नहीं है वो।
उठा दिया?
नहीं है तो अब क्या समझो। अभी मैंने सारे 5 के एमओ छोड़ दिया कहीं गलती से।
मैं दे दूंगा 5 के। कितने चाहिए? ये लो।
सारे छोड़ दिए मैं।
ये लो, मैं थोड़ा 100 छोड़ा। 100
तो हाँ चलेगा।
और फिर मैं तुम्हें और दे दूंगा थोड़ा। मेरे पास 120 है। 115 छोड़ा।
यहाँ क्लियर है। एक बार रिकॉल जाना होगा आपको। ट्रिपल सूर्य के आसपास फाइट हो रही है। ठीक है मैं जा रहा हूँ आगे। हाँ ट्रिपल के आगे बंदे हैं।
अरे चढ़ना थोड़ा मुश्किल है। 5 नहीं तोड़ना है।
उठा है तालिबान में साउंड आया।
मैं चेस्ट लूट जाऊंगा।
देख लो। हाँ विकी भाई का पीओवी से। ट्रिपल में बंदा है। रोड क्रॉस बंदा है। दिखा एक। हेडशॉट मत देना प्लीज ज़्यादा।
हाँ मैं इधर ही हूँ इधर।
ट्रिपल पे बंदा है इधर। एक टीम खत्म हो गया, ट्रिपल पे आखिरी टीम है।
ऑरेंज पे बंदा है।
हाँ ऑरेंज पे एक बंदा है, ऑरेंज वाला नॉक हुआ।
ये क्रॉस करेंगे शायद।
भाई नॉक कर दिया यार, कैसे अचानक से आके नॉक कर दिया। ट्रिपल ट्रिपल ट्रिपल
सामने वाला ट्रिपल
बाहर निकला ट्रिपल से, मेरे नीचे घूम रहा है। तालिबान के नीचे घूम रहा है एक बंदा, समवेयर हियर।
नीचे आओ।
नीचे वाले को मारना पड़ेगा। लेफ्ट आ रहा है भाई 115।
भाई मैंने प्री फायर किया वेक्टर।
ऊपर हो क्या छत पे?
मैं तो ऊपर हूँ, उसको देखो, उसको मारोगे नहीं तो मैं नहीं उठूंगा।
मैं तुम्हारे नीचे उतरने का वेट कर रहा था।
अरे कैसे आऊंगा जब सामने बंदा है। इसके पीछे है बंदा और दूसरे का फुट आया है तुमको। उसका बंदा येलो पे है।
ट्रिपल पे चढ़ा हुआ था। चारों लोग इसके अंदर।
एंट चलो गुड निकलता हूँ थोड़ा। वेयर विंड्स मीट खेल। अच्छा हाँ, वो गेम तुम बहुत ज़्यादा खेल रहे हो। स्टोरी मोड है ना। छः का डैमेज में एक किल M24 से। एक तो किल चोरी और एक 47 डैमेज पे एक किल। वाह। अरे भैंस।
अरे यार कितना बच रहा है
ज़्यादा।
स्कॉर्पियन को भी पता चला कि कैमरा एंगल मिरर हुआ है। कमेंट कितना मिस करता हूँ मैं। कहाँ जा रहे विकी ब्रो? ठीक है वहीं जाना है, चलो।
सब स्कूल
नहीं एक बंदा है, कॉन्टेस्ट है रूफ पे, पहले उतर गया शायद।
चला गया, पहले जा रहा है।
गन मिल गया उसको, मैं नीचे गिरा हूँ। गन नहीं मिली रे। उधर चला गन है उधर।
एक ही मतलब एक डीएमआर एक वो है एआर। ये वो रुकना चाहिए तो ले लो मेरे से।
अरे आ जाओ, गन नहीं है यहाँ पे।
ठीक है।
गन है नहीं।
शॉटगन है उस पे। वो भाग रहा है, वो भाग रहा है।
मारा उसको, शॉक दे दिया उसको।
दिखाई नहीं।
गन तो है ही नहीं, क्या करें। चलो शहर में जा सकते हैं क्या?
मर गया वो? मर गया क्या?
निकल गया वो।
नहीं वो चला गया। गन होगा तब मारेंगे ना।
तुम बोले शॉक लगा उसको, तो मुझे लगा शॉक मार दिया तुम उसको।
लेफ्ट बिल्डिंग चलते हैं।
ये शॉक वाली गन से मारा था। ये कौन सा गन है? टन गन। इससे मारा।
लेफ्ट में तो कोई नहीं था।
हाँ चलो चलते हैं।
छत पे ही था, छत पे घूम रहा था साला।
हेलमेट उठा रहा हूँ। ऑग मिले तो मार करना।
वैसे एक ही है तो चल सकते हैं उस पर।
कौन सा गन है ये?
4x फेंक रहा हूँ यहाँ पे।
हाँ मैं तो उठाऊंगा।
यहाँ गया था, यहाँ गया था ना, राइट क्लोज में येलो पिन पे गया था ना।
हाँ
ठीक है, आना तुम लोग।
वो पीछे से अब कहीं और गया है तो पता नहीं है वैसे कितना।
4x है।
ध्यान के लिए वहीं था।
एक्सटेंडेड छोड़ा है यहाँ पे।
यहाँ पे शीशा कौन तोड़ा?
एक एक्सटेंडेड गिरा है।
ये लूटा हुआ है
क्या वहाँ पे? मिड पे?
ये मिडवा का बंदा होना चाहिए। डोर खुला हुआ है अंदर की तरफ जाने का।
तुम्हारा नीचे बंदा है कि नहीं?
हाँ मेरे पास बंदा है नीचे।
ऑरेंज से बंदा देख रहा था।
फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे ब्लू मार्कर।
मिडवा में बंदा है।
स्कूल वालों को छोड़ दो।
नॉक है स्कूल वाला।
मीडिया का बंदा है। हाँ स्कूल वाले का मार दोगे तो आना इधर।
नॉक है। तुम्हारी तरफ आए।
मीडिया का बंदा है।
वो अकेला था।
नहीं नहीं अलग बहुत ज्यादा है।
पर फाइट करना स्टार्ट ही नहीं किया अभी तक।
आजा आजा ब्रो तोड़ दे। ऐसे फुटा
ऊपर का गेट खोला हुआ था, देख रहा था मैं।
मैं डेड हूँ। स्टन कर दिया ना।
मुझे क्यों मार रहे हो?
खत्म हो गया वो?
नहीं राइट पे है ना।
यहाँ ऊपर है।
अरे भाई इसमें नेड था रे। मेरा बाहर चला गया नेड।
अरे शिट।
आ रहा बाहर से आ रहा है।
पीछे पीछे नीचे नीचे पीछे वाले डोर से आ रहा है।
अकेला ही है शायद।
मुझे फर्स्ट एड लेना है वहां से।
हाँ नहीं मैंने नहीं लिया, कुछ नहीं लिया मैंने कुछ नहीं लिया।
यहाँ पे इस पे आयरन की पेटी में पड़ा, ले लो।
हाँ फर्स्ट एड है मेरे पास एक।
तो जल्दी दो।
आओ रे बैकअप पे आओ। 2 बंदे इन पे।
लकड़ी से निकल के लगा शायद।
मर गया मर गया।
हो गया मर गया।
हाँ मर गया।
बाहर वाले का क्या वो रिवाइव हुआ?
पता नहीं।
मर गया वो
जिसको मैंने नॉक किया था।
मर गया ना। वही तो किलफील्ड में दोनों का है। क्या अभी क्यों ध्यान नहीं देते?
दोनों का एक साथ क्या आया था? ध्यान नहीं
आएगा ही ना दोनों का एक साथ।
तो मैं दे रहा हूँ। लो फर्स्ट एड चाहिए तो।
नहीं मैं फर्स्ट
आखिरी बंदा अगर वो होगा तो
मैं दे रहा हूँ।
गाड़ी लाए थे क्या ये?
नहीं ये लोग यहीं उतरे थे। सब यहीं वाला
दिखा नहीं था साइकिल।
फर्स्ट एड है यहाँ पर एक्सटेंडेड क्विक ड्रॉप भी है ऊपर वाले फ्लोर पे।
स्कूल वाले अभी भी हैं, ठीक है। रोजोक चले गए शायद। गाड़ी खड़ी है, ला रहा हूँ।
बैग उठा लो बे। तुम पे बैग क्यों नहीं है लेवल 2 का?
लेवल 2 का बैग दिखा ही नहीं कहीं। अच्छा इन पे होगा ना।
मेरे पे था।
रिवाइव करके आ रहा हूँ। टाइम क्या है?
27।
अभी 26 सेकंड।
नहीं होगा कोई ना, आराम से। नेक्स्ट
तुमने चलना है या कर आऊँ?
कर आओ
चलना है क्या?
चलने तो जा सकते, कोई इशू नहीं।
अरे तो मैं निकल गया।
तो जा कर क्या होगा? स्कूल वालों को देखना पड़ेगा।
स्कूल पे से मार रहा था ना। हाँ नॉक हुआ तो।
यहाँ पे एक 6 है
मेरे। आप इधर ही आ सकते हो ना। अरे मैं बैग आपका ले लिया। अरे
कोई ना मिल जाएगा। बंदे मरे हैं बाहर भी। एक बॉडी है अबे यहाँ लूट का कमी थोड़ा ना होगा। तुम लोग तो इसी घर में गोल गोल घूम रहे हो, बहुत सारा घर है और आगे मिल जाएगा बहुत सारा सामान।
लूट तो हो ही गया है, इन्हीं पे लूट इतनी होगी।
मैं बैरल तो चलाता नहीं, मैं बैरल छोड़ दूंगा।
कोई आया, मारो इसको।
गेमर से लाइव
क्या बात कर रहे हो? ओ यूआई ऑफ था, नहीं दिख रहा। एक दो बार तो मैंने किया भी है ये कांड, यूआई ऑफ करके थंबनेल निकाला, उसके बाद यूआई हटाना भूल गया और बंदे को देखा अपना टीममेट मार दिया।
बैरल मैं बैरल छोड़ दूँ, बैरल चला मैं यहाँ छोड़ रहा हूँ बैरल।
M4 भी पड़ा छत पे।
जहाँ भी सर्कल रहेगा, सेंटर तो शिफ्ट हो गया सर्कल का। वैसे सेंटर तो है ये जगह, यहीं से जाएगी प्लेन। आ जाऊँगा यहीं पे, अगर अभी उड़ा तो। अभी 20-22 सेकंड में सर्कल शिफ्ट हो जाएगा, नहीं होगा।
दो बूस्टर है
यहाँ। बॉडी है बे, किसको देख रहा हूँ मैं? रायन के पास बॉडी है, कहाँ से आया?
नहीं मेरे पास नहीं है, कहाँ?
हाँ राइट साइड।
ओ अरे ये कौन सा? मैं तो वहाँ पे मैंने
क्या मार्क हुआ ब्लू पे?
कहाँ हो तुम?
अरे मैं यहाँ उतर जाओ, यहाँ पर
यहाँ आ जाओ मेरे पास। देखो पहले पेटी लेके आया हूँ।
यहाँ पर पूरा हीलिंग है। मैंने नीचे बैरल भी छोड़ा है एमो के साथ।
गेट मत बंद करना, गेट मत बंद करना।
खोल सकते हो, खोल सकते हो।
मैं नहीं खोल सकता इसलिए कह रहा हूँ।
खोल सकते हो।
ऊपर वही बॉडी को
नहीं खोल सकता। ये देखो पीछे देखो आयरन।
एटेक्स है।
क्या ला रहे हो?
अरे आवाज आता है इसमें।
आवाज आता है विकी भाई, पर साफ आ रहा है कि आप चल चल के आ रहे हो, पेटी लेके आ रहे हो मेरे लिए।
भाई चला गया ये आदमी, देखो देखा तक नहीं इसके अंदर।
आ रहा भाई विकी भाई, आ रहा हूँ। यहाँ पे पेटी देख रखा हूँ मैं। मेरे को मालूम था बोलेगा याद ही।
उसमें ऑग है क्या?
हाँ
मैं लेता हूँ।
गाड़ी
मतलब मैंने बोल दिया।
ऑग मुझे जरूरत
गाड़ी है क्या?
जितना लूटना है लूटो इसमें से।
रिपेयर किट था ना कहीं पे, मैंने देखा था।
हाँ रिपेयर किट था
ग्राउंड में।
याद तो नहीं है बट
ग्राउंड में मेरे को याद है।
गाड़ी जा रही है,
पकड़।
अबे रिपेयर किट कौन लिया रे ग्राउंड से?
नहीं मैंने नहीं लिया।
हेलो, किस पे रिपेयर किट है देखो।
मैंने नहीं लिया बाबा, नहीं लिया बाबा।
ओके अबे किसी के पीओवी से देखा था, देखना ग्राउंड फ्लोर में।
मेरे पीओवी से देखा था लेकिन।
हाँ देखियो वहाँ पे देखियो, ग्राउंड पे देखियो, तुम्हारे वाले ग्राउंड पे देखियो तो वहाँ पे है क्या?
मैं देख रहा हूँ ये पूरा, कहीं पर किसी के पीछे छुपा था, मुझे भी याद है वो। इस बिल्डिंग में नहीं है।
ग्रुप में है वो 175 पे।
नहीं इस बिल्डिंग में नहीं है। मिला क्या?
नहीं मिला, था तो मुझे याद है।
हाँ था तो मुझे भी याद, मैंने भी देखा था, मुझे याद है।
तो चल लोग बताना, मैं रेडी हूँ। तुम लोग का ही वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं।
चला गया वो यहाँ से, आ रहा है।
अब लग रहा फर्स्ट फ्लोर देखना पड़ेगा। नाइस राता यंग कैंपर। क्योंकि भाई कैंपर को पहले हो
भाई। मेरे को एक्चुअली वो वांटेड मूवी की तरह गोली लगती हुई दिखी, राइट से लेफ्ट जाती हुई।
अच्छा एंजेलिना जॉली।
हाँ
यहाँ पर उसी का कार है क्या?
रिवाइव तो हो जाएगा क्योंकि वहाँ पे रिज है।
गाड़ी कहाँ पे है विकी भाई का मुझे बताना था, मैं आता हूँ।
मिड बैक
ये रही ना मिड बैक पे।
अबे कहाँ है भाई? रायन सिर्फ 2 ही घर लूटा है, दोनों घर में नहीं है।
हाँ वही मैं देख रहा था।
एनर्जी देखो तुम पे रिपेयर किट है क्या?
नहीं मैं शॉटगन पकड़ा हूँ ना, कहाँ से आएगा रिपेयर किट?
अरे भाई आओ बे आओ, बैठो बैठो गाड़ी में बैठो, छोड़ो।
गाड़ी में रखा हूँ।
चले कि इन पे थर्ड पार्टी करने। राइट में बंदे हैं। देखा ये जो नेट, ये फुट रहा गाड़ी, यहाँ पे बंदे हैं येलो पे।
ये रिज
मेरा बंदा सामने दिखा मुझे।
मर गया गिली वाला।
मुझे एक गोली में निपटा दिया इसने। एक
साइलेंट किया किसी ने। इस रिज के पास ग्रीन।
ओह चली गई वो टीम शायद।
अबे रिपेयर किट चाहिए बे।
सर तो 8x है इसमें, लेवल 3 है। पंप चाहिए, मिल गया।
आई थिंक बंदे हैं आसपास, बंदे हैं, ध्यान रखना। वो गाड़ी वाला जो था ना रायन, तुमने सुना है ना उसको?
हाँ वही
वो है, वो कहीं है पास।
ऊपर से आया है वो।
हाँ जो भी गाड़ी से आए।
AWM का 3 बुलेट है यहाँ पर।
कहाँ पे?
यहाँ।
मेरे को नहीं मिला, क्यों? अब बाहर रखा हुआ है। अरे चूतिया लोग बाहर गिरा रखा है।
मैं गाड़ी लेके आ रहा हूँ।
गाड़ी है क्या? हाँ हमारा एक है, एक आया तो है, गेट कीप करेगा हमें पता है, वही सोच रहा हूँ मैं।
ऊपर चढ़ सकते हो ना, ऊपर चढ़ के लेफ्ट देखना थोड़ा।
मैं वही देख रहा हूँ। नहीं है ले लगता है वो लोग।
बैठने की जगह नहीं।
ये लिस्ट पे आया था मुझे लगा। हाँ ये रहा ना गाड़ी।
इधर चलो, इधर 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 चलो, चलो लेफ्ट साइड से चलो पूरा।
स्नेक कंपाउंड।
देखना बंदे अगर होंगे तो बताना।
बंदा है राइट में बंदा
है तो बंदा। गाड़ी चूतिया गाड़ी। थोड़ा भाई डोनेशन हो गया AWM पे।
वो ट्रिपल वाले को इतना मारा, वो नॉक कैसे नहीं हुआ? मैंने मारा, एनर्जी नहीं मारा था।
नहीं नहीं,
मेरी
मैंने
भी लगी
मारा,
उसे।
उसने पहले मारा था मुझे, मार
मैंने
नहीं पाया।
मैंने 2 बार हेडशॉट दिया था उसे।
चलो
नहीं
आयरन
तो
मैन मैन को निकलना पड़ेगा।
ठीक है भैया।
चलो गुड नाइट है सबको, बाय
गुड नाइट, बाय बाय।
बाय।
इस गेम में योर हैंड इज क्रिस्प दिखता है। लोल क्या बात कर रहे हो? अरे बहुत खेल लिया ना ये गेम अब, लेकिन छोड़ दो ना कुछ दिन, उसके बाद साला सब पगला जाता है, कंट्रोल सब। हाँ फिर कुछ दिन खेलना पड़ता है तब जाके बैठता है। अभी मतलब अभी मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि हाँ अभी थोड़ा सा बेटर है। पता नहीं नेट भी फेंका था यार ट्रिपल वाले पे, नहीं वो दूसरे वाले पे जो स्क्वाड हाउस से आया ट्रिपल की तरफ, उस पे नेट तो किया था, फूटा नहीं लेकिन वो
गाड़ी ने धोखा दे दिया लास्ट में।
सोलो में सीजनल मिशन डन दिस टाइम। हाँ वाह रे बुरीदा। अरे 20 दिन का तो एक तो 3x3 तो दे ही रखा है फ्री में। तीन चार दिन ज्यादा लगा। अच्छा मैं तो चालू नहीं किया हूँ अभी तक खेलना, लॉगिन करके बस छोड़ दिया हूँ। नाइफ का ड्रॉ करा नहीं हुआ, अब आखिरी ड्रॉ बाकी है, वो तो 5 लेते ही हो जाएगा लास्ट ड्रॉ। कहाँ जा रहे हैं हम लोग गाइस?
बताओ कोचिंग की जाना है सर, अपार्टमेंट जाना है।
चलो अपार्टमेंट ही आओ।
ओके
बहुत जल्दी कूद गया लग रहा मेरे को बहुत। अरे एक्चुअली मैं गलत कूदा हूँ। मेरे को फॉलो किया था क्या कोई? नहीं ना? तुम लोग आराम से कूद के क्लच व्लच करो, मैं आ रहा हूँ ठीक है, 2 मिनट बाद आता हूँ।
अब जा कर
ट्राई करते हैं।
जब खराब है
नहीं, हमारा भी जब कुछ खास नहीं है, वो नीचे है बंदे।
तो बल्कि मेरा तो तुम सबसे अच्छा भाई।
हाँ मेरा जब खराब हो गया।
ग्राउंड जा रहा हूँ एनर्जी। हाँ वो रूफ उतर गया, 2 बंदे उतरे रूफ पे कम से कम।
ग्राउंड में अरे मेरे सामने मेरे सामने साथ में वो ग्राउंड में कूदा। मैं आया पास
अंदर अंदर घुसा है, लेफ्ट साइड होगा है। क्लियर हो गया।
मेरा बाहर ही है चिप।
2 बंदे उतरे थे बाय द वे यहाँ पे।
एक वो लेफ्ट पे गया।
एनर्जी तुम छत पे थे क्या?
हाँ हाँ
एक एनर्जी ने मारा है गैस।
ये भी मिला है।
चिप उठा लेते हैं। तो फ्री में मर गया। साइकिल है तो देखना।
पैराशूट जैसा है मेरा, मैं देख।
और भी बंदे थे ना?
बंदा है हाँ, वो लेफ्ट वाले बिल्डिंग में है।
थोड़ा इधर उधर उड़ रहा था।
इस बिल्डिंग में कूद रहा था ब्लू पे।
रूफ पे बंदा। वेस्ट नहीं है ना, खा जाएगा वो मेरे को। अबे एमो ही नहीं है भाई। हट एनर्जी 5 का कोई गन है या फिर 7 का एमो?
उसी को मारा हूँ।
5 का गन या फिर 7 का एमो? सुना नहीं दिया सर इसको।
मिनी दे सकते हो टैप टैप मार।
हाँ वो तो ठीक है, वो करूँगा, मतलब मेन प्राइमरी गन के लिए नहीं है ना।
मेन तो 34 एमो बस, एक मैच भी नहीं है प्रॉपर।
यही है जिंदाबाद।
बालकनी का ग्लास टूटा था यहाँ पे ग्लास बालकनी का।
राइट क्लोज जा रहा मैं, राइट से बंदा नहीं है।
ठीक है
क्या लगता है? होगा तो होगा, मार देंगे। मिला कहाँ पे?
मिड फ्रंट छत पे आया था। मैन मिड बैक मिड फ्रंट इसमें ही बंदे।
चलो मिड बैक पे बंदा नहीं लग रहा मेरे को। अच्छा है मिड बैक में भी
है ना, दो बंदे शायद।
ओए दूर से बंदा
एक क्रॉस किया, हाँ लेफ्ट से क्रॉस किया मिड फ्रंट पर।
लेफ्ट फ्लो से,
लेफ्ट ब्लू से क्रॉस किया
हाँ।
मिड फ्रंट में।
चलते बहन जी आगे आओ, मतलब मर्जी है तुम्हारी। ऊपर हैं भी बंदे।
अरे सीढ़ियों पे
अरे रे रे ऊंच की तरफ क्यों आ जाते हो? लो है
बंद कर दो।
अब पीछे वाले मिड फ्रंट वाले एक बंदे टीम है।
मिड फ्रंट और उसमें
मिड फ्रंट में ही है।
नहीं वो आ गए, वो मिड फ्रंट में सारे। लेफ्ट में खा
मूव नहीं किया ना कोई। इनका एक बंदा आगे जाके मर गया है। फर्स्ट फ्लोर में घूम रहा है या रूफ में घूम रहा, पता नहीं।
उसमें फेंकना चाहिए था। इसमें जो सीढ़ी वाला जो है ना, हाँ ऊपर ही है।
वही है।
सीढ़ी स्टेयर्स वाले पे देखो,
वहीं फेंका था। मालिक लगा नहीं।
नेट को मेरे पास नहीं है फर्स्ट
एड दे रहा हूँ।
बंदा आ रहा है।
नहीं मिला इतना बढ़िया उसको हेड मारा।
बंदा आ रहा है लेफ्ट से।
किस तरफ लेफ्ट? अबे लेफ्ट क्या होता है बताओ, डिग्री बोलो डिग्री।
या 175 फुट तो आया था मुझे। ग्रिप भी नहीं
नहीं रहे।
Press करना है क्या उसका?
हाँ नॉक करते हैं फिर चलते हैं।
अरे राइट पे आया था। राइट वाली खिड़की पे। रेड हाउस का टूटा शायद ग्लास। रेड हाउस का
पक्का
हाँ
स्कूल से बंदा आया होगा। अरे वे स्लॉट तो है, आना है आ सकते हो। वीसी आ जाओ, खेलेंगे तो अभी।
कोई तो है ब्लैक ड्रेस शायद पहना उसने।
आ रहा आया 175 वाला आया। बिल्डिंग के नीचे घुस रहा है। चल एनर्जी आओ। लेफ्ट साइड 175 से घुसा है। अरे भाई डबल बैरल। अबे आया नहीं तुम। दो बंदा है क्या?
हाँ दो।
हाँ एक दूसरे को मारा है। चल आराम से। उठाने दो, उठा दो बे। वो उठा रहा है। इंडोर रिलोड कर लो। ओ भाई
तीन लोग थे उसके।
लेफ्ट वाले को हेड मार दिया था ना तो बैठ गया वो।
ठीक है रवि भाई।
बूस्टर लो मेरे से।
है अभी 1/4 है।
बहुत हो गया।
कुछ ज़्यादा लूटे। चलो इस टाइम देखता हूँ कितना है। 42 सेकंड तो मुश्किल है, नहीं हो पाएगा। एनर्जी लूटो रे जो भर रहे हो।
एक स्नैपर देख रहा हूँ।
लेवल 1 का है ये बैकपैक आपके पास। एनर्जी बैग आप दूसरा लेवल 2 का लेवल शायद कुछ नहीं आ रहा है आपके पास।
एनर्जी मोटो भाई अकेले खेल रहे सुनने में आया।
बाकी स्मोक वगैरह नहीं है। चलो निकलते हैं। स्मोक
पहले कौन सा ग्रिप यूज कर रहे थे?
क्या
पहले हाफ ग्रिप?
नहीं हाफ ग्रिप मिला तो वही लगा लिया।
नहीं इससे पहले
मैं
मतलब
वर्टिकल ही चलाता हूँ।
नहीं आप बोल रहे थे कि अच्छा ग्रिप नहीं है तो एंगल ग्रिप होगा आपके पास।
एंगल ग्रिप से तो नहीं चलता जब।
एंगल ग्रिप से
बैरल के लिए तो थंब या ये
थंब या वर्टिकल
दोनों में से कोई एक चला।
बाकी एंगल से सिर्फ ऑग चलता है मेरे से और कुछ नहीं चलता है।
ऑग भी वैसे ही है थंब और वर्टिकल।
आओ एनर्जी बाहर आओ, चलते हैं। लूट अगर हो गया
हेवी स्टॉक और
मैं कर रहा हूँ। हाँ 1 मिनट है।
वेस्ट में भी ड्रेस हुआ है ब्लू कलर।
तुम आए बे? नहीं आया अभी तक।
आप लोग जगह अरे कार है ऊपर
इतनी रात लो बैटरीज करना
अरे मार बे, नज़ीर क्या कर रहा है? हाँ
मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं है।
पता नहीं क्या कर रहे थे नज़ीर, तुमको साउंड नहीं आ रहा है?
नहीं
अबे गाड़ी जब ऑफ था पूरा क्लियर साउंड तो चल रहा है वहां पे घास में। अब मैंने तो आधा गोली तुमको मारा, मैं 2 बुलेट तो तुमको मारो मालूम है।
हाँ 2 बुलेट में
मैं करूँ क्या?
ढूंढ रहा हूँ कहाँ पे मार रहे हो, वही देख रहा था।
मेरे बॉडी से उठा लेना, मैं ग्राउंड फ्लोर में हूँ। नहीं आ गया बंदा।
नहीं हो पाएगा, यहीं पर है बंदे।
लेट जाओ, लेटे रहो चुपचाप से।
दूसरे बंदे मार रहे हैं।
देख लिया वो।
वाह 1 HP।
मोंटो भाई को पूछ लेना अगर खेलना होगा तो। वो हिलो मत ना, लेटर हो ना शांति से।
मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही क्या?
आ गए ओके। नहीं अभी आई।
कितना
चलो मर गए।
कुछ भी नहीं था क्या।
अच्छा खत्म हो गया?
हाँ खत्म हो गया, लॉबी आ रहा है।
हो गया
आ रहा हूँ
भाई। एनर्जी तुम ढूंढ रहे थे ना उसको, आधे टाइम तो तुम उसको ढूंढ रहे थे, उसमें तुम लेफ्ट राइट दौड़ रहे हो। ठीक है
इनवाइट
देख रहा हूँ कहाँ पे मार रहे हो।
अब 2 गोली तुमको लग गया, मैं थोड़ा सा ब्रेक भी लिया था एकदम खटाक से रुका था फिर।
ढूंढ रहा हूँ किधर गया बंदा।
ये नया वाला लॉबी है क्या? पहले सबसे पहले वाला
बहुत पुराना वाला है, मेरे को ट्विच से मिला था ये, उससे कुछ ड्रॉप से मिला था ये।
हाँ उस समय ट्विच ड्रॉप में लॉबी मिलता था।
अरे एक जमाना था भाई, कुछ भी मिलता था ट्विच में। अब तो भाई ट्विच ड्रॉप भी नहीं देते हैं भाई।
कपड़ा आता है बस, टी शर्ट आता है, जैकेट आता है बस,
कुछ नहीं आता भाई। अब वो मिलता है, अगर मिलता है तो वो जो क्रेट खोलते जो है हम लोग चाबी के साथ। रूट कैश नहीं बे, वो वाला।
अच्छा
हंटर चेस्ट नहीं हाँ हंटर हाँ। कौन क्या करेगा उसको लेके? स्प्रे मिलता है, कपड़ा मिलता है, हंटर जैकेट मिलेगा फालतू वाला।
भाई पीएनसी में दिया था ना, लूट कैश दिया था 2
और मोटो भाई देख रहे हो कि नहीं पीजीसी की क्या सीन है आपका?
अरे नहीं यार,
नहीं देखता।
टाइम ही नहीं है। जो टाइम पे चालू होता है अब तो मैं बिजी रहता हूँ थोड़ा ज़्यादा। अपने रवि भाई मास्टर है सब।
हाँ आज भाई रवि भाई खतरनाक भाई, टीम ही बनाया था पूरा। उनका टीम तो नंबर 1 पे था।
अरे तुम लोग जो
हाँ
एक जो 5 प्लेयर लेके जो चूज कर रहे हो ना, उसको लीडर बना रहे हो क्या क्या? वो
हाँ फैंटेसी लीग, यस उसको प्लेयर का है वो पीछे।
बेनिफिट्स क्या है उसका?
कुछ नहीं, आप अगर टॉप 500 में रहे तो आपको कुछ पॉइंट्स मिलेगा। ठीक है पॉइंट्स मिलेगा तो वो पॉइंट्स से आपको जीकॉन मिल जाएगा।
हाँ मतलब 500 जी कॉइन मिल ही जाएगा, मतलब 500 के अंदर रहोगे तो।
अच्छा उसी पॉइंट्स से क्लेम करना है।
हाँ और टॉप 100 रहे ना, एनएसजी टॉप 100 रहे तो कपड़ा भी मिलेगा पीजीसी वाला। और टॉप 10 में रहे तो तुमको साला क्या क्या तो दे देगा बोला है। ठीक है और सुनो, तुम अगर नंबर 1 आए ना, तुमको भाई कीबोर्ड देगा वोटिंग का, गेमिंग चेयर, कीबोर्ड, क्या क्या सब देगा। अब भाई नंबर 1 तो आना मुश्किल है भाई, अभी जैसा हम लोग का स्कोर चल रहा है।
क्या उसके लिए क्या करना रहता है? टीम बनाना पड़ता है?
अरे मोटू भाई देखो, ऐसा होता है ना आईपीएल में, जैसे होता है ना
अच्छा हाँ, वही तो
ड्रीम 11 में जो करते थे,
बस वही है।
हाँ, बट इसमें आपको पैसे नहीं लगाने, इसमें पैसे नहीं लगाने, उसमें डेली का बजट मिलता है आपको $1 लाख, ठीक है।
अच्छा,
वो वही लोग देते हैं।
बाकी
प्लेयर लोग को लेना होता है, आपको चार प्लेयर लेने होते हैं, एक को कैप्टन बनाना होता है। अब वो प्लेयर अगर मारा, चिकन डिनर निकाला, तो आपको पॉइंट मिलेंगे, बस वही है। वही है, मतलब ड्रीम 11 ही है, मान के चलो। बट पैसे नहीं देने हैं, अच्छी बात यह है कि कुछ आपका खुद का पैसा नहीं जा रहा है ना, वो आपको कुछ पैसे दे रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं।
पिज़्ज़ा,
हाँ पिज़्ज़ा जा रही है, हम लोग 18 नहीं जाते ना, सेक्टर 18 नहीं उतरते। तो उतरो, ग्रीन पे उतरो, मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ, ग्रैनी पे उतर रहा हूँ। कॉन्टेस्ट है शायद, लग रहा है मेरे को, या फिर वो फ्रंट आगे जा रहे हैं।
है बहुत ज़्यादा। मैं थोड़ा ठीक से, मेरा लैंड नहीं हो पा रहा। हाँ हो गया नहीं, 2 बंदे वहाँ पर उतर चुके हैं, एक छत पे उतरा है।
मिल जा भाई,
शॉटगन मिल गया उसको।
अच्छा लेके आओ।
मोन्टू भाई के पास आ रहा हूँ मैं। मोन्टू भाई, इस घर में बंदा है, येलो पिन, तो लास्ट वाला घर है।
हाँ
उसी बड़े वाले घर पे ही है।
बड़े वाले में 2 है।
बड़े वाले का टीममेट है इधर। मार दिया मेरे को मार दिया, बच गया मैं, बच गया। वो येलो पिन से मार रहा हूँ, बच गया मैं। नहीं मत मारो, नॉक हो गया, ठीक है। अब लॉन्ग हाउस में 2 बंदे हैं।
येलो वाला नॉक हो गया।
अरे अंदर घुस गया आयरन पे।
अरे मोन्टू भाई है वो।
नहीं ग्राउंड पे।
अरे मोन्टू भाई हैं वहाँ पे। भाई
एक और आ गया।
2 ही थे।
नहीं लास्ट नहीं था, अच्छा एक दूर था, यहाँ मार सकता था मैं।
कोई बात नहीं, होता है।
इतनी गन साउंड आ रही थी ना भाई।
एनएससी मेरे को बुला रहा है।
हाँ मुझे लगा तुम हो वहाँ पे।
अरे आपने ये बोला ना इनके आपके पास आ गया, तो मैं उनको ढूंढने लगे, आया नाइट का है।
मैं भाग गया ना वहाँ से, मैं बोला भागो।
नीचे ही खड़ा था।
अच्छा, एनएससी ने बोला आयरन नाइट के पास आ गया तुम्हारे नीचे, फिर आप मेरे को ढूंढ रहे। वाह भाई वाह, एक कॉम।
अरे आयरन वहीं पे था ना शायद।
नहीं, मैं ग्रैनी में उतरा था, ग्रैनी से फिर शैक गया, शैक से फिर उधर वाइट रैन वाले घर पे गया।
मैं मारता लेकिन साला घुस गया सही टाइम पे। एक शॉटगन चाहिए था।
शॉटगन मिला ना, 2 गोली मैंने इधर उधर मार दिया।
मुझे नहीं मिला ना, 2 डीएमआर मिला था। ये तो निकाल लेता नॉक।
चालू नहीं हो रहा।
पुलिस कॉन्ट्राबैंड के मैं क्रेड खोल सकता हूँ।
कौन सा?
400 हो गए।
अरे रखो
अभी मत रखो।
ब्लैक मार्केट आएगा तो खोलना।
ब्लैक मार्केट तो नहीं आएगा।
नहीं आएगा?
नहीं, चला गया ना।
कोई अच्छा गाना है, मस्त है यार।
ब्लैक मार्केट की जगह इन लोगों ने पोर्स निकाला ना भाई, खुद ने पोर्स निकाला।
सही रहता है ना।
पुराने
पुराने
गन का स्किन नहीं लाया, बस मेरे को वही अफसोस है। ये सब लुकबाजी नहीं चाहिए, अपने को गन का स्किन चाहिए।
ऑग का अच्छा है, ऑग का
गन
स्किन
आना
चाहिए
चाहिए।
था। एक ऑग का स्किन अच्छा चाहिए था मेरे पास, ऑग चलाता हूँ वही, उसी का स्किन है मेरे पास।
तो गाड़ी वाड़ी कोई एक्स्ट्रा में दे देना चाहिए, बाकी गन लाना चाहिए इन लोगों को।
भाई मेरा किस्मत सबसे खराब है इस मामले में, जो हाइड आउट वगैरह है ना।
हाँ मेरा भी
मेरा भी नहीं
मैंने
है।
शायद
बैरल जो
300
है मेरे
क्रेट
पास
अपना एस के लिए खोलेंगे, 300 से 400 क्रेट।
हाँ
एक भी नहीं मिला वो क्रोमा क्रोमा मिली मेरे को। सब दिन में ऐसा ही होता है मेरे साथ, क्रोमा ही मिलती है बस।
मेरे को जब एकदम स्टार्टिंग में आई थी ना बैरल का प्रोग्रेसिव, तब मैंने ट्राई किया था, मेरे को नहीं मिला। ठीक है, SLR का आया था जब क्रोमा आया था, क्रोमा दे दिया, गन नहीं दिया। बोला वाह। फिर क्या, फिर वो आया था ब्लैक फ्राइडे का था 2 साल पहले का, उसमें आया था बैरल प्रोग्रेसिव, दोबारा आई थी, तब मैंने पास लेके टोकन जमा करके तब लिया है, समझ रहे हो।
अच्छा वो जो अभी स्किन है तुम्हारे पास।
हाँ वो मिला नहीं है मेरे को। बैरल एक बार मिल गया, उसके बाद मिला था NSG, याद है तुम्हारा वाला जो बैरल है ना, उसका क्रोमा और बैरल मिला था, वो गन।
हाँ
याद है वो, लेकिन मिलने के बाद ना एक गन मिल गया भाई, दोबारा छोड़ना चाहिए बैरल।
मुझे बैरल का वही यही वाला स्किन अच्छा लगता है, वही पिंक वाला जो है।
नहीं, इसका मेरे को कलर वेरिएंट ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है।
हाँ उसका वाइट वाला ना।
हाँ वो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है।
हाँ क्रोमा ज़्यादा अच्छा है वैसे तो, लेकिन ये मतलब स्किन बोल रहा हूँ, ओवरऑल स्किन बहुत अच्छा है ये बैरल का।
हैं क्या बंदे?
हाँ तो है, इधर नहीं आ रहे।
अपने में सीधे नहीं है, कोई नहीं है। मैं ग्रीन जा रहा हूँ, ग्रीन जा रहा हूँ। 5 हाउसेस आ रहे हैं।
6 पैक्स पे उतरे, डबल ऑरेंज 6 पैक्स।
यार फिर से DMR।
अरे यार मेरे पास भी DMR है एक बार।
भाई बंदूक क्या होता है भाई?
ऑक चाहिए
यहाँ पर।
हाँ ऑक तो चाहिए
यहाँ पर। पी क्या है, PP है, बाइजन।
हाँ मोटू भाई, ये दिखा क्या बकरा?
ग्रीन पे लड़ रहे हैं। ऊपर ये भी पड़ा है, ठीक है जी।
आपको नहीं मिला है क्या बैग?
बैग तो है मेरे पास।
हेलमेट है क्या?
मेरे को चाहिए बैग।
नहीं किया उन्होंने।
वेस्ट नहीं मिला है।
लेवल 1 का है।
चलेगा भाई।
हेलमेट
ऊपर क्या है मुंडू भाई?
5 का बुलेट इधर। सॉरी
फिर बंदा दिखा
कहाँ पर?
ग्राउंड पे। अभी घर में घुसेगा ऑरेंज। फाइट चल रहा है ना।
ऑरेंज पे क्या?
किधर जाना है?
राइट ही चलते हैं, राइट ही चलते हैं।
हाँ चलो चलो चलो।
वेस्ट कहीं मिले तो थोड़ा।
हाँ यहाँ पे था लेवल 2 का शायद कहीं पे। हाँ था, मैंने देखा था लेवल 2 का वेस्ट। ये रहा
चलते हैं।
येलो पिन पे है लेवल 2 का। हाँ डबल ऑरेंज चलो।
हाँ बंदे थे, उतरे थे 2 लोग।
हाँ उतरे थे, मैंने मार्कर दिया था स्टार्टिंग में, फिर देखा ही नहीं। हेलमेट नहीं है NSG पे। वाह
नहीं हाँ वही नहीं मिला। आजा अंदर आओ। लेवल 2 का है मोंटू है।
हाँ उनको दिला दिया वेस्ट।
नहीं है क्या?
बैठा है भाई कैंप करके, ऊपर है नीचे उठा रहा है। हाँ मार दिया उसको, नॉक फ्लश कर दिया, फ्लश कर दिया। अब टीम कहाँ है उसको? आया हल्का सा फुट आया मेरे को, कुछ तक क्लियर नहीं
होगा कहीं कैंपर होगा। ये भी बढ़िया बैठा था मस्त।
वो रेड ऑप्स ना वो बहुत खतरनाक है, सीढ़ियों पे बैठे रहते हैं।
हाँ लूटा तो हुआ है यहाँ पे।
हेलमेट नहीं है,
मिला लेवल 1 पे मिला।
कैंपर ढूंढ रहा हूँ।
बूस्ट है क्या?
बूस्ट हाँ
बैठा होगा दबा।
मेरे को
दो बंदे यहीं पर हैं।
सारा लेटा पड़ा है, मुझे लगा वो स्किन वाला बैग है ऐसा, मैं सोच रहा हूँ बोल क्या भाई।
नहीं मैं बोला था यहाँ पे साउंड है, अब सही में साउंड था।
उसी का होगा। हीलिंग है कुछ?
हाँ मिल बैंडेज है।
मैं फर्स्ट एड है मेरे पास, मैं देता हूँ।
दे दे, एक मेडकिट दे दिया।
ओके
नहीं मैं
नहीं एक और चाहिए।
क्या चाहिए?
ड्रिंक मिल गया था तुमको?
नहीं मिला।
ड्रिंक है मेरे पास।
मैं दो दे सकता हूँ ड्रिंक।
फुट है मोटू भाई। अच्छा हीलिंग लगा लिए।
बिग ब्लू
पता नहीं क्या फुटा है, ये अपना था। अपना ही होगा भाई, अपना ही होगा, छोड़ो।
कौन उठा दिया यहाँ पर से?
आपको चाहिए था क्या? सॉरी
हाँ मैं
ये लो। मुझे लगा
अरे यहाँ पे सब गायब हो जाता है, ज्यादा देर सजा के नहीं रखना, चुपचाप से मिला रख लो शांत।
फुल हीलिंग नहीं होता इसीलिए।
क्रॉस किया, कोई दिखा नहीं मेरे को आसपास।
छत पे चढ़ेंगे।
ग्रिप नहीं है,
ग्रिप नहीं है मेरे पास, पता है गन में।
ओग भाई तो और क्या खतरनाक खेलती है भाई।
बिना भाई ऑग लिया मैंने भी, बिना ग्रिप का चला रहा हूँ। लूटेड तो नहीं है
पूरा का पूरा बैरल चाहिए तो मार्क कर दिया।
एंगल ग्रिप मिला, एंगल ग्रिप चलाऊंगा।
M24 अच्छी चला रहा है।
नहीं ले लो।
फर्स्ट नहीं मिल रहा यार, क्यों?
मजल ब्रेक मेरे पास है तो ये तो बोलना।
मोटू भाई किधर हो? आया चाहिए मेरे को ऑग के लिए।
लेवल 2 का हेलमेट नहीं दिखा क्या?
फ्लैश लाइटर छोड़ रहा हूँ।
मैं छत पे चढ़ रहा हूँ।
मुझे नहीं चाहिए।
क्या भर रखा है भाई, जगह नहीं हो रहा है। स्टन है, स्मोक है। मोटू भाई पे
मेरे पास है।
फर्स्ट एड ढूंढ रहा हूँ मैं, एक फर्स्ट एड मिल जाए थोड़ा सा घूमने जाऊँ मैं।
हाँ ये लो फर्स्ट एड वैसे ले लो ना। मैंने बोला क्या? सामने आ जाओ।
अरे सामने टूटा।
इधर कहीं शीशा टूटा है, ध्यान रखना।
ये ले लो।
रोडो क्रॉस चल रही है फाइट यहाँ पर ग्रीन पे।
रोड क्रॉस तो है।
येलो के आसपास टूटा है शीशा। आपको रवि भाई बुलाए थे क्या मोंटू भाई?
हाँ रवि भाई बोल, यहाँ स्लॉट हुआ है तो
नहीं, मेरे को रवि भाई बोलते हैं स्लॉट है क्या, बोला हाँ रवि आ जाओ अगले में। बोलते हैं फिर मैसेज कमेंट डालते हैं है तो मोंटू भाई को मैसेज कर दो।
अच्छा
मैं भी वेट कर रहा था, वहाँ पे कोई नहीं आया ना।
अकेले खेल रहे
होगा अभी भी होगा।
जा रहा ट्रिपल पे। हाँ ग्रीन पे बंदा है, ग्रीन के आगे वाले ग्रुप बंदा है।
छत पे भी चढ़ूंगा, जा रहा हूँ। इधर तो भाई क्रेट ही क्रेट।
न्यू ग्रीन
बंदा है क्या? वो मेरा सुन लिया फिर फुट।
यहाँ पे थंब ग्रिप है, जिसको नहीं मिला ले लेना।
न्यू ग्रीन में है तो वो जानता है मेरा फुट।
पिक नहीं कर रहा है।
हाँ वो जानता है ना मेरा फुट, सुन लिया होगा ना, मैं चल रहा था ना आराम से,
बैठ गया फिर।
मैंने यहाँ देखा था, यहाँ पे फ्लैश देखा था आपका ओल्ड ग्रीन में। अबे कहाँ पे कोई हलचल नहीं।
अरे
गाड़ी लेके निकल रहा है।
यहाँ पे नॉक उठा देगा इंस्टेंट, वहां पे गाड़ी वाला रुका है उसका। ग्रीन वाले का कुछ आता पता नहीं, मोटो भाई मैं स्टन कर रहा हूँ ऐसे।
ग्रीन तो कोई दिख रहा है मुझे भी नहीं।
येलो 2 बंदे कम से कम। नाइस। कहाँ पे? घर के अंदर बाहर?
वही गाड़ी घर के बाहर।
घर के बाहर ना? असिस्ट मिल गया, फिनिश हो गया।
ऑलरेडी
मोटो भाई जो ग्रीन पे देखे थे फिर
वो नहीं पता अभी, शायद हो सकता है इस तरफ आ गया, वो गाड़ी लेके आ रहा था इधर।
वही होगा मे बी।
मैं फास्ट एड दे सकता हूँ किसको चाहिए।
हाँ बहुत ज्यादा। अबे इन पे मिल जाएगा ना, चलो चिल मारो।
तो है ना प्लेयर है इस पर, प्लेयर उठा लो।
मैं उठा लेता हूँ, मेरे पे जगह है। मजदल ब्रेक किसको चाहिए था क्या?
है ना इधर बहुत सारी है फर्स्ट।
हाँ मुझे चाहिए।
यहाँ 6x पड़ा है, 8x पड़ा है। 8x तो मैं ले रहा हूँ उसको।
वही होगा, पीछे से गया होगा। हाँ शायद पीछे से चला गया होगा, पता नहीं।
4 फर्स्ट एड है।
नहीं हीलिंग हो गया मेरा, 5 फर्स्ट एड है, एनर्जी भी हो गया है, हवा निकल गया मेरे जैमर का। नीड्स है भाई, नीड्स 4 जैमर 6x भी है। नीड लेना पड़ेगा मेरे को। एक्चुअली मोलो छोटा हूँ, नीड ले रहा हूँ मैं।
एस पड़ी है क्या कहीं? एस चाहिए था।
एस चलाते हो क्या आजकल? चलो कोई तो चलाएगा, मैं बैठ जाता हूँ। खांसी सा क्यों हो रहा मेरे को यार?
अरे
चला आप
देख ले जो।
अरे दूसरा आइलैंड पे जाना है ये तो।
पार्ट बना
मैंने जी क्या कर रहे हो?
रोड से चलो।
ये रोड है।
ग्रीन पे मत जाना, ब्लू जाना। ये ब्लू वाला कौन खींच, ग्रीन वाला कौन खींचा है? अच्छा जंप का था मोटो भाई। और बंदे जा रहे आगे, गाड़ी दिखा। येलो से अभी क्रॉस किया।
यूएस ना?
जा रही है अभी, ग्लास हाउस तक गया मैंने देखा।
यूएस था ना?
हाँ लेफ्ट चला गया, ब्रिज की तरफ अगर साउंड आएगा तो थोड़ा स्लो कर देना, वरना चलते रहो। वो लोग रास्ता क्लियर करते हुए जा रहे हैं हमारा। मैं इन्फो देता हूँ। हाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ अभी। हाँ गोली चला ना, काट दो।
कहाँ घुसाऊँ?
राइट साइड ले लो। वो क्रॉस कर रहा है, वो फाइटर है उनका। लड़ाई हुआ जाके ये ट्रक के पास रोक दे तो। चलो रोक दो, येलो ट्रक के पास रोक सकते हो। बैंडल लगाओ हाँ सीधे चलो। ऐसे देखना थोड़ा, ट्रक काट देना। काट दो मोटर भाई, काट दो। वो बंदा दिख रहा है, ये देख लिया उसने। चलो नॉक है वो। अरे भाई सीधा तो था, कैसे नहीं मारे उसको? देख लिया भाई, पता नहीं पीछे मुड़ के क्यों देखा भाई। हाँ इसीलिए काट दो बोला तुम्हें।
नॉक फिनिश हुआ ना?
हाँ नॉक फ्लश कर दिया उसको मैं तो तुरंत।
हाँ यहाँ पर निकल सकते हैं यहाँ से आई गेस।
यहाँ पर एक कार।
अरे हम लोग इधर से चलते हैं ना। यहाँ से गाड़ी निकाल घुसाते हैं नीचे से सीढ़ी से।
हाँ नीचे से जाना है।
हाँ नीचे से चलते हैं ना।
PUBG स्पोर्ट्स ला 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 मेरे को दो ड्राइविंग दो। अरे
उधर से जाने का जरूरत नहीं है, नीचे से स्पोर्ट चलाते हैं।
अरे तुम्हारे बैठने के चक्कर में हमारा कहानी खत्म हो जाएगा। देखते रहना, शांति से मत बढ़ो।
निकल जाएंगे।
राइट में बंदे थे। हाँ
पहाड़ी पे थे ना, वही इसीलिए दूर से ले जाऊंगा। वो देखो गाड़ी आ रहा है, लेने आ रहा बंदा। चलो रे, जोन ले रहा हूँ अब। हाँ बैंडेज है ना सब पे। जोन निकाल लूँ कि इनको फिर से उंगली करना है, जैसा बोलो।
जोन निकल के उंगली करते हैं ना, जोन जाते हैं उसके उंगली करते हैं। आएंगे तो देखो।
सामने देखना, मैं अभी देख नहीं रहा। गाड़ी खड़ा है, बंदा है, बंदा बैठ जाओ, अंदर बैठ जाओ, मार देगा लेफ्ट में।
गाड़ी बाइक
आ रही है राइट में स्ट्रेट। सामने बंदे हैं। अरे चलो कोई बात नहीं, आ जाओ।
पता ही है वैसे।
वहाँ तो बाइक वाले को पता था ना। प्लेयर है, चलाऊं क्या एयर ड्रॉप?
निकाल लो।
अब करने यहाँ पे
मेरी नजर तो रहती है वैसे।
अब ड्रॉप हो सकता है कि छत पे गिर जाए।
ये पास में ही है कई बंदे।
गया, आखिरी बचा था, डायरेक्ट फिनिश हुआ।
ये स्मोक वाला क्या?
स्मोक लेट रहा था, यहाँ मारा मैंने एकदम एग्जैक्ट। अरे ये जाली की वजह से दिख नहीं रहा है।
हाँ जाली से वैसे आ नहीं रहा है। सही है।
हाँ वही समझ जाओ, ग्रीन पे ही था वो, वही मारा। 16 था।
15 नंबर उसने अभी मारा था 2 बंदों को, ठीक है।
पकड़ हो गया।
वहाँ तक मतलब क्लियर है, ग्रीन तक मतलब पूरा क्लियर है अभी।
प्लेन आ ही नहीं रहा यार, कब आएगा, कब ड्रॉप देगा? कौन मारा भाई इधर से? इनको मारेगा।
नॉक,
एक और नॉक। नाइस वन। ओ वही है
सिक्योर। दूसरा कौन सा है?
मेरा किल सिक्योर।
हो गया, दोनों किल सिक्योर।
लेफ्ट साइड ग्रीन से लेफ्ट साइड थे बंदे।
ये ऑरेंज, ये ब्लू वाले बंदे नहीं है, उनका कपड़ा देखा था, येलो कलर का कपड़ा पहना था। ये ऐसे आते हैं।
एक और दिख रहा है, पेड़ पे दिख रहा है, पेड़ से भाग रहा। येलो से थोड़ा लेफ्ट गया, दौड़ रहा। यस पत्थर के पीछे गया, राइट जा रहा है, येलो से राइट है।
मुझे बॉट जैसा लगा, नहीं पता है क्यों।
मैं राइट चला गया, अब दिख नहीं रहा मेरे को। हाँ खंबे पे चढ़ जाते, रुको दिखेगा।
ये जो मारे हमने दो वो बॉट जैसे थे।
नहीं, वो सीधे खड़े होके चला रहे थे M24 और कुछ, मतलब बंदे नूब थे। अरे सुनो, आप लोग गाड़ी लेके जोन चले जाओ, मैं तो बोलता हूँ। मैं ड्रॉप अगर आता है तो ट्राई करता हूँ, लेके आता हूँ। नहीं गाड़ी लेके जाओ ना, सर्कल मतलब यहीं पे फेंस पे, ये वाला एरिया जाओ ना।
आ रहा है, ड्रॉप आ रहा है।
वो कहाँ गिरेगा पता नहीं ना।
नहीं इस पर कंटेनर पे गिरेगा।
मैं गाड़ी लेके जा रहा हूँ।
यहाँ गिरेगा, ब्लू पे गिरेगा।
ब्लू पे गिर रहा क्या? ओह पहुँच गया। MG3 एनीबॉडी?
नहीं 5 का गन पकड़े ना।
DMR एक्सटेंडेड आया है, चाहिए होगा तो बोलना। DMR एक्सटेंडेड है, कैरी कर लियो। एक्सटेंडेड क्विक ड्रॉ
मिल गया सप्रेसर
ये टाइम। हाँ हाँ 40-50 रैंक में भी ऐसे ही रहता है बेसिकली। देखो हम अगर वो खेलोगे ना, कोई भी स्क्रिम्स वगैरह खेलोगे तो उसमें भी भरे रहते हैं बंदे।
मेरा बंदा
हाँ
क्लियर शॉट होने पे
पैदल जा सकते हैं ना अंटू भाई, क्या लगता है?
जा सकते हैं।
अच्छा वो रहा लेफ्ट साइड है।
देख रहा है, बढ़िया नॉक। मैं दौड़ सकता हूँ क्या आगे? देख रहा होगा वो लोग।
हाँ नहीं वो रिवाइव करने भागा।
आप भागो, मैं हील करके आता हूँ।
बड़े लेके आ जाऊँ।
देख रहा। यहाँ कहीं है, मतलब येलो साइड है थोड़ा, ठीक है। हटा रहा हूँ मारकर।
मैडम नेड करो। पेड़ पे गया।
आप लोग लेफ्ट से जाओ, मैं राइट से जाता हूँ।
नॉक एक।
नहीं वही वाला पेड़ वाला नॉक है।
ऑरेंज
इधर कहीं है।
चलो जल्दी।
वो येलो के पीछे है, दिखा। दूर जा रहा है यहाँ कहीं। नहीं। ओह
ओके फील कर रहा हूँ।
खत्म है।
नहीं क्लोज है, बंदा नीचे है। साउंड आ रहा है, कुछ हल्का साउंड आया मेरे को, देख लेना एक बार। मोटू भाई एस है इस पे। हाँ
इस पर है, मिल गया।
अच्छा चलो पैदल ही जाना पड़ेगा। मेरे को थोड़ा 5 का एमओ चाहिए होगा तो मैं नीचे जाके देख लेता हूँ इसके बॉडी पे। नेट भी चाहिए ना हम लोग को, सब पे 8x ही है और 7 का एमओ है। एक्सटेंडेड क्यूटर छोड़ दे रहा हूँ, ठीक है? आप लोगों को चाहिए नहीं तो।
नेट है क्या? नेट है।
लेवल 3 बैग है। नहीं नेट नहीं मिल रहा है
मेरे पास 2 ही नेट है, मतलब मैं एक दे देता हूँ।
3 मिला मेरे को। 3 मिला।
मौली है मेरे पास 2 अगर चाहिए होगा तो।
जल्दी आओ फेज 5 है।
ये गिरा दिया एनर्जी नेट चाहिए तो।
अरे फेज 5 हाँ
नहीं आपको चाहिए
हो जाएगा।
हां दे दो।
अरे हो गया, लेन देन हो गया। चलो आगे देखो, डंक लगाया, अब दिखेंगे बंदे। लेफ्ट साइड 5 ही बंदे, अबे नहीं 9 बंदे,
मतलब हमें छोड़ करके
5 को ही मारना है। बहुत बढ़िया जोन।
एक सेकंड, मेरे सामने बंदे।
राइट में भी है।
दो हैं, 2 लेफ्ट राइट।
नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे कोई।
मैं स्मोक और 2 ड्रॉप खा
करो एनर्जी को। चलेगा, स्मोक है मेरे पास। आया ग्रीन पीछे पेड़ पे।
एक लेफ्ट में बंदा मेरे शायद, बाइक के पास बंदा है।
पीछे स्मोक करते हैं।
हीलिंग मी नेट वेट तो करो बे, आगे स्मोक करो पूरा। नेट खत्म है मेरा, नेट आ गया मेरे पास, बच गया मैं।
लग गया उसको, स्मोक मार रहा था। ये कौन है भाई?
मैंने स्मोक किया था उनका ब्लॉक करने के लिए।
एक ही बचा ना, डायरेक्ट मरा क्या वो?
हाँ डायरेक्ट है कि भाई।
अरे तो फिर आगे ही होगा।
नेड है राइट में नेड है। मैं नेड पे
एयर ड्रॉप ले लो।
रिक्शे होगा वो।
मेडल मिलेगा मेडल। बंदा दिखा मेरे को सामने। अरे स्टन कर रहे भाई। ए यार मेरे से लो हुआ, बहुत लो हुआ था।
मैंने किया था।
मेरे को लगा छिप गया भाई वो, फिर दोबारा निकल आया, मोंटो भाई से मर गया। चलो बढ़िया चिकन डिनर हो गया गाइस।
मेरी एक ही बुलेट से मर गया वो।
हाँ बहुत मरा था। अरे बैरल रहता तो पहले झुक गया रहता। ऑग ट्राई कर रहा हूँ ना, रिकॉइल ही नहीं होता ऑग में, लेकिन लेफ्ट राइट भागती है ऑग मेरे से। एनएसजी को देखो 92 दो।
क्या
92 पे 2 मारे हो, किसको मारे हो?
एक तो नेड पे जो नॉक हुआ था।
अपना M24 मस्त चला, 2-3 नॉक ऐसे ही मस्त निकल आए।
नॉक किसको मारा था एक?
मेरा तो K9 का 2 बढ़िया शॉट लगा, एक ब्रिज वाले को हेडशॉट, और आपने जिधर M24 से एक को मारा था ना, उधर ही मेरा भी एक K9 से हुआ था। तो सीधे सीधे खड़े थे जो हम लोग, कुछ तो कर रहे थे पता नहीं।
वो नो अपना बॉट जैसे थे कुछ क्या।
इतना खुलने में खड़े होके सीधा सीधा मार रहे। आइए
थे।
मोंटो भाई 6 किल, नेक्स्ट पीजीसी मोंटो भाई है। मोंटो भाई ABH एनर्जी और रवि बिश्नोई नेक्स्ट आईओ का वो है मेन लाइनअप, ठीक है टूर्नामेंट का।
कौन टूर्नामेंट खेलेगा? नहीं किसके पास टाइम नहीं है ना। कहाँ बनेगा टीम?
अरे बोलने को बोल दिया मैं।
एबीएच को पास होता ना तो बन जाता। अरे हमारे तो 2-3 टीम बन जाते हैं आईओ का।
ABH
में क्या मिला? कुछ मिला?
वो मिला होगा, M24 से मारे हो ना, मिला होगा। क्लैन लूट केच। कल आना कल। अरे यार उसको दे दिया भाई। या पिंग डिप की तो ऐसी की तैसी सलाह, मेरे पीछे दौड़ रहा था, अचानक से टेलीपोर्ट हो गया आगे। यही है लो पिंगर और हाई पिंगर का कहानी, देख लो भाई। और ऐसे में बोलते हो भाई आप क्यों नहीं ट्राई करते हो स्पोर्ट्स। यहाँ बंदा टेलीपोर्ट होके अपने से आगे पहुंच जाता है। मुंबई सर्वर होना चाहिए था रे, लोग ज़्यादा खेलते हैं PUBG को, मतलब इंडिया से तो ज़्यादा खेलते फिर, और ज़्यादा गाली गलौज भी होता है ऑल चैट पे। मोंटो भाई 45 नहीं, मोंटो भाई को 45 आना चाहिए। पिंग कितना आ रहा है मोंटो भाई?
नहीं मेरे को तो अभी तो 60 आ रहा है, 60।
तो क्यों यार, आप तो मुंबई रहते हो ना यार?
नहीं गुजरात से।
अच्छा गुजरात में।
मुंबई 200 किलोमीटर है मेरा, लेकिन राउटिंग कैसा है?
हाँ तो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा होगा गुजरात तरफ।
बड़ौदा से मुंबई ऐसा राउटिंग।
हाँ तो घूम गया ना ज़्यादा,
बहुत लंबा हो जाता है। 300 किलोमीटर जो उसमें लिखा था ना,
स्पीड टेस्ट करते हो? हाँ भाई यहाँ उतरना था, नहीं उतरे। एनर्जी क्या यार तुम?
कहाँ जाना है
पता नहीं, एनर्जी लेके जा रहा है, मैं तो फॉलो किया एनर्जी।
अपार्टमेंट जाना है?
अपार्टमेंट चलो, अपार्टमेंट। अबे अपार्टमेंट चलो ना भाई।
चलो
वही तो अपना फेवरेट जगह है भाई।
मोंटो भाई का फेवरेट जगह अपार्टमेंट। ABH का है सेक्टर 18।
बोलेगा भी कोई।
ABH का है सेक्टर 18। फिर रवि भाई का किधर है?
अपार्टमेंट।
रवि कहीं पर भी खेल लेता है।
अच्छा रवि भाई का रिकॉल टावर है क्या? रवि भाई
का साइकिल जहाँ पे होगी।
ओ साइकिल,
उसका बैकअप रहता है रवि।
उसको साइकिल मिल जाए, बाकी कुछ नहीं चाहिए।
पहले बैग
घंटे सो रहे।
रवि वाला क्लिप देखा मैं जो बोल रहा था, 6 घंटा 40 सेकंड वाला, 40 मिनट वाला क्लिप, जो एनर्जी का नेट था।
तुम लोग नीचे उतरने वाले हो, बताओ तो सही। फंस गया। क्या है गन लेके आपके पास?
मोटू भाई
दो बंदे
ए भाई पैंजर चूतिया गन नहीं निकाला मेरे हाथ में। एक और है लेफ्ट साइड।
अरे यार
मार रहा है।
एक नॉक है यहाँ पर है।
शिट
कॉम्पैक्शन किचन नहीं किचन नहीं, अभी कहाँ है? सोफे के पीछे उठा रहा है। सोफे के पीछे उठा रहा है।
वॉशरूम जाता तो
गन रीलोड करो पहले।
जा भाई मेरा गन तो दिख
रीलोड करो।
अब एक लेफ्ट साइड है, एक राइट साइड है। दोनों पे शॉटगन हो गया।
एक काम कर सकते हैं,
होता तो मारता है यार।
एक काम कर
तो
सकते हो,
मुश्किल है M4 से।
अगर दूसरे ऊपर से कूद के दूसरे वाले में चले जाओ वैसा।
बंदा तो आ ही गया।
आगे
ट्राई करता हूँ मारने।
दोनों किचन में ही है।
ऊपर जाओ।
शॉटगन चाहिए बस।
दोनों पे शॉटगन है बाय द वे।
अरे ट्रैप बिछाओ ना यार। वो क्या
चलो गया, ऊपर गया।
आने दो। शॉटगन नहीं का ऊपर।
बस यहाँ से देखो ना, यहाँ से देखो बस।
देखो रेड है। अबे वहाँ क्यों देख रहा? अच्छा ठीक।
नीचे और इससे नीचे देख सकते थे, कोई बात नहीं। चलो वो तो आ गए, अभी ऊपर आ गए।
नहीं आया है।
हाँ यहाँ देख सकते हैं, यहाँ
देख तो नहीं रहा। इतना क्लोज से मत देखो एनर्जी, थोड़ा पीछे से देखो। अगर वहाँ देख रहे हो तो, नहीं तो सीढ़ी में देखो एकदम नीचे।
हाँ
चिपक के। नहीं वहाँ से नहीं। फिर डर।
यहाँ से।
अबे वो खिड़की से नीचे दिखता है। अबे राइट साइड नीचे बे।
एकदम सेट के खिड़की सही।
आने दो ना, ये से।
हाँ चलो खेलो।
सबसे गलता है, रुक जाओ।
नीचे से और भी आ रहा है।
अरे आगे यार।
अपलोड पे मैं तो बोलो एक काम कर सकते, ऊपर चढ़ जाओ। इसके ऊपर चढ़ सकते हैं, पता है?
नहीं
पता था क्या?
हाँ फुट तो एनर्जी दे ही रहा है।
हाँ फुट आ रहा था, दरवाजे बंद कर दिया।
क्या बात है? एंटी एनर्जी।
मतलब ऐसे पीक कर रहा था वहां से, वो पता था शायद।
नहीं वो हर कोई देखता है वो एंगल।
दिखता ही है वैसे।
सबको पता है ना, पहले वहीं पे कोई करेगा तो आइडियाज वहीं पे करता है।
इस बार तो लंबा रहेगा बोल रहे थे। कुछ तो ठंड पता ही नहीं चल रहा मेरे को भाई।
इधर
या फिर मेरा रेजिस्टेंस बढ़ गया है, विंटर रेजिस्टेंस। मैं तो कल खिड़की खोल के सोया था। पापा बोल रहे बहुत ठंड है बोल के कंबल के अंदर घुसे हुए। मैं तो खिड़की खोल के बैठा। जस्ट डूइंग माय पार्ट। डील डैमेज टू एनिमीज विद एसआर ईएमआर।
आपका आरटीएक्स गरम करता है रूम।
हाँ 3080 है ना, वो भी तो है। उसके बाद में कंबल में एक बार घुस गया तो फिर क्या आरटीएक्स क्या वो अंदर तो घुस गए, पता नहीं चल रहा।
यहाँ तो अभी काफी ठंडा है। यहाँ पर 11 डिग्री है अभी। 11 डिग्री ठंड होता है। मैं अभी कोलकाता में था कुछ साल, तो यहाँ पर वापस लौट कर लग रहा है।
एक गाड़ी का साउंड दिया भाई, मजा आ रहा है।
वहीं क्या पार्ट?
आप लोग बोलो।
तो कहाँ जाना मुंटो?
मैं तो पार्टी ले जाऊंगा, लेकिन आप कोचिंग के जाना चाहते हो तो वहीं जैसे
या मेरे को फॉलो कर दे, देखो आपको पूछा गया, मेरे को फॉलो। चलो पूछेंगे, चलो वहीं। मेरा लास्ट ही होगा, मैं थक गया भाई अब।
अरे
ऐसे लास्ट होगा मेरा। क्या?
हाँ वैसे एक लिस्ट तो वही है।
नहीं नहीं वैसा नहीं मोटो भाई, मैं तो बैठ रहा हूँ ना 3:30 बजे से एकदम तैयारी करता हूँ, स्ट्रीम करना है, पीजीसी देखना है, वो सब चीज।
सही है सही है।
8-8 घंटे का हो जा रहा है स्ट्रीम भाई इसके चक्कर में, लेकिन मजा आ रहा है उस टाइम पे। वो फैंटेसी टीम बनाते सब, वो चीयर करते रहते खुद का टीम का।
कॉन्टेस्ट हो रहा है?
हो रहा है क्या?
ये वाला ब्लू देखता हूँ।
क्या हुआ? वो टकरा गया मैं उधर से।
एंटीना में टकराया बस। डबल ऑरेंज बंदे उतरे भाई, हीलिंग वाला बस्ता मिला है।
ग्रेनेड पे उतरूंगा, गन दिखा था छत पे।
और 2 गन।
हेलमेट, वेस्ट, बैग, हीलिंग वाला बस्ता सब मिल गया है। एनर्जी डाउन हो गया गाइस, मेरे पास गन नहीं है। फक,
बालकनी पे सोया था क्या ये साला?
आ गया वो लोग। अभी भी गन नहीं है मेरे पास, क्रॉस कर आए।
आ गया ग्रेनी के बाहर ही है। अंदर घुसा, 2 बंदे।
एनर्जी पे गया क्रॉस करने।
अरे अरे मैं बैठ गया था, फिर भी कैसे नॉक हो गया?
मैं उठा रहा हूँ।
छत पे गया।
उठा लो।
बाहर से आ रहा है, बाहर से।
अरे भाई 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 भाई, फ्लश करेगा ये। ग्रैनी के ग्राउंड में है।
ओ क्या? लो, उसका भी नॉक है।
हाँ वो उठा रहा है, उसके 3, उसके मतलब 2-3 नॉक है मोटो भाई इसके।
कहाँ पर?
वहीं पे ग्रैनी में सब 3 नॉक है।
ग्रेनी करे इसके आगे वाले घर पे।
नेट कर सकते हो, कर दो ग्राउंड में ही कर दो, मेरे सामने वाला खिड़की से। गया है मर। 1 किल हो गया। कोई बात नहीं यार, ऐसे भी एनर्जी को उठाना है ना। बैल्कनी में अभी ऊपर 2 दिख रहे हैं मेरे को, बैल्कनी। हेलमेट उड़ा उसका, नेड़े तो कर दो।
ओके
हिल करो दिख रहा है।
अरे नहीं, सांस ले रहा है। हाँ एक ही बाकी था ना।
हाँ एक ही बाकी, मैंने निपटा दिया था तीनों को ऑलमोस्ट, मतलब 2 को निपटाया था, आपने 1 को, मतलब कौन था
वो दूसरा नेट अंदर गया ही नहीं तो दूसरा भी निपट जाता। बाहर गिरा आप किलो।
चलो मैं जाता। 200 उफ 289।
मैं भी जा रहा हूँ।
क्या एनर्जी खेलो भाई।
अरे कल से तो मैं आऊंगा नहीं रात में।
क्यों ठंडा?
इतना लग रहा है कि
क्या बात कर रहे
हो?
तो इससे तो इतना ठंड
मोरी बैठा है वहाँ, तो मैं वहाँ जाता हूँ।
कहाँ रखते हो पहले एनर्जी को?
मेरे घर के आसपास ही है।
दोनों का एक ही स्टेट है।
उड़ीसा।
ज्यादा नहीं, 200 किलोमीटर के अंदर ही है, 200 भी नहीं वे, और 150 के नीचे।
2.5 घंटा लगेगा आयरन के पास पहुंचने के लिए।
मेरा तो रांची है।
तुम भी तो उतना ही दूर हो मेरे से।
रांची भी तो पास ही है।
हाँ नहीं, मेरा लोकेशन के हिसाब से रांची भी उतना ही टाइम लगेगा, एनर्जी इतना नहीं, तुम लोग ज़्यादा पास हो, एनर्जी लोग ज़्यादा पास है। रांची तो लगता है 2.5-3 घंटा लगता है।
3 घंटा लगेगा, 3-3.5। ओके चलो फिर।
चलो
कल तो
ठीक है,
स्ट्रीम होगा ना, कल स्ट्रीम करोगे ना ये?
करेंगे ना अभी डे 6 तक करेंगे कंटिन्यूस स्ट्रीम।
पीजीसी चल रहा है अब।
हाँ, चलो सही। पीजीसी के लिए आता हूँ कल फिर स्ट्रीम पे।
3 तारीख तक तो होगा स्ट्रीम कंटिन्यूस
अब
पीजीसी।
कब करोगे?
हाँ
वोटिंग कब करना है? क्या करना
वोटिंग का
है?
टाइम है, वोटिंग 11 तारीख को करेंगे।
वो टाइम है अभी।
अरे उसमें एनएसजी क्लियर हो जाएगा ना कौन सा टीम जा रहा है। देखो तुम अभी वोट दे दोगे, वो टीम गया ही नहीं, फाइनल्स में खेला ही नहीं
तो
फिर।
नहीं कर रहा हूँ,
हाँ
वो भी एक ही टिकट है।
फाइनल्स का वेट करना है वही वही। अभी देखते हैं क्या ही हो फाइनल्स का। अब लेकिन 14 तक है ना स्ट्रीम। अच्छा फाइनल स्ट्रीम नहीं करोगे क्या?
अरे तो बोला तो करूंगा, उसका टेंशन नहीं है।
नहीं नहीं 14 तक है वो।
अरे
अच्छा
हाँ भाई
उसके
मैं
बाद तो
3
एक
तक
वीक।
करूंगा, 4
हाँ
को सब जीरो वाला इवेंट है वो नहीं करूंगा, उसके बाद फिर
अच्छा
आएगा
एक वीक बाद है।
लोअर
हाँ
ब्रैकेट
एक
होगा,
वीक
उसमें
बाद है।
फिर करूंगा, चिल मारेंगे
एक
करेंगे।
वीक बाद है। एक वीक बाद है।
हम्म।
चलो फिर गुड नाइट।
हाँ
मिलते
चलो
हैं
चलो
आपसे।
एनर्जी।
गुड नाइट। हाँ हाँ
चलो चैट आज की स्ट्रीम यहीं पे एंड करते हैं। अगर लाइक नहीं किया तो लाइक कर देना, बाकी ऐसे हम पीजीसी की स्ट्रीम कर रहेंगे। मिलते हैं कल के पीजीसी के मैचेस पे। चलो बाय बाय एंड गुड नाइट।